Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Tempe TV. This is Open Forum, political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. This year's for internal security, Matiangi gives an outright order. There will be no social media shutdown during the election, even suggested by the Ncic. A good news to all of us, especially us who are thriving on social media, in ensuring that every Kenyan is fully informed and well equipped towards knowing the right thing as far as these elections are concerned. Well, the home stretch is on. Raila Odinga roars in Narok as William Ruto and Kenya Kwanza traverses Ukambani. This home stretch, is it leading to success or leading to defeat? Who is going to be the last man to blink? That is why we're here, to see to it that everybody gets the right information. It is 9 days to the D-Day. Are you set? Are you closer to your polling station? Have you traveled? Is your air ticket already cleared? It is time for you to move. Don't waste one more moment. Make sure that you're in the right place at the right time when right things are happening. We are here to secure all that, even more. Thank you so much, those that are joining us, and we want to appreciate as you join us. Make sure that you invite 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people to join us. I want to apologize again for the people who follow us on Facebook. We are not able to do Facebook Live until further notice. So everybody who wants to follow this particular show must follow us on YouTube. So if you're able to get us on YouTube, share that link on Facebook and help the Facebook people find us, even as we get set to talk politics tonight and execute everything in our power to see to it that everything right happens towards these particular elections. And of course, Sonko has removed the blue coat and he has removed the red, the light blue cape, and he's now adorned into yellow. After all, he has been a UDA mole all along. Birds of the same feathers are flocking together. They are ganging up now to tell us who they have been all along. Well, interesting time. Let's get talking. Well, those who need the link to get in the studio, the link is now in the comment section. You click on it, allows StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. I'm so excited tonight, even as we start out our show. Let's get talking. I want to salute Abdallah Mume, karibu kwa show. Alafu kunanan Anderson Neta, asante sana, hello to you. Bakis Muhamedi, tunakushukuru, karibu kwa show. Salome Mbone, kama kawaida, karibu kwa show. Bernard Rume, we appreciate you, you're welcome. GFHGG, karibu kwa show, hi to you. Ambuya Collins, niko ndani, karibu sana. Kuna nane Amadi Salim, you are welcome. Karibu kwa show. Ambuya Collins, you are welcome. Yellow Songo. Yes, karibu sana. The link is there. Please, those of you want to come in the studio and air what you feel and think, make use of that link. Kuna Zadok Sedi, karibu kwa show. Bakis Muhammad says Songora hana mpango, watu wa Wiper. Watu wa Wiper wafanya nini? Watu wa Wiper Mombasa watafanya nini? Hiyo imenitoroka. All the same, asante sana wote ambao mnajumuika nasi usiku wa leo. Ni mjadala wetu tena, tunapoangazia siasa zetu na mkondo unavyochukua na vile msimamo ambao lazima tuwe nao, ili tuhakikishe kwamba hii nchi inakwenda sambamba na mapenzi ya Mungu na faida ya kila Mkenya. Kwa hivyo karibu kila mmoja. The link once again is in the comment section. Click on it, njoo tusemezane. mambo yanaendelea kwa kina, alafu mengine ya kwake. Kwa hivyo tafadhali kila mmoja makinika, karibu tujadiliane. Yapo mambo mengi ya kuzungumzia usiku wa leo, hata tunapoangazia siku za yoyoma kwa katika ile hali ya kufanya nini, kujiandaa kupiga kura zetu, alafu kujiandaa kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna Mkenya anapotea hata katika wakati huu. Welcome everybody. We're glad you are out there. Please, let's keep going. Let's keep talking. Let's keep advising and counseling one another. This is the home stretch. Everybody needs to be closer to the polling station. Kama auja travel mbio mbio tafadhali. Zimesalia siku 8:30 tu, 8:30, 8 na masaa kadhaa. Asante sana. So Mama Selina, vipi leo?
Poa, Penat, poa sana. Ngawa tuko mkutano ingine, najua nimeimute. Okay, yes, election crackdown, 9 days to go. Oh my God, it has come, Penat. Naona Baba Suswa declaration, Suswa was very nice.
Mama Selina, bado kuna huo mkutano hujamute.
Is to find a possible way or now we can say we are going to debost.
No, I think I mute. Do you listen them?
As a form of a soft.
Yes, I'm hearing. Sorry. Endelea, inaweza kuwa ni kwangu huko.
And that one?
Yes, not me.
Yes.
Hold on.
Is it me?
Relax. For that,
it was not on my side.
It's also gonna be about
Mama Selina, it is on your side. I'm sorry.
Okay, is it me now?
Yeah. Okay, now it's mute. Yeah?
Now it's muted?
Yes, you are now okay.
I can hear you. Okay, I'll let the two of you talk, Martin and Mama Selina.
Okay,
wait.
Kim,
meeting ya kina Kim.
I can hear you.
Oh my God. So if I do that, can you hear me?
You've muted again. Can you unmute, Mama? Unmute.
Okay, like that? No,
Yes,
because I want to talk. I'm in Mutembei TV, so I wanted to mute this one, and then I talk, and then I come back. So if I mute like that,
Mama Selina,
do you hear me?
You have to leave that. You have to leave, then you come back. You can't mute.
Oh, I have to leave?
And then come back. I mean, from the call you are on WhatsApp.
I think she's...
Okay.
Okay,
I have
thank
done
you.
that.
Carry on now, ma'am.
Okay, Penat. Yeah, thank you so much for this day. We thank God. And 9 days, 8 days to come. It is already there. Now, mkutano ya baba katika Suswa. Declaration Suswa. The Masais, you can go to Masai several times when the mahali, the time anakupeleka Suswa is end of it. And that is what happened today. Unakumbuka hata 2017, baba alikuwa naenda, but he never went to Suswa. Walipeleka Uhuru Suswa. So today, baba ameenda Suswa, it was declared na amekuwa Wamasai wote watapata kura. Na mama alikuwa Kirinyaga, and they had to go to Suswa because those are great blessings. So Bernard, for me, I want to say it was actually imeendelea vizuri. Na mimi nimeona Kenya Kwanza pia wakilalamika, but this is no time of talking to them. Let them do what they want to do. Wacha wafikirie vile wanataka. Let them be cowards. We don't care. The Mlima has changed. Naona kuna groups mingi wamechange. Kirinyaga, naona mother was not there, but watu ya Kirinyaga wenyewe, they have say baba na mama. So UDA wamekuwa locked out, and these people are crying fools now. Nimeona Moses Kuria, how can these people juicy walikuwa na threaten us, and then now they are saying their lives are in danger? From who? Nani anafanya life yao ikuwe in danger? And they were the ones they were telling us that. Penat, I don't know what is going on. Because hii watu Simbati wanatafuta isaidi. I see all the Huda people are panicking. Yes, walitusi Uhuru, walipeleka rafiki yao, they are the kingpins. So I don't know what has changed for them. They had to know community is bigger than individuals. Wale watu wajaijua ya kwamba in the community na wasee Penat. A country yenye hawana wasee, that country is no more. I wish they can come to America. Waone wale watu wako kwa Senate in America. All of them are old men. The young women, they came walitaka kutoa huyu mama anaitwa Pelosi. And they were very young. They came with energy. They went to parliament. They said, we want to change this lady. Look, waliambiwa we need experience. And you cannot do what Pelosi has done. This lady, Speaker of U.S. House of Representatives. So, hii vijana ya Central waliruka, now they are crying, now they say their lives, waliuza biashara yao wamefanya, hoteli imefungwa. Now they can go home. Walikuwa wamealikwa kuuza hoteli. So, Penat, ukiuza hoteli na mandazi imeisha na chai imeisha, hakuna samosa, hakuna chapati, utafungua hoteli iendelee kufanya nini? You open the hotel kwa sababu unataka kukula, kuna chakula. Sasa watia Central wameshiba na wamesema wamefunga hoteli. So wewe Ndindi Nyoro, wewe Kimani Ichung'wah, watoto ya Maumau Pandia, go home, relax and wait to be lead. Ndiye mjue kuna wasee Central. You know, you cannot just go in a house, Penat. Wewe ni mtoto ya saba ya familia and you have your elder brothers. Kwa sababu wewe umeingia university na umekuja na PhD, you cannot be bigger than your elder brother ule alisaliwa na mama yako na baba yako na ni firstborn na alisoma tu ile kidogo ama hata hakusoma anaongea lugha ya mama. With your graduation, with your degree and PhD, there is no way mtoto namba 7 can come and be the firstborn. Ati nimeenda shule nimesoma, I come with my degree, you have to honor me. No way. Hakuna hiyo ni shule. Lakini ikirudi kwa jamii, sisi tunaheshimu wasee, kina mama, firstborns. So watu wasima ya Central walinyamaza vijana waruke na unajua Penat, saa ile ndama kwetu Kikalenjin wanasema indama sinakimbianga lakini saa zile sinataka kushika mimba, after kushika mimba sinatulia. So these people walikuwa naruka Penat, they were running up and down and Central people were watching on them. Now they have decided, the women have come out, wamekuwa na direction na munaanza kusema my life is in danger. By who? Nyinyi wenyewe? Buda? Yes, kama nyinyi wenyewe munaumana, mutaumana tu. Otherwise, Wakenya tunataka kuendelea. Muliomba kura na matusi, mulitisha watu, muliita watu vitendawili, mawase, muliita Uhuru machina. Now you have to know the country at the President of the Republic of Kenya. Mwenye alipatiwa SWAT na Kenyans. And he's going to hand over that SWAT in 1 week. Next week by Tuesday, Wednesday on 10th, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, our beloved president, will hand over the SWAT to the leader, Baba, elected, mzee, mtu amekoma, and Martha Karua to carry on the country. Kukuja kuongea machief, mulikuwa munatusi machief. Why are the chiefs now very important and TOs? I think Bernard, anyway, wanasema hatutaki kucheka, lakini sasa unajua pia tuliambiwa kifo na kucheka inakuanga sawa, kwa sababu saa zingine hata kama mtu amekufa unasahau umecheka, but you remember, oh my God, I'm not supposed. Lakini si makosa yetu, that is how it is. Huda Mudavadi nimesikia akiongea, you don't want even to listen. Mudavadi wanaanza kuangaliana. I hope kabla ya tarehe 6 kufungwa campaign Bernard, these people will not fight each other. Nafikiri wataanza kulaumiana huku niambia last what does Songo did. We did not even want Songo in Azimio, by the way. So he is in the right track, he is in the right place, Bernard. Ameenda kwa manduku zake. You know, you can go in a family na unakuta ni wewe peke yako, ukiangalia ukuta hii ni kama kila mtu amekuona. I think Songo alikuwa baridi sana because nobody wanted to associate with him. So if you want to join and Mombasa Governor Shangarai, wherever the name they call him, he say he doesn't want to associate with Songo. He's also proud. Unajua afadhali kukua maskini cheuri. Tunaambia Bernard, kuna watu wanakuwa maskini hata uchakula kitu kwako. Na unapata tajiri kusimamisha hapo nje kukuonyesha madharau. Ati na wewe Bernard hata kwako unakuanga na chai. Unasema yes, nimekunywa chai na mayai na hata niliongeza ile vitu hujaiona, ni mdomo inataka kukufa, but unamuonyesha kwa sababu pata pi maskini cheuri, because hapo unaweka integrity yako, unasimama na right yako. So hata mimi huyu mtu ya gavana ya UDA Mombasa aliambia Songo, we don't need you, because ataanguka. Songo anapeleka nini kujionyesha. Otherwise, I could not want to talk about it, lakini ninaona kuna mahali alisema mother is not a good mother. Yes, Martha Karua cannot be a mother of thieves. Hata yeye ametuambia hata kama ni mtoto yake amefanya makosa, anakutana na sheria. So how could you want mother to do? Ulitaka mother afanye nini? One, wewe ulitanganyana na Kalonzo. Why can't you go back to your Kalonzo and ask him? Why are you talking about mother? You want mother afanye nini? Si mother ameenda kotini, ni kotini imekuambia uwezi simama. So mama ataanza kazi, don't be worried. She will start her job tarehe 10. From tarehe 10 now you can tell us what mother can do, and we can also tell you what mother can deliver. But from there, kukuja nyuma Bernard mpaka tarehe 9 na turuti nyuma, you cannot ask Baba anything of the government, and you cannot ask Martha Karua. People should know that, Bernard. After 10th, 11th, 100 days, that is where we can see the principle, the legs of Martha Karua, the hands of Martha Karua. That is where we can, tutamwona amefunga mshipi akisimama kwa kazi. But for this, hii ingine ya Songo kwenda kusema ati, no, mama hajaanza kazi. So kwa sababu umenipatia nafasi nianze Bernard, thank you so much. Wacha niwachie hapo submission yangu kidogo, wacha nisikize kwa Wakenya wenzangu. But kabla sijasahau, kina mama, kura yako, kipande yako, weka aside. Pika chakula, anza kutengeneza kiteri, anza kupika chakula ila iwezi haribika. Na wamama msisahau in the roads, mkuwe na uchi, mkuwe na chai, mkuwe na mandasi. That is what we think we can do. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Mama Selina, tunashukuru kwa utangulizi huu, mwanzo mzuri. Tunatazamia kipindi kizuri tunapojadili masuala yetu. Kuna mambo na vijimambo lakini Songo naye ni hatari. Sasa kuna wimbo tulikuwa tunaimba huko kwetu tukiwa shule kitambo, nasema yule msichana ameolewa lakini anapenda kwenda kwao. So anasema akiuawa katikati ya barabara, kule kwao wanasema ako kula aliolewa, na kula alikoolewa wanasema ako kwao, kumbe anaozea kwa mlima fulani aliuawa. So Sonko ni kama aling'atuka Azimio akitarajiwa kupokelewa UDA. So watu wa UDA wamemkana na huko aga. Sasa sijui itakuwa vipi, lakini tunashukuru kwamba ukweli wa mambo unajulikana na waongo hawana nafasi katika uongozi wa Kenya kipindi hiki. So kama wewe hukutengeneza integrity yako, ukasimama kidede kuhakikisha kwamba unajulikana kwa ukweli, basi hapo ndipo ulikataa uongozi wa Kenya. From now henceforth, we are going to have truthful, straightforward, integrous leaders. All shortcuts people are not going to make it to even making it to the ballot. That is the future for this country, and we are going to drum up support for the same. Now, tuko na standing orders hapa. Tafadhali ningependa tukufanya housekeeping. Ukitaka kuja kwa screen lazima uvae vizuri for the show. Okay, if the YouTube community is against nudes, huwezi kuja kwa nini ukiwa kwa hauna top. Please, let's do that and just observe that. Unajua, as I'll be talking about Mtembei TV and the program for beginning to broadcast on the local station. Mimi sijui nimekuwa, I've been on TV for as long as what? I started featuring on TV while I was still in high school. And so when you're invited for the show, you dress up for the show. You don't just show up. At times I would be called for a show. I'm in the city center. I will either go to my dry cleaner and collect the suit I left there and find out how to change while I'm in town so that I go for the show, or dash home, change, and go for the show. Please, let's not downgrade the show by appearing anyhow. We don't want to introduce another ban that ukikuja na vest tutakutupa nje. Ukikuja na nis, we don't need to do that. We are all adults. That's why we're here. Let's behave like ones and support one another doing the right thing. Why should you come to this channel to cause it to be brought down by YouTube because unataka kuonyesha kifua? Tafadhali tuachane na hiyo. Tafadhali naomba kwa unyenyekevu, kabla niseme kwa jina la Yesu, let's all adhere to the standing orders. Tafadhali. Nashukuru sana kila mmoja. Asante kwa wale ambao mnaendelea kukaribishana. Tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana. Kumbuka watu wetu wa Facebook hawawezi kutupata kwa Facebook live, so lazima waendee ukitumia YouTube link. Share from YouTube, then share it on Facebook. Tell them kipindi kimeanza, tuko YouTube, wakuje huku. Na ukifika huku, tafadhali utabebwa kesho. Subscribe, hit that notification bell ili tukianza kipindi utajulishwa na YouTube kwamba tuko live na tuko tayari kujadili masuala yanayotuhusu kama Wakenya na siasa zetu. On that note, before Nelvin takes, I want us to bring ourselves up to speed. Let's listen out to this quick video and then we'll be moving on. Very, very important. Listen keenly.
Station. Search for the IEBC website. Then log in to the IEBC. How to find your polling station. Search for the IEBC website. Then log in to the IEBC website. Yeah, scroll down, select your county, constituency, and ward. Write down your polling station and returning officer in case of issues. Hatutaki makasriko. Plan and share with family and friends how you will be voting, and most importantly, encourage others to vote. Go out, vote blue, tunamka asubuhi mapema.
Okay, habari ndio hiyo. Tafadhali kila mmoja makinika, hakikisha kwamba unajua uko polling station wapi na unarauka saa ngapi. Firimbi ukisikia utareact namna gani. Usikue mvivu ama mzembe useme wewe utaenda kupiga kura yako afternoon. Hakuna story afternoon. Afternoon tutakuwa tunahesabu. hii mambo tunataka tumalize tu by saa 5, kila mtu amevote, tunaanza kuhesabu mapema, hakuna haja ya kusumbuana eti vote bado tunangoja. Wacha wale wazembe wakuje baadaye, lakini wewe ukuwe wa kwanza. Let's be the people that will initiate the process of change in this country, sustain it until we see a transformed country that will help us become a people that can stick out our neck on the international platform because we have done the right thing the right way. Nelvin, karibu tafadhali. Dakika ni 2-3.
Bernard, hamjambo?
Hatujambo, namna gani huko?
Huku tuko salama tu. Hatuna ubaya wowote. Tunasubiri tarehe 9 ikaribie tuende tukamaliza hii maneno mapema. Ningependa kuingia kwa mjadala direct mara moja. Upande wa Matiangi kusema hawatafunga mtandao. Unajua wale watu wa hiyo UDA walikuwa wanasema mtandao itafungwa, sijui nini. Unajua vile walikuwa wamezoea kutuibia sisi watu wa Azimio. Sasa wameona hizo tricks zao zote wameshindwa. Vile wanaweza kuiba. Wanajaribu kuleta vijikezo ndani yake, waweke chumvi, sukari yote, lakini sasa wanapata bado Kenya bado imesimama imara. Tunawangoja hiyo tarehe 9 watume nyumbani. Unajua kuna kitu kimoja William apige hesabu. Walikuwa na uhuru na wakakuwa na milioni 8. Baba alikuwa peke yake na alikuwa na milioni 6. Sasa yeye apigie hesabu. Saizi baba ako na hata bila uhuru. Baba ameshaingia asubuhi mapema. Alafu kitu kingine Bernard, unajua ningependa kuongea, jana sikuweza kuingia, nilifika kwa nyumba late kama nimechelewa. Unajua hii mambo ya William kwenda Rift Valley kusema unipige mimi lakini usiwe watoto wangu. Jamii ya Kalenjin, kuna wale wanabeba hiyo kitu na uzito sana. Jamii ya Kalenjin, kuna wale watu wenye wanakuaga na ile kasumba kwa akili. Wamebeba hiyo vitu kwa undani sana. Na hiyo unajua ni kuonesha watu waingie kwa barabara. Anatumia kando. Sasa anamaanisha yeye atashindwa kura watu waingie kwa barabara lakini wasiuawe. Kitu kimoja ningependa kukumbusha William, ukitumia risasi kuua, lazima pia wewe utajauawa na risasi. Kuna wale watu ambao waliuawa na risasi 2013. Kuna wale ambao waliuawa na risasi 2017. Familia zao mpaka saa hizi bado zinalia machozi kama kina Kenei. Kwa hivyo usiende Rift Valley kufanya watoto wenyewe waingie kwa barabara na zile kasumba ambazo umeweka za bottom up ambazo hazina mbele na nyuma. Wacha kuuza sera ya vita. Uza sera ambazo zitakupatia kura tarehe 9. Ningependa kumuonya sana, na haswa wale vijana ambao wako Rift Valley, chungeni sana. Uhuru ndio bado president. Ukiwa kijana Rift Valley usifikirie kuchukua nini kwenda kukata mwenzako ama kuchoma nyumba ya wenyewe. Ukichoma nyumba ya wenyewe, kamiti iko hapo itakungojea, hata uwezi fikishwa kamiti, wewe ni mkulima mdogo. Utapeleka Godiaga ama tupeleke wewe Ngeria na utasurvive huko. Kwa hivyo vijana ningependa kuwaonya, msijiingishe kwa mambo ya siasa, muweke ndani ya roho. Siasa hizi ambazo tuko nazo zinakuja na kupita. Kwa hivyo watu waache hiyo mambo ya kuuza vita. Si wakati generation ambayo iko si ya kuuziwa vita. Watu waanze kukaa na hofu. Watu washindwe kulala kwao, hapana. Watu walale kwao, wangoje tarehe 9. Uhuru ndio bado president, security iko ready, iko tayari. Ile lori ya kumwaga ile vumbi ile inaitwa nini, acid, iko bado. Itamwagia tu watu acid wakienda maandamano kwa barabara. Inaitwa acid ama nini? Mnaita nini ile ya kumwaga? itawamwagia hiyo nini, mtajikuna kuna mchana mzima hiyo powder, na William hawezi wapeleka hospitali, mtapigwa rungu. Muache hiyo mambo, mtulie kwenu. Kama huko Rift Valley, kaa kwa nyumba. Ukimaliza kupiga kura, rudi kwa nyumba. Hata kama ukamwagi ng'ombe, wacha mama asikamue ng'ombe hiyo siku, kamua ng'ombe, wacha mambo ya kwenda barabara. Hiyo itafanya mama yako akose mtoto wake, na labda huko mmoja kwenu utapigwa risasi bure. Wacha na hiyo maneno. Kitu kingine Bernard, ningependa kuongelea, juzi nimeona Kuria ameenda mahali Kiambu, akapatana na yake. Alipata huko watu posta wameweka ni Martha Karua na baba, akaanza kuwafanyia kidole ya katikati, mpaka nikaona kweli kiongozi kama huyo ni mtu hata hafai kuwa kwa bunge. Akaanza kuwafanyia vidole. Ujinga. Ukiwa kiongozi unafaa kujiheshimu. Kiongozi unachaguliwa usaidie raia, si ukuje kuincite raia, na usikuje kuonesha raia ya kwamba ati wewe uko na pesa unaweza fanya kitu yoyote. Na ndio mimi naomba serikali ya baba iingie, ifunze watu discipline. Mtu yoyote ambaye anatusi mtu na mama ya mtu anawekwa jela. Unajua William wamezoea, nao watu wake wamezoea kutukana mama ya Uhuru, wanaona Uhuru ni mpole. Raila aingie kesho aapishwe, umtusi na mama yake aliyeaga, atakufunza maana ya kuheshimu mama. Na hata William anafaa kuambia wale wabunge wenye wanamfuata, mama ni mtu wa kuheshimika. Sasa akikosa huyo mama yake, haezi kuwa na mtu wa kulilia karibu na yeye. Mama yako ndiye anaweza kusikiria huruma. Sisi wanaume hatunaga huruma. Unaweza wacha mtoto aende jela, lakini mama anaweza kufanya uze shamba utoe mtoto kwa jela. Lakini William, machozi ambayo inamwagika, ile machozi ambayo umemwaga ya kina Kenei, mimi kwa maisha yangu yote huwa nakaa hivi nafikiria kuhusu watoto ambao Kenei amewacha. Mimi ni mzazi, mtoto ambaye Kenei aliwacha. Na wewe unasema vizuri kwa video, unasikika ukisema kama huyu mtoto ningejua ni wa huyu mzee, angepatikana na kitu kama hiyo. Ulikuwa unataka akuwe mtoto wa nani? Akuwe mtoto wa Mluya ama Mjaluo ndio muue? Chunga sana ndugu yangu. Hii mambo ni mfiringo. Pia unasema watoto wako wasiuawe. Kama wameiba pesa za wenyewe, warudishe pesa ndio tukae na amani. Na kama hawajaiba, wacha kutetea pia watoto wako. Mtaenda pamoja nao jela. Kama ni bibi yako Rachel ulio mpole, umeandikia pesa, tunapeleka yeye Lang'ata. Wewe tunakupeleka Shimo la Tewa. Watoto wako tunawapeleka Naivasha, tunaweka separate. Wengine tunawapeleka Ngeria, huko karibu na kwako nyumbani, huko ukiwaonea huko. Hiyo mchezo ambayo unataka kutupiganisha sisi na jamii zingine hatutaki. Kuanzia leo na waomba Wakalenjin wowote ambayo mko, msiingie kwa YouTube channel na kifua ati William amesema. Saa hizi ukitishia mtu maisha, William haizi kujua. Utashikwa, utafungwa, utaenda jela. William hajaisaidia Mkalenjin hata mmoja isipokuwa Oscar Sudi. Oscar Sudi ndiye amewahi saidiwa tu na William. Kama kuna Mkalenjin hata mmoja ameingia hapa kwa media amewahi saidiwa na William, aseme. Hakuna hata mmoja amewahi saidiwa. Yeye amesaidia Oscar Sudi na bibi yake Rachel na watoto wake. Asikuje kutuletea hiyo mambo ya kutugawanisha sisi ati kutuambia usiwe watoto wake. Rift Valley ni kila mtu aingie, na tunakaribisha baba akuje Rift Valley. Tunamngojea Sunday. Huko familia zetu ziko huko, zitamlaki vibaya sana. Hata utashangaa. Tunataka baba akuje hiyo Rift Valley, ajue ya kwamba Wakalenjin tuko nyuma yake. Si mambo ya kushinda ukitishia watu maisha. Mimi usikie uchungu sana nikiona mwanaume anatoka kwa media anakuja, anaanza kujipiga kifua, na sisi anatumia rasilimali zetu. Ushuru ambaye anatumia ni yetu Bernard. Kila kitu ambaye anatumia ni yetu. Ile gari ambaye amenunua juzi aliba pesa yetu ndiye akanunua, alafu anakuja kujipigia kifua. Sisi hatuna hiyo magari, lakini tunataka tumtume kamiti awaache hiyo mambo ya kupiganisha watoto wetu. Tunamuomba sana. Na hiyo ndio message ningependa kwa siku ya leo kuituma. Vijana wote ambao wananisikia, msichochwe, mpatiwe bangi na hiyo pombe kidogo kidogo ya tunusu, muingie kwa barabara, mtapigwa risasi. Serikali bado iko na William, serikali bado iko na William, ako ndani ya serikali. Na huyo Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta ndio president wetu. William bado yuko kwa serikali. Asiwadanganye yeye yuko kwa serikali. Serikali ambayo inatuumiza saa hizi iko na William, na ambayo tunapitia William ndiye anafanya tunaumia hivi vyote. Ni hayo tu kwa leo Bernard. Muwe na usiku mwema.
Okay, asante sana Delvin, tunashukuru kabisa kwa maoni hayo, wasia huo. Ni muhimu kila mmoja amakinike. Kumbuka, ukivunja sheria, hakuna sheria unavunja kama Mkalenjin, hakuna sheria unavunja kama Mluya. Waluya hawezi kupelekwa kotini. Ni wewe as an individual. So if you accept to compromise, be prepared to go and pay for the full length of your crime. Don't allow yourself to go and be used for no gain. The demonstration is right. It's covered within the Constitution, but it must be for justice. It must not be for subverting what is right in order to uphold what is wrong. So the purpose for picketing and demonstrating and all that was envisaged within the Constitution for agitation of a just cause, not a matter of somebody's ego or a matter of somebody's trying to prove a point. And as far as we are concerned, William Ruto missed the mark long time ago. There is nothing he can do now that can correct it. As for now, he needs to organize himself. Well, I want to appreciate everybody, and the good news, Facebook has restored us. We are back on Facebook Live, and please, especially those of you that have been in the dark for the past 5 days or so, make sure you subscribe on YouTube. Tafadhali, kama unatufuata Facebook peke yake, unakosea na utakuwa taabani in case Facebook locks us out again. They have just lifted the crisis right now, and now we are live on Facebook. But please find a second or two, get into YouTube, subscribe, hit that notification bell, so that you will be able to follow us throughout. One advantage of subscribing to YouTube is that you will be able to we have more time on YouTube than we have on Facebook. Now that we'll be relaying the results from polling stations and ensuring that every Kenyan is informed, the only place we can do seamless broadcast without disconnecting is on YouTube. So subscribe kwa YouTube ili usipitwe na lolote. We may not be able to carry. Facebook gives us 8 hours, then they cut. We want to be live for 5 days continuously until Baba gets sworn in. That's when we will resume, we will disconnect. So begin to prepare yourself. Make sure you are a subscriber, and a genuine one for that matter. And we encourage us to participate into the campaign we are doing right now. We are working out to be able to broadcast on the local TV scenario. We have done very well on Mtembei Online. We want to go Mtembei Offline so that the people we have left out, we can't reach through the internet, can also be reached. And so we are appealing to every well-wisher around there, out there, to participate into this caravan of contributing towards Mtembei TV getting on Signet and the other local content carriers, so that kila mtu mahala popote Marsabit, Garissa, Moyale atapata kipindi hiki moja kwa moja bila kutegemea internet. No, kama wewe umebenefit kutoka Mtembei TV, unapenda Mtembei TV, basi wewe ndio tunahitaji ujiunge nasi, tufanye ya mambo pamoja kuhakikisha kwamba Mtembei TV inafikia kila mmoja, kila kijiji, na hakuna yeyote anayeachwa nyuma. So kabla tumlete dada Eliza, tungependa tu ujue hivyo, na tunakualika katika hii safari, usiachwe nyuma. One thing I'm too sure of is that this Mtembei TV is going to make it come rain, come sunshine. But what I encourage us to do is that be part of the story. Be part of the history. Don't just be a spectator, be a participator. So get those details and do something. You can join this by being our strategic partner. We are looking for 100 strategic partners that can partner with us with $200. If you want to be one of them, you will give you the details on how to do that. And then the rest of us can contribute any amount to the degree of how you love Mtembei TV and how you want Mtembei TV to achieve. I am appealing to everybody to do their very best, because I want this thing on terrestrial TV before election day, so that tukitangaza matokeo tutakuwa tunatangaza online na offline. Wale shosho wote wako ushago wao wakifuata matangazo moja kwa moja, na unajua Mtembei TV gives you raw news, not edited news, raw news as it happens. And so we want to be part, we want you to be part of this story, and please make sure that you do so gladly.
Kwa muda sasa, runinga ya Mtembei imebobea mtandaoni kwa taarifa na uchanganuzi sahihi. Kumbuka tuko live pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Once again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini. Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji. Katika safari hii tuvute pamoja kuingia digital TV broadcasting space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Mtembei TV, bold and true. Mtembei TV, bold and true.
Okay, thank you everyone. We really appreciate your followership and continued faithful support. Please, let's do our very best to see to it that we move. Mtu anauliza hapo DSTV tuko channel gani? That is what we are talking about. We want to be able to be carried on DSTV, Signet, and Pang, so that everybody is able to access us without depending on the internet, so that the urban people who can get the internet will get the internet content, and those who can't will follow us on the ordinary TV set. And that is our project, and we want this done before the election day. So tuko within that framework. Kama una 1,000 yako 1, 2, 3, 4 unataka kuchangia, tafadhali tumia hizo details nimeshare kwa comments, anza kutuma ili tusonge mbele kwa pamoja. I believe we'll be able to get this done within this particular week. By Wednesday hivi tutakuwa tumeanza, naamini tutakuwa tumefikia hiyo lengo letu, na tutakuwa tayari kwenda hewani bila matatizo. Ili ukitutafuta DSTV unatupata, ukitafuta GoTV unatupata, na kila mtu nchini Kenya atakuwa anatupata kwa njia safi na njia inayoeleweka. Thank you very much. Naomba sasa tumsikilize dada Eliza. My brother Alo, I don't know what the problem is, and whether it's my English that is a problem, but sort it out. Thank you. Eliza, karibu.
Okay, asante Bernard kwa sahi. Nashukuru kwa kunipatia hii nafasi, nashukuru. All panelists hamjambo. Mama Selina, Anderson, MJ, nawasalimia nyinyi nyote. Okay Bernard, nashukuru Mungu. Na kuna swali Bernard nataka niulize. Wewe ni pastor. Wakati mtu anasimama anasema yeye ni Mkristo, wakati mtu huwa anasimama anasema Bwana asifiwe, na wakati mtu unarudi unasimama mahali unaanza kuongea maneno yanatoka kwa mdomo yako. Sasa wewe ambaye unajifanya wewe ni Mkristo ambaye mimi sio Mkristo, nitakuchukua namna gani? Hapo utakuwa umenifunza nini? Ambaye mtu ambaye nataka kujua maana ya Bwana asifiwe, utakuwa umenifunza nini? Kwa sababu unasema wewe ni Mkristo na maneno yenye yanatoka kwa mdomo yako si ya Kikristo. Hiyo ndio kitu mimi ninajiuliza na nimejiuliza siku ya leo. Mtu kama Gachagua, bwana bibi yake ni pastor. Wakati Gachagua huwa anarudi nyumbani, huyo bibi yake huwa anamfunza nini kutoka kwa Biblia? Huwa anamwambia nini? Kozi kama ingekuwa mimi ndio niko bibi ya Gachagua na nione maneno kama hiyo, ningemkaisha chini kama pastor na kumweleza maneno ya Kikristo. Lakini wale watu si wa Kristo. Wale watu ni wa Kristo ambaye ni wamevalia ngozi ya kondoo. Hakuna Mkristo ako pale. Hauwezi kuja mahali unasimama unaenda kuongea maneno ya uongo na unasema wewe ni Mkristo. Sisi ni Wakristo. Hao ni Wakristo wa wapi? Si afadhali ule mtu mwenye hata aendangi kanisa, mwenye ajui Bwana asifiwe, lakini anajua kuna Mungu. Hao watu wameharibu jina ya Bwana asifiwe kabisa. Bibi ya Gachagua kama ni pastor anafaa kukaa chini akae na bwana yake vizuri amsomee Biblia. Kama hao wangekuwa ni Wakristo wangekuwa wanasimama kwa podium wakiongea maneno ya amani na kuweka jina la Yesu mbele. Kwa sababu unapoenda mahali lazima uombe, uweke Yesu mbele akutangulie, mambo yako iende vizuri. Lakini hao wanasema ya kwamba hao wameokoka, hao ni Wakristo, wanajua Mungu lakini matendo yao si ya Mungu. Maneno ya Gachagua amekuwa akiongea yeye uchungu leo huko Nyeri. Maneno ya Ndindi Nyoro amekuwa akiongea kule. Sasa wale wamechukua maneno wanaanza kuweka kwa Uhuru. Uhuru anataka kuwaua. Uhuru anataka kuwaua na waulia kitu gani? Maneno mingi saizi hao watu wa Mount Kenya wameanza kusambaza. Ukienda Kuria kuna maneno nimeangalia kwa nini nyingine pale. Kuria ameandika barua mrefu sana akisema wanamwandama kina Nyoro kina Ishungwa. So hiyo ni maneno gani hao watu wanaanza kupreach? Wana preach nini? They are preaching violence or they are preaching what? Hao watu wajaokoka. These people they are not saved. These people they are devils. Let me call them. Because unajua mko mnakaribia election. Instead of you people to stand and tell people we are going to reach in the time of election, please we fought in peace, tupige kura, twende nyumbani tuongojee matokeo vile itatangazwa. So ukifika mahali unaanza, hiyo ni incitement kubwa sana. Wanataka kuincite watu. Na watu wenye wanasikiza hii maneno saa hizi, kama wewe uko huko chini kwa comment naona watu wakiongea huku juu, kuna watu kwa comment huko wanatukana wengine ni mang'ombe. Hii ni kitu tunaongea ukweli. Mtu mwenye hajai kuona vita kuna yenye vile inatokezea wajaribu wakati huu. 2007 ilikuwa ni moto, lakini saa hizi mtu ajaribu kufanya kitu atanatoka na hiyo mshale yake huko nje. Mtashangaa, mtakutana na kitu yenye inaitwa kopa. Mtashangaa, ninawaambia vizuri sana msikize. Si eti watu wakiongea mnasema nini mnaongea nini. Angalieni matamshi yenye nini viongozi wanaongea. Viongozi wafai kusimama waongee mahali kama kitu kama hiyo. Hiyo ni kutuma kuwatumia signal. Mkae tayari. Tunaenda kwa vita. Hii maneno mingi sana yenye watu wanatuma kina Kuria, kina Ndindi Nyoro, wakina Gachagua. Gachagua anasema kama si Moi tu ndiye alimtuma aende atafute Uhuru. Kwani Moi yako anajua Uhuru alikuanga? Si alikuwa anajua Uhuru alikuwa? Moi alikuwa anaona Uhuru alikuwa mdogo tangu. Si eti Gachagua ndiye amefanya nini Moi akajua Uhuru? Gachagua yeye ajue asimame akijua yeye ni bwana ya pastor. Sijui huyo pastor anamfunzanga nini kwa kanisa. Akienda kusimama kesho kwa kanisa anaenda kuhubiri nini? Anaenda kuambia bwanake uende usimame ukitukana Uhuru. Mimi hiyo ndio kitu imenifanya nimesikia uchungu sana kwa siku ya leo. Mimi sijafurahia vile hao watu wanasiasa wanafanya kampeni zao. Kampeni zao ni kuenda kuongea majina ya watu ama wanafaa kuongelesha watu wapigie kura. which means hata likes of kina Nyoro huko kwao ni kama wanafukuzwa, ni kama hata hakuna mtu atawapigia kura. Kina Ishungwa, kina nani ndio wanakuja na makali, wanakuja kuongea. Kuna makilipu hapo Bernard, tutacheza makilipu ya watu uone vile walikuwa wanaongea. Nashukuru Bernard, nikiongea sana hasira inanipanda.
It's okay mama. Nashukuru Eliza, tunashukuru kabisa kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Nilikuwa naomba mama Selina ukue chair lady kwa sasa hivi. There is something I need to attend on. Tufuate tu mkururo after Eliza, tuende kwa nani? Tuende kwa Londo, turudi kwa MJ vile wanaingia, alafu tutasonga hivyo. Thank you everybody. Please let's keep it sane. And Dorcas Okendo has said 1,171. Let's continue sending our contribution to Saidia Mtembei TV ikaingie katika TV ya kawaida wiki hii. Okay, the week that begins tomorrow. Let's make this happen. Let's send in our contribution and let's do it right away. Thank you. Mama Selina ndio chairman. Hello, karibu. See you in a short while.
Okay. Jambo. Mama Selina, ujambo. Mr. Ben, how are you, sir?
We are good. We are good. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I want to just say thank you for everyone because it has been long and we are now only counting days. In fact, they are not even days, hours. We talk of hours now to see Jacom to be sworn in as the president. But just like each of us mentioned there, we have just to participate and make sure that our Mtembei TV is live and direct. So the support it requires, Mr. Ben, you will get my support very soon, latest on Tuesday. So kwa mchango wangu leo, I normally believe that for you to know someone, given a chance to speak, in fact, especially for our political leaders, to everyone, we know that just like Raila and especially Ruto, his people, they even know that they don't have points, but for them to remain in politics, they have just to follow their boss, by insulting everyone, even though they know that they are losing. So for them to be alive politically, they have just to copy how the host is insulting so that they become at least active. The boss say, oh yes, this person is okay. But in real sense, they are losing. And that's why they are holding salt like anything before. So we don't have to worry. We've been seeing this Matusi. From now it has been Wakenya wamezoea matusi. Kwa hivyo sisi tunangoja tu tupige kura tumalize hii michezo kabisa, na itaisha tu hii wiki tu itaisha tu, hata wafanye nini, Uhuru sijui Uhuru, mara Uhuru. They have been there with the Uhuru so long. Not now they are crying for Uhuru. They know that they are losing. Mkenya mwenzangu, it is very painful that at sometimes you get a TV to watch how the leaders we call our leaders are actually in like look at Sonko. Just recently, you were praising Raila, praising Kalonzo. Now he's back there. Like Junet was saying that the bandwagons, the Waze group, they are in a Waze group, combined to each other, making one league. Is it? So it is a reality that the truth will catch up with them. We as Kenyans ambayo kuna votes, we'll vote them out. But what is required of us to make sure that our vote is protected in a such way that nobody will actually make a chance to steal. We as a SMU team, let us become our own intelligent to protect our vote and count it. And in the end, we make sure that what we are fighting for, we achieve it in life and once and for all. And we get about the old thieves and all corruption that are affecting even the development in our country. Once, right now, my friends, even if you go to our hospitals, just within the county hospitals, in fact, some of them are not doing better. Hakuna hata madawa huko kwa sababu zile pesa zilitenguliwa kununua madawa, hakuna, imekuliwa na wakubwa. So we must just get good leaders that will protect the public money to do what is necessary for our generation to generations. For hiyo kwa mfupi, hiyo ndio mchango yangu kwa sahi. Now we must be just very watchful, and we must be encouraged away by the woga. Matusi will be there. Like Uhuru was saying some month ago in Mombasa, when he came to open that facility, he was saying that when you see somebody is abusing you or calling you names, that it means that he fears you and cannot tell you in direct, face by face. So that is why he just meander around the bush, calling you names away from you. So tumezoea matusi, and we'll show them that Kenyans are very awake and we know what we want in future. Thank you very much, Mr. Selen Caron. Thank you.
Mama Selina.
Mama Selina, yes, Mama Selina, oh yes. Thank you very much. I'm happy to see you, Mama. And
Mama Selina,
Elisa
wewe ndio
there.
chair, umeanza kuwa chair na Bernard.
Yeah, munaweza endelea, kuna mkutano ingine inaendelea, so you continue talking, I will chip in. Thank you. You can continue. You can give it to MKM.
So I will be present in the meeting tomorrow.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mama Selina, for the
sauti yako.
Okay, sawa. Shukran sana Mama Selina kwa hiyo nafasi. Labda mimi kitu ambacho nitasema na mambo mawili ama matatu hivi. Jambo la kwanza ambalo nitasema, najua hata labda kuna mahali Mohamed Ige labda alikuwa asubiri niseme hiyo, ni kuhusiana na Sonko. Nilikuwa nimewambia hapa mara nyingi, Sonko is the UDA candidate. Hata si Hassan Omar. Sonko is the UDA candidate. Hassan Omar, he'll need to take like 2 steps back ndio aje yani apate dira yake. He lost his bearing in 2017 and recovering it will be very difficult. He has to go back to Senate, take like 2 terms before he comes back. Hivyo basi Sonko ndiye alikuwa ilikuwa inajulikana Sonko ni UDA candidate. Na sijui mbona watu walikuwa wanang'ang'ana, lakini sasa yeye alikuwa ankuja na kaninio akajaribu kuvuruga mpaka hata watu wenyewe, watu wazimio walikuwa mpanic. Nilikuwa nikipigiwa simu nauliza bana Mombasa sijui kutakuwaje, nikamwambia hizo ni panic tu, hakuna mtu ambaye anafaa kupanic. Hizo ni Abdul Swamad atashinda, sijui Sonko akininio. Nikamwambia bana hizo hata msio na wasiwasi. Kwa nini nilikuwa nasema hivyo? Kwa sababu wajua hiyo group ya Sonko, they were it's a small group but they are very loud and noisy. Kwa hivyo kama wewe ni mgeni katika siasa, yani utaogopa kwa sababu utasema watu ni wako wengi na sijui they're just being loud and noisy. waona. But in terms of organization and all that, Sonko was seriously overrated. Seriously overrated. Sonko was seriously overrated. Ushaona. So ati sijui mpaka alikuwa ajiyosema ati sijui niko na kura 1.5 million Kenya nzima. Hizo ndio zinaitwa ndoto za kisiasa hata hivyo. So just on a serious note, mambo ya Sonko ni kuisha, hata afanye nini, hata saizi atapetape afanye nini, ni hivyo vile Waswahili wanasema mfamaji achi kutapatapa. So atatapatapa huku na huku, lakini yeye mambo yake kuisha tu. Yeye hata mambo ya siasa sasa arudi kuangalia vilabu vyake na nini hivyo, yeye mambo yake kuisha. Na unajua kitu ambacho labda kilimharibia Sonko, sijui kama nilisema last time, wajua ile siku ilifika climax ile kesi ya wale majaji watatu walipolazimisha IBC wamjumuishe katika ile list. Yani wampitisha, yani they clear him to vie. Alafu ndio Friday ikaja, I think it was on a Tuesday. He was cleared on a Tuesday, then Friday the Supreme Court judgment came. So it had been building up to Tuesday, that Tuesday when the decision was made by the 3-court judgment. Wajua wao wafuasi wa Sonko, they were just a small group and very loud. Walikuwa wakisema tunataka yani si tunataka kuondoa Arabu na Waswahili Mombasa. You know that one is such a big insult. Hasa Waswahili na Arabu mtaondoa vipi Mombasa? Wanzaliwa huko, mababu zao wanzaliwa huko, Sasa utaondoa vipi Waswahili na Arabu Mombasa? Unajua hapo ndio nilikuwa na shanga. So that thing, hata kulikuwa kuna wafuasi ambao walikuwa ni Arabu na Waswahili ambao walikuwa ambao walikuwa nampendelea Sonko. Lakini vile ambavyo wao wafuasi wake wakaanza kuzungumza vile na nini, haya watu wakaona hapana, afadhali turudi kwa lile zimu ninalolijua, kwa sababu wasema zimu ilikujualo alikuli likakumaliza. So they just went back to the familiar territory they knew. They were ready to embrace Wiper. So what does this mean? Every ODM is going to sweep Mombasa clean. Yani ile clean kabisa ile. Clean kabisa. Mombasa, ODM is going to sweep Mombasa clean because people have just seen. Unajua kuna ile watu walikuwa wasema ati sijui chagua mtu usichague chama sijui nini, lakini bado itabidi watu warudi hasa kwa chama, kwa sababu ODM ni chama ambacho kina mizizi Mombasa. So people will have to go back to the chama they know best, ambapo itakuwa ni ODM. Kwa hivyo ukiangalia Mvita tuna Mohamed Machele, ukiangalia Jomvu kuna Badi Twalib, ukiangalia Changamwe kuna Omar Mwinyi, ukiangalia Lilikoni Mshimboko, ukiangalia Kisauni Rashid Benzimba, ukiangalia Nyali itakuwa ni Said Abdalla, ukiangalia Woman Rep Zamzam, Senator Mwinyi Haji Mwinyi Faki. ODM will sweep Mombasa clean because of the silliness of Sonko. You can't threaten. Then when they were leaving the court, let me put it to you, when they were leaving the court, they started insulting, wasema Warabu nyumbani, and they were shouting in their vehicle. Maybe you didn't see that video. We should have shared that video here. But they were shouting in their vehicles, Warabu nyumbani, sijui nini. Hasa wewe, and in any case, if you want to know the character of a leader, look at the character of his supporters. It always goes without saying. If you want to know the character of a teacher, look at the character of his students. So the character of you cannot say, oh, Sonko was like this, but his supporters are the ones who are like this. No, your character, the energy that you give forth, the energy that you express is what your supporters are going to express. So for me, that is just good riddance. I'm very happy. Then the second thing, I was really surprised. Like I told you, the character of a leader is the character of a leader, you'll see it in his supporters. There was something that happened today. Let me read it to you from a friend who is in Ongata Rongai. It's really surprising. Yuasema, sitataja jina lake, lakini hapa ninasoma, alikuwa ameweka kwa wall yake, alikuwa asema, just happened at Ongata Rongai market right now. Hii alifanya kama ilikuwa ni kama saa 12 jioni. Akasema, just happened at Ongata Rongai market right now. A UDA supporter was almost stabbing an Azimio supporter with a knife. He found the guy talking about the elections. Then he said, Ruto ni kitu kidogo. The guy snatched a long knife from a guy who was selling nearby. Yani alichukua kisu kutoka jamaa ambaye alikuwa yuuza visu. From a guy selling nearby and gave the Azimio guy a chase. People intervened and the jamaa anasema and the jamaa amechapwa kama mbwa na akanyang'anywa kisu. Is it worth living this world, nursing injuries or getting jailed because of a politician who doesn't know you? So now tell me, watu wanabishana mambo ya kisiasa, alafu mimi nimekuambia okay, saa mtu wako hana maana, then unawachukua kisu watakunidunga kwa sababu ya kiongozi wako ama kwa sababu ya mwanasiasa wako. Something must be very wrong with you and together with your leader, because if that is the kind of energy you're expressing, then there must be something wrong. And that's why I'm saying UDA or the so-called Kenya Kwanza and the bana, wale watu wanatishia bana, because the way they speak, the way they express themselves, the way they do what that side is just is scary, is very scary. And I'm sure any sober Kenyan right now, irrespective of tribe, must be really surprised what is happening with that side, because I don't know, that there is something which is not right with that side. And so if you're in your sober mind, irrespective of tribe, I know we are really a tribal people, and we'll take like, I know there'll be some changes with this election, but irrespective of tribe, that side is very scary, because the things they're saying, and yet they still don't have power. I'm really fearful. Even the so-called our neighbors, Tanzania, na labda Uganda, NRM, I watch their news, NRM, and I follow them so much. Okay, but not, I follow CCM so much. Hata CCM wenyewe hawana tabia kama hizo. Yeah? They are the dominant party, but they would never speak such, because they know there is some limit that there are some things you cannot say in public. Kuna vitu vingine huwezi sema in public, because that one, it disturbs the peace. But the thing that I'm really happy is that the government is intact. We are not a failed state. We are a country that is premised on the rule of law. Kwa hivyo sheria ipo. Kama itabidi watu watatandikwa, mtu asijaribu kwenda sijui kufanya maandamano na sijui kusema sijui watampiga nani. Utatiwa mahanjam, lakini wakati wa kutandikwa utatandikwa peke yako. Utatandikwa peke yako kabisa, hakuna mwanasiasa atakuja kutoa. And from that day is when you will hate those political leaders. So for me, I'm just saying, hey, let's be very careful with that group. They really make me fear. Then the last thing is that for me, I work in diaspora right now. I'm in diaspora. So, but I've planned that I'll travel back home to come and vote. Okay, mine is just a single vote. Kura yangu moja tu, lakini I'm sure the symbolism will mean a lot. Yeah. So to those who are maybe in diaspora, please, for you going back home and to go and vote, it will really be a big boost, big symbolism, so that even those who are at home, they may say, okay, fine, if this person can come all the way, spend his air ticket and all that just to come and vote. It's really, I want to be part of those celebrations. I won't be there for long, but at least I'll be there and I'll have taken part. So that's all that I wanted to say. But I just need to tell you, for those who are hoping that UDA, I don't know, will even get an MCA seat in Mombasa. It died, is it today morning, when Sonko went to UDA? Now those ones who are, because there are some people who wanted Sonko, who are in Azimio, and they wanted Sonko instead of Abdul Swamad. Now that Sonko has gone to UDA and they don't like UDA, sasa hizo zote zimerudi Azimio. Kwa hivyo Azimio will sweep Mombasa clean. Mombasa, Kilifi, Kwale, it will be swept clean. Too bad UDA made the wrong calculations, and we thank Sonko for doing that, for making some of those silly moves. So that is all I have for today. Thank you so much. Unless maybe somebody had a question.
Niko na question nikuulize MJM. Now, what about this guy Macho Chichopefu? Chichopefu huko na kila wakati namuona yeye ndiye anatoa mdomo sana kwa screen. Kule kwake hako namna gani?
Okay, labda kitu ambacho mkwambie Jichopevu, hiyo area the area is known as Nyali. So before Nyali imekuja kuwepo kama 2013, before it used to be Kisauni, but Kisauni constituency became very big. So Nyali was hived off Kisauni. So with Nyali, 2013, the MP was Awiti Bolo. Then Awiti Bolo wanted to become governor, though Awiti Bolo's performance as MP was not that good. Then, okay, the demographics of Nyali ni kwamba Wabara ni wengi Nyali. Yeah. And kuna 3 areas ambapo wapiga kura ni wengi. Kuna Kongowea, which is a ward. Kuna ward ya Kongowea, lakini like I can say is like some enclaves. Kuna Kongowea, kuna Maweni, kuna Mnazi Mmoja, na kisha kuna Kisumu Ndogo. So those 4 areas, if those people vote for you, then you are as good as going through. So in 2017, because I used to live there, but okay, my vote was in Vita, but I was living in Nyali constituency in an area known as Leisure. So in 2017, what happened? Gichopevu won the nomination. However, they decided to give the nomination to Said Abdallah, Saido, so-called Saido, lakini watu walikuwa hamtaki. So watu wakaenda kwa Gichopevu wakamwambia, bwana vipi, wewe nenda independent. Wazee wale wazee wa pale wakamwambia, bwana wewe nenda independent, utakupigia kura. Na jamaa kapigiwa kura kwa sababu aliona jamaa alikuwa ni kama amezulumiwa. So jamaa kapigiwa kura. So alipopigiwa kura, watu wakafurahi wakasema nini na nini. So the mistake Gichopevu made ni kwamba aliingia alafu basi akaanza okay, you know, Saido alikuwa yamfuatilizia every court case after court case. So Gichopevu akajaribu kwenda kwa party leader kujaribu kuomba usaidizi. Lakini party leader, sasa unajua Saido na Joho ni cousin, so party leader hakuweza kuingilia. Hivyo basi ikabidi he played survival politics, so he went to Ruto. Ruto naye akawa yuko tayari kumsaidia, so Ruto akawa amemlipia fees za lawyer nini, all those things. Alafu na sasa alipoanza kufanya hivyo ndo akaanza kwanza kumtukana Joho na nini na nini. Unajua Joho and Raila are just one thing. So he tried, he insults Joho but doesn't insult Raila, but you know Joho and Raila are just one thing. So alijaribu hivyo vitu akafanya hizo. So within time, sasa ndio miaka 5 enda kuisha ndio amegundua things are not good. Now, the problem ilikuwa hapo ni kwamba Saido for reasons I cannot explain here, yeah. For reasons I cannot explain here, Saido hapendwi. Ni ODM lakini hapendwi. Alafu na Gichopevu, okay, he has done some work and at least is the next best alternative, yeah. So watu walikuwa tayari kumpigia Gichopevu. That was going to be the first UDA seat in Mombasa. However, whatever Sonko has done today has just negated everything, because people have seen they would rather stick to the party, because they end up voting for someone, then that person now goes on and jumps and goes back to the side that they didn't want, yeah. So like I told you, kuna hiyo Kongowea, kuna Maweni, kuna Mnazi Mmoja, na kuna hiyo inaitwaje hiyo Kisumu Ndogo. Those are the areas where the highest number of voters are. Na hao akisha kukataa hata ufanye vipi hautatoboa. Hautoboi kabisa. So watu wamesema okay, sawa, Saido hapendwi lakini itabidi twende tu na Saido. Kwa hivyo chances za Gichopevu zimeenda zikipungua mpaka dakika mwisho. I wouldn't say kama atapita, lakini chances zake saizi ziko 50-50. Before he had a great chance, lakini saizi chances ziko 50-50. Hiyo ndio sasa hapo ndio imeninio. That in fact that was the only seat that was in doubt, Nyali, lakini hizo nyingine ni ODM through and through. Hizo zingine ni ODM kabisa tu, yani hata hakuna nini. Hakuna kitu ambacho nitakudanganya. Mtu asikudanganye. Hivyo vitu ni ODM. Yeah. Maybe if you have another question.
Ni poa kusikia hivyo, wacha watu wapigie baba, kwa sababu baba pia anahitaji hao watu, anahitaji kabisa hao ma MCA, wabunge wote, women reps wanahitaji hao, ndio jeshi ya baba. Najua the other time mtu alikuwa akisema piga huku, hata huko kwa UDA kule watashangaa kuona independent wengi ndio wanapata kura zao, kuzi hata watu wanasema UDA, lakini inafika mahali kuna wale independent wako very strong in Uasin Gishu, even Nandi, huko Murkomen, kuna watu wengi wako independent. So unajua mtu watu wanapiga tu kelele, lakini mtu akishafika kwa mlango ya kupiga kura huwa anabadilisha. Hata huko nini Tarbo, Jubilee ilikuwa ni Jubilee, lakini Tarbo, mbunge wa Tarbo ni independent, hakukuwa Jubilee. Saizi ndiye ameingia UDA. So saizi ni kuomba Mungu, kozi hata watu wamechoka. Watu wamechoka, mtu anataka kupigia mtu mwenye anajua atafanya kazi. Kozi hata huko ukitembea hiyo area za Uasin Gishu haina maendeleo. Hakuna maendeleo iko huko. Vile ilikuwa tangu tusaliwe tu, mimi naonanga tu iko hivyo, hakuna changes. Hakuna changes yoyote. Ukienda kwa soko ni ile tu. No changes. Soko ni ile, hakuna soko. Ukiangalia upande wa Western na uangalia Uasin Gishu, Western is better than Uasin Gishu. Ukiangalia Oparanya amefanya kazi kwake, soko huko kwake inafanya kazi. Huku saidia kwetu hakuna kitu. So pia hata watu wetu wa Uasin Gishu pia nyinyi naye mchague mtu mwenye mnajua atawafanyia kazi. Si eti mtu mwenye mnamchagua anapotea. Sasa ikifika ile siku ya kura inataka ndio unaona basari zinakuja. Na basari za huko ni 5,000. Wanapeanga tu 5,000. Wanakuja kwa kila kijiji, wanasema kila kijiji ya msoo mtaa. Sasa mkifika pale unasikia wanasema basari tunapea, lakini tunapeana watoto wangapi? 4 ama 3 wa secondary, ama 2 wa secondary, 3 wa college. Umeona? Na wa college anapewa 10,000, wa secondary anapewa 5K. So watu wachague watu wenye wanajua watasaidika, mwenye ataelewa. Kwa hiyo pesa ya basari sijui kama wanapiganga budget kwa 5,000. I don't think so. So watu mchague watu wenye mnajua mnawachagua, wenye kesho mnajua watawakumbuka. Sio mchagua watu wenye kesho mkitembea kwa soko mnaona soko haiendelei, maisha inarudi tu inakuwa ile. Inatakana mtu ukienda kwa soko ama utembee kwa hiyo tauni yetu hiyo Eldoret, the city of the champions, unatembea unaona at least by the way iko different na vile ilikuwa wakati mwingine. So mimi ninaomba tu watu wa Uasin Gishu mpige kura kwa amani. Msipige kura kwa kuchukia wenzenu. Mpige kura, hii kura ni ya one day na tunabaki na maisha yetu. Tunaendelea na maisha yetu, tutaendelea na kulima mamboga kule kwa Musere tu huko chini kwa mitoni ama na tuendelee kuchunga ng'ombe wenye wako na ng'ombe na maisha inasonga mbele. So tukisema tunaanza kushika moto, tunaanza choma manyumba za watu, ujue tayari mmeharibu uchumi. Uchumi tayari itakuwa sasa mmeongeza damu. Kwa kama mnajaribu kutengeneza nchi yenu ikuwe vizuri na tena mrudi mwanze kupomoa, hiyo hatutakuwa tunafanya kitu ya maana. Si tupige tu kura, mimi natangaza peace. Tupige kura kwa amani. Mtoke tu, mtu atoke mwenye ako na kura aenda apige kura yake kwa amani. Wenye wanakuja kuomba kura muwasikize. Na kama unajua haupendi huyo mtu usiende kwa mkutano yake. Kaa tu nyumbani, kama uko na TV muonee kwa TV. Instead ya kufika huko na uanze kuleta furuko bure. Kwa sababu unajua saizi serikali iko na macho saizi. Saizi imefungua macho yote. Mtu mwenye analeta nyokonyoka anaenda kupumzikia kwa seli. So ukitaka kupiga kura yako, mkae chini, msikize tu maneno ya mtu kama amekuja kuuza sera zake na aende kwa usalama, msilete mfurukano. Tafadhalini, ninawaomba. Kesho baba anakuja Uasin Gishu. Msikize yeye wenye watataka kumsikiza, wenye hawatamsikiza msiende, mkae nyumbani. Mkae nyumbani mfanye shughuli zenu, wenye wanataka kuweka sieni kwa mahindi waweke. Instead ya kuenda kufuruka mkutano ya mtu. Sio mzuri. Wenye msikize tu kama mimi vile nasikizanga ya Ruto. Nasikiza tu. Kila mtu anaenda kila mahali anasikiza. Ruto anaenda Western wanamsikiza, anaenda watu wanamsikiza hivyo. Na narudi, mtu akishatupa maneno yake, hiyo maneno haiwezi kujiandika kwa mgongo ya mtu. Hiyo maneno ndaongea na inaisha. Ni ile unasema so long as umesema na ijiandiki kwa mgongo. ni masikio imesikia, na kama unasikia unaiweka kwa roho, basi utalala na uchungu. Lakini mimi yangu ninaongea, naona watu kwa comment wanasema tunaongea na hasira. Si hasira, ni kuongea kitu yenye unaona watu wanaongea. Unajua mtu ukitaka kutafuta kitu, usiende kutafuta kitu na jina ya mtu. Wewe jitafutie, uambie, upembeleza watu. Pembeleza watu, mnipatie hii kitu, mimi nitatengeneza maisha yenu kwa vizuri. Lakini sasa mkienda na matusi, mkienda na matusi ya kuinsight watu, haiwezi wasaidia. Nasema nyinyi ni Wakristo. Wakristo wakwangi hivyo. Wakristo ni wale watu wa kunyenyekea. Wakristo ni wale watu wa kuomba na kunyenyekea. Wakati mtu unaomba ukiambia Mungu nisaidie, so unaombanga Mungu akusaidie, unaongoja Mungu akusaidie? Kwani unaendanga kupigia mtu kelele, nilikuomba jana na huku nisaidie? So pia sisi wananchi, sisi ndio mabosi saa hizi. Wewe uko na kura yako kwa mfuko, ukitaka kupiga hiyo kura utapiga. Ukitaka usipoenda, hakuna mtu atakuja kutoka kwa mlango wako na kiboko uulize kwa nini hukunipigia kura. Your vote is your right. Yes. Haya, mimi nimemaliza leo.
Eliza, mimi nakuuliza. Wasiasa ambayo wanahusiana, manake sasa sio kwamba
sikusikii
hapo. Sawa.
Hey guys, continue. Penalty is coming. You have to talk. Alex, uendelee kutuambia maneno.
Hapo sawa.
Pia unajua studio cannot be quiet, so tuendelee kuongea.
I am really grateful and well touched by
Elisa.
extra mile you're covering for this.
Xavier, nakusikia, ongea.
Ni wewe nataka uendelee juu kuna mkutano inaisha, then hatutaki. Yes. So Aita Olo anaweza kutuendelesha kutuongea ama wewe unatuambia?
Okay, nilikuwa napumzika. Xavier aendelee.
Okay, endelea. Alo.
Eliza, nilikuwa nakuuliza, in a situation whereby we expect our leaders to actually show us the way by a good example. Mtu anasema mimi naenda church, mimi ni Mkristo, kwa hivyo mpigieni mimi kura. Hapo anaongea kwa kanisa hivyo na Biblia kwa mkopani, lakini sasa akishatoka nje ndio sasa unaona matusi kama hayo sasa. Okay, sisi wewe na mimi tunajua ya kwamba yeye anasema wewe ni Mkristo, lakini huo Kristo wake haonekani. Unaona? Sasa watu kama hawa hata si vizuri hata tuwapatie kura, manake hivyo ndio ana behave. Ndio mkipatia kura, manake kwa mfano sisi tunangoja tarehe 9 sasa tuwapatie mtu gari na nyumba, hata kuwa analipa, manake sio atalipwa na serikali. Haya, huku nacho anakutusi na the same time atakupigia kura. Sasa haiwezekani sasa. Kwa hivyo mimi na vile wanasema watusema kwamba Wakenya wapige kura na amani na bila vurugu yoyote. Kusema kweli Eliza, hapa Kenya tunapiga kura huwa na amani, lakini sasa kitu ambayo huwa inafanya watu wapigana ile, yani in expectation, you expect to get a good result for your leader who you were elected, but unaona kama ile kura ambayo umepiga huwa inaibwa na mtu ambaye huko unataka. Hivyo ndio inaleta vurugu. La pili, the insult ambayo hawa wana leader wenzetu ndio wanatuonyesha pale. Ni kama mchezo ya mpira. Wewe ni fan ya Arsenal, wewe ni mwingine ni fan ya Man U. Sasa sisi hata wao wazungu hawatujui kabisa. Lakini mimi na wewe tunapigana, Arsenal, Man U amefungwa. Basi leo tunakufungana hivyo hivyo. Unaona sasa spectators, yani mafans. We become a fan to fight a fight which is not ours. Unaona sasa? So ndio natakakana at least sisi wenyewe tufanye kitu ambaye unapatiwa right na katiba, tupige kura na amani na tuwachana nao wasiasa wapige nao wenyewe kwenyewe. Asante.
Hiyo ni poa, sisi tupige kura kwa amani, kwa sababu tukisema tunachokozana unaingisha mwenzako kwa kidole. Wewe pigia mtu mwenye atakutengenezea tauni yako, pigia mtu mwenye atajua mtoto wako atasoma, pigia mtu mwenye unajua kesho ukienda kwake atakusaidia. Kuna watu wanasema tu Uasin Gishu inaendelea. Uasin Gishu kama anaonanga Uasin Gishu ya huko ndani huko, lakini hajatembea huko ndani atembee. Mali sisi tunatoka huko Tarbo huko, akuja aone huko kunaendelea na nini. Hakuna kitu yenye imeendelea huko. Tarbo ni hile. Hakuna kitu yenye imeendelea huko. So sisi tunaomba tu Mungu watu wapige tu kura, kwa hao watu tunaopigianga kura akisenya ameingia kwa kiti. Kuna wengine kwanza huwezi waona hata kwa bunge wakiongea kitu, mpaka unawatafuta unauliza na wenye tuliwachagua kwa bunge wako wapi? Lakini ikifika siku yenye karibu election inaanza, ndio unasikia mtu anatokesea kwa hii kona. Unasikia leo sijui kuna basari ngambo gani. Leo kuna harambee, sasa wanaanza kuonekana kwa tumaharambee, mtu akikufa unaona wako huko, kwa sasa wanakuja kuuza sera zao sasa. Lakini sasa wewe ngoja tu mwaka tumalize tarehe 9, mtu achukue ofisi. Hata kumbuka huku nyuma kuna watu walimpigia kura, hata hawezi kurudi kwa ile kiwanja yenye alisimama akasema nimekuja kusema asante kwa watu wenye wanilipigia kura, tukunywe soda kwa furaha, afanyie watu party, watu waenjoy. Hakuna, mtu anaendanga one way. Alafu hapa mtu unasema unataka kupigana kwa sababu ya mtu mwenye unampigia kura na anapotea. Sisi wote wabunge huko kwetu, sisi watu waonangi kwa nini kwa bunge wakitoa mjadala yote, hata mtu akisema ametoa nini kuhusu huko kwake, hakuna. Lakini siku ya nini ya kura, nakwambia utawaona kama nini, kama Ncic. Huyu anaingia, huyu anatoka, huyu anaingia, huyu anatoka, huyu anaingia, huyu anatoka. Hata siku hiyo ukikuwa na harusi, ukipeana kadi wataleta pesa. Ukikuwa na nini harambee iko pesa itaingia hata mwenyewe. Lakini saa hii wewe ngoja wamalize nini kupiga hii kura, watu wakae kwa kitu, utengeneza harambee uwaite uone kama watakuja. Hawezi. Hata uende kwa ofisi yake, wale wenye wanafanya kwa ile ofisi watasema hayuko na ako ndani. Uwezi. So watu tusiumizane kwa sababu ya mtu mwenye anapeleka tumbo yake mbele. Bado mimi nitasurvive, ni bado nitatafuta. Bado utaamuka asubuhi, kama wewe ni mkulima wa jembe, bado utashika tu jembe yako. Kama wewe unaendeshanga lori kwa barabara, bado tu utatoka tu uende kutapanga laini Malaba, ukienda kutafutia watoto wako huko Sudan wapi ukirudi. Hakuna mtu mwenye atasimamisha wewe kwa barabara asema unilipigia kura. Hiyo ni kitu yenye iko ya ukweli. Haya, karibu Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Eliza, asante Mama Selina na wengine wote kwa kushikilia. I was held up in another meeting, but we are still discussing your story yetu ya expand. This expansion program is working. God is answering our prayers. Please, let's keep working towards the same. I'm very happy about the progress. So, and the conversation also. The aspect of going to vote as Mtembei TV and what we've been doing for the past 9 months was to go out and vote on fact, not fiction. To go and vote on truth, not lies. We're here to hold every leader to account. Any person who has been lying is not good for public service. any person who has a scandal for this and that is unfit to hold public office. And those are the people that need to be voted out. If he threatens that if you vote me out, I'll do X, Y, and Y, that confirms what they are. Like now, Sonko has confirmed he's been dancing around in blue, but inside he has been yellow. So let him go to that yellow fever and enjoy the fever alone in the cold. Even the fever has rejected him. And so let's be vigilant, and nobody should cower anybody anywhere. Your security is guaranteed. Vote and stick by. Ensure that we are from enzi zile ambazo uongo ulikuwa unasaidia siasa iliisha 2017. Saa hii kama unataka kutumia uongo umechelewa. That is no longer selling. So let everybody be vigilant. All the same, thank you all that are inviting guys to join into the discourse. Please, let's keep doing that. Tuendelee kusubscribe kwa YouTube. Hakikisha you are a YouTube subscriber for Mtembei TV. YouTube will carry our content full time, 5 days non-stop. But Facebook only gives us 8 hours. So kama unatufuata Facebook peke yake, you will miss the rest of the days, because after 8 hours, we have to start a new feed. The new feed will have a new name. So you have to search for that name again to catch up with what we are doing. But if you subscribe on YouTube, one name, everything flows and everything will be seamless. Please, let's do that. And then the contributions towards the expansion to ordinary TV is going on. Please, let's keep sending in our contribution. Send in whatever amount you can. And then our strategic partners of $200 of the 100 people, it's also building up. Please, let's do that. By tomorrow or so, by Monday, I'll be seeing our consultant to see whether that thing can be rolled out as soon as possible. So hii weekend tafadhali. Alex atakuwa hapa baadaye. Okay, kabla uende huko kwa Members Day, kuwa member wa Mtembei kwanza. Join Mtembei fully and support it completely. Tutasikiza huyu Pok. Hii ndio Pok ya wapi? Ya Mecca ama ni hapa Mount Kenya?
Okay, mimi nimefurahia kitu sana, nimekuwa nikifuatilia. Pok actually initials, hizo ni capital is my initial for my name, and then your R nimeongeza hapo strategically. So unaielewa tu kiasi tu. I'm so happy the angle that the Kenyan politics is taking. People are now talking facts, people are talking issues, people are talking economy, people are talking chapter 6 requirements, and each and every person. Hizi ni siasa zenye ilichukua countries like US, United Kingdom, European countries a lot of time to reach it to this point. As a country that is barely 60 years post-independent, I think ni vizuri sana vile tunaendelea. Na mimi nataka tu kuongeza, the real thing is tunaangalia tu character ya leaders. Mimi sita mention majina, but tuangalia tu character ya leaders, but above all to the probably IBC. Ukiangalia vizuri nini inaleta hasira, ni kwamba kama huwezi account for the votes that imekuwa casted. Mtu ametoka all the way, mwingine ametoka Garissa labda na vote Nairobi, mwingine ametoka Mombasa na vote Kisumu, mwingine anatoka Busia na vote Mombasa. You spend your fare, but at the end of the day hakuna ile kitu inaweza prove hii kura ili accountiwa vizuri. So that accountability aspect of it is the main reason why tumekuwa na issues kwa Kenya. So however much we are keeping our leaders wetu, political leaders accountable, tunafaa tuweke hii IBC ikuwe the main center for accountability, because bila truth justice cannot be found. Bila justice, what will happen? It will be unfair for others. Hata tukisema kama ni dada yetu Eliza ameshinda na mimi ndio nimeannouncewa, you know, if you fight you have a right to, because umefeel vibaya kwa ile kitu imefanyika ya ukweli. So ili tusichokoze ama tusichokore wenzetu, allow such things as an independent electoral and boundaries commission. Our allow such mistakes in the process of in the electoral process at all. The day yenye IEBC itasema kama Mr. Bernard Mutembei umefail as an MP or as a president umefail, and where pia you can verify like nimefail, hakuna pale mtu atakufuata nyuma kukutetea. We've had people we are diehards about, tunawafuata sana, lakini wakifail tunawaambia ukweli hapa kiliumana, let's wait for the next 5 years. But there are also places yenye umefuata mtu na ukiona ile kiti imekuwa announced, unaona tu IBC labda imerabiwa na raba, form 34 ya iko, form 34B sijui iko na nini. So are we really sincere? Even you ukirudi nyumbani and you get some kind, you left some money in the drawer, that money is not there, you are agitated. You should not be told that why are you agitated. You should be told where your money is. So you should be told where your vote is. You should not be told that we nyamaza tu ati nini. So and then to fellow voters and countrymen and women, tubaki tu watu objective. Mimi niko na friends who are in the other side of political divide from mine. Lakini tukiona siasa inaendelea vibaya tunasema tupige story nyingine, si ndio? Tunaiachilia tu like one of our guys said Arsenal na Man U. Mimi sijaona ikifika point yenye they now fight, you know. Kama bao imeingia, take it or leave it, ni bao. Vaa sweater ya jezi, rudi home. Unaona? Ingiza jezi Arsenal, weka ndani sweater. Kama ni ya Man U ndio hiyo siku imepigwa, vaa koti juu. So that's it. Let us go and vote. Let us encourage it and every person aende vote. Na hii TV kila laheri, ni idea poa sana. Our voice itakuwa hard. Mimi sioni watu wa media wakicover everything. They are leaving a lot of things, mostly questions they are asking these leaders. Unaona anauliza leaders swali, leader anaanza kujibu ndio unajua mimi ni victim. No. You should be ready to answer the question, alafu unaeleza, and by the way ueleze hiyo yenye unataka kueleza. But if you ask the question, so this is a TV that we can really depend on. So our brother, continue kabisa na hii idea. It's an idea that will open up minds of many youths and many women and many men, despite their religion, their tribe, their nini. I like the idea of even calling our nation, we are a multi-tribe nation, but tunaweza call to Homestock syndrome instead of calling it tribalism, because everybody will subscribe with their home. I cannot hate my home, I cannot hate my tribe. I like it, you know, and I only embrace it positively in front of others. So I really enjoy this TV, and I think I'm really enlightened, and I'm feeling my voice is heard, which has never been heard for a long time. Yeah.
Okay, asante sana Pok, we appreciate that, and we intend to keep that happening. We must introduce a new fresh air into our politics and our leadership, and that is the whole essence of our commitment as a media house. We really want to be part of the opinion shapers of this great country and be able to help this generation understand that life is all about being responsible and shouldering the responsibility of making the future better by taxing yourself now. We can't have a better future than the responsibility we take now to see to it that we build that great future with everything we are and everything we have. Well, thank you everybody for continuing with this. There is Samuel Kotonya. He says, with this IBC regularities, what will if yellow fever disputes the elections? They are free to dispute. That's why we are ensuring that Chebukati will do the right thing. All the forms will be accurate. All of them will have features, security features. We don't want anything to go wrong with the process, because the presidency has already been said. going against that president means the nullification of the elections, whether you have won by a landslide or not. And so it is important that we hold Chebukati to account to ensure that everything is done accurately and without any irregularities. So, and I'm sure that's going to happen. There are also minimal threshold for all that. If you remember the repeat elections, the repeat election was full of many things. It didn't even meet the minimum threshold, but it went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court nodded for the same. So let not that worry us. Kenya Kwanza and UDA right now, they are trailing by far. Forget about the opinion poll that says there is a difference of 2%. There is no 2% between Raila Odinga and William Ruto. The difference between Raila Odinga and William Ruto is over 40%. When Raila gets 70%, Ruto can only make 15 or so. So that should not worry you. Forget those opinion polls. They don't understand Kenyan politics. They have not talked to Kenyans. And then there is this group who are claiming that Ruto has masses. Ruto stopped me in last Sunday to go for my party because he has no crowd, blocks the road to get people to listen to him. That's not somebody who is going to win an election. So nyi watu wa UDA, take it easy. Aeleweni hii mshapoteza, mjaribu siku ingine, na hata 2027 sioni mkitoboa. Kwa hivyo jitahidi. Ukweli ni kwamba when Raila gets 50, Ruto will get 2. When Raila gets 50, Ruto will get 2. Like that. The difference will be so huge that hata kwenda Supreme Court itahitaji kuvaa buibui labda ndio ufike huko. It's not going to work that way. So let's just ensure that there is good voter turnout. Good voter turnout. Mtu asibaki kwa nyumba kama yuko kwa polling station. Kila mtu atoke aende kupiga kura. With a higher voter turnout, hii kitu tutamaliza saa 5 asubuhi, kila kitu imeisha and dusted. But if we have low voter turnout, hapo ndo kutakuwa na ngoma. So especially Nyanza, Western, Coast, on the other parts, leaving out Rift Valley and Mount Kenya, let the rest of the country come out in masses. Let them vote emphatically. With that, everything else will balance. But if we allow voter apathy to go everywhere within the country, kutaharibika. So hakikisha hiyo mambo inafanyika. Let's get this video before we can bring in Opio to make his submission. Listen carefully as we move forward.
Station. Search for the IEBC website. Then log in to the IEBC website. Yeah. Scroll down, select your county, constituency, and ward. Write down your polling station and returning officer in case of issues. Hatutaki makasriko. Plan and share with family and friends how you will be voting, and most importantly, encourage others to vote. Go out, vote blue, tunamka asubuhi mapema.
Kwa muda sasa, runinga ya Mtembei imebobea mtandaoni kwa taarifa na uchanganuzi sahihi. Kumbuka tuko live pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Once again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini. Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji. Katika safari hii tuvute pamoja kuingia digital TV broadcasting space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Mtembei TV, bold and truth. Bay TV, bold and true.
Okay, thank you everyone. Please, let's do what is required. Babu Namjuku, tafadhali mind your language. Let us keep within civility. The government is in place. The security measures have been put. Nobody is going to take anybody's life. You lose an election, you go home and try another day. We are not joking. Kinoti is on duty. Any strange things are going to meet the full force of the law. I want everybody to be sure of that. Nobody's going to make war in this country. The drums of war they are playing is because they have lost it. Kicking of a dying horse, the last kicks of a dying horse will kick a while, but they will soon go silent. The remaining, when it remains 5 days, ndio utaona mikia zimekunjwa. Watu wataanza kukunja mkia polepole wakinyamaza. So relax in kila mtu. This is our country. We must make it great. Thank you everybody for sticking by. Please ensure you invite 3, 4, 5 people to continue with the discussion. John Opio, habari ya leo. You unmute the mic is beside your name on the screen. Yes.
Yes. Habari jioni ya leo.
Salama, namna gani huko?
Mimi niko mzima sana. Nimejaribu kufollow discussion na nimefurahishwa sana watu wangu. Vile maisha inaendelea na hali iko na masiku zenye zimebaki. Naona tunaendelea vizuri na hii kitu in the first round tunaichukua. Kwa nini naongea hivyo? Tunajua vizuri ya kwamba mahali mambo iliharibika, mahali mambo ilienda mrama kwa hawa watu wetu wa matai mbili kutoka 2013 wakakuja wakakosana 2018, na saa hii chenye imebaki sisi saa hii tumeamua, kila mmoja wetu ameamua, hata waseme nini, hata saa hii waanikane mpaka mtu atuambie siruari ya ndani yenye rais alivaa jana na yenye amevaa leo. Naona hiyo haitabadilisha uamuzi yenye tunafanya na uamuzi yenye tumeamua tutafanya. So mimi upande yangu yenye nangoja, nilikuwa naomba tu hata next week, hii wiki yenye tunaanza kesho Tuesday ikue tuende tupige kura ili tuwazime midomo. Chenye imebaki saa hii sisi ndio tunataka kuandika kazi, na ili tuandike kazi lazima tuwazime midomo, na hiyo midomo ni yetu sisi, ndio sasa lazima tuizime, na tutaizima na kura. Tukitoka asubuhi, mimi kwanza nitalala kwa hiyo polling station, niamuke saa 10 nipige na nikuje nikae kwangu. Mambo ya vita naye hiyo naye vile naiona hali iko, Jaden ameinvest sana kwa intelligence na security. Upande ya Matiangi na KK wametengeneza vizuri sana. So sisi kazi yetu kama raia ni tuamuke, tuende tuandike kazi wenye tumeona wamefaa hii kazi, kwa sababu tunajua vile politics iko. Tunajua vizuri misitu ni ile ile, nyani ni wale wale, na tunawajua, lakini unajua ni nyani gani ukiacha katika shamba lako la mahindi haitaharibu mahindi. Hiyo ndio kitu tunajua. So ukiona mwingine anabweka anasema sahi, anatuambia vile so sijui wewe nilikutoa wapi, we don't want to know those ones now. Angetuambia hizo vitu kitambo, tujue 2013 waanikane 2013, wakuje waanikane 2017. Lakini wakati yule walikuwa huyu ndio bikra, huyu ndio anaweza chunga maisha yenu. Ikifika saa hii sasa, sijui usituue vile baba yako we don't want to hear those things. Na hata kama kuna kiongozi anasikia saa hii vile tunaongea hapa Mtembei TV, lazima wajue sisi tumekasirika, na chenye tunangoja saa hii tuende tupige kura. We want to send them home packing. Hakuna kitu ingine saa hii, chenye imebaki ni kuwatuma nyumbani, waende wakae nyumbani. Hizo pesa zenye wanatutangazia kwa wakienda kwa debate ati I don't owe 200, I owe 800. Who wants to know that? Mimi naishi below the poverty line. Pesa yenye naweza sema napatanga kila siku hata ni chini ya $1, lakini mtu anakuja kuniambia kwa TV alafu yeye mwenyewe ndiye anatuambia ati mimi ndio chief asla. Asla where? Hawa viongozi wamechukua ni kama wametoka Pluto, wamekuja Kenya jana. Sisi tumekaa hapa Kenya na wanakuja kutukomboa kwa ile shida yenye tunapitia. My friends, mimi nimekasirika kiwango yenye itatoa hiyo makasiriko yangu ni tarehe 9, niamke niende nilale polling station, nitoke kwangu tarehe 8, niende nilale polling station tarehe 9 asubuhi, nipige kura. Nikimaliza kupiga kura nikuje nikae kwangu, nione vile na watuma nyumbani. Hizi zenye wanasahii wanabweka hizo wanaanikana, we don't want to hear those. Sisi tulishaamua yenye tunataka kufanya ni kupiga kura. Tuchague nyani yenye tukiacha na mahindi yetu haitaharibu mahindi. Nyani yenye itakata mahindi yetu kama haijakomaa, huyo ni nyani yenye haifai. Atafute mahali, hata kama ni kwenda Uganda ama nchi gani aende. Lakini mimi upande yangu, wapendwa, tafuta jirani. Hata kama kuna mwingine unasikia akisema yeye amechoka kupiga kura, jaribu tu kumbembeleza, mtongoze, muingize box, mwambie hebu enda tu ufanye hii for yourself, so that tomorrow aone uongozi bora, maisha ikiinuka. Tuko chini sana wakubwa mpaka yani hatujielewi, na chenye itatusaidia ni kura yetu. So mimi wapendwa, na waomba tu tarehe 9 saa hii wacha waanikane, waseme chochote, hata waitane waganga, waitane waizi, waitane wauaji. Hizo hazitabadilisha chenye wananchi wameamua. Na hizi mambo za opinion poll, tusiangalie hizi. Raila is trailing by 70%. Ruto hana kitu. Saa hii hizo maashira zote zenye tunaona kwa kambi za Ruto ni kuwaonyesha ya kwamba hawana kitu. Hata wakifanya polling zao wanaona tu kweli hapa naye tumelemewa. So chenye tufanye ni kupiga kura. Hiyo ndio kitu naweza omba. Tutoke asubuhi tuende tupige kura. Tukishapiga kura tungoje matokeo. Chebukati mahali amewekwa kwa kona, mahali vitu yenye walikuwa wanapanga yote haiwezekani. Hata chenye hiyo Kenya Kwanza, sijui Kenya Kwisha walikuwa wanapanga, hiyo haiwezekani. Chenye atatangaza najua ni the 5th na ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Okay, tunashukuru Bwana John Opio kwa maoni yako. Tunaendelea mbele. Tafadhali watu wa comments heshima idumu tafadhali. Kuna watu ambao wamebeba matusi yamewaleta kwa hii platform. Tulikuambia ukitaka kutusi mtu tumia account yako, jina lako, alafu ili ukitafutwa na mkono wa sheria unajibu kwa in your own capacity as an individual. Don't come to a public platform and hide there and make yourself the specialist in insulting people. And this losing of common sense for you to begin to insult somebody because it is imminent that you're going to lose an election. Are you the first one to lose an election? We did not even engineer you to lose an election. It is what you offered that Kenyans rejected. And Kenyans know who to trust. Kenyans know who to suspect. Kenyans know who to doubt. You can't tell us otherwise. And then we have this who say that we are biased on this channel. We are not biased. I have somebody told me that I am biased or something like that, and I told him, even Satan says that the Bible is biased against him. The Bible is not biased against Satan. The Bible defines Satan. The Bible defines Jesus. The Bible defines pastor, defines member, defines life, defines death. And from that, we now make choices based on the information around. The same goes with politics. Politics is not played at everybody's rules. There are rules of engagement. There are rules that define who has an upper hand, who doesn't have an upper hand, how you strategically arranged your campaign process. You can't run around with giving people yellow t-shirts and expect to be building a political capacity. Political capacity requires much more than running around on top of the vehicle making noise. It requires some level of intelligence. It requires some strategy. It requires some in-depth, the persuasion, the seduction. It is a whole compassed, complicated operation. It's not just threatening. Now you begin to threaten an outgoing president, and then you threaten the elders. Unataka kuchukua msichana wao kwa nguvu. Kama wazee wamekatalia msichana wao, ukiwa threatened, what will your threats do? So watu wa UDA, relaxini tafadhali. Jitahidi, lakini hii mshapoteza. Hakuna haja si kuwadanganya. There is no hope for this one. This one is gone. Look for another one some other day, but this one is gone. Ambieni huyo mnamuita nani? Doye na mane mwambie hii kusa kwenda ajaribu siku ingine, na akifanikiwa sawa, asipofanikiwa ndio hivyo hivyo. Ningependa kuwashukuru wale ambao mnaendelea kuchangia Mtembei TV. Tuko na imani kwamba tutaweza kuingia katika hiyo ordinary TV broadcast space this week beginning in a few hours now, tukijitolea kila mmoja atoe mchango wake, tutaweza kufanya hii. Kwa hivyo usisileki, tafadhali tuma hela yako, tuma 200 yako, tuma 500 yako, 1000 yako, 10,000. We need 1.6 million to be able to do that, and that's something within our reach. Like now we have 625 people watching right now. If all the 600 people send me just 1,000, I'll have 500,000 already. Okay, just the 600 of 1,000 of us send 1,000 each, I'll have over 500,000, and that is a good way to go. So kama una pesa umeweka mahali, hiyo pesa tunahitaji ili tusonge mbele kama Mtembei TV. This is one of the achievement I would want to achieve in this station, and in case duty calls me to go elsewhere, I want to leave this station in a very good place where every Kenyan gets right information. And we'll keep doing this even after the election. We must hold this government to account. My MCA wote tutakuwa tunawachunguza kila mmoja. Yule analalanga during the session, tutakuwa tunaanika hao hapa. Watachukia hii station, lakini station itakuwa kali kabisa. Kwa hivyo kila mtu tafadhali be part of the making of history, putting Mtembei TV on the digital broadcast space. Let's do that. Let's make it big. Let's do it together. Namba nane huyu Njenga.
Halo, habari yenu jioni ya leo?
Salama, namna gani huko?
Salama, mimi niko salama, tuko salama tu, tuko ngangari. Langu
karibu.
kuwashukuru. Nawaona pale mmesimamia vizuri, langu tu ni kuwashukuru. Tumekuwa na kazi mingi hapa na pale, bado tunashukuru Mungu. Mimi sioni tukukienda mbaya, ila tu ni kuwahimisha sasa Wakenya, ni vizuri tukubali matokeo vile itakuwa, na ni vizuri sana tuwe na moyo wa kuwa wakati huu hakuna mtu anaweka siasa tena kwa roho, iwekwa tu kwa mapua, sijui kwa lungs, ukibreathe zinatoka. Maana hata kama pengine kuna mtu anaangalia presidential, kuna mtu ana governor, kuna mtu ana MCA, na sio lazima wote wakuje vile unafikiria. Ufikiria ati presidential atakuwa, governor atakuwa. Hivyo ni vizuri sana, ningeomba Wakenya wenzangu tukubali matokeo kuanzia MCA, women rep mpaka presidential, juu Kenya bado itabaki ikiwa Kenya, tutabaki tukiwa marafiki, tutaendelea tu na kazi zetu. Kwa hivyo juu sasa ni wakati wa mwisho, ningeomba tuhubiri, tuende tukihubiri imani. Hata hao wenye wanatuma pengine wanaandika comments, pengine zinakaa kama samatusi, tuambie mtu akulu. Hata sana tena, hata tukiona siasa hizi, sisi bado tutaishi tukiwa Wakenya. Siasa hizo za wakubwa zina wenyewe, hizi zingine zina wenyewe. Usitusiane sana ama uongee mambo mabaya ama hata umsahau muumba wako juu ya mwanasiasa. Uongee mambo ingine kama hata umesahau kuna Mungu. Hapana, wacha tudumishe amani na tukae vizuri na tukubali matokeo vile itakuwa. Sasa siku zikibaki hapo hakuna kampeni ingine. Siku zikibaki hizo zinataka sasa tumngojee Mungu, juu hata naye Mungu ana uamuzi wake. Sisi tunaweza amua na midomo yetu tuamue hivi, na uwe naye uamuzi wa Mungu ni mwingine. Kwa hivyo sasa tukubali matokeo, na kama ni ya MCA tukubali matokeo na tudumishe amani. Kenya ni yetu, tusije tukachafua Kenya, usije ukachafua jirani yako ati juu alikuwa wa mrengo huu ama ule. Without Ruto hakuna siasa, without Raila hakuna siasa. Kwa hivyo siasa lazima siwe na watu wawili ama watatu wanne, na kila mmoja ana haja. Kama hii siasa hatungekuwa na mtu alikuwa anapiga Raila, sisi hata hatungekuwa hapa. Kama hatukuwa na mwingine anapiga Ruto, hatungekuwa hapa, ama Wajakoya ama huo mwingine. Kwa hivyo kila mtu ana haja katika hii safari ya siasa, na hakuna mtu mbaya na hakuna mtu amefanya vibaya. Hata yule ameiba, aliiba ndio tupate njia ya kujenga mwingine. Kwa hivyo kama hakuiba hatungejenga mwingine. Nataka kusema ya kwamba hakuna mtu hana haja na hakuna mtu amekuja kwa njia ya makosa, wote tuko safarini. Kwa hivyo tukae na amani na usisaidie yote, tuombe Mungu atupe Kenya yetu iwe na amani, kusitokee zile mambo tunasikiaga. Watu wako sawa, Central wale ambao wako upande wa kuunga Raila mkono wako tu sawa, wale ambao wanaunga pande ile ingine wako sawa. Hapo imefika sasa, haiwezi badilika. Mambo ya rais na watu wake, hao unasikia wakijibiana ati sijui uliua baba yako ama nini. Hiyo ni maneno ya Wakikuyu, yachwe tu ipelekane venye wanapelekana. Ndio walijua waliuania wapi na watafufua wapi. Wacha wao waendeleshane hivyo. Some things hata unaisikia unaona kama is personal. So tugojee Mungu na tupe amani. Nawaombea tuwe na wakati mwema. Asanteni.
Okay. Asante sana Bwana Njenga. Inaonekana wewe ni a good apology. you believe in the nothing is wrong, nothing is right, everything depends, eh? Probably tutamleta mzee Wangira atusaidie katika hayo yote na kutuelewesha. Cha muhimu hapa ni kila mtu amakinike. Ukweli ni kwamba nchi lazima isonge mbele, na wakati nchi inasonga mbele, amani tunadumisha, na kuenda kupiga kura ni haki yako. Okay? Yule mtu unachagua ni wewe, uamuzi wako. Sisi ni kukurai tu ufanye kile unapaswa kufanya, lakini at the last minute ukiingia kwa hiyo booth utakuwa peke yako, uamuzi utakaofanya utakuwa wako binafsi. kile tunakuomba tu ni kwamba fanya uamuzi ambao utasaidia Kenya. Hautasaidia wewe ama kusaidia jamii yako, usaidie Kenya, kwa sababu sisi wote tuko Kenya, na Kenya ikiboreka kila Mkenya anaboreka. Lakini wewe peke yako ukiboreka haimaanishi Kenya inaboreka, na kwa hivyo kutakuwa na itilafu fulani katika maendeleo yetu. So let's do what we are required to do to see to it that this country improves and this country forges forward by reason of what we must do in order for us to achieve what must be achieved. Let's listen to this as Mr. Wangira gets set to come in and make his contribution.
Earlier in the day, Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition presidential candidate Raila Odinga met a number of religious leaders in Machakos County, where he assured them that his government will work with all religious groups across the country. Raila told off his political opponents over what he termed as using religion for political gain. Emily Chebet reports.
While attending a special prayer in Machakos County, Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party presidential candidate Raila Odinga said his government will uphold freedom of worship in the country if he is elected to office in the next 10 days. Raila taking the opportunity to clarify that his comments on Christianity were taken out of context.
I was addressing a group of Muslim women who came to see me, and they are complaining about discrimination of Muslims when they apply for passports or for ID cards. So somebody has picked that comment, me addressing the Muslim women, and I want to use it that I'm trying to discriminate against Christianity. No.
Raila, who was accompanied by his running mate Martha Karua and other leaders from the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya alliance, told off his competitors over what he said was use of religion for political gains.
Christianity is more in your deeds, in what you do, not what you say. You can profess to be a Christian, but you're very evil in your own conduct and what you do to yourself. Then you're not a Christian, you're just professing Christianism.
Wametukuta kwa siasa, wametukuta kwa kanisa, wamekuja wakianza kuuliza maswali. Ndugu yangu, ngojea, Mungu ndiye atakuuliza maswali na aniulize.
Religious leaders urging politicians to respect the church.
Wakati wa Mtume Paulo akiandikia Timotheo, he was not talking about Christian leaders. He was talking about leaders. So wherever they are, wewe ukiombea kiongozi, Mungu atafungua roho yake na ataweka amani.
The religious leaders took time to pray for Raila and his team ahead of the 9th August general election. Emily Chebet, Citizen TV.
Glad you are still watching. Thank you so much. Please keep inviting somebody to join into the discourse. Don't watch alone, and make use of those information we are giving out for you to make contribution. Help Mtembei TV get on the digital broadcast space. We really want everybody's support. Let's do that even as we debate. Mr. Wangira, karibu.
Oh, asante Bernard, habari ya masiku?
Tuko salama, tunashukuru. Wewe ulienda Abdalangi?
Hapana, gajeti yangu nikijaribu kulogin kwa YouTube haileti kamera. Sasa ikanisumbua, nikashindwa nitafika huko aje.
Oh, nimepiga simu kesa wewe.
Nimejaribu sana, nikiweka inaingia lakini sasa kamera haifunguki. Nikakwama kabisa. So wacha nichangie kwa haraka. Bernard, you know, this journey has been long, 40 years. 40 years from 1982 to today is only 8 days to go. And we will be in Canaan. 8 days to go and we will be in Canaan, Bernard. Let me just start by observing Chebukati. You know, Chebukati, since he was, you remember that crossfire they engaged in with Kinoti, the director of CID. Since that time, you know, it seems as if he has now conformed. You know, oh, Chebukati seems to as if he has conformed, as he's now playing up to the game the way it's supposed to be played. And you know, even when there was that problem about the two sets of Form 34S, he said that we are going to use the first set, and then the other set will just be placed in the ballot box like any other electoral material. So I think as far as Chebukati is concerned, you know, things are not as bad as we thought that they will be. You know, Bernard, 8 days to the general election na machungu yamekuwa mengi. Bernard, machungu ni mengi. It reminds me of you know, a girl who used to be my girlfriend long time ago, and when she discovered that, you know, I was not going to marry her, she wrote me a very long letter, you know, and she told me, you know, I used to buy you underpants, I used to buy you blah blah blah. You know, the behavior of that girl, former girlfriend of mine, is the similar behavior of William Samoei Ruto in this particular scenario. William Samoei Ruto is telling Uhuru Kenyatta, ni sisi tulikuweka hapo. He's forgetting that now, you know, just like in my case when I was now ready to marry somebody else, you know, that was a bygone and bygone. It does not matter whether it is William Samoei Ruto who made President Kenyatta president or not. What matters is that President Uhuru Kenyatta is the president of the Republic of Kenya. That's all that matters today. So for him to tell President Uwera usituletee sisi tulikuweka hapo, that's waste of time. Pure bitterness, pure bitterness. Today I've also listened to Gachagua. You know, he proposed that he removed President Uhuru Kenyatta from the bar and made President Uhuru Kenyatta to become who he is today. And in fact, he was even saying some bad things that, you know, don't kill us the way your father killed so and so, you know. That's a very, very, those are just signs of people who have discovered that come 9th of August 2022, you know, they are headed home. And Bernard, let me just tell you the truth. You know, William Samoei Ruto lost this election 3 months ago. When he could not decide on who his right running mate was to be, and he went to pick somebody called Gachagua to become his running mate, that's the day he lost this election. And he not become the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. And that's why he is a very bitter man today. He is a very bitter man because he knows he's not going to win this election. For example, we are asking ourselves, you know, Bernard, I've told you that my family has been victim of post-election violence in 1992. We know how that thing feels. And, you know, I don't understand how a full deputy president of the Republic of Kenya can go to Nandi Hills, to Nandi Kapsabet, then use that particular podium, you know, to threaten the president and to throw all type of words against the president of the Republic of Kenya. You know, that's a very wrong signal, you know. And that was pure incitement. What we saw in William Samoei Ruto yesterday, that was pure incitement. And you know, and it's the same script that has been followed by Gachagua. And even today, I've read something from Wetangula, and Wetangula is saying that, you know, if President Uhuru Kenyatta is not careful, he's not going to enjoy the presidential retirement benefits. You see, look at the type of threats the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, you know, are sending to President Uhuru Kenyatta. And you know, it does not matter. You know, these are what we call the last kicks of a dying horse. You know, these are guys who know that come the 9th of August, they are going home, and you are sending them home, kabisa. Bernard, the other thing, Bernard, is the propaganda against this man called Raila Amolo Odinga. And part of that propaganda is being propagated by members of the church, people who on Sundays go preaching on the pulpit and purporting to be preaching the gospel of Jesus Christ. Because if you are preaching of the gospel of Jesus Christ, then you should not dwell in propaganda. For example, a few days ago, when Raila Odinga met members of the Muslim community, he said something that, you know, for a long time, you know, the Christianity has been elevated over other religions, and you know that, and it's true that you know, for example, if you're a person with a Muslim name and you want to get a passport or an ID in this country, you are likely to find problems or roadblocks, unlike a person with a Christian name who is applying for an ID or a passport. So he was explaining a common scenario in this country. So people use that particular video, they edited the way they wanted to edit it. Then they say that, Raila Odinga said that if he becomes president, he's going to ban Christianity in the Republic of Kenya. And among the people, who have been spreading this particular video are members of the pulpit, people, men of God, people of the cloth, and now because they believe that they are supporting Raila, William Samoei Ruto, so they have engaged in very serious propaganda that I don't believe God in heaven is happy about it. And today, I've read a post by one bishop, him, I don't want to mention his name here, because Apostle Musili prayed for Raila Odinga the other day in Machakos. Today, he posted on his Facebook page and he was calling Apostle Musili fake. So today I asked him, now that you are calling Apostle Musili fake, now between you and Musili, how do we distinguish who is fake and who is not fake? Because now, you are all pastors and you are all men of God. How do you come out to call another man of God fake? It's just like one doctor calling another doctor fake. There is what we call some ethics within a discipline. For example, you, Bernard, I don't expect you to calling another pastor fake because there's some discipline that you enjoy because of the ministry that you work in. So you cannot just go calling any other person fake because you don't agree with him, because of the person he purports to support. So there is a problem even in the church. And finally, as I finish, there's this gentleman who was a church, I think it's Baricho Road. I'm just forgetting his name today. I've just watched a clip by him from Kasarani, and he said some very, very critical words. He said that it does not matter who becomes president. He could be a believer or he could be an unbeliever. It does not matter. But so long as that is the will of God, that's the person we will have as the president of the Republic of Kenya. So he was telling them in Kasarani today that, having a president who speaks in tongues is a good thing. But he said it's not necessarily that you are going to have a president who speaks in tongues, So he said that he was very, very clear today, and he said whoever Kenyans are going to get on the 9th of August 2022, whether he's from Azimio or from Kenya Kwanza, that is the president they will have prayed for. And to me, I believe that particular person that we have been praying for is Raila Amolo Odinga, and we are looking forward to have Raila Odinga as the fifth president of the Republic of Kenya come the 9th of August 2022, Bernard. Because it's 8 days to the general election, Bernard, hatuna mengi, ni furaha tu, tunangojea na kushangilia tu tukiona Raila akichaguliwa kuwa rais wa 5 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Asante.
Thank you, Mr. Wangera. We appreciate that, and it's interesting times. I had a late pastor friend, was called Pastor Ken, was our chairman of Pastors Fellowship, and in 2020, I think it was 2013 or 2017, 2013, yes. There was a notion, a campaign by the church people when they were saying that they need a president from the church, because in the book of Deuteronomy says that God will give you rulers from among yourself. So there was a spirited campaign that we need to make one of the born-again people to be president. That is the person who will favor the church and will help the church achieve this and that. And so Pastor Ken used to say that if a Kikuyu will rise up in the meeting and says, "Thus says the Lord, God has said that Raila Odinga will be the president," he said, "I'll believe it." Or a Luo will stand up and say, "Thus says the Lord, God has said that Uhuru Kenyatta will be president," he said, "I'll believe it." But as long as we are digging in for our own tribes, even if we are in the church, we are still prophesying. And I appreciate the fact that wakati watu wanaanza kutumia uongo, ukweli unasimama imara, na huo ukweli lazima utuweke huru. Ukweli ni kwamba kuna watu wanadai kuongea kwa niaba ya kanisa, lakini si washirika wa kanisa, hawajaokoka, hata ile Biblia wanabeba hawajui inasema nini, na hawana maadili ya Kikristo. They don't even have the fear of God. because you can't do that if you have the fear of God in you. And so we have people with titles. They may be holding a very high seat in that denomination, but I fear that even in heaven they are not known, they are not recognized. You remember the phrase Jesus gave in I think it should be Matthew 7, the Sermon on the Mount. Not all that call me Lord, Lord shall enter the kingdom of heaven. Now look at that. Not all that call me Lord, Lord shall enter the kingdom of heaven. He said, many will come to me and say, did you see how we cast out devils in your name? We performed miracles in your name. We healed the sick in your name. He said, but I will look unto them and say, I did not know you. Now look at that. The God that knows all things, sees all things, has a group of people he doesn't know. Okay? He says, you can cast out devils and he doesn't know you. You can do great miracles, he doesn't know you. You can build a big church, a cathedral, he still doesn't know you. You can lead the greatest denomination that has the majority of membership, but he still doesn't know. He say, anyone who does not do the will of my Father which is in heaven cannot be fit for the kingdom of God. And so let's not be confused. Kuna mbwa mwitu zimevalia ngozi ya kondoo wamo kanisani. Kuna watu ambao wanadai wanaongea kwa niaba ya Mungu, lakini Mungu hajawatuma. The Bible covers about them. Kuna wale ambao wanaenda kusema kwamba Mungu alisema na Mungu hajasema. The Bible talks about those kind of people. So don't confuse yourself. Just follow what is right. You will never go wrong following what is right. Stop following all the push and pull. Any Christianity that promotes hatred, promotes despise and disregard for the elders, any Christianity that does not respect the rights of others, it is not Christianity. It is not biblical. And so all the people advocating for that are lost. They are not part and parcel of what God is doing on the face of the earth. I just thought I should bring that in so that nobody gets confused. So our maskofu wengine wetu, niliwaambia hapa, kama tungekuwa bado tuko Old Testament, I said that yesterday, hii nchi ingekuwa na bishop, kungekuwa na bishop, because 2002 mabishop wali anoint Uhuru wakasema Bwana amesema yeye ndio atakuwa rais. 2002 wakasema tusipompigia Uhuru Kenyatta kura tumechagua Sauli badala ya Daudi. Yule Mungu amechagua ni Daudi. Daudi ni Uhuru. Tukahubiriwa hiyo yote church 2002. Kibaki became president. The Old Testament required that if somebody prophesies something and it does not come to pass, tunachukua yeye, tunaweka hapo nje, tunapiga mawe afe. Ingekuwa bado tuna practice hiyo, hatungekuwa na bishop hapo, wote tungekuwa tumepiga mawe, wote wamekufa. They should thank God that times have changed and laws have changed. But if it was still Moses' time, maaskofu wengi hapa tungekuwa tushapiga mawe, wote wamekufa. Na mimi ndio nimesema, you can take my photograph, take it to them for special scrutiny. The truth stands. Nobody advocates for what is evil and still continues to be right. I have all the capacity to talk about church. I'm a church minister, a fully fledged, qualified, and I've been preaching for the past 30 years. So, usiintroduce hiyo maneno ya saa ya kwanza kunifundisha Biblia. I know who is speaking by the church and who is speaking by themselves. So, yes, Wekesa.
How are you? I have here clips from the church. Can I play so that you can comment on them?
Sawa, go ahead.
Thank you.
Ulizaliwa chini ya mfalme Herode, na Ukristo utadumu kati na chini ya wafalme wa dunia ambaye sio wazuri, and it will thrive to the end. Amen. So na notion ya kwamba Imagine rais akisema raba sharaba karaba shanda, nataka kusoma my official statement limakula basharaba. Sisi tuna okay, hiyo ni ajabu, lakini it doesn't matter who is there. It matters whether God allowed him to be there. So tuwe na balance ya maisha. Hallelujah. Hata kama ni Herode yako hapo, ama kama kuna born again Christian pale, hata kama kuna nani, Christianity will thrive in the name of Jesus. Because it did under Herod, and another Herod, and another one, and many other ones. And still today we can speak in tongues in this world. Amen. Kwa hivyo tujipe moyo. Yule atashaguliwa ndio tumeombea. Akishaguliwa wa Azimio ndiye Mungu ameona anafaa. Akishaguliwa wa Kenya Kwanza ndiye Mungu ameona. Na ningetaka kuwasihi wa Kristo, msishauriane na mdomo, muende kwa polling station. Mupange line. Mkikosa kwenda kwa polling station, wenye dhambi utawaona hapo around 5 to 6 wenye dhambi watapanga line hapo, wakiongea vile wanataka. Na wewe uko kwa kitanda ukisema Lord, I take authority and control. Tafadhali kutake authority and control wakati wa elections kwenda kwa hii kitu mwenyewe. Hiyo hakuna authority ya rohoni hapo. Hauwezi kusema Mungu adanganye ati mtu akiweka X Mungu anapangusa na raba ya kiroho.
Does God choose a political leader for us?
No, he doesn't. Kenya, you better choose your leader. You have elections in August. You better go and choose your leader. God doesn't give people leaders. People choose who leads them. God is not involved in human government. God is not involved. Never. I'm serious. So all those preachers who go around prophesying who will be president, they don't have work. They don't have work. Did Jesus prophesy any president? What of the apostles? So where are they getting their own from? The church is built on the foundation of the apostles and prophets and Jesus himself, the cornerstone. So if he never did it, where are they getting it from? It's fraud. God doesn't get involved in human government. Let me tell you the origin of human government. God told Israel, I want to make all of you a kingdom of priests and kings, and I will be your leader. That's what God wanted. God never designed for man to rule man. God never democracy is not God. That's why it has something called crazy in it. Because it's not God. I'm not joking. So Israel now said to God, we don't want you to rule us. We want to have a king like other nations. Samuel cried and said, oh God. God said, Samuel, why are you crying? They have rejected me, not you. And I'm not going to be angry. Since they don't want my government, let them choose for themselves. That's how human government came. Then God now through Samuel told them, but now that you have rejected the government of God, let me tell you the kind of rulers you will have. They will use your daughters as cooks. They will use your sons for pilot and escort cars. They will oppress your children. So that's why when it is time for politics, they will come around you with little gifts. Maggi, little bags of rice, onions, to woo you to vote for them. The moment they are elected, they don't even know you at all. That's human government. That's why nobody just appears on the scene and becomes a president of Kenya. There's an institution. There's a political structure that has been on ground that covers the entire nation. And there are political fathers who are the ones who determine what happens. You can't come from the sky and rule Kenya. You must be part of this structure, true or false, because it's man-made. It's not God. Human government is not God, it's human. That's why you cannot say America is God's own country. Fraud! America is not God's country. America is a man-made country. People came together and decided to create a country called America. Britain is not God's country. Kenya is not God's country. Kenya is a country created by men. Even Israel is not God's country. Israel is not God's country. No. Israel is created by men. God has only one country. One country God has. You have come to Mount Zion, the heavenly Jerusalem. That's God's country, the city of the great king. Abraham looked for a city whose builder and maker is God. And that city is sitting here today. The new creation. You are God's country. The United Kingdom is not God's country. Europe is not God's country. Recently they say, okay, we're cutting out of Europe. We had the Brexit. It's men that determine such things. It's not God. God is not involved in the political process. So what do? Look among the candidates, which one is the best? And just choose the best. That's all. That's all you do. Which one is the best? Whether he wins or not, at least you voted according to your conscience. That's all. That's all. Believe me, that's all you can do, nothing more. And of course, there are some parties that will promise you things that will make your life better. You better vote for them so that if they win, you can have opportunities. Because politics is a game of interest. People only go in there for personal interest. Yes, that's the way it is. You did political science, right? And you know that's what you were taught. It's a game of interest. That's why if your interest is not represented in the political party, you look for the one that represents your interest. That's the way it works. It's man-made. It's not God-made. The only thing God does is through the political systems, he works his will through it to get men to be saved. The only interest God has is the salvation of men. Is that okay? Next question.
Bernard, that is it. I heard you guys commenting on spiritual matters. I thought I would share, and then you comment on it. Maybe I'll also give my perspective later.
Thank you. That's well put and very clear for those that can follow. Although the Kenyan, Kenyan compromise church would want to use deception to make believers feel guilty for voting for somebody who they think is not as Christian as they should. Like I have always said here, going to vote or going to exercise your democratic right, it has nothing to do with your spirituality. It has nothing to do with your Christianity. It has everything to do with you are a Kenyan, and the Kenyan constitution requires you to do that. And you are only participating in this because it's your civic duty. That means God will not be angry with you if you vote or don't vote. But God wants you to provide leadership wherever you are, in whatever space he places you. And so let's not mix the two, including the church leaders, those fathers and all that. God's own way of getting leaders. It is not through the democratic process. God appoints people, calls people. He picks them even before they are born. And so it does not depend on the democratic process in order to get leaders. So let's not look at the kind of leadership we are looking for, the kind of political process we are going through, and Christianize it and make you feel that the church has a candidate. The church doesn't have a candidate, number one. And then number two, the church doesn't need a candidate. God can comfortably work in this country, whether Satan is the president and demons are the deputy. It doesn't matter. God will still have his way and he will do his will. So don't mess yourself up thinking that you're doing God a favor by voting the so-called born again or the so-called church going. There is going to church and there is church going through you. There are some people who claim to be speaking for the church. that have never tasted church. They have never met Jesus, and they shouldn't even be imagining to talk on behalf of Jesus. So such people need to be rejected from the word go. Especially after service, you don't have the slightest remorse to insult somebody older than you, to insult somebody who has gone ahead of you. Where are you going to learn from if you insult the people that have gone ahead of you? God believes this generation to teach the next generation how to continue with life. But you have no regard for anybody, yet you still insist you're speaking on behalf of God. You're not. So one of the punishment that is being visited on some people in this country, and I believe I'm in a rightful position to say that, is the attempt to buy the church to do a political, for political gain. It's one of the reasons why God cannot let one William Ruto become president of this country or achieve anything in this country. You don't use God to get your way. If you try it, God will begin to fight you. And when God begins to fight you, he will make you run mad. And if you're a good observant person, the William Ruto we are dealing with now is not the William Ruto we had in 2007. It's not the William Ruto we had in 2013. It's not the William Ruto we had in 2017. Something is drastically wrong, and that can be traced to whatever he collected from church. There was a very successful king in Israel, was called Uzziah. He had a very successful career in his politics. He caused development. He built machines. He did invention, and he ruled for over 40 years. 50, I think 53 years, if I'm not wrong. And then when he succeeded very well, the Bible said God helped him, and he obtained help from God until he prospered and went forward. He reached a place when his success entered his head and say, I have done everything. I've achieved great things. There's only one thing I've not done: conducted church service, conducted sacrifice directly to God. This business of passing through the priest is a waste of time. I'm bigger than the priest. So he entered the temple and took the incense to go and offer the sacrifice. And the priest withstood him. He said, you cannot do this. God has given you everything else, but this is a reserve of the priest. Then what happened? He pushed the priest away and entered into the Holy of Holies to go and offer the sacrifice. And Bible says he was struck with leprosy. And then after having over 50 years of success, he died a lone man in one room, secluded from the rest of the society, because he attempted to do what is not his. The attempt to use the pulpit for biblical, for personal gain, for political gain, has punishment, consequences, and those consequences are the ones we are seeing right now. Thank you, Wekesa. I think that's all I can say on the same.
Okay. Can I comment on it, or there's someone who needs to?
You can. I don't know. Alex, you wanted to say something on it before Wekesa? Najua
Wekesa ni mtoto, wacha ngojea wazee waongee. Wekesa, habari yako?
Niko salama kijana. Leo siku hizi ukuji na tai bwana. I normally and
It's summer.
no,
It's summer, my friend. Obey the
Saturday,
weather.
I normally know it is Saturday when I see you in tie.
Yeah, but it's summertime. You can't be doing fashion fever. Unavaa tai wakati it's summer. It's called fashion fever. So Wekesa, asante sana. Kwanza wewe ndio ulifanya nikaenda to research on this. My friend, Rigathi wachana na yeye. Rigathi has all the rights to be as mad as he is. Rigathi was chosen to be a running mate because pesa yake ilikuwa inatumika katika campaign. So, mnajua tu pesa ya Ruto ilifungiwa, pesa kutoka Burundi, kutoka Nigeria, kutoka Gulf, you know, pesa yake yote ni kama ilikuwa inakuwa intercepted. So the only option that he had is to pick somebody who had money and who had the willingness and the capacity to use his money because of the hate they had to Uhuru. And for sure, Rigathi was a good choice for him because they did not have money. But pesa imeisha. Pesa imeisha. But Bernard, how will you feel wakati umetumia pesa, you have little bit of hope, alafu unapata KDF wanajenga barabara kutoka Kisumu mpaka Bondo in 2 days? What will si hata wa Chinese Bernard, you see, power is sweet. I was just went to see a friend of mine who is sick, and we were talking how power is sweet. If you want to know power is real and sweet, is ukiona barabara inatengenezwa kutoka Kisumu mpaka Bondo, from the airport ya Kisumu mpaka Bondo, PO Box Bondo. I think Wekesa aliweka vizuri sana. Hii jina PO Box Bondo ilikuwa inaniuma, but I think it's become a very good cliche. So kutoka leo tunasema barabara PO Box Bondo. Eh? You know how that feels? My friend, there are some prophecies that are very good, like that one. Wekesa, congratulations for acknowledging Baba for a very long time. You've been a foot soldier of Baba, and people don't know that. If you want to know Wekesa, enda ile wakati alikuwa a true soldier ya Baba, anaandika articles. Ilikuwa Nation ama Standard. Na kwa Facebook alikuwa anapigana na Masanga. Before Masanga became a friend to Wekesa, the only person who could have handled Masanga was Wekesa. And that's why he's able to interview him. So I think PO Box Bondo is going on very well. Na si tulisema we are not okay. We have to see the positive side of what is going on right now, especially nikitoka kanisani. Unaona wakati barabara inajengwa, Uhuru is going to Kisumu. I don't know when. Uhuru is supposed to go to Kisumu. And hiyo barabara ijengwe na Chinese. Inajengwa na serikali. KDF. Sio mandazi, sio ile KDF ya mandazi. KDF the military. So, Bernard, uongozi vile Kimemi alisema unaona inaenda wapi? Uongozi ukiona umeenda huku unakubali. These people cannot acknowledge that they made a mistake openly, so they are throwing tantrums, which is okay. It is natural. Anger is a gift from God. Unless you don't hurt somebody, be angry but do not sin. You know, Paul told us so. But the problem with the people in UDA come a black comment section, they become angry until they sin. So let us be happy that you know, it's just not countdown of days. Naona hiyo Air Force One, it will not land anymore in Central. The Air Force One, yet it's going to land in probably the first few days because of security. Kisumu International Airport, then Baba anapeleka vizuri mpaka kwake. So you can almost see that Uhuru was right when saying uongozi inaenda kwingine. So we want to thank Uhuru so much. So ingine tutaongea baadaye.
Okay, thank you. Let's please, there are people on the queue. We are on the 3rd hour. Please, naomba to make it brief. Wala wanapeana comments ili to resume your okay. Hold on everybody please. Let everybody stay in order. Nataka tuokoe muda. Bwana Otieno Wycliffe, stop moderating us. Thank you. We know where we are, where we're coming from. Don't be the prefect of moderators. Tafadhali, just stay in your position and follow the discussion. There is a reason why we raise up comments and seek people to give their views. It is not just speaking because it's your turn to speak. We are educating Kenyans, we are enlightening Kenyans, and if a matter requires attention, we give it attention. So don't judge the matter from only your perspective. Thank you very much. Najua Stephen amekuwa hapa na hata amefika. Mimi nilikuwa hapa saa 3:30. So nimekuwa hapa longest. So tafadhali tupatie pressure. Asante. So Wekesa, make your brief comment about those videos, and then we bring in Steve, alafu tuende namna hiyo. Kuna Steve na Philo wajaongea. Mama Selina pia alikuwa na issue ya kusema. Then so Wekesa, make your brief submission, whatever, comment on that. Then we hear from Mama Selina, then tuende kwa Steve. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bernard. I heard you guys discussing with Bernard and anaitwa nani ameenda? Wangira. Yeah, I think this issue of faith, we are overstretching it, and while we think we want to help, we actually diluting the church through this politics. So the only thing that politics does to the body of Christ is to dilute its value and make it look like it's just like any other entity. This is preceded with so many things. The first thing that happened was to portray Raila as an anti-church when he met the Islams. So my question then comes is, if Ruto becomes president, will he chase away the atheists from Kenya? Will he chase away these other guys? Will he chase away the Islams? Will he chase away those who worship in the temple? If that will not happen, then he should talk to them. So when Raila is talking to Islams, it should not be used against him that he's Antichrist. For heaven's sake, Ruto was anointed early in the morning, Mama Selina. Ruto was anointed by your Talai elders. I still remember. Early in the morning, and even that morning, Senator Cherarangei got an accident until even people say that kwani amepeana sacrifice. So if he could attend the traditional anointing and nobody questioned it and then go back to church, why is it that when Raila meets Islam, he has an issue? When Raila meets Hindus, it's a problem. Even including the letter from the atheists. If atheists feel that Raila is the one who will be the best president, does that disqualify his Christianity? Let me ask you, as a parent, you may have different children in your compound. Some will believe you can be even a pastor, but your children may not necessarily subscribe to your faith. Some will not be pastors. Some will not be believers. So will you chase them away? Will you excommunicate them because they don't believe in what you believe? So when you rise to the status of president, you are rising to that level of fatherhood, a shepherd of a nation, where you take care of everybody regardless of your spiritual stance, your beliefs. That should be personal. And I like what Pastor Nganga was saying. He was saying Christianity thrived under Herod. So it doesn't mean that we are not electing a pastor. We are electing a president. And he should not confuse us. We're not electing. In fact, some people say that we want to elect Ruto because his wife prays. How many go to church because the wife of a pastor prays? I mean, people, let's be honest. So we are not electing someone because of their spiritual stand. Actually, it is their political stand, because being a statesman, you have to know how to handle people. Different people of faith, different people of tribal inclinations and persuasion. These are all factors that we look for in a leader. And if we have also to poke holes on what they are saying, it is good to understand that it's us human beings who need to be on God's side, not God to be on our side. There was a time in the history of Israel where God ignored Israel and worked with, for example, the nations like Chaldeans. It's God who raised Chaldeans to fight Israel. And why did he do that? He was punishing them because they had gone against his will. So even in the context of of the Bible, there are seasons when God raises leaders outside the prescribed territory of maybe religion. So you have to understand what is happening and guide people in the right direction instead of just packaging yourself as I am God's candidate, and so everything else should be about me. And let me ask, any Kenyan can a Kenyan believe that Rigathi Gachagua is God's candidate? Then the question is, what is the agenda of God if he's raising Rigathi Gachagua for us? Is he raising so that we can be... If God chooses someone like Rigathi or Ruto for us, then the agenda is very simple. God wants to punish us. Maybe we have gone against him and we just need to repent, because he cannot raise people with questionable characters and tell you these are the people I've chosen for you. So maybe we need to understand the season we are living in. Someone said that when Iraq became rock, God raised America to punish Iraq. If that is the punishment, we can accept. But if it's a normal way, you are telling... I saw somewhere someone putting a parallel and said that on the other side we have Christians with values, and on this side we have just secular people with the human rights and whatever. Then I asked, now what are the values that Ruto and Gachagua espouses? Because you cannot just say because he's a Christian, automatically it translates to values. Gone are the days people are looking on your CV and say, if you are Christian, I'm giving you a job because I know you have values. Right now they double click. And Bernard understands that when it began as Christianity began, it was Christianity. Then it split to Protestant and others. Because why were they protesting? Something had gone wrong. Then even in the Protestant, we came and narrowed down to Pentecostals. And we narrowed down to evangelicals. And we narrowed down to the spirit filled, the born again. Why are we narrowing down? It's because something is going wrong and we are trying to redefine the people we are dealing with. So even when we look at those guys, they may call themselves brethren, yes, but we have to narrow down to their values. What do they stand for? When you look at Gachagua, what do you see? Because they were called Christians because they looked like Christ. So when I look like Gachagua, I look at Gachagua, do I see Christ? When I look at Ruto, do I see Christ? If I don't see him, then I don't subscribe to what they are saying Christianity. Yeah, let me stop there. I will come and contribute later on the other topics. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa. We are moving on fast. Mama Selina, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Nilikuwa nataka kuchipu Alex, lakini kwa sababu ameenda, anyway, nilikuwa nasema baba alisema Pondo direct na nikasema wow, wacha baba atengenezewe, kwa sababu Ruto alikuwa anasema anatuwekea baba yetu kwa wheelbarrow. So asante kwa sababu baba ataenda na ndege. Ingine Wekesa amesema vizuri sana. But Wekesa still again, the Bible tells us, na sijui kwa Kristo kwa nini wamesahau, wale wanaita baba baba, si wote wataenda pinguni. The behaviors, the rudeness, makasiriko, uchungu, that one Wakristo wanastahili kujua who are they dealing with. So kwa mambo ya Mungu hatutaki kutwell a lot, but najua Christians aliongoza no na akasema anasimama na Wakristo. What happened? Wakristo walipiga kura kwa sababu haikukuwa mambo ya kanisa. You know, watu wameharibu church of God kwa sababu ya biashara na pesa. But Mungu tarehe 9 atasimama na Kenyans. Even those Christians walikuja wanafikiria watapatilika, wakifika polling station watakuta wamepiga kura. Kwa hivyo bahati mbaya wameenda 4 years kudanganya kanisa na imeisha. So sitakuwa na mengi, nilikuwa tu nasema hiyo ya Alex nikifurahia ya kwamba asante kwa sababu barabara inatengenezwa ya Pondo. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina. Thank you. We appreciate that. Let me just quickly respond to this into your Steve Akuje. Ephraim Murigo is Alex surely sharing a table with fellows like Bernard is downgrading your stand. I don't know what that implies, but Ephraim, who invited you here? I thought when you are there, you are also sharing this table. And if it is downgrading you, what are you still doing here? I won't say much. Let's listen to this. What is your kind of Christians?
Neno la Mungu linasema
the next day.
Respect my friend Mr. President. Waje kujifanya saizi eti sijui unajifanya nini? Please.
The next morning. The very next evening.
Wewe sasa unaanza kunithreaten mimi. Ati utanifanya nini? Bora usiue watoto wangu.
The next day.
Stephen, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Bernard, and good afternoon and good evening to all the panelists in the studio.
Good morning from Nairobi.
Bernard, unajua hii kanisa yetu ya Kenya iko na vituko hivi. Anyway, let me start with the Sonko first. Unajua ako maeneo yangu huku. Unajua Sonko alikufa na akafufuka. So since that incident ya Sonko kufa na kufufuka, mimi huwa sina imani na huyo mtu. Unajua amevunja record ya Yesu huyo. Sasa ako na vituko tu. But Sonko is a dealer. He's not a leader. He's a dealer, you know. Since when he was in Nairobi, incorporating a Sonko rescue team with the county services, it's just dealership, you know. He has no leadership in him. Alafu he's full of blackmail pia. Amejaribu sana kublackmail watu, ukienda kwa ofisi yake na kurecord. That's not leadership. It's dealership, you know. He wants to have the upper hand everywhere, but unlucky for him, he also tried to outshine the master, you know. That's how we came up with the NMS. So let him blame himself for all that is befalling him, because hakuna mtu alimwambia aenda akitukana Uhuru. You know, in this country we are going to have two good examples, Ruto and Sonko. Wacha wawe pamoja, so that when we write books, tukiwa tumezeeka tunasoma vitabu, na tukiwa hatuko, watoto wetu na watoto wetu watasoma. Kulikuwa na watu wawili walikuwa na pesa, na pesa yao haikuwapatia uongozi. They'll be very good examples. Our children, our children's children will be humble. Humility will be exercised in this country, because ukiwa na pesa si ati uko na kila kitu. You need to lower yourself, you need to be humble, you need other qualities also to make you a good leader. So the saddest thing with him is that ameruka Kenya Kwanza, but unfortunately Sarai will not be the governor of Mombasa. I don't know who will be the governor of Mombasa, but Sarai Hassan Omar will not be the governor of Mombasa. That's for sure. Because where has Sonko been all those years? In Mombasa. He has not been there. He's been in Nairobi. And still Raila has been sweeping clean in Mombasa. ODM has still been the dominant party in Mombasa. So by him trying to flip-flop here and there, hiyo mambo yake anafanya, sioni kama atafaulu. So let him join his fellow dealers so that they can pamoja go home, and we can still reopen the cases that they have, you know. How did he resurrect? Alikufa vipi na resurrect vipi? We need answers. How did he leave Shimolatewa? We need answers. So I think it's going to get hotter and hotter for them. So let him prepare, because ameenda ule upande ambao ni wa majambazi, and we want to deal with them all in one. Hatutaki kuwa na chembe zingine. It's good ajiweka upande huo, so that when you start dealing with them, tunaanza na wote, tunaweka makamiti wote, tunaendelea na maendeleo kwa hii nchi. Hatutaki watu wa kuflip flop. You know, we don't want watermelons. Actually, hata Kalonzo si watermelon. Sonko ndo watermelon. Kalonzo has been doing his things, but hakuna siku alienda hakuna siku alijoin Ruto. Leo uko na Ruto, kesho uko na Uhuru. Kesho uko na Matakarua, kesho kuto uko na Uhuru. That's all. Hiyo hata ni watermelon nyingine, hybrid hiyo yake mwanzo. Anyway, 9 days to the election. I think we have to.
Kabla uende huko na kuulize swali.
Niulize okay sir.
Na nasikia hii story ya kina Songo anasema amepewa ambassadorial positions, someone was making a joke akisema sasa Songo he was banned from going to America, anapewa ambassador kufanyia nini? And then it's like UDA doesn't understand the ruling of Supreme Court. Wakati ilisema you cannot hold any public office, it includes all those positions Songo amepewa, whether elective or appointive. Anyway, that is what I wanted you to comment on.
Thank you. At least you gave me an eye opener. Okay, by the way, you know, I think the case of Sonko is about to become a reference point. They call it jurisprudence in the future, because when you are impeached, it remains like that. Hiyo acha haribu pesa huko juu, ametuibia tu ni pesa yetu, acha haribu huko East Africa Court of Justice, acha haribu tu pesa, but it will remain like that. And I think I'm happy because the way the judiciary has stood up with this matter, it's very good going forward, because we don't need a judiciary that flip flops also. So what I flip flopping ibaki tu na viongozi, lakini koti ikianza kufanya hiyo michezo, wanyonge ndo tutaumia. So I think it's good. Let him exercise his rights by going everywhere. Let him finish all those avenues. But at the end of the day, he'll not be the governor of Mombasa. He'll not be an ambassador in this country. Wacha akuwe tu manager wa zile club zake. He has a good club in Shanzu here. Let him be a manager there. It's enough for him. The other thing is, I was on the backstage when MJM was talking. The guy was talking a lot of sense. You know, I'm in Mombasa. Mimi nimezaliwa Mombasa, nimeishi Mombasa miaka yangu kidogo. But let me tell you, when you go against Raila Odinga in Mombasa, afadhali uamke tu kama independent, uende tu independent. But the moment you are elected because Raila was on your side and you go against him, my friend, you'll see leadership kwa view sasa. It's true. Si uongo, ni ukweli. I can give you a good example. The guy is now deceased. He was a good friend of mine. Alikuwa anaitwa Musa huyu nani huyu? Mustafa Idi. He was a journalist also. The guy was in ODM and he went to Jubilee. And people told him, my friend, what are you doing? You are not going to be re-elected. Akawa na kiburi kama venye mustadani huyu. Jichopevu ako na hiyo kiburi. But siku ya kura alishangaa siku ya kura. It's the same thing that is awaiting Jichopevu. He's going to fail despite him trying to do projects here and there. Okay, he's trying to show some things here and there, but the betrayal that he came up with, the challenge that he tried to give to Joho. Joho is a sultan, bwana. Huwezi kuchallenge Joho. Wewe ni nani? Surely you can't go against that family. You know, we must accept in this country that there are families that are royal. There are royal families that are in the politics side. They have money, they have influence. You can't go against those families. It will take time for us to get out of this. Yeah, si ati ni vizuri, but it's the reality of our politics. You see, so Jichopevu anaenda nyumbani. The guy MGM was talking here. Ile chance kidogo ambayo ilikuwa Jichopevu ako nayo, Sonko amemharibia, and it's true. People are going to rebel Hiyo sijui wanampatia Raila 58 Mombasa, itawasumbua akili. Raila is going to get 70% and above in Mombasa because sasa hii ndio wametrigger hiyo watu waende kupiga kura kwa ODM. Okay, the last thing I want to talk about is the IBC. So I think Chebukati amebanwa sahi and naona pia yeye sahi atafanya tu vizuri. We don't need to relax so much. What I think we should encourage ourselves and the rest of our friends, family, we should go out to vote. You know, voting is the only solution to stop all this. You know, tukienda tukipiga kura kwa fujo, wataiba vipi hiyo kura? You know, we need to vote overwhelming. We need to come out in numbers. We need to vote. That's the only solution to all this. We should leave the rest to the government because like the way the DP is behaving, surely if you threaten the president, the one vote that the president has and the small influence that the president has, it's going to be seen. It's going to shock people on the election day. It's going to shock people. Watu watashtuka. Hiyo kura moja ya Uhuru hiyo itashtua watu. It's the only thing maybe Raila has been lacking, the 50% plus one, maybe. It's the only thing he has been lacking. So let's encourage our friends, neighbors, and colleagues at work. We come out, then 8 days remaining. We should protect our IDs. We should also keep safe, you know, so that we can go out and vote and also vote in peace. And we pray for peace in this country. Thank you, Bernard. Asante.
Okay, asante sana, Stephen, for that observations and perspective. We will move forward and we keep drumming up people. Please do everything in your power. Don't miss to vote and don't miss to wake up your family to go and vote. The voting is the end result of this entire 9 months of staying awake and talking. Let's culminate into a resounding victory. We don't want anybody to sneak out with victory. We want a resounding victory, what the Bible calls triumphant, triumphing over, where the loser has lost and the winner has won, and there's no dispute in between. That will only be heard when we all come out and vote seriously. We'll play a video and then to bring in Phil Law. And I keep emphasizing, help us expand to digital TV broadcast space. By your contribution, we are getting there. Please, let's do that. We are working out everything to see to it that from next week, we will not just be online, we'll also be offline, so that our village brothers, sisters can watch us even as we discuss haya maneno moja kwa moja. Let's listen out to this as we get set to bring in Philo.
Ni excellent. Tatizo ni ukabila. Mambo mengine yote Kenya ni excellent. Tatizo ni ukabila. Najua maneno haya yatawachoma kidogo, lakini lazima niwaambie hapa. Muumalize ukabila. Ukiisha ukabila, Kenya is the best country.
Mimi nauliza nyinyi, kama mko na shida na Wakikuyu, hamuko na shida na Wakikuyu kuliko sisi wa Kalenjin. Tuko na shida kubwa zaidi. Sawa sawa? Lakini ikifika mahali unatofautisha maneno, unaweka maneno ya tofauti za kijamii kando, unatafuta serikali kwanza, kwa sababu ile serikali itakusaidia kutatua matatizo ulio nayo.
Lakini amole na nyun ki jagmole jesum temosar kenuchu yera go netep chunguna nguri len kitana gara ni gera go sabi chog mau kolyon ngolo kolyon mami ngala yada kenuchu amu bi kemi mau ko bi ketindo title ko jitani ki po so ko majitani magi berber sisi hapana wajinga.
And if you fight deputy president, you are fighting us. Usifikiri deputy ana watu yake, sisi watu yake tuko hapa. Muendelee kutusi naibu wa rais, lakini mjue we are marking you and we are profiling you. Ikifika wakati tutawashughulikia, because Raila Odinga and his proteges want to bring the narrative of 208, 207, 208 of saying 40 against 1. They want to isolate the Kalenjin nation. But God lives. The Kalenjin nation is part of Kenyans and we are proud to be Kenyans. Sini namna hiyo. Bwana, hii Kenya sisi quarters. Na wakitaka hii Kenya tutakanyagana mpaka wajue hawajui. Ama tufunge hii Kenya if that is
Kenya si ya Mama Ngina huyo. Hii Kenya si ya sio ya Moho Kenyatta. Hii Kenya si ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Na kama unafikiria kwenu baba yako ama mama yako ako na matiti kushinda ya matiti
station, search for the IEBC. How to find your polling station? Search for the IEBC website. Then log in to the IEBC website. Yeah, scroll down, select your county, constituency, and ward. Write down your polling station and returning officer in case of issues. Hatutaki makasriko. Plan and share with family and friends how you will be voting. And most importantly, encourage others to vote. Go out, vote blue, tunamka asubuhi mapema.
Kwa muda sasa, runinga ya Mtembei imebobea mtandaoni kwa taarifa na uchanganuzi sahihi. Kumbuka tuko live pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Once again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini. Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji. Katika safari hii tuvute pamoja kuingia digital TV broadcasting space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Mtembei TV, bold and true. Mtembei TV, bold and true.
Okay, thank you everyone. Let's keep the conversation going. Where is Wekesa? Sawa. Steve, I think you will take the chair until Wekesa is back. Let's listen from Philo. After Philo, tutaenda kwa nani? Kwa Excellent. Then Pok had already spoken, and then now you can just proceed with the conversation. Let's keep it sane. Let's keep it simple so that everybody will learn one or two things in the course of our conversation. And from the video, you understand we have a campaign on. We are raising funds to be able to get to a digital broadcast space, and we want everybody's contribution as we are looking for the 100 strategic partners who can give us $200 each. Beside that, any other person is free to give us whatever they can, as you love Mtembei TV and you want it to reach every corner of this country, then be part of this historic move as we are working out this to work come next week. Thank you. Philo, karibu.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the time, Bernard.
I appreciate it coming and sharing. Yeah, I don't have much to say, but I want to say a little bit about the clips you have shared here. Let me start from Ruto from yesterday. I think, I don't know, he's coming out like somebody who can't control his anger or bitterness or his emotions. But sometimes I can understand him because, from last week he has been saying nobody can steal his election, his confidence is going to win election. When this year nabbed some people here at the airport, he was supporting the IBC, saying, hey, let them do their job. But if you see, since Kinoti and Inspector General came together and give that press conference and they say they are going to work together, it looked like things are not okay with Ruto. It looked like everything which he had planned, it is not going to work. I don't see it. That's my perception, though. It's like he's seeing things. Uhuru has thwarted everything. His plans have been thwarted. He was depending on digital. Now, Chebukati has been forced to go to manual. He has to use the manual register. So, and the Kimus kid, wherever he was planning with those people, and it looked like, I don't know, but it looked like these people have been deported because they have become silent about it. It's like they put it because of security. They don't want to say what is happening. Maybe they say, okay, Chebukati, this is the mistake. These people are going back, and you have to do election free and fair. So it's like the government is hand in hand with Chebukati. There is no way he's going to escape. And the Ruto, he can't blame Chebukati because he has been nabbed. Even you can become emotional the way Ruto is becoming out. You have spent a lot of money, you have put a lot of people, you have set up the tarring center, the machine, the rigging center. Now everything has been nabbed. Now where are you going to start from? I think that's the anger Ruto is saying. There before he has been saying, oh, leave me alone, let me deal with Raila. That means he knew what they did in 2017. He knew what they did in 2013. But because Uhuru is saying, no, I'm not leaving you alone. I have to deal with you to the finishing line. He's telling him, no, we have to have free and fair election. Now he thought Uhuru is going to be lenient and keep quiet so he can put his own things here and rig election using those digital whatever. But Uhuru, I said, no, you have to stop it. Now it's becoming emotional. He's telling Uhuru, he's bringing even the kids to the politics. Why should you mention your kids like Uhuru is planning to kill your kids? How? Of all the people Uhuru coming to the kids of Ruto, does that make sense to anybody in Kenya? I don't think so. It's just creating emotions which are not there. And they're saying it like, to me, I saw it like it's an incitement because it's like threatening people who are diasporas in Levivat because he was staying in his community. And they started chatting that thing like, Uhuru, wherever. That's incitement. That is, to me, that's my perception, though. And if you look at the other sides of Moses Kuria, Gachawa, Ichungwa, and Ndinyoro, they are also studying the narrative like their lives is in danger. Are you seeing these scripts they are coming out with? They are starting creating another scenario like Uhuru is threatening them or what. It is a skipstone they are looking for because they can't handle the situation back there to bring the votes. So they are looking for sympathy thing, people can sympathize and give them vote. But I don't see whether it's going to work for them. Accusing Ruto, choosing the president in a public rally, if you are ready to kill, don't kill my kids, it is not moral and it is not really for a good leader. Even if you are not going to win the presidency, that's not a way to take politics. There is losing and winning. If he is going to lose, he's going to lose. Abusing the president, abusing Raila, it will not help. Okay, for Matiangi saying he's not going to shut down the internet or anything, that is the best thing. And whatever Matiangi say, I believe it because that guy sometimes, I don't know, I like whenever he mentions something, he means it. He doesn't say it from two parts of the mouth. Because they may be using this scenario saying, oh, the government is planning to do ABCD. But that means the government is ready to do free and fair election. I'm coming to be assured that this election will be really free and fair because the government is watching everything. And this is what making Ruto to be so angry with the president. They have been abusing the president since 2 years ago. But the president has never abused anybody. He has never threatened anybody. But when the deputy president coming in the public rally and telling people like, don't kill my kids, it is immoral. It is, I don't know, but it was not a good idea. For Sonko, I don't know, but it is kind of drama. For Sonko going back to Ruto, I think they are trying. You know, when it is the last kick, you just jump here and see if you can rescue anything to come to the basket. But I don't think it is going to work because people are coming to be stranded like they can't trust Sonko no more. So where are they going to trust him? Is it Nairobi or Mombasa? So the good thing is out of the list in Mombasa, so let it be that way. And let's go with the UDA and ODM and see. But I think ODM will win if it goes well. Okay, thank you. I don't have much. That's what I can say for today. Thank you.
Yeah, asante ndugu yangu for those few good remarks. I'm not sure Stephen who was next. Stephen, who was next?
Don is next.
Yeah, it's me.
It's Don. He was here before. Yeah.
And don't take your take your camera off.
Excellent.
Don't take don't take your camera off. Don, excellent.
Okay. I think it's on. I think it's on.
Yeah, it's on now. It is on.
Yeah, thank you so much for this time that the station has given me chance at least to give my presentation. I really appreciate this time that you have given me. It's my first time. And just to let you know, I'm streaming from Dubai. Like right now, I'm streaming from Dubai. I really don't take it for granted. I'm still following the politics in Kenya. And I have my vote and I will be voting. Thank you so much. And just to take my my presentation, it will be as quick as possible. One thing that I've noticed is that Ruto, to be honest, I think he has bought all the bloggers. Like Ruto is winning online only. Like anything online, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, he will win. That one definitely. And yes, I'm a digital marketer and I know how digital stuff works. Like if I buy 1,000 bloggers, I can manipulate them and give them money, and that's how he's working. But on the real ground and on the hearts of people, I'm telling you, Ruto will lose badly, you see. And that's a point. And that's why, okay, from the look of things, he has been manipulating stuff, like manipulating and trying to steal around. Of course, the enigma, we know the enigma, Mr. Raila Odinga, who is winning. And we know he has a history of winning and also knowing things around, things which are happening. And he's going to win definitely this time. It's only that, like right now, Uhuru is alive and kicking, and he knows what happened previously. And now, since Uhuru wants to wash his hands off on the things which have happened, which we thank God for him, because it takes a man to know what things have been happening, and he wants to clean up things for the gamer community, which is something good. And just to clear out, to finish, I'm telling you guys, Raila is going to win massively and Ruto will fail terribly. That's only what I can say. It's my first time, and I really thank God for everything that you guys have given me. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Don. Excellent. And I think that was very excellent. You know, sometimes what depicts who we are, it was short, precise, pristine, and excellent. Thank you very much. And that is true. I mean, what the DP did and his cartel and cabal was not actually to campaign from 2013. What they did was to scheme a way to steal election. You see, one of the tragedies of Kenya is that some people have never known what is to work hard, and they don't know what is to work hard. Unfortunately, when you go out of Kenya and you're a foreigner somewhere, the issue of corruption or shortcuts can never be there. So everything you start from bootstrap and you work your way out to make sure that whatever you have, whoever you're feeding, it is coming from your sweat. So those are things that are foreign to DP Ruto. DP Ruto does not know what is to work hard. And I think there are so many Kenyans there in Kenya who work so hard. They wake up in the morning and they sleep in the evening. They sweat and they know what is to work hard. So DP was not preparing to campaign. DP prepared to rig election. And that is why, as you said, every online poll, they are winning because that was his way forward. But I think we thank God that, you see, every lie has a gestation period. Every lie has an end. And I think this is the end of him. Okay, tunakushukuru for letting us know that. I'm not sure who was next, Stephen.
Myself.
Oh, okay. Stephen, go ahead, my brother.
Alex, thank you. Alicia, Stephen, Mgolfilo, Don Innocent. You know, the Bible says, as man speaketh, so his heart. So is his heart.
Amen.
Ruto, whatever is coming from him is what is inside his heart. It's pure evil. You see, how can a president, outgoing president, have less than 9 days to go, murder your children? For what? To get when you are retiring, unless you are retired from your work. Why should I murder your children? And I know tomorrow you will not be there. As you see now, what is happening right now is that the guy is desperate. The guy is frustrated. The guy is just going berserk. He's mad. You see. And what informed this idea that he went and talked there, you see, every time Raila is supposed to visit his backyard, he normally goes there first to incite people. Because I know the itinerary of Raila is supposed to be in Nandi and the Kapsabet and Eldoret. Actually, the three places in Rift Valley. Nandi in his place and Kapsabet, I think, on the 64th Stadium in Eldoret. So these things, you see, the thing is, the truth is out. The truth is coming out. People are beginning to see Ruto for what he is. But what I wonder is that what did this person do to Uda adherents, so much so that this guy can lie, can say anything and get away with it without a question. Nobody even questions him. Like the saga of Gachagua, he just went like that. They were very silent in Twitter, in Facebook. Even Al-Masiri, they divert attention to some other things, even Itumbi. You get it? So you wonder what type of people, what type of society are we nurturing? What do you want to bequeath Kenyans? Because to us, it's very, very apparent that, Alex, you're not voting for you. I'm not voting for myself. I'm voting for my children and my grandchildren to come. I'm not voting for myself. Like I said, and I'm now reiterating this again, nobody can ask me when I grow up what do I want to be. I'm already a grown-up person. But my child can be asked, when you grow up, what do you want to be? So it is what society are you bequeathing our children? See? But the biggest fear, the biggest factor, something that have messed up this country is the church. It's the church. It has been so much infiltrated, so much corrupted, so much so that they don't no longer preach morality. What they see, they just lay their pocket with the money, and then anything that somebody say goes. To this, I have to say kudos to the late President Moi. Moi never politics in church. Akiingia kanisani, he'll talk out of the church. But here, a pastor gives a pulpit to somebody that he says he repents, amekusamea, but when he goes out, no sooner he goes out, is insult and incitement and incitement, lies and lies. It makes you so much frustrated. You don't even want to go to church anymore. Because you see, if this is what is church, then let me pray. Niombe kwa nyumba. Niambie Mungu, okay, sawa. Today, blah 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 ABCD. But you cannot go to because these people, they are pretenders. They are acting like they know God. They're the Pharisees, the Sadducees. You see, Jesus mwenyewe, even when Margaret alisema kama, if you are a sinner, be the first person to cast a stone to this person. But this person that he points to this Ruto, is this guy, I don't know. Whatever he's saying, he's talking about himself. Kama mwizi asema mwizi, you call him mwizi, then you call another person thief. Divert your attention, go to another thief, but it is the thief himself. Because whatever he's saying, mtapeli, conman, CG, whatever, step capture, things like that, it's the same person that is doing this very, very things he's telling people other people are doing. The people that are not even doing the same thing. But now you have come into you have reached what is called a tipping point. It's enough for us to see which kind of leaders now we want. As speaking now it is, you've reached a situation whereby now make a decision. Let us make a wise decision in this coming general election. Let us just make a wise decision in this coming general election. Let's pray for peace. But the thing is, this guy with this threat, mtu anakuthreaten, you say, Alex, like I'm saying, hey, Alex, I'll beat you. I want to beat you. Today, I'll beat you serious. And then when you come, okay, Vincent, let's just, okay, come. Afu, you just calling people, come, kuja, nishike nu jamaa. Jamaa kabla sijao mtu, kuja mnishike. Kabla sijao mtu. This guy is a weakling. This bravados, akotu nazo, but it's a weakling. Inside the root is a baby. That's what you can say. You just have that big ego, like it inside him. This is one of the most, because he has not survived out of any government. I wonder how he goes to survive once he's defeated. If somebody has been from this government to this government, this government, so the power has eroded his mind. It is that is his rightful place, but is not. This is a very, very weak person, and believe you me, when he gonna be flowed down, this person will hear about Ruto no more. Right? Because he cannot be able, like Raila, to contain his party for a decade, almost and a half. That ODM is just there in Mombasa and whatever. These people follow him like religion. Ruto cannot do that. He will not manage it. Because no sooner he'll be defeated, these people will troop back to the government. I believe even more common, all of them, they'll come because they don't believe anything outside government. And they're used to favors. So they cannot live outside government. I think for now, that's what I can say. I say continue to receive. Thank you, Mr. Alex.
Yeah, ni kweli kabisa, and I repeat, you see, kuna watu wengine hawapendi kusikia ukweli. Na wanauliza kuwa ati Ruto hayuko government. You see, we wonder when somebody says that Ruto is not in the government, somebody like Hillary Rono, a person who has come in the panel, who claims to be a businessman or also a very learned person. I think some education did not help some people. And the truth is that, you rather even hide your education somewhere and just become another Sakaja somewhere. Because when you keep until this point saying that Ruto is not in government, I pity you. Ruto is the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. Take it to the bank if you don't like it. So that is the truth. Hillary Rono, there is nobody who hates you or who hates Ruto. Ruto hates himself. He speaks vile everywhere. You imagine somebody goes to Kambani and say, huyo mama alienda Bondo, huyo mama alienda Bondo, nani anaweza oa huyo mama? And then Hillary Rono, you are here lying to yourself that it's us who has hate when we are responding to hate. I mean, Rono, have some sense of decency to the caliber of your mindset. Rono, I would like to advise you because you're my friend. Rono, I will tell you something. When you start coercing and lying to yourself, it gets a point you become bitter, and that bitterness turns that lies into truth in your mind. And in the end, you start feeling bad that it's us against Ruto, but it's Ruto against himself. You can't abuse women. You can't abuse young kids. You can't hit kids who are in school. Little kids, take them from their playground. You can't be doing all that, and then you expect us to come here and praise you. Then what did my education help me with? What did my education help me with? Education did not just help me to get a job. It exposed my mindset so that I can synthesize information, actions. That's why we did literature, Mr. Rono, so that you can see actions and how they compound and they become a reality. Ruto is a dictator in making. What he has exhibited this last week in the election, the last 2 weeks, is more horrifying than any other time of his leadership. He has shown he does not have the moral capability, emotional capability, and also the intellectual and logical capability to handle anything, including his own family. So we are not here talking about Ruto. We are here to let the young people whose mind has not matured, who were born in an era where some people were demonized, thinking that they were not fighting for liberation, okay? Someone like Raila has fought for liberation of this country. The scars that are in his body and in his own family, including the death of Fidel, and I said it yesterday, it is because of his stand. And even what you are enjoying right now, abusing us here, and we are giving you that right for you to do, was fought for by a man who believed that everybody has a right to speak. So Rono, tone down. Allow yourself to synthesize the words of William Samoei Ruto. William Samoei Ruto has become reckless. Even the KDF, one of the KDF said yesterday or the day before yesterday that he can't manage to become the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. He can't. Because of what? What he's exhibiting. And my friend, if you think that is difficult for you to understand, why are they fixing the road between Kisumu and Bondo? Because I think the KDF have made the decision that this country needs leadership. And that leadership is found in 1%. Thank you, Mr. Rono. Tuende kwa the next. I see you, Mr. Wekesa here. Wekesa, did you have something to add on?
Just to interject kidogo before Kesa comes in.
Sure, go ahead.
You see, I can't agree more with what you have said. It is very, very true because whatever this person is exhibiting is out of this world. It's out of this world. And what I normally keep on wondering is this saying that tenda mema nenda zako. Tenda mema nenda zako. Raila said Kibaki tosha. Raila is not rubbing them, he's not rubbing it up to Mount Kenya's faces. But Ruto is I say mimi ndio nilifanya hivi. Mimi ndio nilifanya hivi. Mimi ndio nilifanya hivi. You see the things, you wonder now. I mean, if you help me, why should you come and tell people that so utende nyamaza kimya. I'll come and say, my friend, you see, I had a problem. Alex came through for me. Let me confess on your behalf, not me saying, you see, Alex, I helped Patrick to do this. Let Alex come out. I'm going to let myself come out and say, hey, Mr. Wekesa did this for me. But you see, this guy, yeah, that car, it is me who bought it for him, blah, blah, blah. Wacha confession itoke kwangu, kule mtu umesaidia. Si kwa wewe unasema tulifanya ABC. That is boastfulness. Mtu is a Pharisee. Thank you.
And thank you
Okay.
for that sober mind. And okay, Stephen, before Wekesa comes, Stephen has something to add.
Okay, you know, Alex, you touched on something. I don't want it to get out of my mind before Wekesa comes in. You say the Ruto does not know how to work hard. You know, it's true. If you look at his history, you know, it's something that is there in the public domain. After he completed the campus, he was picked by Jirongo. You know, he's a man who has survived on shortcuts and manipulating things. You remember, he supplied 10,000 t-shirts 10 times to get paid, you know. So the way you say that since 2013, this guy has been scheming to manipulate the election of 2022, it's true. You know, the online bots that you see, any election, any poll you online, hata kapol tu kidogo, you see UDA winning, kapol tu kadogo. So I think, Alex, you're right. The guy is a schemer. He doesn't know how to work hard for things. He's just there to do shortcuts. He's just there to get things easy. But unfortunately for him, hii 2022 tamkalia ngumu because hata military pia wamekataa mambo yake. And you know one thing, you can win the elections, but when the military say no, you're not the man, what will happen? You'll not be the president. Because the military also wants leadership. They don't want somebody who is going to wake up in the morning, you see, you commander, go here, do this. No, they want leadership. You see. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, sir, 1 second. You see, we might agree or not, but Uhuru, the mistake he made was to be in a ticket with Ruto, to a point that sometimes we ignored that Uhuru at the beginning did not qualify to become a president, but thereafter he was a sitting opposition leader for 5 years. For your information, an opposition leader in Kenya then was like a chief minister. If you don't know, he qualified for car grant, not just car grant, security. He had an office. He had a shadow cabinet. Okay, very strong shadow cabinet. That's why people like Kilobero, whoever he is, the northeastern senator, former senator.
Bilokero.
He was when he was the shadow minister for finance. That is when I started even understanding being a shadow minister is a powerful seat. Now you can almost trace that he grew in merits. From there, he became minister for local government. He became minister for finance, and the training that and the process that he went through must have humbled him, because even at one time recently, he acknowledged that ni kwa sababu tulikuwa coalition government. But let me say this, when I was a deputy, because remember, there were 2 deputy prime ministers. Being a prime minister too, there was just balancing. But the true deputy prime minister was not Mudavadi, was Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So he was the principal assistant of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, not Jaramogi, Raila Amolo Odinga. So even this Uhuru you are seeing has worked even under Raila Amolo Odinga for 5 years. And he said that under the premiership of Raila, they did so many other things that he did beyond ministries. And that is where he now realized what government is. So there was no shortcut because he was the former son of a president or so on. Let us not cast aspersions to this man. This man lost an election. He became an opposition leader. He became a minister for local government, which is equivalent to minister for devolution, for your information. Then he became a minister for finance. Then he became a deputy prime minister. So you see the process. You can't come from class 1 and you tell me that you want to pay dowry for my daughter. It can't work. And that is what happened to Ruto. Ruto paid dowry. All these things that he's giving money out here is dowry. He's paying dowry to marry your daughters from kindergarten. Don't accept that. It doesn't happen so. Wekesa, take over.
Yeah, thank you. I've watched Hillary Ronald's comments. Maybe I can advise him to go and look for Governor Mandokore's speech. At some point he said that usiweke siasa kwa roho. You know, the challenge with our brothers from Bonde Lauda is that they are following Ruto with their hearts. Some of us are playing politics with the mind. I love Raila, but if he doesn't win, utaona niko na stress. Life will move on. So don't personalize it and make it as if it's a life and death. We know if he doesn't win, there will be another chance and an opportunity for us to get another, to recollect ourselves and move forward. So what actually Hillary is doing is it's just an embodiment of many of your dear supporters who are stuck. And by the way, you have only 8-9 days. If you have not resolved your mind to move on beyond the disappointment of 9th, you may be a victim of curtain miti. Watu wanaweza amua kukata miti. But again, you cannot come here and lecture us about hate when all the clips we can check from your candidate, there's nothing, there's no iota of love in his speeches. He does not speak love. He does not demonstrate love. He does not know love. He has never experienced that in his own political life. So first, enda uoshe nyumba yenu kwanza ndio kuja to lecture here about hate for Ruto. Yesterday, when he was wearing that, I made a comment about his designer, the tailor who designed clothes and give him a black hat here. It was speaking things like depict what the design was all about. That is, you cannot stand and say that Raila ni mganga, ni mtu wa kung'oa reli, si mtu wa kuchapisha, and you tell us this is what we need to tolerate. If he needs, and in the same speech when he talks about Uhuru anaweza ua watoto yangu, anasema I respect you, I respectively. What is so respectful in that statement about mtu planning kuua watoto wako? What is so respectful about president when he talks about night meetings? If you go to historical accounts, political historical accounts, I have one book from I think Nyang Nyong. He wrote about the 2007 elections and the meetings and the night meetings that were happening in the house of Ruto himself. He is a master of planning night meetings, stemming from 2007 coming forward. So most of the time, these things he shouts in a rally loudly are the things he has done and he thinks everybody else is doing it. And even if they are having night meetings, what is the problem right now? Unless it's Uhuru is not a candidate, unless it's a campaign rally, which we are told that he should end at at 7, is it 7:30 or 7? But the other plannings can go on as long as you're not planning to harm anybody. That's why even us, we are having a night meeting here, by the way. This is a night meeting discussing politics. And as long as we are we are not here to harm anybody, it's okay. So he has gone so personal. And again, you are someone who is planning, who is aspiring to be president. how do you expect people to treat you when you are in that office? How do you expect your deputy to respond to you? Because history repeats itself. When you wage rebellion against your boss, your own followers or your own juniors will do it. It has happened politically, and you guys can trace it and see that some of these things, Bernard will tell us, these things we create towards our spirits. These things we create end up following us. This rebellion we create end up following us. And those evil he did against some of his leaders are the one now pursuing him. And perhaps maybe he needs to look beyond Uhuru and ask himself, labda hii tunaimbanga fimbo ya Nyayo ndiye imemzuia kuwa president. Fimbo ya Nyayo. He'd never reconciled with Moi. And he still has some package. In fact, the whole of this time he's spending in charge. He has never opened up to a serious person. Amwambie, these are my spiritual issues that I need to be sorted out. Unajua, there's a Bernard, naweza kuja kwako, you lay hands on me, but unless you have really told me, I have these serious issues that we need to deal with, those things cannot go. You will just do the PR and show people on camera that you have always been in charge. But maybe there is something pursuing you. Why does Raila take serious steps, including facing the Mount Kenya elders, and they have to break the 1963 oath? Because he knows that some things you don't just take for granted. But Ruto takes for granted that his difference with Moi is inconsequential. I can be president without Moi. I can be president without my... He needs to go back to history and see. There is also a prophecy of Nandi, who says that he will come near to power, but he will not rule. He needs to go back and talk to his own people. Let them deal with that instead of just going shortcuts and being mad at people. Maybe it's not, why did Uhuru abandon him? Maybe something is working against him. And it's passing through all other channels to not disagree on this, but there's a serious force actually opposing me. I think for me, the reason why I'm bringing up these issues is that each side needs to have a deeper conversation with itself. And for me, to the best of my knowledge, Raila has done a serious introspection, a deeper conversation with himself. He has looked through his past, and some of the things people used to say, oh, Raila is inelectable, he has corrected all those mistakes. Raila is this and this. He has corrected, including his difference with the mountain. Now it is the mountain clearing the day, clearing the way. Bernard, somewhere in Psalms 110, I think verse 2 there, it says, and your people will be willing in the day of your power. There's always, when you come to the mountain of Zion, and I'm just correlating this with there's a time people are against you, but there are times when you mend your ways, and those who looked like who are opposing you are now the ones laying the palms, like Jesus entering Jerusalem, and you're walking and riding. This is the election that Raila has never struggled. I have not seen his press conferences. By this time, 2013, by this time, 2017, Raila would have done almost 20, 30 press conferences. IBC, this, here, this, that. Why? Because he looks through his mistake and said, where do I correct so that I take the right trajectory? That is what Ruto needs to take a leave. Tulimwambia ame campaign for 4 years. He has never had a break. Perhaps if you could have taken a break of 2 months and done an introspection, you would have got it right. But for him, he thought he's just meeting the people, and talking and talking and talking. Yeah, so Alex, for me, that is what I see is happening.
And I thank you very much. You see, sometimes we fear to divulge into deeper Christian talk on the issue of Ruto. And I think as the days come by, we should, I think, give him our peace of mind and our advice. And I say I do read the Bible because, I mean, there is no any other book that I have read that makes me know a reality of a few things like the Bible. One of the worst leaders we ever had in the history of the nation of Judah was Manasseh. The Bible is very clear that Manasseh did so much evil. When you read the books of 2 Chronicles, chapter 33, verse 9, it says, but Manasseh led Judah and the people of Jerusalem astray, so that they did more evil than the nations the Lord had destroyed before Israel. That even the nations that God had destroyed, Manasseh did even more evil. So there was no reason even God had destroyed those nations. Okay? And I want you to read Chronicles chapter 33. More so verse 6 is the one that pushes my heart so badly. He sacrificed his own children in the fire in the valley of Ben Hinnom, practiced divinations and witchcraft, sought omens, consulted mediums and spiritism. He did much evil in the eyes of the Lord, arousing God's anger. You see, and we are not saying that we are better, but each day Ruto is just, and it's not about judgment. We are not judging him. He's a leader and we must look at his ways. You put yourself in public leadership, that is how it's going to be. But you know what happened? Manasseh fell from his kingdom. He was taken captive. But I want now Rono and his brigade to listen something here that is important. And I think that is what Wekesa was saying here. In that very chapter, he say, when Manasseh was in distress, that is when he was in captive, he entrenched the Lord's favor. He humbled himself greatly before God of his fathers. He prayed to him, and God was moved by his entreaty, heard his plea, and brought him again in Jerusalem into his kingdom. You see, there is a way of salvation. And Uhuru told him easily, not now, unless. And that's why, because Uhuru is not just a leader. Uhuru is anointed by God. For you to become a president of a country, we choose, yes, we have democracy. You know, the French Revolution gave us democracy, but democracy is a man-made thing. Before it was theocracy and monarchy, okay? Whereby God was the supreme leader. We should be having an Ayatollah in Kenya. But no, those times have gone. God has allowed democracy to thrive. And if Ruto has done so much evil that the courts have pronounced him, because the courts are the agents of God. The courts are there. That's why they are called judges. They are judges because God is the one who brought the judge system in the Israel before the people of Israel said, we want a king. And God told Samuel, they have not rejected you, Samuel. They have rejected me. So judges were put there by God. So Ruto must understand and must know there is a way out. Anger will not absolve him. Rono, you being mad and lying to yourself, it's not going to absolve Ruto. Let Ruto humble himself greatly, entrench himself and cry to God because his evil is too much. We see it. Aliwa watoto, chapa watoto tear gas.
Well, I hope to. I wish to come in here shortly before I leave. Huh? My time here is spent. Huh? Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Wekesa, and every other person. There are people camouflaging to be one calling himself Dennis Onyango and all that. We know they are part of the 36 bloggers by Itumbi, who camouflage putting on Luo names so that they speak on behalf of Siaya when they are from behind here. All the same, the truth is, it's a question that Wekesa asked. The prayers. It's a statement we say. I heard that from my bishop, one of my senior bishops, and I have preached it all along. We say that prayer is useless when God's ways are neglected. Prayer is useless when God's ways are neglected. I don't care who prays for you. If you are not in agreement with God, your prayer is not going to work. So Ruto can go and take his head everywhere. Let it be anointed by everybody. But if God says, look where you fell and repent, you will still have to look for that place you fell and repent. Then you go back in transacting with God. It's some that Wekesa was referring to. He says, the Lord said unto my Lord, sit thou at my right hand until I make thy enemies thy footstool. It comes a time when God is the one making your enemies your footstool. It's no longer you, it's God doing it. He said, thy people shall be willing in the day of thy power. There's a time when you look for power. There's another time when power looks for you. And if you analyze that psalm right now, it's no longer Raila campaigning to be president. Raila is acting president. From the day of the launch of Azimio la Umoja in Nakuru until now, I've not seen Raila campaigning. We have seen him campaign 2007, campaign 2013, campaign 2017. But 2022, he has done zero campaign. He's just greeting people. He say, Baba, aendelee, asiendelee, aendelee. He has had it easy. But thy people shall be willing in the day of thy power. Power is looking for him. They are carrying him, anointing him. The Marians are carrying him, anointing him. The Kalenjin are carrying him, anointing him. The Luyas are carrying him, anointing him. Power is looking for him. William Ruto thought that it is easy to deceive church. It's easy to play around with the minds of the church. And he got some bishops that he tried to use. And he thought through them, he will control the church. And assuming that Christianity is having the majority of Kenyans, he will get an easy election through the church. What he did not understand is that there is the church and there is the church. The church, the one Jesus is building, and there's the one that is ours. If you are a good student of the Bible, you know that Jesus said, I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail. That means if Jesus has his church, that means we can also have our own church. So there's a difference between our church and Jesus' church. He says, the one Jesus is building, the gates of hell cannot prevail. But any other person that belongs, any other church that belongs to any other person, there the gates of hell can what? Prevail. And so there is a church of the people, and there is the church that Jesus Christ is building. Now, whenever you are deceived to think that you're in control, the owner of the church will always arise and take his bride. So William Ruto made a big mistake by assuming. And secondly, he thought that he can break every rule in the church, but because his pocket can pay, he can get away with anything. It doesn't work that way. The Reformation started out of paying for your sins. Yes, you read the church history. Reformation was brought about, people coming in January, you pay for your sins for 12 months. Ukishalipa priest na umelipa pope na kakuklia, you go and live as sinful as you want. Then next year you also come and pay for that. Now we are reviving that in the Pentecostal circle. We used to criticize the Catholic Church for the same, but now we are reviving that in the Pentecostal circles where bora umeleta bahasha, nabii amekuombea, mambo iko sawa. Ukweli ni kwamba Mungu sio nabii na Mungu hawezi kudhihakiwa. God cannot be mocked. Whatsoever man sows, the same he shall reap. So Kinarona and the rest, stop complaining about somebody harvesting what he sowed. You did not help him sow. Secondly, it is how you lay your bed that you lay on. kama ulikojolea kitanda na hukuanika mattress, jioni itafika, itabidi utafanya nini? Utalala hapo hapo. So waliokojolea vitanda, usiku umefika, utarudi kwa hiyo blanketi, mpembelezane nayo makojo mpaka asubuhi, ukumbuke kuandika mattress. Usipoanika tena the following day hivyo hivyo mpaka siku ile utaamua kuosha mattress, ndio makojo iende. I did not sound pastoral.
Asante sana Bernard. You sounded priestly. You sounded priestly.
But I want to end it there by encouraging us, please, tuendelee na hiyo kampeni yetu ya kuhamisha kufanya nini, help Mtembei get on the normal TV broadcasting space. Tusilegee tafadhali. Let's keep up. We want this thing by Wednesday we should be doing road test. Wakati baba anaapishwa, we must be there as Mtembei TV. Okay? Na hiyo sio maswala ya kuapologize. Rono, kama if you have not internalized that, start. If you can't imagine it, beg your mind to accept. Ile imebaki ni baba kukula Biblia. Ami ishaanza kukilia road, rehearsal tushamaliza State House. Hakuna kitu mnaweza fanya saa hii inaweza kubadilisha chochote. It will take more than an act of God to stop baba swearing in. So jiandaeni tafadhali, na hata wenyewe mnaelewa. And then even hiyo wabunge mnasema mko nao, hamna. Bila hiyo logarithm na those strange polling station, the 10,000s. Na kuambia surprise ile natoka mlimani na ile itatoka Nandi Kericho ikipanda hivyo ikienda West Pokot, ikienda namna hiyo Garissa na Moyale, watu watajifunga leso. Lakini tunaombea tu msikufe. Kaeni hapa, baba ataonyesha uongozi, atawalinda, ataprotect. He is going to protect watu wote, hata wadini Msambwa. So relaxini. Baba is not coming for you. But kama uko na shamba letu, meaning shamba la Kenya, uko na mali ya serikali uliba, anza tu kurudisha mapema. Usingoje tufungue ofisi ya Amnesty, tuulize ofisi iko wapi. Anza tu kupeleka mapema, kwa sababu after 90 days, fear for yourself. Thank you very much, you guys. Let's link up later on in the day. Wacha mimi niende kuandaa sermon ya kesho. Wale mnakasirika, tukutane Mtembei TV kuanzia saa 3 mpaka saa 7. Tutakuwa hapa live na ibada yetu. Na kama uko Embakasi, those sides, tuko hapo Feather Road, nyuma ya Tasia Complex. Kuja tuabudu pamoja. Mungu awabariki. Thank you, sas.
Aya, barikiwa. Share some political message, utulete clips to some.
Barikiwa kabisa.
Asante. Tutakuwa hapa live. Wewe fuata tu utaona political rhetorics, but I don't preach politics. I'm a very disciplined preacher.
Yeah, amen. That's okay. It's good to separate. You know, these guys are the ones who don't know to separate issues, are the ones causing confusion. Sawa, Alex. So wakati mtu anasema sitaki watoto wangu wawawe, don't they remember that Jacob Juma was a son of someone? Don't they remember that Chris Musando was a son of someone? Don't they remember that Yebei was a son of someone? Kenei was, I still even remember the tears of his father, Kenei. Let us, when we and I also remember how they made fun out of Raila when he had lost his son. And because of politics, actually, they made fun of him. So why do they want us to, why do they always want to seek sympathy, even out of a situation that has not happened? Yet several situations happened, and we never saw their sympathy. We never saw them empathizing with those who have lost their sons and daughters. Come on, some of these things piss me off completely.
Yeah, true, I guess. I mean, it is a subject we touched yesterday, and it's a subject that hurts me most because I knew Fidel in person, and I don't want to go deeper than what I said yesterday. but I will give PK. PK, I think, is at work. I think PK can speak because I know when we tunamwacha sana anatoroka tena. PK, can you speak before you run away?
Asante Alex kwa hiyo nafasi, nimeshukuru. Ningependa kuwasalimia nyote. I've been following from behind. Kweli niko kazini, ningependa tu kudokeza kidogo tu alafu nipotee. Kuna hii story umeguzia kidogo bwana Alex about KDF kuwa wanafanya kazi huko Bondo. And as you said, if you are a student of literature, kuna vitu nyingi sana unaangalia. Unawe vitu, tunajua barabara Kenya zinatengenezwa na Kena ama Kura, na hizo department bado ziko. KDF huwa either wanafanya kazi ya dharura ama emergency, disaster, vitu kama hizo. The way I see it, it is a big statement that is being made in our own eyes now. Maybe watu wengi hawaoni. Hawa watu wanatengeneza barabara ya the next commander in chief. Wanatengeneza barabara ya mkubwa wao. Hii si kandarasi ya serikali ama ya Kenya Rural Roads na vitu kama hizo. Manake hizo ministry ziko. Hizo
PK, jina kandarasi iliharibika. Usitumie hiyo jina.
Sawa. Kwa hivyo hawa ni watu wanafanya kazi ya mkubwa wao ambaye anaingia. Wanajua wanatumikia the next commander in chief. Ndio wanaenda kutengeneza njia ya mkubwa wao. That is the way I see it. Jambo lingine ningependa kuguzia ni kuwa kuna habari nimeona hivi karibuni, najua rafiki yetu hapa Wekesa anaishi huko Ukambani. Kuna habari zinasema kuwa Mutua ameendorse Wavinya Ndeti. In my view, Mutua yuko Kenya Kwanza. Na huko Kenya Kwanza ndio kwa Mudhama, na Mudhama ndio chairman wa UDA. Hata kama hawa watu hawasikizani, even if they don't see eye to eye, Mutua knows that his hometown, kwake nyumbani, ni Machakos. Kama angekuwa na dalili za kuona timu yake itashinda ama Mudhama ana chances za kushinda, hata kama hawasikizani, angenyamaza tu, angesema kitu. Lakini kwa vile anajua uongozi unaenda mahali kwingine, angetaka kujipendekeza kwa watu wale watakuwa wakubwa wake kesho. That is why he had to jump the gun and endorse Wavinya Ndeti. Kwa sababu anajua Wavinya Ndeti most likely ndiye atakuwa gavana wake na sio Mudhama, na anajua serikali itakuwa upande huo, na anajua kama kuna favors angetaka kwa the incoming governor atazipata kwa serikali inayokuja, because angenyamaza na akatae kuendorse anybody na endeleze siasa zao za Kenya Kwanza. So for him to endorse Wavinya Ndeti is to show lack of faith. Ambia watu wa Ukambani tupigie Wavinya Ndeti, lakini kura za president tupatie Ruto. When you divide votes like that, people on the ground get the message. They know what you are telling them. Wanajua pengine kule umeenda kutafuta pesa, lakini roho yako hapa chini, hapa nyumbani. Because what matters most ni ile kitu iko nyumbani. Kama nyumbani kwako unaendorse mtu mwingine na huko juu unaonyesha mtu mwingine, the local people on the ground will get the message in a different way. Pengine mtu mwingine ataona maoni mengine, lakini that is what I see. Kuna hizi outburst pia zimekuwa na kina Gachagua na DP wetu kuongea mambo mengi sana. Nimesikia leo ni kama tumepelekwa kanisani kidogo hapa. And sijui kama nilisoma vizuri, lakini I know that Biblia inatuambia kuna dhambi aina nyingi. Kuna dhambi za kuona na macho, kuna dhambi za flesh, na kuna dhambi za kukwaza spirits kama vile kiburi. Na ukiwa na dhambi ya kiburi inakuanga ngumu sana hata kutubu. Manake hizi dhambi zingine zile watu wanaona, wanaweza kuona ukiwa umekuwa remorseful ama umewacha kutenda mambo yale ulikuwa ukitenda kitambo. Lakini dhambi ya kiburi huwa imejificha kwa roho, haionekani. Na Biblia pia inatuambia njia ya kuona dhambi kama hizo za kiburi ni kwamba ile kitu ambayo umeficha kwa roho huwa wakati mwingine unaitamka, unaisema bila hata kujua, manake ndio iko kwa roho yako. Na hizi hasira zote wako nazo, tunaona wana hasira nyingi sana za kiroho, na ni vitu ambazo they could not come to terms with them. Kama vile kutaja vitu zilizofanywa na marehemu Kenyatta kitambo sana, watu wengi walisahau hayo mambo, and we moved on. So to bring it now at this time and try to sink sympathy, nafikiri wale watu walikuwa wakipiga nduru pale ni hawa vijana tu wa juzi ambaye hawajui historia ya Kenya na mahali tumetoka. But the true Kikuyus, the people of Mount Kenya that he was purporting to address, that is a sad part of our Kenyan history that they do not like to revisit. And once you start to bring up that kind of history, instead of gaining some votes, I think he lost miserably today. Anaona ni kama alikuwa anachemsha akili za watu na wasympathize na yeye, lakini nafikiri alipoteza kura nyingi sana za kutoka Mount Kenya. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa. Asanteni.
Wekesa, chukua ushukani sasa. Asante sana PK, ni kweli sana kiburi ni kitu kibaya, na unasema pride, you know, once you engage yourself in pride, the next thing is a big fall.
Yeah, Alex, endelea kidogo nakuja. Like 10 minutes.
Yeah. I think kuna kitu Wekesa alisema kilikuwa cha muhimu, kwa sababu unajua hawa watu wa UDA for so long wanafikiria sisi wengine hatumchi Mungu wala hatuombi wala hatusomi Biblia. So I will engage more on a spiritual side, my spiritual side today. Wakati kulikuwa na vita kati ya Daudi na Saulo, remember David was already anointed 20 years before, akaambiwa utakuwa mfalme. Katika hii miaka 20, Daudi alingoja. Hata wakati moja angemuua Saulo, lakini akaambia majeshi wake, you cannot touch the anointed of God. But the turning point for David, for many of you who don't know, was when Abner died. Abner was the chief soldier for Saul. And when Abner was killed, David cried out and said, Abner, you have died the death of a fool. And he cried so loud. And the other side, and remember at this time, there is a war in Israel. There are 12 tribes. Only 2 tribes, Benjamin and Judah, were on David's side. But 10 tribes were on Saul's side. And what happened? When David buried Abner with the respect of a soldier, the 10 tribes asked themselves, the son of Jesse has respect for us. Now, Wekesa said something. Raila has corrected his mistakes. We may be fanatical not to understand that Raila may have been doing some mistakes in his political life. But Raila has made effort to correct those mistakes. Okay? And what Wekesa was saying, let Ruto correct those mistakes. When Moi got out of power, we did not like him, but he corrected his mistakes. He kept quiet, and he gave Kibaki the opportunity to govern this country without interfering. So what we are saying to Rono and his people, leadership is anointment also from God. And being anointed by God does not mean that it's you who said, I've been anointed. No. David was anointed 20 years before he became the president. Probably I can relate to Raila. Raila was also anointed 20 years ago, if you want me to say that. But he had to correct some simple mistakes. And those mistakes today has corrected, and you see them sit down with arch enemies, and they are able to bring the country together. The purpose of God giving people leadership is not to divide people, is to rule over them. When Solomon was asked by God, what should I give you in the face of the earth? He said, give me wisdom and understanding so I can rule over your people. What wisdom and understanding does Ruto have to rule over us? Ruto has anger and outburst to kill us, not to rule over us. So I think we must start now speaking the truth to the people of UDA if they think that we cannot interpret the word of God. We are not voting fanatically. We are also voting spiritually. We are looking at a leader who can rule over us with wisdom and understanding. And that leader is Raila Amolo Odinga on the ticket we have. That leader is not William Samoei Ruto. Let William Samoei Ruto deal with his anger problems. And I think after that, he will gauge himself to know, does he fit leadership? Okay, who was next? I think we have...
Alex, before you
yes,
go
yes.
to the next person, there's something that Madagarua was talking in Katanga. Today she was in Muranga. And she said we have had 2 liberations and this is the 3rd one. But notably something that occurred in those liberations. She said that when we were moving from colonial government to our own African-led government, the person who spearheaded the liberation was Kenyatta, was an old man. When we came to the second liberation, the person who spearheaded was Kibaki, an old man. So the 3rd one shall be Raila, an old man. So she was saying that our liberations have been led by...
I think on the second you are wrong. The second was Jaramogi. The second one was Jaramogi, not Kibaki. As a president or liberation or change of guard?
Liberation.
Oh, okay.
See, the second liberation, we were moving away from Kanu regime. So we gave an old man. In other words, she was saying, this liberation needs to be given mature people who can handle it, because you can still give someone who may not know what liberation is all about and he bungles it. So she was saying that we need mature people when we are spearheading our own liberations. And right now, Baba is seasoned to take us to the next level. I think I'll get that.
I agree with you. Even the other time he said that the same Martha Karua, I think, gave a very powerful speech at some point, and he was so candid and so honest. It even shocked me. He said, even when we in 2002, it was not a change of. He said those who took over were not reform. It was a change of guard, but it was not a reform ticket. I think some times ago he said that. He said this is the first time that reformists are running together. And I think that is powerful. But you know, it doesn't mean that the fact that you are a reformist, you are always wise. What we need in our country, and that is why we have a discourse with UDA. We need somebody who can manage this country wisely, because if it's the human capacity development, Kenya has one of the best. I am in the diaspora, and I'll tell you, we Kenyans thrive here. Mpaka wazungu wanashangaa. We thrive, my friend. Go anywhere in the world. Kenyans passe. You can distinguish a Kenya, and I'm not being here an ageist or anti-Pan-Africanist. No, what I'm saying, you can go anywhere in the world and you can look at the work ethics of a Kenyan. It is distinguished. It is peculiar. Not that we are better off, but I will tell you for sure, we get recognized more often than not. The way we speak, the way we handle ourselves, our education, how it brought us, we are different from French-speaking countries. We are different from West African countries. We harness easily to other countries. So they look at us as leaders in many, many ways. So I think the only thing we are short of, and I think we should look at a clip of why we should choose a good leader. Somebody made a very good clip about Qatar, about a leader who is wise and a leader who loves his people, how he can transform a country in less than 20 years. In less than 20 years, you cannot lead a people you don't love. That is what Professor Cornel West always says. So thank you very much for reminding us that about the wisdom and the age factor of the liberation ticket and the liberation moments in Kenya, Kenyatta, Kibaki, and Raila. Thank you for emphasizing that. Sam TV. Oh, PK before Sam comes in. PK.
Yeah, there's something I wanted to add. About what Wekesa was trying to educate us, which is a bit sad, because in our history, when we talk about liberation or move from colonial rule, I know there were two war fronts that we fought. There were people who were leading the intellectual war, and there were people who were leading the physical war. Unfortunately, in our history, we kind of heap a lot of praise to people who are doing the physical war, the Mau Mau and the likes. And we forget that there were people who are fighting the intellectual war, the people who went to Lancaster, the people who are making discussions and negotiations and talking to the white man and giving reasons. And when we talk about our history, that lot is always overshadowed. Yet, we know that the people who were given the mandate to take over was the lot that was fighting the intellectual war. And that is why Raila's father was allowed to take over. But he declined and gave a condition. Had he not given that condition, you know, that is one of a group that is forgotten in our history, which is kind of sad, the way our history is normally told or the way it is normally explained to our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much for reminding us that history. And I've said it here before, Moi skewed our history to a point that some of us are devoured of a true history of Kenya. You go to some countries, when you read about their liberation leaders, you are very happy because it is fully recorded. And there is like in South Africa, there is this young man who was a communist, Chris Hani. Chris Hani history, if you read it or you watch it in YouTube, Chris Hani is more revered and respected than even Mandela. Why? Because the history of South Africa has been written in stone so that you cannot erase it. And I think that is what we need to redo. Write our history so that nobody can erase it. So that, as I said yesterday, Jaramogi was a Mau Mau. Mau Mau did not mean you come from Mount Kenya. That is a wrong motive. A Mau Mau was anybody who subscribed to the notion Mzungu aende Ulaya Mwafrika abaki Afrika. Thank you very much. Interested party quickly, and then we give Mr. TV Sam.
Thank you very much. I wanted to add on that. See that aspect of this that you have just said. Very sadly, it has been stepped on for quite a long time, but I think it's coming up. I think that is one of the reasons that this Uru, whatever, this land that Ruto wanted to grab, is awash with those pieces of history, and Kenyans are going to are very soon going to learn about it. The second, what I wanted just to add, as respect to this guy called Ruto. You see, let me inform you, Ruto like what is called optics. Give Ruto a crowd, Ruto will say anything. And that's why he goes out of his way to hire a lot of people to come to his meeting. I might stand in the middle of the road so that he can talk. It is optics. That this optics, he has been washed, especially people from inside, so much so that with the help of Itumi, whatever the photos they post at this, that is like any addressing a million people, and they're not there. It is very sad. These people have come to believe that whatever they're seeing in social media is the truth. It's that was out. But us in the Valley Union Mombasa, nothing can be further. This guy is a foul. This case, and I thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Though you are not so audible, but I could get a few things. Hopefully next time you will use not your mic because you are not audible. Sam, it's your time. Can you make your submission and educate us?
Okay, thank you very much, Alex. And I'm so glad to be here this time of the night or morning, wherever you are. And first of all, whatever is happening to our friends in UDA, it's so unfortunate. Because if you can recall, UDA has been doing their campaign since 2017, actually after elections. And whatever they've been saying or whatever they have said in the past regarding the Right Honorable Raila Odinga and the president has not or had not or did not answer them in any way. And what he said that wachaneni na wao wafanye mambo yao, endeleeni tu kutangatanga, lakini wakati wa siasa ikifika mpaka sisi tutaongea. That's exactly what the president said. Now, whatever Rigathi and Ruto have been saying of late, it's so unfortunate. You find somebody like Ruto who wants to become the president of this republic with that anger and the way he talks to the president without even respecting him or even respecting the presidency, leave alone the president himself. You wonder which kind of leader is this? Today or yesterday, Rigathi coming out saying some things that they don't even make sense, or even if they make sense, that was not even supposed. He was not even supposed to say those things, because what they are now doing, the UDA had some purpose with the Azimio side. They've been coming up with some allegations, some stupid narratives, some old ideologies about Azimio, saying, oh, Raila Odinga does not go to church, saying, oh, Raila Odinga does not take offerings to church. And then I wonder, is it a must for you to go to the church? And then you make an offering of 5 million so that people can notice you that have gone to church. That's so irrelevant. So UDA wamekuwa na vitu zingine wakiuzia watu, and then right now wanaona actually everything they are saying it's not selling. They came up with mambo ya Raila is a puppet. They came up with Raila does not go to church and stuff, Muganga and all those stuffs. But right now, we realize it's too late. So anything they're going to say from today until 9th of August or 8th of August, they're going to say anything that will make people to have sympathy on them. If you see Ruto coming up saying that wewe niguze lakini usiguze watoto wangu, that's definitely saying that he's seeking some sympathy from the voters. And then he's so very particular. He cannot come to Nairobi and say such things. Anahakikisha whatever he's saying those such things ako kwa crowd yake. And it's so unfortunate because if you go to Kapsabet is it has all tribes. Like even Luyas, most of the Luyas from Vihiga, they've bought their lands in Nandi. So and then that day when he was in Nandi, there was a time he said that huyu mtu wa pilipili msimuweke hapa, referring to Mishra. Mishra has done a lot of work in Nandi. He has left a lot of Kalenjins in Nandi. But Ruto wants to make the Kalenjin people not to be beneficiary of the Mishra project. Now you wonder which kind of leader is this? Now kila kitu yenye ina happen huku ni watu wa UDA, all the gang realize it's too late to win this thing. Now they're coming up with some things that wanaona ni kama inaweza wapatia sympathy votes, like this guy called Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria amesema maisha yake kwa hatarini. Ndindi Nyoro the same, Kimani Ichung'wah the same, and they're accusing the president that anataka kuwamaliza. Now you wonder, really president anataka kuwamaliza namna gani? And yet president mwenyewe alisema ikifika time ya siasa tutaongea. President is a person and is a politician. Saizi kitu yenye anafanya yeye ako na interest na serikali ya 2022. Is the chairman of Azimio. So there's no way utasema ati utaambia president to be a side of the political field because you want to deal directly with Raila Odinga. No. President alisema vizuri. Ile time ya election ikifika, tutavaa gloves, tutavaa gumboots na tutaingia siasa. And one thing Uhuru has not done, Uhuru has not accompanied Raila Odinga to the mountain or has not told Raila Odinga to go somewhere, he will come there, wakapatana. No. He has not done such a thing. Kitu yenye Uhuru amefanya, aliachiria Raila na Karua to campaign. Na wao wameenda Mount Kenya, wametembea. Ikianza ndio kulikuwa na hii shida ndogo yenye watu walikuwa wanasema hii mambo yao, lakini saizi I'm so glad that hadi penye mimi nakaa Raila anaweza kuja na apige campaign bila mtu kumwambia kitu chochote na aende. And that's the Kenya that we want. Like mtu anaweza toka hapa aende Sugoi apige campaign yake na arudi. Mwingine aende Kisumu apige campaign yake na arudi. Hiyo ndio Kenya tunataka. And then something that I actually wanted to tell you guys is, can you take this scenario that the way Ruto and Rigathi all this time, the way they have been talking about Uhuru, accusing him of some things, kumtukana, hadi wanaenda Ishawiri kutukana paka mama yake and all that stuff. Can you take this scenario that Uhuru Kenyatta, Ruto ameshinda election and then Uhuru anachukua the instruments of power anapatia Ruto? Can that thing even happen? Can that thing even happen? Like, hata kama ni constitutionally, Ruto the way amekuwa kitreat Uhuru, because that seat Ruto naitaka. And for you to be able to control the nation, you have lazima ukuwe even at the blessing of the current president. Ukitoka anakuambia enye good luck, mnasalimiana naye hapo, anakuambia this, yani anakupatia that aka advice. Do you think Uhuru Kenyatta can even advise Ruto on how to rule the government? He cannot, because Ruto what has done, Ruto amejitokeza mwenyewe na akasema na akajionyesha is even more powerful than the president himself. Like he knows everything more than the president himself. And you have been talking about liberation here. The way you have been talking, na mimi nikafikiria one thing. For Uhuru Kenyatta to support Raila Odinga, when you are talking about the liberation thing, something came into my mind that maybe it reached a level where President Uhuru looked at himself, looked at Ruto, the way they have governed the country from 2013 up to date, or up to 2017 or 2018. And then he realized that these people, when Kibaki and Raila were in government, they gave them the power and the economy of the country was at a very good level. The country was so stable, like we were moving forward. And then from 2013 to 2017, there's been a lot of looting in Jubilee government. And then the president realized that the country is not heading in the right direction. And if we do another mess of giving maybe this guy this seat, he'll mess it up even more. That's why maybe I see President Uhuru Kenyatta decided to support Raila Odinga, because he knew Raila from the word go up to 2013, 2012, 2013, they had a plan of moving Kenya forward. And then maybe it was a mistake for them to come in power. So that was just my thinking. And then PK, you have said about, you're talking about Machakos and Governor Mutua. One thing about Machakos, there's this hatred between Mutua and this chairman of UDA. Mudhama. Yeah, those two people don't see eye to eye. In fact, before Mutua went to Kenya Kwanza, Mudhama told Mutua first to offer or to say or to ask for an apology for the people of Machakos, and he swore that he will not share a stage with Mutua. So whatever is happening in Machakos, it's not something new. The two people, the Mutua and Mudhama, they don't see eye to eye. So there's no way Mutua will vote for Mudhama. And unfortunately, they're in the same coalition. So if they don't even understand themselves under the same coalition, how will they rule Kenya if they're given power? It's so hard. The case of Mike Sonko, in fact, the case of Mike Sonko, that's another topic. The case of Mike Sonko, I would like Ruto to learn from Sonko, because from what I'm thinking, Sonko is done politically. Like, we will never hear from Sonko again, because even the courts they have said that Sonko should not even have a seat in public office. So mambo ya Sonko hiyo na imeisha kabisa totally. From what if anything goes, I don't know, but Sonko huyo ameisha kabisa. Na Ruto should learn from Sonko. This is what happened to Sonko. Sonko was a good mobilizer in Nairobi, because when he was MP for Makadara, he used to offer unga, sukari, mafuta to women. And in Kenya, if you want to be successful in politics, use the church, what Ruto is doing, and give food to women. I don't know why we are like that. So that's how Sonko became popular in Nairobi. After Sonko became popular in Nairobi, he went for the Senate. Of course, he won. And then there was an issue because the government, if you want to have a
Are
good
you,
government,
are you sure what you are saying is, I think those are isolated examples. We can talk about Mraidhi who gave Bunga to everybody and failed. Nani beat him, Babowino. We can talk about Margaret Wanjiro who was giving unga and everything, but still failed. So sometimes it may work for one candidate and it may not work for the another one. It depends.
yeah. About Sonko, when he was offering unga and stuff, he included even medical. And then if you can recall very well, at that time when he was a Makadara MP, there was a lot of issues about the Nairobi hospitals and stuff. That's what I can remember that time. So Sonko was offering more maybe, and let's say his plan worked. When he came to Senate, he used the same method. Like his method is giving and going to the mortuary, taking people home like that. Hiyo ndio sasa Sonko, kila mtu naye anajua hiyo. Now, what has happened to Sonko when he came to be the governor? Jubilee, what I'm thinking, Jubilee maybe waliona there's nobody mwenye anaenda to the ground na anakuja kuwe governor. So they went and took Sonko because he was more popular on the ground, ndio akuja bishana na Kidero. After that, the process Sonko kashinda, and then the same people wenye walimwambia kuja kuwe governor walimleta chini. Na Sonko saizi ameisha kisiasa kabisa. From my thinking, this is what will happen to Ruto when he lose the election. Those people, those MPs that will win in Mount Kenya on UDA party, most of them will join Azimio. That's what I'm thinking, because they cannot afford to be outside the government if some of the MPs are in government. So they'll tend to side with Uhuru. And then Ruto, right now, his power is in Mount Kenya. Like even for now, for Ruto to win the election, Mount Kenya has to come out like 80% or more than 80%, or each vote that Uhuru got in 2017, Ruto has to get it for him to be the president, which is it's so hard. It cannot happen. So if when Ruto will lose the election and some of the MPs in Mount Kenya goes to Azimio to support the government, Ruto will remain as a shell, as an empty shell. Right now, what he's doing maybe he's trying to get more MPs so that he can control the government or push the government from the opposition side. Now, when these MPs joins the Azimios or the government, Ruto will remain to be an empty shell. He will not have that power. And that's how Ruto will now start declining politically. That's my submission.
Does that comply with the new? Are you giving attention to the new political bill that was ratified a few days before the parliament was dissolved? You remember that was the thing that they were advocating for, to create a political hygiene, such that if you are in this coalition, you have to declare whether you are in this coalition or the other one. You cannot be in UDA and working with the Azimio. That was then, but right now there is a new political hygiene that is coming up. You have to declare whether it's a party issue. Whether
right now
you want to work with the government or not.
Yeah, right now we are in campaign mode, and every party wants to win some seats. But you and me knows our MPs. That's something that will never change. Our MPs have been even being bribed in the toilets, the way they have been saying here, with 10,000 shillings. So what makes you think that when Azimio takes the government, some of the UDA members will not support Azimio, even if that thing is in the political party office?
Yeah, but it will not be outright the way Kina Aisha did. You know, Kina Aisha Juma did what after election they just shifted and start working with the other side. This time round, unless it's on a issue to issue where you can vote on which side you want, that one may work. But also maybe what I'm thinking is majority of people who will work with government are those independent candidates. You see, we will have independent, even in Rift Valley, we will have them. And the moment they win, they will choose which side to work with. And they can easily work with the government side. So thank you for that introspection. Let's have Brian.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Okay, I'll just go straight to the current issue that Ruto is going through. We might belong, Ruto might be facing some maybe financial crisis, and that is what is making him cry also. Because sometimes back, you could see whatever he used to go through. A lot of the money he used to receive outside the country were blocked. We had there's another scandal that was going online about the Interpol steward, something that the man that was frozen, I think 25 billion. There's another guy who was arrested at the airport from Congo. And going back to before Ruto started shouting about who wants to kill him and the kids, there is if you Google about 68 hotel in Nairobi CBD, you'll find the ownership has been changed. He sold it at 1.2. The property that he bought in 2017 at 3 billion. 2 days ago, he sold it at 1.2 billion. Can you imagine the kind of problem it's going through? There is a Machakos businessman called Chris who? Musau. So he'll find he's going through a lot. The mountain is shifting. In terms of is either he win or lose. When he loses, that's the end of it. He'll end up in a political oblivion. Because when Martha and Baba comes in, since Martha is in charge of constitution and the justice affairs, there's a lot of that will be worked on constitution to keep away everyone having ambition on political ambition within integrity issues. So he'll be blocked completely, and that will be the end of him. So that's why he's crying all over, because he knows every side, in case Baba gets it, that's the end of him. When he also go back to his backyard, he's having a lot of competition. It's especially when you look at the Western issue politics. Even him getting like more than four MPs from Washington issue will be a nightmare. Maybe 3, but not 4. Places like let's say maybe we have cases, we have Turbo, we have even Soy is having tough time there. So that's why it's not easy. Whatever he's going through, and again he invested too much from the year 2013 until now. He never invested in people or the voters on rigging scheme. But now the scheme has been dismantled, and the government plus IBC now, when the security agencies are taking over they're working with IBC, then it comes time for him to come out with another strategy on how to rig. I think that's the reason why the guy is very mad at Uhuru. Thanks, Wakesa.
Okay, thank you. PK, you had met your submission, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd made my submission, but I can contribute something
You have
small.
something to add?
Pardon?
You have something to add before I look for one clip to play?
Yeah, I wanted to add on something that Sam TV had mentioned. He had posed a question whether Uhuru would hand over power to Ruto if Ruto were to win. I think I think President Moi set up a very high standard for our country when he handed over power to Kibaki, because if you remember, there was a lot of animosity and the temperatures were very high. But he withstood all that and was able to hand over power. So that is a very high standard that was set by Ruto wins fair and square. I can tell you will go and hand over power to Ruto. But I don't see that happening. I don't see Ruto having any chance to win. But if he were to win fair and square.
Is it my side which has a problem? We are not hearing.
Can you hear me now?
I think you need to get out first. There's an echo.
Can't hear me.
No, that voice is not clear. I don't know what's happening.
You are not audible at all.
It's like an echo. So check. Maybe you have opened twice the. Yeah, sorry for that.
But I heard what he was trying to say.
Yeah.
And I will comment quickly, and then I return to. I was almost finishing what I was doing. Yes, Moi did set a standard, and it was a very high standard. That was 2002. That was 20 years ago. This is 2022. In the course of 20 years, there's a lot that happens. And we must acknowledge that even Obama set a very high standard. The campaign when Obama got out of power and gave Trump was not an easy transition. The military said no. The journalists said no. The European Union said no. The G7 said no. In fact, everybody in the world was capital NO for Trump because it was very unconventional. And Wekesa, Obama being Obama and a constitutionalist, because he studied constitutional law, he decided to do the right thing. But before he did that, he warned the world and he said he does not have the temperament to become the president. In the course of 5 years, Mr. Wekesa, the agony, the turmoil, the pain that Trump brought in this country can only be described and explained on what we are seeing in the Congress in the so-called Commission of Inquiry. It is a comedy of errors. You look at the whole presidency of Trump, it was total criminality. It was something that you just don't even want to think about. You take the sovereignty of the country, you give it to Russia. Today, Russians have power over some parts of America because Trump was willing even to sell his own country to win an election. So in the course of 20 years, PK, we have learned a lot of what it takes to also to be a constitutionalist. Of course, I think Uhuru may want to do so. But did you read the other day that there is a section of the generals who said Ruto does not have the emotional capacity to become the general, commander-in-chief. That was a statement thrown in our national newspaper. So I don't know what Uhuru will do. You don't just give power because, and this is a very dangerous statement that I'm saying, being a Democrat also. Being a Democrat, this is a very dangerous statement I'm saying. You don't take power, just give it to somebody who's very unstable, who has promised that he's going to revenge over and over, who has anger that is uncontrolled, who the moment he takes over, you know very well that the Minister for Interior Cabinet Secretary and others have all already said their lives are danger if that takes place. So PK, I mean, you don't give power to a degenerate. When Moi gave power to Kibaki, he had worked with Kibaki. He was an older man knowing that, of course, this was a competition. But you can't say just because you are a father and you are a loving father and you are a Christian, now you can just give your daughter to anybody because it's your daughter's choice. If your daughter wants to go, let us go, but you can't give a blessing like that. So there is a position a leader has. When you are giving over power, you have to also be careful on how you give it, on who you are giving it to, because you are also responsible, culpable, and accountable to how you give power. It took Obama campaigning for Joe Biden actively because of the mistakes. But then the good thing about the constitution of this country is the institutions work. Remember when Trump became totally unaccountable to anybody, the generals who have been in the military for the past 50 years came and gave a joint statement and said, we are not going to allow this man to continue, whether he wins or not. Now, it was taken away from the Commission of Election to the military to say that we have had enough from the intelligence and the military. Trump cannot take over. And whatever he tried to do, he was blocked. So what we are saying is, you are right, and we must give our people the political placebo to prepare. But there's nothing to prepare. He is not winning. If it were to win still with this kind of character and behavior, I don't think any responsible man is going to give such kind of degenerate power. I don't think it's right or morally responsible. So I think
Alex,
somebody like
maybe also to satisfy our friend PK, you should have told him now that Uhuru was aware. By the way, this you see, us we are surprised in what is happening to these two guys when they come to media to share their altercation. But that means there is more that happened behind the doors than what we are seeing in the rallies. You see, when people come in the public, they try to restrain themselves. Now, imagine what is happening in the public is part of the restraint. So what it means is that they have had serious altercation behind the scene. And now, to come to the issue of giving power, you should have told him that giving power is a process. And it began a long time ago. So you have seen the way he has tried to adjust. The first thing is he removed in the picture and brought Raila in the picture, showing that actually he was not ready to honor what he wanted to do 10 years ago or 9 years ago when he said that I will hand over power to Ruto after I'm done with my 10 years. So when he studied him and saw that this is an unstable guy, he started a process of removing power from him and handing him to someone different, because he knew I cannot just go at the last minute and then say I'm not giving you power. Okay, it may work, but it also may work against him. So he wanted a process that is more legitimate. And that's why he has been building a process that eventually is predictable. Even right now, when he allows the military to go to upon the farm and start preparing, you see, it's something you can see and everybody can understand that already it looks like power is going to this side. So already he laid out the process that will eventually work to what you are saying. So you can do it through a process and not necessarily just wake up and say, I think this guy, even if he has won, I will not give him power. You initiate a process that legitimizes what you are saying. Sam?
Okay, that's a good suggestion or contribution about that statement that I made. But what I was trying to mean hypothetically, it was that under no circumstance, there's no circumstance that Ruto will be the president, because if you can recall my statement earlier, I said that what has been going on, I was taking that judgment from what has been going on, because of late tumeona Ruto akiingilia sana the president, and then hawajakuwa na good relationship among between the two. Their relationship has gone astray kabisa, and maybe if they're talking behind the curtains, because we know there are a lot of things that happens behind the curtains, which from this scenario I don't think that Uhuru and Ruto are talking behind the curtains. Things the way they are on the ground is the things that we are seeing on the TV. So what I was asking Mr. PK was regarding to their relationship right now, leave alone the constitution, because the constitution must be followed, the law must be followed, but according to their relationship right now, the way they are right now, it will be so hard for Uhuru to hand over power to Ruto. That's why Uhuru will do anything possible, maybe, to make Raila the president. And right now, as Wekesa has said, the things that are happening in Kenya, like we are seeing a road being constructed going to Bondo, those are just the signs that definitely kijana yetu ya Sugoi hawezi yapata hii kitu.
Alex, let me play a short clip and then we proceed.
Mimi hizi siasa nazijua, nisikizeni atakaotokea katika hizi siku 18. Watu wataungana kujaribu kututikisa. Nisikizeni niwaambie atakaotokea katika hizi siku 18. Matusi yatakaotupwa kwa Abdulswamad Sharif Nasiri yatakuwa yenye kutupwa mpaka watu watakauka na midomo na mati yatakauka katika midomo yao. Katika huu muda wa siku 18 zilobaki, watu watatoa kila aina njia na madhumuni ni kutushukisha hadhi zetu sisi ziwe kama hadhi zao, ya kuwa wao hawana ajenda, hawana lengo na watu wa Mombasa, iwe sisi hadhi yetu ni kujaribu kushindana na wao kwa kauli ya mdomo. Lakini tutaregea pale tulipokuwa kauli yetu ya kwanza, tunataka kuwa gavana. Mdomo wangu hautotumika kujibizana na watu, nguvu zangu hazitotumika kujibizana na watu. afya yangu haitotumika kuanza kupingana na watu. Mdomo wangu, nguvu zangu, afya yangu itakuwa ni kuwahudumikia hawa watu ambao kwamba watakuwa pamoja na mimi inshallah siku ya kuapishwa.
Kisii County, kwa niaba ya waheshimiwa wote wa Kenya Kwanza Kisii County, tumeamua kwamba hiyo nyumba ambayo ni ya Kenya Kwanza na UDA haikaliki. Kwa nini? Haya mambo tumeambiwa kwamba kuna bottom up. Sisi ndio tuko chini. Hatujawahi ona tukishughulikiwa kama viongozi kutoka chini ndio tupandishe juu vile wanasema kwamba bottoms up. Mwenzetu huyo ambaye tulikuwa tunapigania awe governor ambao ni Machogu ana upaguzi wa kibinafsi. Machogu ameenda katika UDA akasema pale. Amesahau kwamba kuna nyumba zingine 3, 4, 5 ambazo zina form nyumba inaitwa Kenya Kwanza Kisii County. Kwa hivyo tumeangalia sana kwa haki, tumeona Simba Arati anatosha kuwa kiongozi governor wa Kisii County. Ndipo tumeamua leo siku hii sisi wote Kisii County tumekuja katika asimio kumpigania Simba Arati awe governor. Na kwanza Simba Arati ni kijana chipukizi, ni kijana ambaye amefanya maendeleo Nairobi miaka 10, amekuwa kiongozi miaka 15, ana ujuzi ya kutoza ambapo atarekebisha yale yote mabaya yametendwa na yule ambaye alitoka anaitwa nani Ongwae aende nyumbani vizuri polepole, apumzike na Machogu wake na Oyongo wote hao, waachie Simba Arati kazi afanye tukiwa pale. Tumekubali wote tumsindikize Simba Arati katika Kisii County ofisi.
Alex Oyaro kutoka Birongo Ward, Secretary General wa Kenya Kwanza, tena chairman wa Kenya Kwanza Forum. Ningependa kusema hivi, wiki jana tulisimama kwenye press na tukapeana signal na tukaelezea vizuri ya kwamba kama matakwa na mahitaji ya wananchi na viongozi ambao wako kwa mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza haitachukuliwa hatua, tutaamua mkondo mwingine. Na leo nataka kusema hapa hivi, tumekuwa katika Kenya Kwanza jinsi chairman amesema, lakini yale ambayo yametokea pale ni kwamba hakuna uwazi pale. Kuna watu ambao wako pale ambao tunawaita katika lugha ya Kimombo cartels, wamejaa pale. Usaidizi wowote ambao unaweza toka kwa Kenya Kwanza ili usaidie vyama vidogo ambavyo viko kwa mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza haitufiki, inapotelea hapa katikati. Tukienda kuuliza, tunatuma barua, tunapiga simu, tunaambiwa ngoja kidogo, kwa majina yanaandikwa yanapelekwa, lakini hakuna hatua inachukuliwa. Ndio maana leo tukasema hivi kwa kauli moja, withdraw our support, not defecting but withdrawing our support from Kenya Kwanza family to Bwana Simba Arati, ili tuweze kufanya kazi kwa pamoja kama familia moja, tuunde serikali ambaye hata wale ambao wanatuhitaji pale nyuma waweze kupata mahali ambapo wana hang, ili kesho tujenge Kisii ikae Kisii ya kupendeza na ikue nchi ambaye hata wageni kutoka nje wanaweza furahia kukuja kuishi. Hayo ndio machache nilikuwa nayo, na washukuru sana wanahabari na Mungu wabariki.
Na mimi naitwa Dismas Owoka Ondara, najulikana kama Enruche. Mimi ni aspirant MCA kutoka Bokimonge. Leo hii tumekuja hapa kama timu kubwa ya UDA na vyama zingine zote. Tumeleta hapa maneno yetu kwa jumla, tukisema ya kwamba kwa kuangalia Kenya mzima, tukiangalia na Kisii yetu venye mambo inaendelea kuzunguka na kuenda kulingana na mambo ya kisiasa, tumekubaliana kwa jumla kuwa tutamuunga mkono Mheshimiwa Simba Arati. Na tumekuja kuamua hivyo kwa sababu nyingi sana. Sababu ya kwanza, kama UDA tuligundua kuwa ile agenda ilikuwa inasemwa ya bottom up economic model ilikuwa ni agenda ya kutafuta kura. Haikuwa agenda ya kusaidia watu venye na kuwa inasemekana kulingana na manifesto zao. Pili, Ile narrative ya hustler, majority of the leaders wenye walikuwa kwa chama cha UDA, wengi wao walinyimwa tiketi, mpaka wale wenye walishinda walipigiwa kura na wananchi, demokrasia yao ikakandamizwa. Mfano kama MCA wa Kisii Central anaitwa Eric Aburi, alishinda tiketi ya UDA akanyanganywa na governor Machogu na wenzake. Vile vile ward zingine kama Masimba nomination ya UDA haikufanyika. Vile vile Bokimonge ward mpaka mtu akauza shamba akapatiana governor pesa yule wa side nyingine ya UDA, kumaanisha mahustlers wenye wanang'ang'ana na maisha kujitafutia mamlaka waweze kusaidia watu wa chini hawakuwa considered. Pili, agenda ya mheshimiwa Simbarati imeenea Kisii mzima, mpaka mtoto wa shule, mpaka yule ako kwa market. Kila mtu anasema Simbarati ndiye the change we need in Kisii County. Kwa hiyo sababu wana UDA wote Kisii County na wengine wako njiani wanakuja, tuliamua kwa jumla weight yetu sisi wote tumeiweka nyuma ya Simbarati kwa kiti ya ugavana wa Kisii County. Na tumesema hivyo sababu kumebaki wiki mbili. Hizi wiki mbili zimebaki ni wakati wa Kisii wanaamua gavana wao ni nani, rais wao ni nani, ma-MCA ni akina nani na wengine wote. So leo members of the press na timu yote yenye tumekuja hapa, sisi tumesema msimamo wetu kutoka hapa Kisii katika chama cha UDA, na wale wote wenye wametoka kule tumesema tunamunga mkono Simbarati na tutashikana mikono, na wengine tunawakaribisha wenye wako njiani wanakuja. Asanteni sana. Lakini la mwisho kabisa before nimalize, kuna zile nyumba zenye zilipakwa rangi ya UDA hapa Kisii County, tukianzia ofisi ya Menyinkwa. Leo hii tukitoka hapa tunasema itapakwa rangi ya Simbarati na Azimio, tukisema kuwa hiyo ndio itaonyesha kuwa tumeamua tumerudi nyumbani kwa Simbarati. Asanteni sana.
Asante.
Tangazo maalum. Mkutano wa kesho utafanyika hapa nje. Hapa nje. Sasa tukutane kesho hapa. Tufunge barabara kutoka Masinde Muliro mpaka Shirereo. Tufanye mkutano wetu hapa. Si mikutano za barabara zinafanyika? Si hata nikienda Shirereo nafanya mkutano wa barabara? Si hata nikisimama Kaega nafanya mkutano wa barabara? Si hata nikisimama Sigalagala nafanya mkutano wa barabara? Kesho tutafanya mkutano wa barabara hapa nje ya Buhungu hapa. Sasa muamke asubuhi mapema, tukutane vijana wote, wamama wote, wana Kenya kwanza wote, wakuje hapa nje ya Buhungu, kutoka pale Nurami mpaka Shirere, watu 80,000 tunafunga kesho hii barabara, tufanye mkutano wetu. Ama ni mbaya hiyo? Si tutafanya tu dakika 30 alafu tutoke. Sisi hatutakaa sana. Ile inaitwa stopover, si ndio? Tunakuja tunaongea kidogo, tunaruhusu mheshimiwa aende Sugoi, alafu sisi tunaenda Maskan. Si ndio? Na kesho ni holiday. Kesho wapende wasipende, mkutano utafanywa. Na tunaambia mheshimiwa Paranya
Okay, that's a rally that is supposed to happen tomorrow in Buhungu Stadium. I don't know why wananyimwa kufanyia hapo. We also have a clip on Kisii politics. I think the reason why we play different clips to provoke you to have different ideas debate. Unajua tukikaa sana sometimes ideas zinawezaisha. So we play clips just to provoke you on different issues so that we can enrich our debate. So you can pick an idea from whichever clip you picked and we discuss. Sky.
Good morning, good afternoon, good night. I only have
Good night, good morning in Kenya.
I have maybe one reaction.
Mhm.
I watched Mutahi Ngunyi's presentation today. He's talking about an hypothesis of 51.3% for Azimio and 45 for Kenya Kwanza at the end of these elections. And he's talking about the election is not going to be done on the 9th. The election is going to begin on the 9th because the way the Azimio aspirant is talking is going to dispute the elections because he's learned that he's going to lose. The
Kenya
moment he
Kwanza, not
disputes
Azimio. Not Azimio, Kenya Kwanza.
Kenya Kwanza, sorry. The moment he loses the elections, he's going to dispute the elections through the courts. And going by what is happening with the IBC, they are full of, irregularities. And that might push the elections to be repeated maybe in October, the 3rd of October, according to the Constitution. And if the same things are not regularized, it is still go to another cycle of a repeat election. And another repeat election would mean that people will go back to elections in January. Constitutionally, the chairman of the IEBC is supposed to be out of office on a mandatory basis by January. Considering that Uhuru's term is coming to an end, he cannot elect or he cannot appoint any other person because he'll be in office temporarily. Article 134 of the Constitution describes the powers of Uhuru if he's holding office temporarily, meaning he cannot appoint. He has no powers to appoint anyone. So in the next, from 9th of August until April, that is the period of these elections. How prepared are we in Kenya to sustain that period? That is the question.
Yeah, it's a good intellectual discussion, but I know sometimes Mutahi Ngunyi, I think you need to also to get Mutahi Ngunyi's perspective of ideas. He normally says that we say things as they are, and sometimes and we say the truth, and sometimes when we don't say the truth is because we have not chosen to do that. Sometimes he can choose a particular target to watch the reactions of people. But you see, court was not meant to. One of the things, the role of a court is to resolve dispute. And when you take an election to court, it has to give a solution. It bears in mind that the nation can plunge into trouble. They are not just there to read through the issue and this must be done, and then they are supposed to give a solution. In fact, a good God gives the right judgment to save a nation from entering in a crisis. There are so many balances that happen when they are giving a ruling. Maybe the legalistic people will look at it from what the law says. But go back and look the judgment of Kina William Tunga 2013. Why did he give a judgment in 5 minutes? It had nothing to do with what had happened. It had something to do with what they think was the right thing to do at that time. And that's why they give a ruling and then they go back and write the judgment. So thinking that we will go in an election in several circles up to April, that one me, I can't. Okay, Alex, what do you think?
You know, I like Mutai Ngunyi from his heydays. You remember, Mutai Ngunyi came in to the political center stage by writing very controversial articles. And I think it is because a vacuum was there. Some of us loved Whispers. When Whispers died, for a very long time, we were looking for somebody to fill up that vacuum. And when Mutai Ngunyi came in, if you remember, we were looking forward to listen, not only to read his articles in the newspaper, but also to listen to his mindset. And over time, he has evolved, not as a political intellectual, Mr. Sky. Mutai Ngunyi comes from an intellectual propaganda philosophical machine to skew and bring out things, embed them. It's some in the US they call it yellow journalism. Okay, you are not a journalist per se, and that is why he says we are not journalists, we are thinkers. Okay, then he goes to say and verified gossip. So they palette on gossip, not per gossip in the market, but they can take a political theorem somewhere and they discuss it intellectually on the panel. And if you're not careful, some of the theorems that he brings might confuse you, and you may actually think that there is no election coming. It might end up coming in February next year. Chebukati will not be in office. And this is not the first time he has said that. He's been saying that for many, many days. So don't take Mutai Ngunyi seriously. Mutai Ngunyi is in the business. And actually, Mutai Ngunyi has made his money from such kind of theatrics, because I think he was employed by the Kibakis. And you know, some of the monies in NYS was part of the propaganda machine. And don't listen to Mutai Ngunyi and take it seriously, my friend. He's a political gymnastic, okay? I don't know, you know, which means he's playing politics of gymnastics, which is very good because it entertains us. The Fifth Estate is not there to inform you. It is there to entertain you. Listen to Mutai Ngunyi as an entertainer, but not as an informer, because the cliches like the tyranny of numbers, there was no tyranny of numbers, okay? But they had to coin that, okay? And so on and so forth. So Mutai Ngunyi is being used by the political class to bring some cliches that becomes a mantra in that politics. And therefore, like for now, I think he's throwing a salvo. Eviuni, thank you. He's throwing some salvo to William Samoei Ruto that listen, if you try to push this election, Chebukati will go. And this is what will remain. Uhuru will continue to become the president. He's carrying Ruto, okay? He will continue to be the president. The person that you don't like is going to continue to be the president. So he's scaring Ruto. It's not supposed to scare you, Sky. It's supposed to scare Ruto and the people that he has told that Uhuru must go, not for you. So don't take it seriously. Election will be conducted on the 9th, and we are going to have a president. But if it will be, nobody is going to get 50 plus 1, constitutionally, within a month, again, we need to go back to the election. There is nothing like it will go up to January. Those are theorems. The Constitution does not say that. Trust me, go look into it.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, and we should also look at what is happening on the other side. There was this issue of Moses Wetangula and Major Waluke 207. That was in Sirisha constituency, where Waluke petitioned that Wetangula had rigged his election. But what happened now, Wetangula provoked Waluke, and Waluke had to tear the form. That time, was it from 30 what? I don't know whether it was still from 30.
It was 31, I think. I think it was 31 that he tore.
Yes. So when it came to he lost the case because of what he did. The reason I'm bringing that issue is even Ruto's demeanor may affect his petition if it doesn't work very well, because he's making so many mistakes that may hound him in all the petitions that he may take it to the Supreme Court. So it needs someone who is sober and well calculated to get the right recourse in the Supreme Court. Let's have who came first? Hey, Mora, finally you are here. You have come several times, but I was just seeing device not connected. In fact, sometimes you have clicked in 3 times. I see 3 Moras here, but none of them is coming.
I know. Something was going on with my camera. I don't know what was going on with my camera or my other phone that I wanted to use. So Alex even ended up calling me.
Yeah. Sorry for that, but finally you have made it.
No, it's okay. I was just trying to figure the camera, but we don't have too much technological knowledge like that. So I just gave up on that phone. So
let's have Sky, and then we go to
sure, that's
Julia.
fine. That's okay.
Sky,
Sky already made his contribution.
Was it
already made?
Okay, sir. Let's have Big Julius.
Thank you, Wekesa. Good morning. Good night, Alex.
Good morning in Kenya. And we are remaining with 8 days.
At sisi hapa ni good morning. It's 9 o'clock, actually 9:15 in the morning. And as Wekesa says, we have 9 days to go. I want to react in 2 things. Number one, Suswa 5 for the 5th. And sometimes I try to avoid talking about Sonko, but I feel bad and I have to talk about it because I don't like it.
No. For the sake of where you come from, tell us why it's called Suswa 5. We have had how many and what was their significance? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Because there have been 4 declarations. The support the Ma community to support whatever what can I say, whatever presidential candidate. So there have been 4 of them. So this time it was the 5th for the 50th time for the 50th for Baba for the 5th. It was something unique, So it was.
We say the stars are aligning, huh?
Yes. The Maasai blessing culture is something very powerful, and to get those wazees, bless you, because that was actually the Maasai blessings is like a prayer, because if you hear everybody repeat Yangai, that means yes God. Yeah, I mean, they were. It was a prayer. They are praying for God to guide, protect, and lead Baba as he take over to lead the country of Kenya. It was significant. It was something, because the all Maa community, Samburu. So there is an old man from Samburu, from Kajiado, from Narok, from even some of them from Tanzania, as far as Tanzania. And actually one of my brothers, my younger brother was there, and he was sending me messages telling me it was like something that he has never felt before. I mean, it was sijui nita explain aje. It was something different. It was something different, and kusema kweli Baba got the true blessings from those old Maasai elders, and I think it's done. It's done. It's done. Because when you get ile alipata Baba got in Ncic from Ncic, now he got from the Maa elders. I'm telling you, things. Baba is going all the way. Anyway, I was very happy because the whole communities now, all the Maa communities are rallying behind Baba, because they feel that is the only way, the only place they are protected. Because if you try to see what Baba said, and even those who are that there have been always a big problem of land injustices in Maa community. They've been complaining about their land being taken away by some people. So they feel that Baba is the only person, and Baba and Mama, they are the people who are not hungry about land. They are the only people who can protect their little land that is remaining. So they are really wamejitolea kabisa, na wanajua there is nowhere else to go because wale wengine ndio hasa hawa wamechukua mashamba. Hata ulisikia hata hapo Suswa kuna shamba already Ruto amechukua hapo bali kulikuwa Suswa some part. Kevin, can you
There's someone who is both listening from us and then the TV.
Calvin, mute. Calvin, mute.
Thank you so much. Anyway, I think he has a network problem. So, Wekesa and Alex, it is something that we have, where we are now, kusema ukweli, these 9 days, 8 days, whatever, we have to be, I think it's sasa tunakimbia kwa kamba, tukae farm, tukae waangalifu, but hiyo my brother alikuwa anasema ati maybe election will not be done. I don't think it will be like that. I think, Alex, you gave a very good answer. We need to do this to malize na tuanze vizuri. We start from October, from September, we start a new country. Hiyo maneno ya kusema tunarudia, we are not going to repeat because all tumejipanga. So talking about Martha Karua, walikuwa Murang'a, things are doing well. Sasa DP Ruto anashindwa atawafuata because unajua anaonaga Azimio wameenda wapi, anawafuata, wamekuwa mkia. Is like a tail. He's tailing Azimio because unaona jana alikuwa Ukambani pia, following where Azimio has gone to spoil what their progress. But again, many people have already decided, and we see the opinion of polls is showing us that we are ahead, and I'm grateful for that. So I want to talk a little bit about Sonko. Sitaki kuchukua muda mrefu as we move ahead to contribute more. Sonko, I think, Alex, I think you remember the other day I was saying here, huyu mtu anaitwa Sonko alikuwa anachezea Kalonzo game, and Ruto was using Sonko I think ile wakati tulikuwa na shida ya Kalonzo kurudi Azimio, it has been Sonko has been playing a very big part trying to not allow him to come back to Azimio, but now amefanya vizuri. Let him just go, because we are not comfortable from the beginning for him being in Azimio. We are not comfortable at all. So I was very happy that he ameenda kwa team Majambazi. Let him go there so that tuwakarange wote kwa pamoja. Thank you, Wekesa.
Asante sana. So do you think you see, there are people who think that if Songo has, let's say, 20% and Sarai has 7%, when they come together, it comes 27%. Are voters easily transferable like that?
No. It will not change anything, Wekesa. It is not going to change anything. And Amanda, you know, people, that is a very wrong calculation. It will never happen like that. How? It will not happen like that. He is just going by himself, and atapelekea Sarai. Sasa ata akipeleka, I mean, maybe I don't see something like that, Wekesa.
Okay, sawa. Yeah, also some of us had reservations when we remembered that it was Songo who decided to pour sewage in Jacaranda when Baba was trying to protest for his stolen vote. So yes, we welcomed him in Azimio, but we were still we had not really trusted him. We knew he's up to something. The good thing about him is he always tells us what his mind is thinking about. He reminded us that through him, the deep state had to stage manage riots and call them, giving young men t-shirts and call them ODM. So there's so much that he had done as havoc to our team, even if he could come. And perhaps even when he was here, he knew that he didn't get that impress. Yes, they welcomed him, but he didn't get that impress because people are still treating him with suspicion. We also have not forgotten that he's a master of recording everything. So nobody's willing to share with you real issues. You are on a spy mission. So that is it. Maybe, and I can guarantee you, even if Ruto has accepted him, he will treat him with that suspicion. He knows who Songo is. Songo is always himself and he's selfish. He wants to shine. When he was taking Kalonzo to Mombasa on Mombasa Road, it was not Kalonzo shining, it was him. He took the show. So he's not there to make you famous. He makes famous himself. Huh? I also say that Kalonzo entry to Wiper had nothing to do with the Mombasa politics. For me, it's about Ukambani succession. And he's playing these cards very well. If Kalonzo is not very wise, the guy is not interested. He is interested in taking over Ukambani. He knows Kalonzo is a weak leader and he's using all avenues. And he has got someone who can push him. You know, William Ruto likes such a people who wants to ruffle feathers. So he may use him to take over Ukambani leadership. So he needs to wake up very early and know that he was playing with his competitor, not necessarily someone who wanted to support him, ascend to his dream. So let's have
Wekesa, you remember the time of anaitwa nani of Kidero in Nairobi. Sonko always buys, you know, anaenda anachukua takataka, analipa watu wa takataka, anamwaga takataka in the CBD. Anamwaga CBD kumharibia Kidero jina. That's, you know, he's an evil man. He's an evil man.
Sasa wakipatana na Tiki na Kashakwa, that is a gang.
But what sealed the case of Ruto? Yeah, the case of Sonko totally. And I think as a Mio team, they sat down and said they can't afford to do that. Is the scene in Mombasa. He caused the chaos, ran over. He drove, imagine. And I think I've sent you that clip so that people can remember. We are so quick as Kenyans to forget what we should not forget. Of a leader just driving speed in the middle of a rally. I think that was the lowest point. For me, hata weke mavi Jacaranda, hakuwa na watu huko. Hata watu wakikuja watatoka waende. But taking your machines kama gari, then you drive at that speed. Wekesa, put that clip later on so that people can understand. That sealed Sonko's fate. And I think at that point, if you look at somebody like Kalonzo and you asked him, is this the person you want to run in Mombasa? I don't know what answer will Kalonzo tell you. But I think, as you said, Kalonzo was bargaining with Azimio, and he did not have anybody to bargain with. So I think he used Sonko very well. But what Sonko didn't know, that he was a bargain card. But again, as you said, if Kalonzo is not careful, Sonko wants to inherit. But I think Kalonzo has been played already, the person that is taking over, and I think that's the political succession of the future. I think Mutula is a man to watch. Kalonzo should be very careful. If I was Kalonzo, I would never allowed Mutula to become a governor. I would have said stay in the Senate. But Kalonzo is done. As we talk the next politics, I think, of Ukambani, Mutula is a man to watch. But let's not talk that. That's 2027 politics.
So, sir, let's have Bob and then Mora. Papa, how are you?
Jambo nyote. Naanza na dada yetu Mora.
Are you related
Sam
to
TV?
Nyachai?
No. Nyachai is from Nyaribari and I am from Kitutu, Masaba. Kuna Big Julius Kai, Wekesa himself, and then Alex. Asante sana. Let me wade in on... Let me wade in on Sonko. Now that I'm in Mombasa, you know, Sonko is a man of theoretics, and the impact of Sonko in Mombasa, yes, it would have caused a bit of ripples in Mombasa if he was to be allowed to be on the ballot. But majority of the people that were going to vote for Sonko had Baba as their preferred choice. And William Ruto has that was bad business. We'll say it was bad political business because, for instance, there are two people who work for me, and whenever we chat, political chat, they always tell me that Sonko ni wetu, kura yetu ya baba iko, lakini Sonko ndio sisi tulikuwa tungependa wekwa kwenye kura, lakini ni kura yetu ni ya baba. So you can see even from those two votes, and the talk out here is that Sonko, they would have loved Sonko to be on the ballot for those kawaida reasons that Sonko looks for, of trying to endear the downtrodden by giving them favors and whatever. So Sonko's effect in Mombasa, it will not change a thing in terms of the presidential race. And even so, Sarai is a non-starter. to be honest, Sarai is got that is somebody who was a Wiper candidate, gubernatorial candidate in 2017, and he simply could not make it. If it was somebody like Shabal to be snapped up by UDA, then that would have been something different. But for Sonko, he's a non-starter. And then Sonko has also got that bad side, because his entry to Mombasa came, he used an investment point where he opened a very big club. Even you can Google it, it's called Club Volume. And it's really famous, but the clientele mostly comes from Nairobi. And the bad thing about that entertainment spot is that the most recent incident, I think in the last 1.5 months, was one of their workers being found in somewhere in Kisauni, an area called Utange, who works in his office per se, was found with the cache, or what do you call them, cocaine. So it has a very bad negative influence in terms of the social fabric, and people are actually there's a part of Mombasa, the Shanzu part, Mtwapa and Bamburi, they're associating that place with drugs, and they don't want to hear anything to do with Sonko. So it is he has a very negative influence, and I don't think it would have caused any much impact. That was bad political business. However, let me move on to the menu. And the menu, I think, is an open menu. You can serve anything. Yeah, I want to talk about the UDA theoretics. UDA are really taking us in a frenzy. I think they have lost it, and they are trying to whip emotions. That is their only avenue, and the more the people ignore them, the better. But you see, they are trying to push it a little further by talking about death, killings, and what have you. This is just trying to scare the people so that maybe Azimio or the government itself can make a mistake by arresting their bigwigs. But I like the way the government is handling it. They are not being provoked that much. In the previous elections, by now, several people would have been, harassed or arrested. But we will see the effect tomorrow. Tomorrow they will go back to church, cool down, come back, and then try to the same little trick. But the mistakes they are making, they are so grave, because I had an opportunity of talking to one lady from Mount Kenya, and she's got a lot of influence in Thika. She has previously been campaigning. She used to campaign for the mayor. Remember the lady called Mumbingaru? She was one of the main campaigners, and she tells me that the mood really changed yesterday when the deputy president went on offensive and calling Uhuru all manner of names, and that did not go down well with the people of the mountain, and people are even getting scared of voting him in. He might think that he is becoming a hero, but the people that he's becoming a hero to are the youth who are. We are not even so sure that they have the votes themselves, and it is that handout community that follows him, and it's like he has gotten drunk and he is not really focusing on his own manifesto or strong points, and now it is all about Uhuru, and even the fact that they have previously tried to tie Raila Odinga to the Uhuru government, they have forgotten that. Their anger is really directed to Uhuru Kenyatta. And it's a masterstroke by Uhuru Kenyatta to lure them to himself. He absorbs most of the pressure. and he gives them little reaction. They want him to react. He's not reacting. They have turned him into a punching bag, and I think they are losing it, and it is to the Azimio advantage. In as much as it is to the Azimio advantage, it is not going down well for, towards the voters. But I want to believe that Azimio should just stay steady, focus on their manifesto. Of course, we have our own loose cannons. I love what the rebuttal by Junet. Sometimes you can be hit so hard, but you lose that patience. But instead of your main guy going to talk about it, or your bigwigs, you send a loose cannon like Junet to fire salvos to just distract them, because some of the Azimio supporters are feeling worked up, and they feel like, why are we so quiet and these people are talking, spewing a lot of garbage? There are those Azimio, diehards who feel like these guys have gone overboard. We should react. But it's good from the top leadership of Azimio. They are focused, and the message is corruption, corruption, corruption. That is a very strong selling point. And they have hit them so hard in terms of corruption that they have nowhere to run. The only other their reaction is now being, channeled to Uhuru Kenyatta, who is a very good shock absorber. He's just moving around. He's a happy man. You could see him at the choir. The guy is so relaxed. I love what the Azimio is doing. And then we are attacking on all fronts. We have teams all over. So that, I think, has sent them into disarray, and we are on in the right path. Finally, let me just also comment on the idea Sky brought in of Matiangi. Matiangi, like Alex said, is a gun for hire. Is a gun for hire, and has previously been used to sway public perception, to create a perception that this is what is happening on the ground. And for instance, if you just have, if you want to know what Matiangi represents, is that theory that he brought in. If you go to, like, for instance, the social media space, and that is their main driving point of UDA, is the digital space, other than the tantrums that they are throwing. You will see all reactions of that theory, is that UDA is getting comfortable, that even Matiangi knows it, that we just cannot lose, but they are being driven to a corner blindly. And even if we were to go to court, if they were to go to court and try to overturn this election, it is not that easy, because anybody who followed the 2017 petition, NASA was very prepared. They knew what they were targeting. Those small little things that NASA were captured, they were enough. But if you look at UDA is blind to the fact that they are more focused on they had an intention of stealing. You see, Azimio is not intending in any way to steal. They are intending to ensure that the processes are right. And that's why they are pushing for these forms issue, all the processes to at least to bear that the minimum threshold, so that they do not fall on the other side, to give them an advantage in court. And I just don't see how that election can be overturned, as long as the transmission is on point. The declaration at the polling stations. So far, I don't see anything in the voter register that can warrant that. So far, the process is still on course. So it will be a
Bob,
tall order
Bob,
as
let
long
me
as,
ask you.
yes.
Bob, let me
Yes.
also ask you. You know, it's also psychological. If you lose in the first election, whether it goes to the court and nullify it or the order for a repeat, do you think you will have the same support? Because it's a psychological game. I remember even when NASA lost, even if it won in the court, it didn't have the guts to go for the second one. And you can imagine you are in opposition and you have lost the election and you go to petition and you expect to mount a great support from
Yeah,
that. In
no,
fact,
because
yes,
you're getting it a bit wrong, yeah.
yes.
I think from the last two elections, we felt a bit wronged, and we saw some nefarious situations that we came into the whole election debacle, and we felt that we were stolen. So we felt like we didn't trust IEBC from 2013 onwards. So that when why would you go for elections when you felt that it's rigged? Now, to all honest opinion here, this is just my own opinion, is if this happens, the way the opinion polls are saying we get to 46 and everything is going smoothly, I don't think people will complain. People will complain as we are complaining now, where we are seeing there's no direct direction, where we're seeing that the election is being treated fairly. If we see it going fairly and Raila gets 49 and the other idiot gets 34, whatever it is, it doesn't matter because it's 50 plus 1. I don't think anybody will complain with that, and I don't think the public would feel derailed enough to go for a second election for that. Easy zingine, even the last time, what was the purpose of us going for a round-up election in 2017? That was it for the public. There was no way we were going back for that. What will become a choker? I think Raila did the right thing and says don't go for it because it was a waste of time. But if we trust the process, and if Baba genuinely, which I don't believe, I do not believe the polls, genuinely goes to 49%, I think people would go. I think people will not be derailed to go and vote again and those ones who were undecided to take a second pick. So I think, Wekesa, you're mixing up.
Thank you. Maybe what you didn't get me keep was that, and you have already come to my point. You know, when they announced the repeat election, already people who are on the other side, Kina Isaac, who was a principal, alikuwa amejump to Jubilee. And this is what I'm saying. If we win against Ruto and we are asked to go and repeat the election, it is the person who is behind to suffer more than the person who is ahead. Because now there will be people from UDA who will be sure that now they need to jump to the other side because this is the government side. Are you getting my point?
Yeah, in the history of repeat election, it's only, I think, one candidate, one or two, and I think that Kenya analyzed it in 2017 extensively, of somebody who came from behind and later on won. But I think the trend has been very simple. If Raila is at 49, and we are taking the case scenario of what Ruto, Kip said. Sorry for calling you Ruto Kip.
What Kip is saying? No, call me Ruto, it's fine. He can't spoil all the names. Alichukua Samoei, so it's okay. I'm Ruto now. We'll make the name good again.
What my younger brother Ruto is saying, he gets 34%. As you have said correctly, let's analyze that, and I think that is what you are trying to say. When politicians see that Raila got 49%, you know, politics is business. Politics is not it's a professional business. It's a profession and it's a business. It's a compounded thing. I will be foolish to keep campaigning for Ruto on a repeat election with my money when he got 34% and where Raila got 49%. That's waste of money. It's taking money and going to the bathroom, not the bathroom. Bathroom, you use a toilet paper. You go to the latrine and use it for whatever circumstances. That will be wrong. So I think what Wekesa is saying is true. If that is what happens, as Papa said, obviously, Ruto, there will be hemorrhage of support, especially the support that he needs, because now the governors will not be willing anymore to use the resources. The governors, though they are in UDA, they will be more than willing now to sit down and work with the government to come, because they understand they must start campaigning immediately. And campaigning immediately is work with the existing government so as you give results so that you can be re-elected. Unfortunately, that's the problem of repeat election. And you saw that we hemorrhaged so much support, and if we were to go truly to that repeat election, we could have been embarrassed in some quarters.
It also, sorry, Wekesa, and it also goes down with the atmosphere. The last time our atmosphere was very, very, there was more tension. When I say tension, it was like, this is it. We have to make it. We were angry people. We were angry about 2013. There was a lot of tension in our heart. But now we are very relaxed. We are very calm. And the other side is very angry. Come with me here. You'll understand where I'm coming from. People who are relaxed, let me tell you one thing. People who are relaxed, just like the previous election as the Jubilee people, they're the ones who went and did the repeat election. Now, if you look at the Azimio people are not complaining. The Azimio people we are calm. And wanaleta hiyo furugu, wanaleta hiyo makasiriko. They are bringing language that I feel that is very, very, very dishonest, very bad. It's always coming down to the atmosphere of the public. I feel like watu wa Azimio, hata kama wala atakuwa derailed, sisi tutaenda kwa hiyo repeat election. I believe that with all my heart, because the atmosphere is also in the way Raila has learned politics over the last few years. If you see nowadays, he doesn't even complain about Ruto. Atukani Ruto, afanyi hizo vitu zote. He lets his acolytes, his juniors do kazi chafu. Now, Ruto, what Ruto has not learned is the fact that Ruto had done it correctly for the last 4 years, not to abuse the president. But all of a sudden, they got him into the trap, and now he's abusing the president. He needs to calm down. And that's the problem. Kuna hiyo energy. I don't know how to describe it. There's an energy that is coming with Ruto that
keep. You know, one thing, look at the main base of William Ruto and the company. It is Mount Kenya. And Mount Kenya is a unique voting bloc. And let me say they are more business-oriented people. And he has been campaigning for the last 5 years in that place. There is already, call it, is it voter fatigue? Those guys are tired. Even if you look at the rallies, when he started, we started officially, the official campaigns. And now, the enthusiasm has gone down drastically. And that is not a voting bloc that he would, he can be sure that will turn up again, because I think they have gotten tired, even as it is right now. But again, we have to look at, they have a very big silent majority that will speak on the 9th. So he cannot even be sure. And that's why every time Azimio steps in Mount Kenya, he has to go back almost immediately or a day after. In as much as the political class is showing support to him, the voting bloc itself is very unsure about them. It is his first time, and we all know that UDA has got a very good digital and propaganda machine. So they continue to create that perception, but the actual day, what will happen? That is something that they cannot even guarantee. They were every time they used to talk about almost 90%. Nowadays they are even trying to bargain for 50%. So we can't be sure about that.
I have to destroy
Yeah,
that.
let
What
me
do you
just
mean
leave
about
it at that.
No. What do you say they've got a good digital team? They don't. They have propaganda people. They're not digital people.
Yes,
Just
that
because
is
you
what I
invite
mean. Their propaganda machine is on
What he's
overdrive.
saying is that they are all over on social media.
And most of it is rubbish,
Yeah.
because you can see, yes, he's done this for the last 4 years, but what you forget to mention is his base is actually Rift Valley, and Rift Valley is getting exhausted. It's not Central. Central is slipping away from him. He's getting tired. If he can stay, Eastern is just close to Central. If he can stay 30 minutes to wait for a rally to start in Kitui, which is close there, which is Lower Eastern, close to Tarakan Niti, what are we doing here? Kama mzee yake amechukuliwa 200 million. Okay, sorry.
Yes. One more point. Let me just wind up by saying that even the anxiety that they are trying to cause and their war cries cannot work for them. In fact, it is going to work against them, because you don't expect the Mount Kenya, those clashes that they are trying to instigate. There is no way Calais are going to attack Cukes, no, because these are their partners. So even this bickering and ranting is just hot air, just trying to provoke Azimio into making a mistake. So it is a complex thing, and I don't see us even going to court. Let's wait for the 9th. You'll see. I want to believe that Azimio is on the front foot. This is a perception just being tried to be created by UDA, but they are not anywhere near. Thank you. Let me hand it back to
Thank you. And we should not fear if they go to court, it's us to win. They are the one even who began the process of procurement. Kuanzia step 1, your IBC capture, they are the ones. So they have more skeletons to deal with in court than us. Mora, come in.
Hey, you guys. How is everybody tonight and this morning, wherever you are? Salimika, salimika.
Biadole baba.
Hey, Mora, mimi nimekumiss sana. Umepotea sana.
Okay. Really?
Na umekuja na new look eh? Eh.
Papa, hiyo ni maneno yenu ya mise jioni. Hii saa hii tuna debate.
I hope it's a better look than the one I had before.
I am Martha. You're joining Martha Karua.
Absolutely.
Kenya.
Mora, let me get it right.
Yes.
You know, earlier on, Bob used to be black like me, but today he has looked for something to create a reflection.
Oh, because
he's trying to impress someone. Huh?
Because he saw me, so he went and did something. He put on some makeup. Alex, Sema, it's been a minute. I've been busy, but I follow you guys as everything goes. I have even at work, I hide my earphones and I'm listening as I'm doing my work. So everything is going well. Everything is going well. And I see like Mtembei TV is now going to be a local like TV. That is really good. And we will support. So we have 8 days to election. I am not really sure how ready we are. In all honesty, I'm not sure. If I saying you guys are mafisi. So I'm not sure really how ready we are. I get worried when I see things like what Sky was saying. I actually listened to that Mutiangi. I don't know if it's a podcast or whatever he calls it. You know, he based his numbers on 66%. Like if UDA wins Central with 66%. And then they did some math there. They calculated and calculated. And then he ended up saying like Baba is going to get 51.2%. And Ruto is going to get 45%. And then he ended up saying like there's going to be a deficit, a difference of 200,000 votes. I don't know if Baba got 8 million votes, and that's his calculation, and Ruto got 7 million. Where do we get the 200K difference? I thought the difference should be 1 million, but that's his calculations. And with that, he said like UDA is going to look at the 200,000, or maybe it's 200,000 per polling station. I don't know how he based it. And then like they're going to go to court to nullify the election. Sky, I think that's what I got from, I mean, I'm trying to summarize it. That's what I got from that clip. But all the same.
Correct.
Right? All the same, with what Ruto is becoming a lunatic. He has erratic behaviors. I work with mentally sick patients. Ruto should be my patient in my unit right now. As we speak, I should be treating Ruto with schizophrenia and bipolar. Honest to God, Ruto is running crazy. How does he even like instigate like Uhuru is going to kill his family? For crying out loud. For lack of better things, he should just campaign. Like he can try, he needs to try to campaign clean. He can insult Baba, he can insult whoever he wants to, but Uhuru is like, Uhuru cannot touch a fly. Uhuru is so harmless. Uhuru takes insults like with passion. I've never seen a person like Uhuru. Like for him to go and say like Uhuru is going to kill his family, he's trying to look for votes, but all in the wrong ways and all in the wrong places. And then here comes his running mate Gachagua blaming Uhuru for his corruption scandals. Was Uhuru there when he was getting all those youths and forming all those projects and all those groups and getting money from the counties and putting the money in his own accounts? Was Uhuru there? Maybe he should tell Uhuru it's the wrong time to prosecute him, but he is guilty of corruption. Maybe he should be begging Uhuru, hey, can you wait until after elections before you could prosecute me or something like that? He is guilty as charged. I mean, I watched the whole thing, the whole analysis of how he was getting all that money from the counties. There is nothing he can win about that. And I think I support Baba by saying that he needs to step down as a running mate because all these scandals are following him. I think even after, if they win, and of course they are not going to win, he is still going to be prosecuted, and Ruto may need to find another person to deputize him. But anyway, all the same, they are not going to win. Azimio is on the run. They are like going with super speed. All those crowds. Martha is actually coming out of her shell. Now she's calling the UDA guys what they really are. She's not sparing them. She's telling them how corrupt she thinks they are, how like wheezy. I mean, all those words are now coming out of her mouth, which is good. She needs to call a spade and hit the hot nail on the head so that they can get all the votes. And with all those insults that Ruto had for Uhuru, looking back on Mutiangi's percentage of 66% from the mountain, I think after hearing what Ruto said, I think even the mountain people are going to say, no, enough is enough. Let me use Ruto's words. Enough is enough. Let's not elect this guy to any public office. And then the social function, I didn't understand what was going on, but I'm glad Big Julius understands what was going on. It was so colorful. It was so impressive. It was well attended. All the men there, I don't know if they told them to come with rungus. Everyone had a rungu. Everybody, there's nobody that was ferried. No, Baba does not ferry any crowds. Baba's crowds come to him, unlike the UDA crowds that you only see yellow, yellow, yellow. How does everybody turn up in yellow, 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 like at the same place, you know? So yeah, so all is going well, and I believe Baba is going to be sworn in. According to Mutai Ngunyi, the election starts on the 9th, but they will continue until I don't know until when, maybe like for a whole month. I don't know what it means, but I believe the votes are going to be counted, and maybe latest by the 11th we will know the winner. In like 48 hours is enough for them to count the votes, because they're electronic transmissions anyway. I don't see why they should take like 2-3 days for us to know the projected president. Maybe more votes will come in, but we can use a projection like they do it here in the US. And I'll just touch like briefly on Sonko. Sonko just appeals to the streets. Honest to God, I watched him in that club of his in Mombasa. There was a woman dancing butt naked in front of Sonko. I'm like, wow. I saw that. Did anyone see that? Raise your hand if you saw that. I saw that, and I was
Is it wrong?
I was so embarrassed on his
Just
behalf.
Alex aliona hiyo vitu, mimi hata sijui Alex.
Is it wrong?
Hey.
Come mama, honestly. Come mama.
I mean, it's a strip club, and that was a lap dance. It's a strip club. That's not an hotel.
But I mean, for a politician,
I mean, they've been doing it forever. There are so many clips on the social media. Remember when they revealed that Paul Kobia? You remember when Paul Kobia came and they revealed that they are the ones who had killed Fidel, and they took their guns and they put them on the table. What was happening in that room?
I don't know. I didn't see that one.
I think Eva is forgetting that is organic. I mean, they show you organically what they are.
Okay, that's okay. But he appeals. That's what I'm saying. He appeals to the street mind. But he has a lot of immaturity. He's yet to grow as a politician. That's in my opinion. And we shouldn't even waste time talking about Sonko. I mean, he has decided to go to UDA. Let him go. Let him go. Let's just concentrate on making sure we swear Baba and Mama in after the elections on the 9th. Okay, I'll hang out here for a little bit unless someone has something to ask me.
So, Mura, let me remind you something on that. And I think you did not comment about the Kisi issue about the UDA, everybody, the hemorrhaging of people from UDA to Simbarati team. And secondly, the opinion polls now, as we see them, leave about the 11% we saw. Now it's one digit for much of one digit. It's 9%. That's how horrible it is. But let me remind you about Sonko and Ruto and all these people. And I want Kenyans to remember this. When Echesa was put in that ministry, he started bringing professional and international prostitutes in Kenya in the name of athletes, and they were in a special club, and they used to perform somewhere for politicians. So that's not a behavior only for Sonko. It is a behavior of our politician. And if we say that Echesa was picked up by Ruto specifically, and you know where he is today, and all these international syndicate of professional prostitutes, male and female. Remember.
Wait, Alex, are you talking about the dossiers that Sonko has on these politicians, where he's recording all of them. He has that. There are recordings that Sonko
He has all these issues that Echesa is trying to block, and the reason why even Echesa had to be chased unceremoniously, because Echesa was, directing the president and asking the president, "Why did you fire me?" So let's not divulge into that. What you are seeing Sonko doing is what these politicians have been doing, and that is specifically what they hired Echesa to do for them. Echesa was to bring people from outside the Bangladeshis, from Bangkok, and that's, I commented on the comment section, and I laughed, and I asked Elvana Shivashi, how come Bob Papa knows all these clubs in Mombasa? Maybe Bob Papa needs to tell us about this.
No. Don't
Yeah,
bring me there. The reason why I know a lot about what goes on in the social fabric is I have been a club owner, so I am privy. I'm even privy. I'm in a WhatsApp groups of this this club
Wekesa, I was not
investors. So
wrong.
I know a
Wekesa,
lot.
I was not wrong. I've been vindicated.
Okay, Alex. I didn't know about all those syndicates, but that could be true. I mean, our politicians, they most of them are married, but yeah, they have a life out there. Most of them, they have a life out there, like where their wives are not there. So whatever they do, who knows? So about the Kisi politics, I saw that Alex, I saw the defection. I saw like all those 200 UDA followers, and some of them are like UDA MCAs, like.
Bob, don't be near to Mora. You are causing her
No, toa yeye huko. Bob, toka hapo bwana.
No, the Venezuelans are at it.
She's deflecting. What is happening?
Wekesa toa, or arrange the screen. Arrange the screen.
Aya, na Bob umekuwa mweusi. What has happened? You have lost your image and likeness.
Unajua bei ilishuka kidogo kwa sababu tulisikia hiyo story ya clubs, bei ikashuka ametamenda.
Wekesa, I was probably suggesting that we get the clip from Taingunyi's presentation, and then we can stream it at some point. But I like what I like what the president has been doing. He has been very gradual and very deliberate in preparing for the transition. And this is, I think, what is pressurizing the yellow fever, because you can see the way it's gradual and deliberate with the KDF, the farewell at State House, the way he appointed judges, and the way he's deliberate with the projects, very strategic with his development record. And this is causing panic to the yellow fever. A lot of panic. They're just realizing that, oh, we don't have much time. And I think this is what is causing the yellow fever to be paranoid,
Okay, thank you. Mora, we are done. We move to... You are on mute. You are on mute, Mora. Mora, you are on mute. Mora, you are on mute.
Bob ameshikilia mic yake, sijui kwa nini.
Amekanyaga.
Yeah. Mora, you need to configure your thing because we can see your microphone is mute. But you
Keep
going.
wewe ndio umekosa refraction. Mbona umeenda hapo?
Si mi ni fingerprinter.
Okay, you are the next person online. Keep ongea, Mora atakuja amalizia baadaye.
Sasa
Venezuelans are around.
Sasa nataka kusema wewe Bob, acha kukanyagia bana wewe. Sasa you know this big Bob and big Julius na tena huyu Roba wamepigana. Stop it. Hii ndume kubwa hapa zinakuja kufanya kelele kila siku.
Kwanza kipi niko na maneno na jana uliniita muongo. That one
hapana, Masai we lock horns. Masai wanunuangi mbuzi, tunanunuanga ng'ombe.
Mimi
Sasa mimi
sijasema nanunua, sijakuambia nanunua. So don't use words I did not say.
Okay, unaleta ng'ombe. Wewe leta ng'ombe. Mimi nikisikia Masai analeta ng'ombe mimi nafurahi.
Yeah, you know what I'm doing. Unajua saa zingine, unajua watu wa town hawapendi nyama ya ng'ombe, wanapenda nyama ya mbuzi. So I'm going according to the demand of the people, not
Sasa sisi wafugaji kama mimi na wewe tunapenda ng'ombe, alafu nakuja kuniambia mbuzi, mimi nastuka.
Tuko wawili, wewe wengine wote wanapenda mbuzi. So
Mama Selina na hao Kisii hapa, unajua Kisii ni kama sisi, hao wanataka ng'ombe bana. kuna hapa Bob, kuna hapa Felix, alafu
turudishe sasa.
Okay, sawa.
Turudishe sasa.
Pole. Acha nitapigana nao baadaye. Unajua, you know what is scaring me about the UDA people? I know it's off topic, but it's an important thing I want to say. UDA and Ruto are actually trying to hide their language to cause violence. Unajua akisema don't kill my children, he's talking about me and akina Mama Selina because he's the de facto kingpin. So we are supposed to be his children. So it's not what you think. So he's trying to say that Kikuyus don't.
Thank you. I think you got it right. He's using a reverse psychology, speaking the opposite of what
the opposite. It's not his direct children. So people, please we do not want that. We are not there. And he's trying to hide that because ICC is on his ass now. I'm going to use that language because this man, and it was another UDA person who said something in, I don't know which town. And they're beginning to use very reckless language right now. I am glad that us as Azimio were not going to what do you call it, conform to that language, because that is very scary, because we are not ready for that. Let me tell you one thing, people. Compared to the previous elections, there's a difference between loving a person and following a party. We are following a party right now. Kalenjins are following a party. We're not following a person. We do not care about this person. So that is what I see my people doing. It's like it's our last chance, and that is it. Sasa, there's not going to be a situation whereby you'd find Kalenjins going to go to war for this man. I'm sorry, hata we Kipto hapo naongea hapo. You're not going to. I don't think you're going to go to waste your life for this person. Let me stop there because I just want to preach peace. Don't listen to that man. We are not going to do that. And I want to iterate that. We are a peaceful nation. What happened in the previous cases or violence, those are not Kenyans. That was not us. That was not our character. For years before that, we are known as the most peaceful country in Africa. By the way, that is a fact. Kenya was known as the most peaceful country in Africa before 2007. So we're not going back to that history, and I'm sure people do not want to go back there. And if Ruto wants to use metaphors and stuff like that, we're not with him. Peace. That's what we want. Kalenjins, we are a peaceful nation. We're the kindest people. You've met Kales, come on. We're the jolliest people. We're the funniest people. You've seen Rotich. You've seen several of us coming in here to engage, even the ones in UDA. Hata ukiona wenye wako UDA hapa, wakikuja kuongea hapa, they are the most funny, most peaceful. It's just these monsters that we see in leadership. Those are not us. Kalenjins, we are peaceful. Hata hao tunapiganga na hawa kwa comments. Trust me. You see the way their comments are, it's very jovial, wanacheka, they will do that. So, wachana na Ruto. That is what I'm going to leave. Now I'm going to talk about the government and how the government has been executing most of the deep state working. And I don't think people are not seeing what is happening. Look, thank you very much, Julia. That is accurate. We are peaceful people, and we don't do those things. I really appreciate that. That's made my weekend. Asante sana. What I'm going to say about what the government has been doing is they've been counteracting every single move that UDA has done. And if you notice one thing, the moves that UDA has been doing is too quick, too fast. Kukuja hapa wanafanya vitu from 4 years ago to now, the government showing them they have a hand 2 weeks before the election. That's when we hear about the Venezuelans. Ama hii unajua kuna lawyer hapa kosea, kuna lawyer hapa wa IBC yako hapa atatuambia. Your form tulikuwa tumesikia your story hapo 2 weeks before the election, meaning that the government has been knowing every single step. So mashimo zimezibwa. The government has this under control. What Ruto is talking about, the chiefs and the DCs and all that stuff, it's only because that the government has told them that they have to proceed towards peace. So ukiambia chief, we're preparing for elections and we must make sure that it's peace, and the government is saying that we don't want shenanigans, doesn't mean that there's incitement. It doesn't mean that Uhuru has told them to follow a particular party or a particular direction. It's just that we want peace this time. Sasa tulikuwa na clip ingine mtu ameshika huko kwa Maserwali. I don't know who it was, a politician, honorable, I don't know who. It means this time the serikali, if you're an MP or whoever you are, government doesn't care. Government does not want to hear you talk languages that is going to cause incitement in this country. This is a country of peace. The only people who brought us in peace are people who've come to bomb us in Zion Mall or other malls in Kenya, up on Nakumatt Mall. Those are not us. So mimi nataka kuhubiri peace, and I'm happy I can see that people believe that Kalenjins were peaceful. I'll be honest to you, that has made my night to know that people know that my people are peaceful, and Ruto is just an enigma of stupidity, and Raila is an enigma of politics. I'll still stay around kidogo. Nataka kusikia Mora akiongea kwa sababu nilikanyaga mic yake ndio niongee, kwa sababu Mora is soon gonna be in Kenya kwa sababu amevaa kama Martha.
Okay, sawa. Let me play Alex's clip wiko hapa.
Tutahakikisha tarehe 8 tumekuregeshea heshima yako hapa Nyali. Tumekuregeshea heshima hapa Nyali. Tutahakikisha kwamba tumeregesha hadhi na nidhamu yako hapa Nyali. Tumehakikisha kwamba tumesimama na wewe na tunakupatia kura kwa wingi. Hizo gari zibaki hapo hapo tafadhali. Gari zirudi nyuma bana. Haya. Hana Sonko ana haja gari kuingia nayo, gari yake rudi nyuma. Hairudi nyuma tu. Haya. Mombasa oye! Haya, tuwe na amani hapo, tuwe na amani. Tuwe na amani. Tuwe na amani. Kuna nini hapo jamani? Asante sana. Niombe hivi, musalie watulivu, wananchi wapendwa, musalie watulivu. Musalie watulivu. Huu mkutano ni mkutano wa Azimio na sisi ni watu wa amani. Na nikuhakikishie tuko na usalama wa kutosha wa polisi wa kitaifa. Musalie hapa wananchi wapendwa, na nikujulishe kwamba
sorry, Alex, I know you brought this clip, but I just wanted to add one more thing about this Sonko thing. I'm feeling Kalonzo brought this ban to us. What are we going to do with this Sonko thing? Because it's very embarrassing, and Sonko for me should never have been allowed to be an Azimio person. Right now, Martha Karua refused a bribe from him because he has very many ESCC cases, and I think some of these candidates like Kingi and Mtu wa Machakos, the spokesman, are in the same ticket. And I think when Wekesa and Bob mlikuwa mmesema kwa hiyo private group, I was really annoyed. Msema ati kutakuwa na announcement for Kalonzo. I don't want to hear that. Let's be positive. Sonko needs to go to committee. When we are painting Karen house clean, tunatoi takataka yote, we need to paint committee also so that these people can go in. Sonko for me, okay, Alex, you brought this clip. I want to hear what you want to say.
You know, from the primordial days when he was seeking the Makadara seat, Sonko did not hide his character. But the politics was mad that you win that seat by all necessary means.
Running mate. Only time will tell. And of course, here at KTN News, we'll be keeping an eye on that, and we'll be informing you immediately we get the news. Away from that, to the coast, ugly scenes were witnessed in today's Azimio la Umoja rally in Mombasa, when former Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko was stopped from entering the venue of the rally. Now, Sonko, who is now eyeing the Mombasa gubernatorial race on Wiper Party ticket, had to leave in a huff after his vehicle was pelted with stones by die-hard Azimio supporters. Azimio presidential flag bearer Raila Odinga steered clear of the drama as he assured coast people that he will fight for their interests, especially on management of Mombasa Port. Tobias Chanji reports.
Saturday was the last day for the Azimio la Umoja presidential flag bearer Raila Odinga coast tour. Mkomani Grounds in Nyali was the venue for the much publicized rally. The rally was, however, not without incidents. Former Nairobi Governor Mike Mbuvi Sonko, who is now eyeing Mombasa gubernatorial seat, attempts to enter the rally was dramatic. His car was pelted with stones by angry youths, forcing his driver to drive off in a huff, endangering the lives of people in attendance. Police had to shoot in the air to disperse the crowds.
Nani anaweza kulete gari kupita kwa watu? How? Ikiwa wewe si mwenda wazimu, unaweza kupitisha gari kwa watu namna gani?
But after normalcy returned, the issue of Mombasa Port took center stage.
Baba, hatutaki poti iweze kwenda na waizi. Letu ni kukuomba sote tushirikiane. Tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 baba anaingia Ikulu aweze kukomboa uchumi wa hapa kwetu Pwani. Nataka nimwambie baba, bandari ya Mombasa ilihamishwa. Mimi nikasema, wakaniita mdadisi, wakaniita insider, wakaniita sina elimu, lakini ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba bandari ya Mombasa imehamishwa. Tukishika hatamu ya serikali, sio tangatanga, mimi na serikali yangu tutarudisha utendakazi wa bandari hapa hapa Mombasa. Wale ndio waliharibu. Sasa wanasema wanaweza kurekebisha. Hakuna kitu tutarekebisha. Hiyo jamaa anataka kuhadaa na kudanganya wakaji wa Mombasa.
Odinga assuring the coast residents of goodies when he takes power in August.
Watoto wetu wote, hata kama wazazi hawana pesa, watapata fursa sawa ya elimu kuanzia nursery, kuingia primary, kuingia secondary, kuingia tertiary mpaka chuo kikuu. Sawa.
Among those present were NARC Kenya leader Martha Karua and Murang'a woman rep Sabina Chege, both touted as possible Raila Odinga's running mate. The duo assured Raila that they will continue backing his bid even if someone else was picked as running mate.
Na kwa sababu watakuwa akifanya announcement yake ya deputy president, mimi baba nataka kuhakikishia hivi, mimi kama Sabina, we will support your decision 100% bila pressure. Na vile Sabina amesema, zote wale tulitamani kuwa madeputy tuko nyuma ya baba. Yule atakayechagua, sisi tutaendelea na kazi. Hakuna mtu atatoroka. Sababu sio masilahi yetu, ni masilahi ya wananchi.
Raundi hii tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 sote tuchague Raila. Baba ndio baba wa ugatuzi. Raila Amolo Odinga ndio alileta ugatuzi ambao umeweza kuwafanyisha wao wakawa magavana.
Raila had pitched tent in the coast for 4 days, campaigning for his Azimio coalition. Tobias Chanji, KTN News, Mombasa County.
A section of women leaders, including the chairperson of Maendeleo ya Wanawake, Rehab Muiu,
Alex, go on now.
Yeah, and that is why I was saying we should not be very quick to forget who Sonko is. Sonko does not need our sympathies. Sonko is not a leader. Sonko went to that rally with paid goons, and he caused a mayhem. He wanted to show the Azimio that he has support, and he wanted to hoodwink us to think that he's the best candidate in Mombasa. But I think Mama Ngilu was very empirical on how she questioned that ni nani anayeweza kukibisha gari katika mkutano ya watu. Now, whenever I watch that clip, I've watched it, I think, like 6 to 7 times. I wonder if people are ready to elect somebody like that to become a governor who has already been impeached. Those were his theatrics in Nairobi, you know, laying down on the ground, taking off his clothes, fighting people, slapping people. I mean, we saw that prior to becoming a governor. That is how he started. And you know, that is his signature character. You can't take it away. Now, the same script he played in Nairobi to win the governorship, he's taking it to Mombasa. And we are looking at it, we are seeing it, we are allowing it. And then you sit down and you question even us who are voters, like Black, who's trying, you know, to say that Sonko has a right to vie for that gubernatorial seat. Does he have a right to drive in the middle of the campaign and where there are a mammoth crowd? He doesn't have that right. Does he have a right to bring goons and cause a mayhem in such a gathering? He has no right. So his rights ends where mine begins. And mine begins to the right of life, right of freedom, and right of peace. So I think Sonko has never respected peace and freedom, and also he has never actually respected those that he rules over. So that clip should tell you that Sonko, even us welcoming him, it's only that we chose a name that we cannot discriminate people.
Alex,
Even so,
Alex, before you continue,
I finish.
I have a question. I have a question for you.
Wait, I finish.
In the US, the Senate has impeachment. Does impeachment mean that the senators are judges and jurors of that particular case and it's final? That's all I wanted to know. In the US, ukiwa impeached, it's final.
I'm coming that. So Sonko showed a character at that particular time that Kalonzo should never have even tried to associate with him after that. So I think it's a dent to the character of Kalonzo to continue to even stay next to Sonko. For me, when I saw that, I think that was the end of Sonko. He is not a leader. And, you know, there were even more, you know, grammatic scenes there that the mainstream media could not show. And I think they were even taken off of Facebook. Not Facebook, they were taken off YouTube because they were so dramatic. Now, the question you asked is simple. The Senate has a mandate as an upper house. The problem with Kenya is that we don't know if the Senate is an upper house or is a lower house. Duale refused to allow the Senate to become the upper house. If you see, there are some bills here that goes from the lower house and goes to the upper house. But there are bills in the US that must be discussed in the upper house before they go to the lower house. So the protocols differs. But in issues of impeachment, once you impeach an individual, whether it's a governor or a president, it remains to be the rule of law because it's under their jurisdiction and under their mandate. And that is what even Koome said last time, that no, we cannot water down the Senate. There are three arms of government: judiciary, legislature, and the executive. So you can't take the role of one and think you're the one who's going to execute it. The judiciary has nothing to do what the Senate or the legislature should do. The legislature, what it does is final. But then what the judiciary can only do is the interpretation of the law. But they can't go back and unimpeach somebody. There is nothing called an impeachment. Impeachment is final. You can't unimpeach somebody. But then you see in this country too, Trump is running again. I don't know how, but and Trump says it's in the ballot. So I think we live in a world that is funny. So let's go back to where we were. I think that clip has taken us off. Oh, sorry, the UDA, and because
Alex, before you veer off, I wanted to say that your comment there, the Black saying Sonko has a right to vie. He has, you see, we have to check the constitution in totality. The same constitution that gives us the rights also gives us the limits to our rights. And also in the same constitution, we talk about rights, there are duties of a citizen. So we should not belabor and overemphasize some are parts of the constitution, then at the same time we outrightly neglect that which is needs to be emphasized and focused on. So I thought we need to strike that balance, because you have always heard people, they talk about rights. In that context, when J.F. Kennedy said that don't ask what your nation will do for you, but what you will do for your nation, he was actually telling us that don't overemphasize rights more than responsibilities. We have more responsibilities as citizens, more than we. Most of us have been taught how to demand for our rights, but we fail to forget that we have responsibility to play in each and every jurisdiction we live in. Thank you.
And that is true. I mean, and that's what you see in this country. You know, when you're driving around, I mean, your responsibility is huwezi just talk alafu tupe uchafu anywhere. You must be responsible. Even if you find a red light, you know, I'll tell you a situation that, and I think Mora will tell you. You go to some red lights, and in those red lights, the thermostat is not working. And maybe even Big Julius will tell you, in the evening, maybe it's winter time, and you will stop there for even 30 minutes. You can't go through. It is a responsibility to obey the law. Okay, so I mean, you can't negate that. It's the law. There is no shortcut to it. So I think when they think that you can have a shortcut of after you've been impeached, you can go to another county, then we will tell Ruto, then let him vie for our Singishu in 2027 and let them elect him. We give him for free. That's the best gift we can give him. Because if they think it's his right, wacha wamchague in our Singishu in 2027. All the diaspora people there will vote for him. And then they know then where the right stops and where it starts. So the UDA in Kisii, wale watu wamelemewa, my friend. If you saw that clip that you put earlier, wale watu Mr. Wekesa walilemewa. The moment Kibagendi left, Kibagendi is a mobilizer, a swift mobilizer. The moment Magara left and other people, they were left to be orphans. And now the person that they put there is because they actually needed money. So if you saw somebody like Matiangi could not hold into campaigning with somebody like Simbarati. So I think Mali Mefikia, what we needed was we corner completely UDA in Kisii. And I think what Simba has been doing in the evening is to go to Nyamira, in the borders of Nyamira, and campaign for Azimio. And I'm being honest with you, Mr. Wekesa. There was a time I was saying that
and Alex,
in Nyamira,
Alex, in the future we'll have a problem to choose between Simbarati and Matiangi, who will be your kingpin.
No, there will not be. I think you see, my only fear is this, and I think my only fear is this, and it might happen. I hope on Tuesday Baba does the right thing. Baba has never endorsed Simbarati openly. Ulisikia, the governor for Siaya is the one who said that. It's just ice caking from Baba has never endorsed Simbarati.
Because of the war between Arati and the Ongwae. So
but who is running? Who is running?
Yes, but they are fighting each other, you know that.
But you stop endorsing Simbarati because Ongwae is saying so, and Ongwae sits with Mbadi on the same table. He starts endorsing a UDA candidate, another candidate, and is the chair of ODM. Mbadi is the chair of ODM. They start endorsing other candidates, and they are ODM chairmen. I think that's below the belt. And then you don't even speak about endorsing anybody. You refuse to endorse. I think I hope on Tuesday he endorses.
So what has been happening, Alex, when you look at places, you know, Saturday, we were with Baba in the Machakos. He came for that rally of Machakos. And the politics were hot between Waita and the other lady. And
Wanyiva. Yeah.
In such a case, they play down. In fact, they don't focus on that thing. So Kisii has had serious politics until Baba he postponed his endorsement. But if things cool down, he will endorse. But outrightly, he has already shown that he has empowered Simba to take over the leadership without necessarily offending Ongwae.
Yeah, and that is why I'm saying what they need to do, because I have a problem in that. Baba needs to make sure that for the posterity of ODM, I hope it happens, because we've never had a leader almost going to that stature of Nyachae like Simba is coming out. I can't gauge him yet, because Nyachae was a long civil servant, and you know who Nyachae was during Moi era. My only fear is Simba has been empowered when he's young. And when you are empowered when you are young, you have to be very careful. I hope Simba trends carefully. Simba might end up trying to do what Amason King did. Okay? I hope he doesn't go there. He doesn't get in, power doesn't get into his head. Because for the first time, Ongwae had a lot of opposition. But it looks like Simba is going to sweep this thing with a lot of support. And the problem is, when you're that young and you're wielding a lot of power with no opposition, you might make a mistake. I hope he learns that he can't act unilaterally the way Kingi tried to do. Kingi thought by all members of parliament and MCAs coming from ODM, he is a Mojoge man, and he went it alone. You see that? I hope Simbarati has the breaks to realize that it was because of Baba he is where he is. It was not because of him alone. So when you talk about Simbarati and Matiangi, I think Matiangi should continue to be there to humble him, so that I think he can mature. That is my, if they want to work together, them working together is easier. But if they start fighting, I think both of them will lose.
Thank you. Thank you. For George Nyabicha, I was saying, I did not indicate that Simba Arati comes from Nyamira. I was talking about Gusiland as in general, whether one of them will emerge as the Gusi leader. So welcome, Themba, welcome, Richard.
Professor, there's something that you've mentioned there about there's something you mentioned about the ODM chairman going around and endorsing other candidates. It's coming to be a problem. During the day is with Azimio, at night is with the independents. I don't know. This is watermelon like.
Which independents are met at night?
The chairman, the ODM chairman that Alex was saying, you know, is not forthright. They should come out and endorse Arati. Clearly, you know.
No, we said Kisii politics were technical. We have Chris of Jubilee. Then we have this guy of what? DAPK. So naturally, if they have not stepped down, you don't do that. In fact, because what was agreed in Azimio that every vote counts. We don't have to offend other presidential votes just because we know very well that whether Baba endorses Simba Arati or not, he's ahead. In fact, way ahead. Why should he endorse him just to offend a few votes? So he will allow all of them to run together and let the best man win. Because alternatively, you look at it this way: if Machoku is 9%, as Alex puts it, so what will endorsement do to Azimio? It will only aggravate those other people who are supporting Baba and not necessarily has added value. If there was a tight competition between Azimio guy and UDA guy, then the forthright thing Baba would have done is to endorse Simba. But for this case, he's going for all the votes that are there. Zile za Chris, zile za Mzee pia. So let me welcome other players on the board. Kuseo, you are always submerged. Do you come from Shimolateo? You're always underground. I can't see you.
Well, sorry for that. I had not realized. I think when I started, it was like that, and
you are a short man naturally.
Not necessarily. It's just a question of adjusting the camera.
So you can make your case. I don't know where the headline was replaced by the advert, but we are dealing with issues to do with Illinois NIC. Nani?
I thought now we are all at par, and what's happening? Anyway, good evening, Alex, Wekesa, Emba. Emba is on time. Richie, is somebody called Sky? Is this the sky blue or which one? Bob, Philo, and Julius. Well, I think the IB issues seem to be on track now. We realize that part of the anger, I think initially the DP had believed that we had a watertight something. And the reason why Kinoti was Mujinga, they were hoping that they want to create a wedge between Kinoti and the IEBC to an extent where the two cannot talk. That way, at least you would threaten and say that IEBC should be left alone, because if that's the case, it's when Chebukati can try those monkey businesses of his. But unfortunately, Kip has gone. Yesterday, he had put me through a series of questions here. And I thought he would be around so that we could maliza hii maneno ya form 34 this, form 34 that. And now the writing is on the wall for all to see. Why IEBC would go out of their way to bring a form which was nowhere. You know, that time from 34A number 2 was nowhere, and the idea that the excuse
you are
that
trying to solve a problem that don't exist. Who will pay that cost, my friend?
No, it is not a problem. It doesn't exist. It was for that. You see, whatever the commission had said, that was for your consumption. The real reason was hidden, and that is why Kinoti and the IG went down behind the doors, talked to Chebukati. But basically, what they did was to tell Chebukati that, guy, when our Venezuela's wako, we know what you are doing. Stop it, or we'll stop you. Now, when they came to the veranda there, you saw one of them quickly told you that he has finished his presentation. There are no questions, and quickly grabbed the microphone and they went back. Now, I'm sure Chebukati has told DP that, look, kimeumana pande. Don't blame me. I tried my best. I tried my best. Anyway, what I'm trying to say in short is this. These people, the DP had invested seriously in IEBC. And it was high-tech because, remember, it involved foreigners purporting to be the technocrats, so that you will believe it mistakenly that ni watu wa system too. Kumbe they are the ones who are trying to do everything here. And like I said the other time, the secret about these forms was that for the forms to work in the first place, they must be configured and integrated into the system, ready to receive results in a specific manner, specific format. And that is why they keep telling you that, these things, we have ring-fenced them, blah, blah, blah. You cannot introduce a foreign one. You can't even transmit from a wrong location. You remember them saying all that? Now, in other words, the entire infrastructure had been set and the forms were ready to receive all these things. And as I told you here one time, the main issue is that there are 47,000 forms. And remember, Chebukati was trying to tell you that, we are not going to declare the results until all the originals are received. And that is why I borrow what is it Matiangi is trying to say. What Matiangi is trying to say is that these people will be verifying stage by stage, and they are not in a hurry. That is why the long time Mutai is trying to predict is going to be there. Remember, they'll be disagreeing at every level. The verification has to be done. And I hope this time around, Azimio will have people to work in shifts. Because somebody who started working 3 days ago, it will be quite challenging to continue non-stop. Even your input and participation would be quickly drawn down. Hence, the need have at least 3 shifts. 3 shifts. Unfortunately, Chebukati is the only one. So him, I think, I don't know, maybe they can replace him with the vice chair if he gets too tired along the way. But remember, the people who matter, they have no choice. I don't know how they are going to be shifting between. Maybe even the commissioners may have to go resting, some to rest during this time. After some hours, they replace each other. But what is quite clear is that they will be verifying and satisfied with every county results before they are on projection. You can then imagine what will be happening at wherever they will be. Hence, the 4 days are likely to be true.
Is that me?
Then?
Did you watch the results 2007?
Well, I watched a bit, but I'm aware that at one point, all the agents were chased away. Kinorengo were there. They were, everything was dismantled.
What I'm saying is that it has never happened. It's only that they decided to bungle it at the last minute. But verifying at every form, they were doing it until late night when we went to sleep and woke up, things had changed. But they were doing
that was 2007 way.
That's what I'm saying.
2017.
2017. I'm saying 2007.
Oh yeah, that is true. That is true. That is true.
So it's possible it can happen, and it didn't take. It can only take for a whole night, and then the following day by Sanane even in a Kwanga nation.
You know what I've reliably learned? The political parties, technocrats, would be allowed to question whatever they want to question as things are getting verified. In other words, they must be satisfied that, okay, County Fulani, we have verified things out, it is as that. Everybody agrees. You see, these agents, the presidential agents who are going to be the team which is going to be at, is it Bomas or wherever? They will have to agree each step. And you see, that the fact that they are technocrats, it means their IBC counterparts are unlikely to do their fishy things. So those too many logins, who didn't know who is logging in, who is sending what. They are under very strict watch and microscope. So I think Chebukati must just give up. He can't. For him to do this thing in favor of the DP, it must be through the system. And that is where these people are too smart for him.
He's surrendered long time ago. Achana na Chebukati. He's surrendered long time ago. Achana na.
Well, now he has, it was a deal. A deal is a deal. So we don't know how he'll sort himself with the boss, with his maker. But they are under strict watch. And The Venezuela thing, as somebody was saying here, it has not ended. The Venezuelans apparently are not in Kenya. They are not anymore there. So that has gone there, and apparently the DCI has also not concluded properly. They have investigated. Everything is still going on. So heads may still, after all. Now, given that that was coming to be a cropper, that is why you see the DP is so angry, the way he can see that whatever he had taken so many times, so many years to plan, you can see that the end is very, very unlike, very, very, everything imechafuka. Everything imechafuka. Now, I wanted just to say something about our chapter 6 and these issues of Sonko and the like. You know, one thing which happened during the Sonko issue is that a precedent which was non-existent has now been set. What the Supreme Court has done now is part of Kenya's law. I was even wondering, you know, I was wondering how could the High Court even entertain Sonko's case to be on the ballot? I thought normally when you take something to court, there is some kind of a threshold. I saw it even in this so-called Vioja Mahakamani, when the judge start by saying that court imeona uko na case. You bring your matter before the court, and then at some level, it has to be decided whether do you have a case or not. Now, given the ruling from the Supreme Court, how could the High Court entertain Sonko filing at the same case? It's a bit strange, unless I remember Gachagua was saying that the state capture in this, is it in the judiciary, state capture wapi? But it's not clear to me why the High Court would entertain this. Any preliminary assessment could quickly conclude, Bwana Sonko, there is no case here. Don't waste the court's time. You know, I thought the court had even more urgent issues to deal with. Anyway, that aside, now you realize the SRC issue, which was trying to downplay the emoluments of the MPs. Now, I've seen a number of comments coming from all of us saying that the first thing the next parliament is going to deal with is going to be to try to reinstate the deductions. Now, a similar case had gone down when the salaries were first being increased, and then it went to court, and the courts had ruled that whatever is agreed as being the emoluments of the sitting current MPs cannot be enjoyed by the sitting MPs except for the future. In other words, in the event that it succeeds, assuming it ends up in court, and the court, our judiciary, and like I think they can do, the judiciary can, you'll be surprised, they can say that no, they restore the allowances which SRC was trying to abolish, and blah, blah, blah. Now, if that is the case, if the matter is taken to court by the incoming parliament, they cannot benefit from it. They can only deliberate which will benefit future parliamentarians. So to that extent, I think we could be safe with the SRC deductions. Now, the other issue is to do with the implementation of the Constitution. You see, the Constitution gives you the framework. Then Parliament is supposed to come up with the necessary laws to do the implementation. Like they have tried several times to do with the gender issue. They have tried to do with the degree issue. They also tried to do with the other one was on what they call the financial bills. The CDF. We all know that the CDF is an illegal thing. Now, the reason why it is still there, these parliamentarians said that they needed to transition. In other words, it should be phased out gradually. So that maybe next time is when they have come to they are ready, then they will be able to shelve it. But every other time, remember the disbursement of that CDF. Every time there is the finance bill after the budget, they always hold the president, the debate on the finance bill at ransom. And they insist that the CDF must first of all be sorted to them before they can discuss the finance bill. In other words, they are refusing to pass the budget. And they have done that twice for President Uhuru. And I only hope that next time, well, what is not happening? Are the Venezuelans here? Anyway, I'm just concluding. What is happening is that I hope next time
Kindly conclude.
when
Venezuelans have come. Kindly conclude.
Come again.
Kindly conclude. Venezuelans
Yeah,
have come.
I just wanted to say that for me, I think one of the things we should be on Martha's tray is this chapter 6. This chapter 6, the way it is being misused is not right. All the constitutional requirements, provisions, which are the parliament was supposed to come up with law, they are all being pended. Now you remember the degree one has been pended now 2027. Maybe it will get to 2027 and it will still be pending. The MCAs are supposed to have degrees. The MPs are supposed to have degrees. That is what the Constitution expects. Implementation is where the problem is. So for me, I was thinking that when Martha comes in, like she's raring to go, this chapter 6, we need to do some panel beating, it be put in order. For once, we have to ambush the judiciary so that we put a time limit to all the cases. They say the workforce that they need, the manpower, the resources they need, they be supplied with the resources, and all the things be as part of the law. Let's have, for example, these corruption cases, not more than 6 months. The same way they are doing with the petition cases, which are going to come from these elections. I think I'll stop there for now, and then I'll come back later regarding the DP and his career value killings. You remember when he brought in the debate, the issue regarding the career values and how he is being punished. I think Matiangi had given some reply and a few things to discuss on the same. Thank you.
Thank you. I always wonder whether you are a brother to Opio and I. Let's have...
No, me, I'm a brother to Big Julius.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's have Demba Makiadi make their maiden speech.
Yeah, good evening all. Thank you. Is it Vipi Wekesa?
Good morning according to Kenyan time.
Kenya time is morning, eh? Yeah, thank you. I know it's getting real hot. The kitchen is getting hotter, and as we are getting closer to the time, a lot is happening, and we are getting to hear a lot politically. And I was hoping that we will not discuss Sonko issue. I don't know why we are chasing the squirrel when the antelope is running. Yeah, you don't chase the squirrel when the antelope is running. That's what they say in politics. It's there are too many squirrels. So when you start raising your head when any squirrel comes, you might use the arrow that you'll need for the main antelope. Sonko issue is a non-issue, and basically his time was done long time ago, and he was trying to bring out to test the waters, but it didn't work. So he was clutching on every straw, and he's come out, of course, confirmed where he was from the word go. And I think that one I will leave it at that.
I really want to run away from that issue, but let me ask you, if you look at Sonko, was he a mole? Was he coming as a Wiper candidate, or was he a hidden card?
Sonko was not even a mole, you know, because Sonko's case, if you look at it politically, he had been finished. So you see, you can have moles within a political system when they are not completely known, when they are outright. But when someone is so obvious, he can't be a mole, because everybody will treat you with safe hands. So you even information. I mean, who would give Sonko any information? Who among Azimio and whatever will give Sonko any information? Even if he was one who was chosen to become a mole, what kind of mole would that be? You send someone who cannot be identified, someone who is basically so close. You remember in the, was it in the 70s or the 80s, Bruce Mackenzie was a CIA, but was used to destabilize East African politics, and still he was a part of the Jomo Kenyatta government. You know, so you use people who are closer to the system. There is also a word in the wire that Tom Mboya was actually part of what was being used to, you know, to destabilize, or rather to take control of the you know, the, remember that time there was in the global politics the scramble for Africa. Africa was trying to move towards gaining independence. Some of the countries had started getting independence, and so scramble for Africa. There was a lot of interest, global interest. So they were planting their people, and the relationship between JFK and Tom Mboya is built on that strength. So you use people as moles that are not obvious. So Sonko is so obviously conflicted that even if you want to use him, I mean, even where he has gone, I doubt they'll even trust him, because immediately he landed, Hassan Omar was giving a different view in the course. Because how do you get in? That even before the ink has dried on the paper, you are out saying that I've been promised these many things. First of all, he's destabilizing the Kenya Kwanza team, because nobody else who is just a mere campaigner has been given such promises anywhere. So what is that likely to do? If Sonko just arrives 10 days and then he's given
Not
a
just promises, promises without a target. The rest have a target.
Yeah, now you see already that by itself is already conflict in nature. Because how do you come? You have no party. You have nothing. You have nothing completely. You know, Moses Kuria is bringing a party. I don't know, tip or whatever, that Kiunjuri's party. Pa is bringing a party, but Pa is being given, King is being given one post for bringing 40%. Sonko, who is bringing nothing, he doesn't have a Maendeleo Chap is being given a Senate position. Now, if you are coming in and you're saying that, first of all, that statement by itself is not a celebratory statement. Is that have been promised some things. In whom are you supposed to be talking to? Is it Sarai or Ruto for you to get offered some posts in Mombasa County? That you have been told that you're going to share power in Mombasa County. What kind of nonsense is that? And you put that, you know, you're telling people that these are the things that have been promised. So that tells you that even the statement by itself is based on sinking sand. You know, who believes that? How do you
Who is
believe?
Sonko in Mombasa politics? Is he going to be a prime minister of Mombasa County?
See now, when Sarai is planning his people, he's already so focused on how he's going to to run the country in the event that he wins. So when Sonko is coming and saying that I'm the one who made you win, then that means what? That means that you're going to give me some positions in that place, right? And he has already put that out, that I've been promised these many ambassadorial positions. That's really neither here nor there. So Sonko, I want to suggest, that's why I didn't want to give it any prominence, because we are giving it prominence that he hoped it will bring, so that it can prop him up politically and make him feel like he's still gonna gain anything. The last polling that was done in Mombasa, he was polling, I think, third or thereabout after Abdul Samad. And if you listen to what Sarai said, Sonko came and was trying to, to bring in the idea of the differences between communities in terms of either blacks and, Arabs and stuff like that, which has not existed in Mombasa for a long. And even for the first time, I had Sarai, supporting Joho and saying that as much as we don't agree with Joho, he didn't make us, he didn't cause a divide between us, so that we are seeing people wa bara now, Arabs, because Sarai Mwenye is an Arab. So if he's gonna be an Arab, and Sonko has said that hataki Waarabu wameleta shida Mombasa, that means he's also attacking Sarai. So you see that kind of politics, and he told him off. So I think it's more complicated. Is good problem that has gone to Kenya Kwanza, because even right now he's gonna cause issues. Now there are going to be new demands to the deputy president. How come Sonko just comes in and you're giving him a hand? I don't know how many ambassadorial positions, and then the person who was given Ukambani was Mutua. But Mutua has not been given all those many ambassadorial positions. And who is Sonko agreeing with? Is it UDA or is agreeing with the Kenya Kwanza government? So you see, it's just a complicated issue. In terms of politics, is more about propping his failures, which I think.
So you see, as much as you didn't want to talk about it, you see, you have good information that we need to hear. Now, let me ask you: in a political arrangement, do you share power with individuals or parties? Like an individual can be given those posts. I thought there are parties which share power. But one individual can be given ambassadorial, whatever. How?
But it tells you the amorphous nature of Kenya Kwanza agreement. And it is so amorphous, is so fluid that what is the Kenya Kwanza structure? Who is the chairman of Kenya Kwanza? Is it a coalition? It's not a coalition. It is a coalition of parties. So who is the lead in Kenya Kwanza? Other than the campaign secretariat, the head of the campaign secretariat, whom we know is Nanok. The other loudest person that comes out talking about the parties and everything is UDA Secretary General, that is Veronica Maina. Who is the Kenya Kwanza Secretary General? Where is the Secretary General of ANC, for instance? Have you ever heard him talk anywhere about Kenya Kwanza? Have you ever heard the Secretary General of Ford Kenya even come and address the media on terms of what is going on Kenya Kwanza? So the person who talks when there's something to be addressed on behalf of Kenya Kwanza is UDA Secretary General, and that is Veronica Maina. The other person who speaks and who is the head of the campaign of Kenya Kwanza, it is Nanok. Josephat Nanok is in UDA. So who is it that represents the general Kenya Kwanza? Kenya Kwanza only comes when you want some campaigns that are going to Western, and when they're having some, actually, it only comes to point when they're talking about campaigns and they're going to Western. Because it's only in Western Kenya where they have some strong parties like they are thinking they do ANC and Ford Kenya. So when they reach there, they say, we are Kenya Kwanza. Other than that, all the other places, you see they get it strong and they talk about UDA. That's why in Kiambu, there's already a very serious fight between Chama cha Kazi of this guy, Moses Kuria. And if you go to his pages, he's busy fighting Wamatangi. The other day, he said that the suit is for what's happening? The suit is for you know, Matanga na Rusi, you know. So he was suggesting that there's nothing like a suit in Kiambu, and he was busy you know, castigating some of the UDA competitors, I mean campaigners in Kiambu, to the extent that one of them threw him off from her, you know, her campaign. So what I'm trying to say is this: the sibling rivalry within Kenya Kwanza is such that there's a big brother, and the big brother is UDA, and it is UDA government, and therefore it is perceived, if you talk to Ruto, you have already cleared everything. Now all the other parties are having an agreement with UDA. Now who was giving the other parties the 30% and 50%? It was UDA. What was the strength of giving 70% to why wouldn't they have formed close together so that it is an expectation to the Secretariat of Kenya Kwanza to demand each person to give? Now, what percentage was given to Ruto? So you see, it is amorphous, and therefore it explains where
and in that place, there is something that they talk about, ANC and Fort Kenya. They say that they are the founding members of Kenya Kwanza. So how do you become a founding member? And then when key decisions are made, you're not part of it. Because it's Ruto who unveiled Songo with those promises alone. So how do they claim that they are founding members of Kenya Kwanza?
And how nice was it that Ruto will just wake up and Sonko shows up today, and then he's told, now these are the things I'm awarding you, and without the hindsight that these are things that you know, might cause issues within my party. No negotiation, no nothing. So it tells you, basically, for me, what I read from that is that the amorphous nature of Kenya Kwanza, the disorganization in it. So that is more of when you see, they say, when you have a headache, it is signs that there's a problem. It is not the problem itself. So when you are seeing this, it is sign that there's a problem in Kenya Kwanza, organizational problem, leadership problem, and of course it shows you that even when they get, I mean, with the strangest chance, if they get to power, the first of the things they need to deal with is internal organizational structure. You know, the structure in Azimio is pretty clear. You can tell who is the chairman. You know, there's a council, there's the NEC, there's a secretary general. You know, there's those other parties. There's a way in which that structure has to be clear. Now, in UD and Kenya Kwanza, that is something that they will have to deal with. Now, first of all, it will even be worse if they don't get to power, because now it will be UDA demanding that, okay, fine, we are the ones who were able to bring people in these places. Now we didn't get the power, so what do you guys? What are you asking us? You see, so the relationship is gonna be the relationship like there was in NASA post election, post 2017, where now these other parties were telling ODM, you promised us this, now you need to give us. Now ODM was telling them, we didn't get it. So what is there to be given? So that is what UDA is going to be telling this if they don't get, which the likelihood is that they are not going to get. What I think Ruto is doing, which is also calculative of him, he brought in Sonko through UDA so that anybody who is on UDA, he can prop him up that he gets those people through UDA. So nobody else is going to be demanding anything from him apart from, because whatever is going to give Sonko is going to be UDA. So if Sonko tries to bring people, then Ruto will tell them, you see, I'm the one who brought Sonko, and Sonko brought these people to me. So you guys have no claims on what he brings on board. Now that's why I didn't want to talk about. We don't need to give Sonko a lot of prominence. That is at least we have done. But in my view, I wasn't prepared to really dive into it. My submission, however, was going to be focused on the preparations and especially on the narrative that has been created by a coordinated narrative that is being created by the Kenya Kwanza. Now that coordinated narrative has two effects. They have reached a point where now they are trying to paint a picture to seek sympathy that is going to help them, navigate this, try and bring out people in form of, like someone is likely to eliminate us. So they want that kind of sympathetic approach. What they didn't know is that that can be read in two ways. You can easily prepare a narrative while you're planning on doing the elimination yourself. And so that when you do the elimination and considering the current environment where people are in an election period, your hope is that it is going to go directly to the government. That is going to be suggested that they're the ones who have done the elimination. And that has been done before. Go to Nairobi and you walk in a street. Then some people come and approach you. These people will steal from you. Then when you run towards that person, they reach a corner. Then they turn and they start saying, "Wewe ndio mwizi." And the people will most likely start running towards you to want to beat you up that you are the thief who was stealing. So sometimes the person who is running mwizi is not necessarily, is probably the thief. Ule anafuatwa sio mwizi, yeye ndiye alikuwa ameibiwa. And that is what you want to look at when they are talking about playing with the reverse psychology. We wake up, let us all wake up and go say, what reason would the government have to eliminate, say, Ruto's kids? What reason would the government have to eliminate people like Ndindi Nyoro? What is it? Why would Ndindi Nyoro be eliminated, for example? Or even Gachagua, one who was with Moi and he has more cases to answer about torturing people in the Rift Valley and even in Limuru. What reason would government have to eliminate them? There's no reason why the government would want to eliminate. If there are people who would have been eliminated before and the people were in the opposition, then Akina Orengo and stuff. But there's nobody who would want to eliminate. And why would it be that now you only want to eliminate Ndindi Nyoro? I mean, who would be that stupid that would want to eliminate Ndindi Nyoro, you want to eliminate Gachagua? You see, that doesn't make even political sense. Gachagua and Ndindi Nyoro, then you eliminate this other guy Ishungwa. Why? These are why would you? I mean, it wouldn't make sense for any government or anybody to want to do that. But they're trying to use that to try and mobilize the central, hoping that the central people will see that one of us is likely to do this. So let's vote for a person so that we protect them. Now that will not work this time round. Now nobody is going to eliminate anybody, and they have not reached that point where they can be. Their political muscle has not reached where they deserve to be eliminated. And you are not eliminated. You are not eliminated when you are losing an election. There's no reason to be eliminated when you are losing an election anyway. Because why do I eliminate you when you are already going to lose? Yeah, they don't have the wherewithal.
Demba, another thing I saw which was wrong is, you see, Bungoma, as much as right now is warming up to Ruto, it has always been a bedrock for Baba. Now, they have voted for Baba several times, and let's say At those times, they have been disappointed because he didn't become president. Now they are warming up to a new king, and the new king now goes there and also shares a disappointing message. What do you think is going on through their mind? Because they have been in opposition for long. So if you are trying to show them signs that you are another opposition, what do you think is going on in their mind? Okay.
In view of the Wamalwa case, Wekesa, are you sure?
Yeah?
In view of the Wamalwa case, the woman talk.
No, I'm talking about the recent, what Temba was talking about. The other one, I think we also talked about it. It's also an issue to the Luya nation, but I was just in the context of what Temba was talking about. Temba finish, and then we have Makiadi, and then you can take charge. I know this is the morning hour. You know how to run it.
Yeah, according to your question, Wekesa, politics is very interesting. And if they were warming up to Ruto, it's unfortunate. I mean, one thing that I want to tell them, I know right now we want to tell them the truth, Bungoma people. And some truth that of the matter is what was said. I want to quote someone who talked. It's not me who said it, but I want to paraphrase because that it is not those who vote that count, it's those who count the vote that matter. So you know who is counting the vote right now. So just align yourself with the side. If it was Wekesa, you and I and many people will tell you, if it is about popularity alone that could take someone to power, Raila would be doing his third term right now. He would have won in 2007, come in 2013. Then we changed the election, the constitution in 2010. And then he starts a new term in 2010. And he will be doing his last and final term.
Remember, third terms. The constitution does not allow third term.
The constitution was changed when Moi had already ruled for many years.
Using the word he would, which means it's a possibility. Maybe it cannot happen, but it's just a possibility.
Listen,
remember, why are you guys preparing for a swearing in Obodo's farm? A celebration.
Let me finish my thought so that those people who are saying here that who are still thinking that Ruto is going to be the president, I want to give them some realities, which unfortunately is what happens across Africa. We are yet to reach a point where we, unless you have a serious, in 2002, there was a serious, wave. The environment and the pertaining environment at that time sustained a change. The president of the time was not coming back, and the people were tired. The president of the time. Right now, people are not tired with Uhuru Kenyatta, and Uhuru Kenyatta has not overstayed his presidency. The person who was born when Uhuru was becoming a president in 2013, that person is only 10 years, has not reached voting age. So we are with more, many people had reached voting age and they had voted many times. Right now, hakuna kitu kama hiyo. There's no wave. Ruto has no wave because that ticket has a thief and it has a corrupt person. So it cannot sustain, right? And with that, therefore, I can conclude by saying, and another thing that is favoring Raila right now is that the people who are supposed to be on the same ballot, fighting to remain in power, are fighting each other viciously. And that is a very good thing for Baba. They are not supposed to unite at any point. And that is what is working for Baba. Now, the last and final point is that those people who are the deep state, the system, have aligned themselves and ready. They are ready to sustain this power. So I can comfortably tell you that
are you
prepare
referring
for
to the
a
transition team? Are you referring to the transition committee?
There's a transition committee that is well in order, and we are.
He's also saying, Kuseo, that Chepkati came to the press and said that we are working together. You know, initially he had disputed that he wants to run this thing alone. He's independent. Right now he's saying we are working together. We are saying hallelujah.
And we are working together to ensure that there's a peaceful election. He was told, you just deliver a peaceful election. Wachana na story mingi. Hizo zingine tuachie. And that is where I want to finish it. So Akina Black.
No, remember, the wife also asked Kenyans to pray for because of the issues that are happening. I was told now, what is easier? Is it for us to pray for your husband or the husband to do the right thing? Is it your husband doing the wrong thing and us lifting hands to pray, or he just align with the right thing and then we stop praying too much?
So for those who study the trends and the politics in Kenya and Africa generally, you know where it is going. So don't even start thinking, oh, which miracle can happen.
Thank you, Makiadi. Make your submission as Themba prepares now to
yeah, I'm here, Wekesa, to take us through. So it will be Makiadi, Daudi, Matt, I think Bob Papa, na wache kwenda kwa curtain.
Hao wengine wameongea.
Wameongea?
It only Matt and Daudi, but the rest tunaweza rudia sasa.
Okay, sasa Richi Makiadi, twende kazi.
National Cohesion and Integration Commission is tonight calling on President Uhuru Kenyatta and his deputy William Ruto to order following a spate of heated public exchanges pitting the two leaders against each other. As Marianne Nyambura reports from Nakuru, Ncic Chairman Samuel Kobia has warned that Kenyans look up to the two leaders to lead the way to a peaceful election.
With 9 days to the August 9th polls, the political temperatures in the country continue to rise ahead of a high-stakes election that is meant to decide who succeeds a departing incumbent. A series of heated exchanges between President Uhuru Kenyatta and his deputy William Ruto this week, seemingly raising the political temperatures in a season where they remain above average. The National Cohesion and Integration Commission is stepping in, with Chairman Professor Samuel Kobia addressing himself to the two leaders.
His Excellency the President and His Excellency the Deputy President, all Kenyans are looking up to you to provide a situation in which tensions will not be high and where Kenyans can really see that our leaders are helping us to move towards a situation where we are going to have a peaceful election.
During his two-day visit of Nakuru County on Tuesday and Wednesday this week, President Uhuru Kenyatta fired salvos at his deputy, terming him unfit to succeed him. In response, his deputy fired back on Thursday, asking the president to stop mentioning his name in his campaigns. However, DP Ruto raised it a notch higher on Friday in an angry outburst in Kapsabet as he trained his political guns on his boss.
Hata hawa wengine ni wetu, lakini inaonekana they need time ya kutulia, si ndio? Kuacha matusi, kuacha spidi nyingi na kujua ya kwamba kazi na ukweli washinda matusi na chuki.
Mr. President, please stop talking about me. Talk about your candidate. Tunaelewana? wachana na William Ruto. I supported you when you needed a man to support you. If you do not want to support me, leave me alone.
The heated exchanges a point of concern, coming as they do slightly more than a week to a high-stakes election contest. The National Cohesion and Integration Commission seeking to resolve it.
You know, as NCIC, for us really, we want to say that the leadership in the country has a huge responsibility. The more responsibility you are given by Kenyans by being elected to positions of leadership, the more will be expected of you.
NCIC Chair Samuel Kobia was speaking in Nakuru during a peace concert that brought together different sector players. The concert was a culmination of a month-long sensitization exercise by the Commission to promote peaceful coexistence and political tolerance during.
Okay. So, wacha kwanza niwasalimie wote. Usee tena kamera yako imepotea. Tunaona headphones peke yake.
Hakuna sauti.
Sauti kutoka kwa video ama nini?
Kwa upande wako, it's too low.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Try a little better than that.
Hey.
Tengeza audio yako.
Audio yangu ni mbaya, sawa. Haya, sawa, niko sawa sasa.
Niko sawa.
Okay. Asante. Wacha niwasalimie wote kwanza kiwholesale. Bob hapa naona leo uko ground floor. Karibu sana. Last man standing. So I've played that video because I want to actually sensitize Kenyans on what is happening right now. I think, like we said yesterday here, William Ruto, Rigathi Gachagua, and the UDA allied parties look like they have finally realized that they will have to do everything possible to destabilize this country. And I'm not saying that by trying to raise alarm in terms of trying to scare Kenyans, but what looks like was going to be a very peaceful campaign period is deteriorating into something else that Kenyans didn't expect. There's that saying that goes like, when the gods want to destroy you, they first make you mad. I think William Ruto has reached that point, and I'm impressed because signs are coming out very clearly, beginning with their track that they've been using to campaign every day. Leo Bob Papa's mio nimeona umenirushia kapicha mahali hapo, hiyo track yao give up mapema. Imeona itamaliza hizo siku saba zimebaki. So it has finally caved in. Literally. I don't know how long it's going to take for them to fix that track, but I hope it will not be up and running again before the elections. Now, I was looking at that video and I felt like it was a bit biased, because looking at the way Uhuru Kenyatta has responded to William Ruto, Uhuru Kenyatta has never responded to William Ruto's personality as an individual. He has never done that. He has always argued and gone against his kind of ideology. But now, this other guy has decided to take it personally. You see, even the clip says he decided to take it a notch higher. So William Ruto is no longer playing politics. He has gone personal, to the extent that he can tell the President of the Republic of Kenya, usiwe watoto wangu. And you see, the same narrative, like Themba has said here earlier, has been taken to, I think, Nyeri, Uhuru's backyard, with the Rigathi Gachagua telling the president that usiniue kama vile baba yako aliua JK. I mean, that is where we are right now. So it is no longer about seeking for votes. It's no longer about campaigning. It's no longer about trying to compare ideologies and differences between William Ruto's manifesto and Raila Odinga's manifesto. This has gone personal, and it has reached a stage whereby Kenyans should start getting worried. And like we know, William Ruto has nothing to lose in this election. I told you, and I'll repeat again, when William Ruto lost Martha Karua to Raila Odinga, that is when he decided to lose this election. That is when he knew that he's going to lose this election. And some of you might say Rigathi Gachagua was chosen because he's a great mobilizer. I don't believe so. I believe William Ruto went with the worst of the two evils. He had a good choice in Professor Kindiki, but he decided because he does not want to be competitive enough, he will agree to lose the election by choosing Rigathi Gachagua. And what is Rigathi Gachagua doing to William Ruto's campaign? It is killing his campaign every day. Every day, Rigathi Gachagua opens his mouth. He annoys people. He even makes the people who are undecided to move even further away from the Kenya Kwanza, actually the UDA campaign. And so I want to actually make these at least clear that UDA has no agenda for Kenyans. What they can do right now is to try as much as possible to win MCAs, MPs, Senate seats, and also governors, so that they can be at least a force to reckon with when the next government is formed. Probably they talk about no handshake, but I think at some point they would want to work with the government. And it is very clear that even the people who will be elected on UDA, party or Kenya Kwanza or whatever, they'll still want to work with the government. And so Ruto has to at least gain as much numbers as possible so that he can also be able to campaign, and also to bargain for resources in the next government. I like the way Ndemba put it. The narrative of we are going to be killed or someone wants to kill us. Ndemba, you said very well that he should be looked on a two-faced prong. And I also believe, in addition to that, it is also important for all the major players, all the key players in these upcoming elections, to have some form of security guaranteed, so that at least we have the election on the scheduled date, because you never know. You never know what these people are planning. You never know what William Ruto and his ilk are planning before the elections. So I believe the security forces should be on high alert. Keep an eye on these fellows, because the hate they are spewing, I don't think they are talking about politics anymore. Now, let me move on to something about Sonko. I know and I believe that there was a time I said here that Sonko and Sakaja were William Ruto's candidates. And some people told me, no, Sonko is wiper, Sonko is what, blah, blah, blah. I told them, I know the story of Sonko. Sonko and William Ruto come from far. They come a long way from the politics of Nairobi, whereby William Ruto was the person who bestowed and installed Sonko in the Nairobi gubernatorial race, and he made sure that that guy was the Jubilee candidate and is the person that won, literally in quotes, the elections of Nairobi. And so by Sonko playing chameleon, watermelon yesterday, I knew straight away that he's going back to his boss. William Ruto had the plan to capture, and this is not propaganda, because I know William Ruto had so much interest in the activities of Mombasa County. Everybody knows what happens in Mombasa County, the shipping business and all that. And also he was so much interested in actually overseeing the affairs of Nairobi County through his project Sakaja. And so now that his plan hit a wall, this is what we call the goose. Do they sell the roost? Osia wewe umesoma kizungu sana. Inasemanga the chicken are coming home to roost, ama wanasema namna gani? Literally.
Yes.
Yeah, now the chicken.
Literally.
Yeah, so the chicken has ran around trying to find somewhere to fit. It has hit a wall. It has gone to the East African.
Eventually, it comes home.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter if you see it running away. Una ignore. It will come.
Remember, I said here that Sakaja and this guy, William Ruto's projects, and finally he has come home. So I'm not even surprised. And this is almost 7 days to the election. So everybody knows that people have decided. I don't believe there's anything called undecided vote right now. I don't believe so. Everybody has decided where they're going to put it. The people who are called undecided are people who are not going to participate in the upcoming election. So Sonko moving to KKA, whatever they call themselves, he's just moving there with his one vote and probably the wife and kids or something like that and few friends around. But definitely this election has been decided. It is very inconsequential for any political player right now to make a move. I'm sure even today, if Uhuru Kenyatta goes and decides, you know what, I'm going to support William Ruto, there's nobody, probably those people who hate him personally will say, no, we don't want you here, or maybe we'll go to vote for Raila because we don't like it. But it will be very inconsequential for any political player right now, 1 week to the election, to make such a drastic move. And so Sonko has gone where he's supposed to be, and we should not even get worried, because the thing is, the most important thing is the presidency right now. The country is governed from the top. All these local leaders, like I call them, the governor and all that, and the village leaders. Governors deal with the villages. The country's economy is based on the leadership at Nairobi, including the county government of Nairobi. So Sonko aende afanye siasa zake na Ruto, they fit together. Probably he will get some position. I was looking at what he has been promised, and I was wondering if the court decided that he's unfit to hold any office in the Republic of Kenya, then it is so unfortunate that he thinks William Ruto will give him 1 CS in the national government, 3 PSs in the national government, 4 ambassadors, 3 CECs. I mean, how can even a deputy president promise you chief executive seats in counties? This is the same Sonko that said he did not know what he was signing at Nairobi when he gave up the running of the city, the county government of Nairobi, literally, to NMS. So Sonko has made his political journey, and it has come to an end. I hope he can do something else, and maybe aende apeleke hiyo biashara yake ya Sonko Rescue Team somewhere else. Asante Ndeba.
And Matiangi, he was signing as who? As Sonko or as Wiper or as what party? Yeah, aliahidiwa kama
Yeah. That is one of the things that we should be talking about in the coming days, because I think he went there as a Sonko, as a person, and I don't know what metrics he's going to use to claim these seats. I don't know, because the Kenya Kwanza government has already been divided into 40% Western. I don't know what Central has been given its own share, and there's Kingi there with I don't know what 40 or 30%. Mutua has 35. So somebody on Twitter did the math, and the percentage is running to about 135%.
Makiadi, there is something you have forgotten. What is Sonko's to do to get that list you are talking about? Did you get to that extent to find out what the DP expect, the assignment he has?
His assignment is to deliver Mombasa to Sarai and deliver Nairobi to Sakaja.
And he say, amesema anaweza.
Okay, all the best.
Alafu Makiadi, you are also maybe kwa hiyo ambassadorial tungechambua tujue ni which country, because as far as we are concerned he is banned from entering US. He cannot be ambassador.
Wekesa unaharibu zaidi.
Wekesa, that was not him in person. That was for whoever he is, the one who is going to front the appointees. It's not him as a person.
So can you read that? Can you read that as an indirect negotiation for Kalonzo Musyoka?
Not really. I wouldn't say that.
Kuseo is saying this. Kuseo wants to read it in that way.
It could be far-fetched, but could be.
I think
they'll come home to roost.
No, I think Kalonzo has a better deal in Azimio than Sonko has in Kenya.
No, this is additional.
No, I believe Kalonzo has a better deal.
No, in politics,
what they are doing is they're using it politically to voters. They are saying that Kalonzo are Konasisi, but it's not like it's a deal for Kalonzo.
Now, in politics, you can read it in many ways, Wekesa. And that is one of them. It could be also that he's on ambassadorial assignment. In the event that you guys win, you'll say I came on behalf of Kalonzo. So ile CS moja mlikuwa mnanipatia, patieni Kalonzo. Now I want to bring Daudi at that point. Wait, Big Julius, wacha tusikia hao majamaa wametulia hapa kwa muda, alafu ndio turudi.
I mean, if it's a quick question, maybe Big Julius can go in, but
Big Julius hata maliza, wewe ongea.
Thank you, Temba. Greetings to Matt, Big Julius, Peter, Temba, Makiadi, Okesa, Julia, and Kusel. So before, I have some 4 points to make, but when I joined, I overheard, I think it was Kusel was making a point in regard to the courts weighing the cases coming in so that there's no wastage of time.
Yes, the threshold question, isn't it?
Yes. But you realize that power and justice those are very intricate things to handle. You can look at the Trump issue, I think the Justice Department has confirmed that, Trump contravened some laws when he wanted to overturn the election results. And they just don't know what to deal with. How to deal with him. So there are some people who are going to be more powerful than the system in some way. And so that's how the world runs. But my first point was in regard to Rigathi Gachagua, who has been found wanting. The government is asking him to pay back up to about 200 million shillings. I think that automatically finds him unfit to run for political office. So how do you handle such a situation? At the moment when court found him wanting, he should have been stripped of that position, and William Ruto should have looked for another person to be his running mate. But that hasn't happened. So I don't know. It's an issue, but I think if we are to be people who follow the law, we have to follow it to the letter. And I am not seeing anyone taking action in that direction. My second point was I saw Baba in Elgeyo Marakwet today. I think it was today. And from what seemed to happen, he was being welcomed very well. To me, that made me very happy in that we can respect each other. Baba can go to the Kalenjin nation and still be respected and be listened to. And Ruto also, when time comes, can go to Luo Nyanza and be welcomed and be listened to. I think that is a good place to be as a nation. But it's interesting. I see Baba's message kind of changing and growing. He was talking about maadui watatu, sasa ameongeza ikawa wanne. He's talking of ujinga, umaskini, ugonjwa na ufisadi now. So the 4 U's that he's fighting, which is good. But it was good. It was good seeing him being flanked by some of the leaders. I think there was the governor of West Pokot, John Kroplo Nyang'apu, and some other leaders in the Kalenjin nation. I think Tolgos was also there. But it shows that he has support also in Rift Valley. So I'm expecting there to be a surprise for Bwana Ruto when the results are finally counted. So another point I wanted to make was in regard to just Baba taking the fight to Ruto's backyard. So it's become that dire that Ruto is retreating to his backyard and Baba is following him there. So the fight has become tough for Ruto, and that's where you see a lot of the outbursts and the anger. But yeah, I think I tend to agree with Makiadi when the gods start fighting you, they first of all make you crazy. So I think Ruto is losing some wires, and that is expected. But that should be good news for the Azimio nation, because our big nemesis is running crazy. So it's a good place to be in. Finally, I saw Matiangi make some analysis and showing that where the numbers lie is that Baba is going to win about 51.4. That's the most realistic scenario, 51.4% versus 45% for Ruto. But even looking at his analysis, it was a very optimistic scenario for Ruto. I know there was a survey that was carried out by TIFA, putting Baba at 46 and Ruto at 44. I also found that survey wanting. I don't know how they sampled up the nation. I think their sampling wasn't right. My feeling, and I have a strong feeling about this, is that I think we're at a 60-40% point. Because if you look at just the support that Baba is having in Rift Valley and how he's expanding into the Gema Nation, I think Baba's support is ever widening, and so 60-40 seems like a good representation of what is happening. But all the same, the momentum is on. About 8 days or so to go. So let's keep our feet on the gas pedal. No sleeping. If you haven't gone to the store to buy your filimbi, please go and buy it. We need that. We need the filimbi thing to go on. Thank you, Temba, and yeah, that's all for me.
Thank you, Daudi. Filimbi movement on the rise. Filimbi. Matt.
Thank you, Temba, and the rest of the panelists. Richie, Wekesa, Julia, Kuseo, Sospita, Big Julius, and Daudi. Good evening and good morning, Wekesa. Yeah, so I want to talk about a few issues. The first one is just 8 days, barely 8 days to go. So this is the time to woo the votes, call in people you can talk to, let them know about the values of the different leaders that support them based on the values that they have, based on their manifesto. And for me, I still ask that people would still look from the grassroots, your MCAs, look at your MPs, like get credible leaders, because sometimes our development from our community base really depends on the kind of leadership that we elect. Regardless of the 6-piece call, I think it's important that you get credible leaders who can be able to deliver services to the people, so that it behooves us as a people to be careful when we are electing our leaders. The other aspect that I looked into is this incendiary remarks that come up from leaders. Sometimes they almost like come up from the thin air, like, don't do this, don't do it. So these incitements, especially, I was a little bit shocked, when I was listening to the speech from the DP about don't kill our children and all that kind of stuff. Those, I think we need to be careful as the electorate to weigh in the words, because sometimes those things are supposed to kind of incite the base, kind of make you feel that there's somebody's working against us, somebody's going to kill us, or things like that. So we need to rise above those sentiments that are likely to divide people, make them feel one against the other. We need to kind of preach peace and also kind of just peacefully go vote and then just continue with our lives. Nobody is interested in violence. Nobody's interested in hate. And we as a community will exist beyond the elections. We shouldn't always circle around this idea of when every 5 years now we look for excuses to bring some violence or to kind of meet one community against the other. I think it really doesn't help. It's quite retrogressive. So I was a little bit shocked. And sometimes the press also has a part to play because you hear them say, oh, you know, they need to tone out the rhetorics. But when you look at the merits of what they said, one, the president was just merely saying that you need to elect mature leaders, hold on the brakes, make sure that these leaders are people who are likely to spur up the development. And the other person is talking about almost exactly the opposite. So we need to kind of put our leaders to test and make sure that we get people who really stand out for our interests. And just the other day, I was listening to Ncic and the advice that he was giving about these politicians. He was kind of trying to reduce it to a point where they're kind of political cousins. They're people from the same ilk. So let nobody make you think that you really owe them something. They get allowances, 2 cars, and things like that, security details. They get their pension once they leave the office. So why would you be so interested to fight for them as though it's life and death? Elections is not really life and death. It's a matter of making choices to better our communities, to better our country. That is not so critical as such. Good governance yields good results and good development. And that's what we should aspire. But we should not go to the point where we kill each other because we feel that we need to elect a particular leader. That's not really right. About this NCIC thing, about switching social, the suggestion that Facebook should be turned off. I think that's quite, I found it a little unfortunate in the sense that our democracy has matured to a point where we can bear some of those, negative sentiments that come up from social media. And of course, we as a people need to have that responsibility of, this idea of abusing each other if somebody has a different opinion from yours is not necessarily right. But we are tolerant. We are tolerant people. We can accommodate, divergent views. We can always work with people who don't agree with the same opinions that we hold. And that should be okay. But where you find these people switching off the internet because of an election, turning off social media because, it's almost like, hiding yourself, burying your head in the ground, hoping that something better is going to come. So I think it was quite a great thing to know that the CS and also Mr. Matiangi came out saying that we are not going to switch off the internet, we're not going to turn off social media. I think that was a good thing for
Matt, are you aware they did it in Uganda?
They did. I know that. I know that for sure. And those are retrogressive regimes. Those are they kind of gag the press. They also want to interfere with press freedom, and that's quite bad. It's a terrible thing. So I like that there are people who can still stand up and say that however bad it is, there are some bad elements within our country who kind of incite people, but at the same time, we need to guard our press freedom and just the civil liberties so that we can still be able to enjoy the freedom of press, which we have fought for. Finally, I think this idea of just I found it interesting. These politicians kind of shifting base at the last minute. The Sonko move and also this. Other issues that people moving from one camp to another. I think, to me, I don't see it as a very consequential move. The days are quite few left, and even if there was some political impact, I don't foresee something big happening within those 9 days. Like someone mentioned earlier, I believe the alignments are just to kind of make them have some political clout as they exit. So it's kind of more or less, I see it as a gambling game. If, for example, if just by any case William Ruto takes the government, then I'll have some place to hang on to. And I think those are very selfish moves because, I mean, you go there hoping that you're going to get ambassadorial, posts or whatever posts at different levels of the government. And I believe we should kind of take out the leaders who are just looking out for their own selfish interest. We need to be more vigilant. We need to be more focused towards getting our development agendas rather than trying to get our personal interest first. I think those are the points that I have. I'd welcome any questions that anyone may have. Thank you once again, Themba.
Thank you, Matt, for your. In fact, when you mentioned the NCIC thing, those people should address the right person. They should tell Ruto to tone down and stop suggesting that he is going to be. Why are you saying leaders should? The leader who has messed, they should put the blame where it is. It is Ruto who has gone to a rally and made noise and made weird allegations that Uhuru wants to kill him. I mean, he's the one they should address direct. There's a story that is told when you know you are young and you are playing with your brother, and then when your brother, you know, he takes something from you, and then you grab it back and he starts crying, going back to your mother. Then your mother is going to quarrel both of you, that you guys should learn to play together. Now the person who is a troublemaker now knows that because you are the bigger one, you are the one who is going to be told, now learn to play with your brother. So this case, NCIC is trying to suggest that Uhuru should not annoy Ruto. I mean, what kind of nonsense is that? NCIC should pick out what is it that the president has said that has been either insulting to Ruto, that is an untruth and allegation. The president has been insulted, has been abused left, right, and center, and they have even went to whatever and started saying that he has even said he's going to kill me, he's going to kill who. I mean, those are the people who should be called by NCIC, and told the things, instead of coming and posturing on media and saying leaders should tone down. They should tell Ruto to tone down. Let him look for votes. It doesn't have to wipe up the emotions of people. He should be told, NCIC should do its job. When Ruto comes and starts saying that you are going to kill me, what is he trying to do? Uhuru has not said anywhere that I'm going to kill so and so. Uhuru is the president. If he says that you're going to know that I'm the president, has he said that he's going to kill you? He's the president. So what changes? Yes, Kuseo, before I bring Julia.
I just wanted to say that our Kobia, our respectable Kobia, is the chairperson. You see, all along, these people have been abusing the president, left, east, and right. They even go up to the gate to his constituency in Gatundu and hurl all manner of abuses to the president's mother. Now, the Ruto always goes around boasting how he wanted to slap the president, blah, blah, blah. Now, all along, some people get so annoyed. Now, Ruto, the same person, goes around calling the Wamalo as Mwanamuke, now what have you. Now, basically, Ruto has been picking quarrels with almost everybody all around, the people he has any issues with. So where was Kobia? Now is when he's saying the two are exchanging anything. There was no exchange. Nothing amounted to any exchange by the president advising his supporters. And he keeps saying that he are gonna vote moja, isn't it? Where he will put it now, wengine watatu wawili akiwa convinced, they can vote for Baba if he believes he's mature. So what I'm trying to say, what the president said did not amount to any kind of public exchange with Ruto. I think he's drawing the president to an imaginary, call it exchange, which does not exist.
Yes, Matt, you wanted to say something.
Yes, I think I agree with Kuseo, because like the good professor, I think it comes out as though, sometimes I feel like there's some kind of appeasement they're trying to balance things. And I've seen that quite a bit in the political cycles. Like when something happens, they look for any excuse to try to balance it out so that they appease this side, they appease this side. They're saying, oh, the president has done so badly. He has said something so inflammatory. So we have to get something on the other side. And just like Kuseo mentioned, these guys have been going around abusing the president. Nobody said nothing. They were quiet all along. So when it comes to something which, they're kind of not even on the same level, then they're trying to say that, oh, the leaders need to tone down. And of course they do need to tone down. But at the same time, you don't kind of put things at two different levels and you make them look as though they're all the same, I
There
think it
was
should be
nothing wrong
done.
in telling Ruto he crossed the line. Straight on, straight on.
Yeah, Kobia should come straight and tell Ruto and his people, you guys are crossing the line. And in any case, you are inciting the Rift Valley and inciting Mount Kenya. That is not Kenya. So if you're going to those places to try and incite them and hoping that they are going to give you votes, that is wrong. So I also don't understand why, okay, I want to disagree with Makiadi on this. Kenyans are not worried. Kenyans is not Rift and a very small place of central Kenya. That is not Kenya. We are not worried. We are going on 9th to wake up and vote. Whoever is having those issues and they're feeling, because so and so is going to be killed. Now you want to go to vote for him because he's going to be killed. There's nobody who is worried. This is going to be very peaceful. We have a country and is ruled by the constitution. And the constitution, as it is right now, the president is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and is in charge. Matiangi is in charge of security. So this is going to be the most peaceful election ever. These people causing issues. If you go to Rift Valley and then you start saying Uhuru wants to kill you so that they vote for you, they'll vote for you anyway, whether Uhuru wants to kill you or not. If you go to Central, the voters that you've already galvanized, they'll vote for you anyway. Who can kill 5 people in the same time? Hata kama wewe ni mjinga aje, you cannot eliminate Ndindi Nyoro, Gachagua. Kwani hiyo ni ujinga gani? Ndindi Nyoro, Gachagua, Moses Kuria, the people that you are trying to mention. I mean, you can't eliminate 5 people from the same region. Ni mjinga tu ndiye ataweza kuamini kitu kama hiyo. So I don't think we need to blow it like the way NCIC is trying to make it. NCIC should call Ruto to order and tell him that this kind of attacks and, look for your votes. Disagree with the president, that's okay. If you think you have done a good job, disagree with the president, that's okay. Go out there and say, I also did my work. But trying to suggest that someone has ulterior motives against you for saying the truth, that you never did your job. Uhuru should be saying that so that this guy gets annoyed more every other day, so that when they go to the campaigns, they forget whom they are campaigning against. They're campaigning against Baba, not Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Julia, karibu.
Asante Demba, Makiadi, Kuseo, Daudi, Matt, Big Julius, Sospita, Christine. I just want to contribute on what Demba is saying. And today we were having some argument facing Mount Kenya. And I look at that statement, Ruto na Rigathi, like reverse psychology. And I want to ask a very harsh question, if it is deemed harsh, that between Uhuru or in this country, who has been sued for killing children? Somebody is saying, usiwe watoto wangu. Ruto is still having a case in Hague for crimes against humanity. Nini anatuletea hapa? Rigathi said the other day, he was asked, people claim that you ordered their killings, I think in Limuru, in the days of Moi. And Rigathi did not refute that.
I think it was in Molo.
In Molo, yes. He said, wakati huo ulikuwa ukiambiwa ufanye unasema yes, sir. He did not refute it. He was not even apologetic. It's like he said, yes, I did it because I was ordered to do so. What is this nonsense that Ruto and Rigathi are trying to bring to play with our minds? In this country, we know two main people that can organize killings, that can pay people wachome watu kwa kanisa. I will say without fear of contradiction, we know who can do that. Sasa hii maneno ati president is campaigning against them, ati wanaropokwa usiwe watoto wangu. Me, I take that as revised psychology, and today I saw a lot from social media that there were plans of violence and violence orchestrated against some senior members of the UDA camp, so that to blame the government and to cause commotion and even to attract sympathy in this last week. And me, I would not be surprised if UDA people did that, if Ruto and Rigathi did that. I'll not be surprised. So me, my take is, kama umezoea kwenda hiyo mikutano ya Rigathi na Ruto na kuomba muambie watoto wenyu wasiende. These guys are criminals. They can plan any mass violence to blame it on the government, especially this last week. Uhuru doesn't need to kill anybody to campaign for Raila. He doesn't need to do so. We all know that. Na watoto wa Ruto anawatoa wapi? Au si watoto wa Ruto? Ruto was talking about his hecklers, his followers, those followers wenye anatembea nao. Na wajichunge sana na yeye. They should be careful whom they are working with. They should be very careful. They should be looking behind their backs when they are working with Ruto and Gachagua. So they should not come telling us here at Uhuru wants to kill us. That is nonsense. That is high class nonsense. We know them. We don't have to. You can ask the Hague prosecutors who can do that, and we know who is capable of do that. It is not rocket science to know who can kill and who can plan mass killings in this country. It is not rocket science. It is very clear to Kenyans. Sasa wasituletee hapa ati Uhuru is trying to do this. Uhuru, I don't know, is trying to do this. Wasitulete, tunajua who can do that. And good that information came out. So if me, I am suspecting that, I am not worried, because DCI and the police and the security officers and Matiangi wanajua hiyo maneno yote. Another thing I'm trying to say this, that if those were threats maybe direct to people living in Rift Valley or wherever, I want to remind Ruto, Hague bado inamngojea. Kesi yake haijaisha. Kama anasikia wafuasi wake waendange wamwambie hivyo, wamkumbushe hivyo. Kesi yake haijaisha. Second thing, tuko na serikali. Na kama ujui deep state, sisi ndio deep state. So, tuko na serikali, Uhuru is still the president, and Matiangi and Uhuru will not tolerate any other high-class nonsense of violence in Rift Valley or any other part of this country. Uhuru and the government will protect all Kenyans, irrespective of where they come from. Finally, I want to say this. Those statements, those derogatory statements and utterances, and by Rigathi and Ruto about violence, who wants to kill me, who wants to kill them or could kill whoever, do not represent the views of the communities where those people come from. Everything Ruto says does not represent the Kalenjin community. Kalenjins are Kenyans, and I believe they are peace-loving Kenyans. The nonsense regarding the utters every now and then does not represent the people of Mount Kenya region. Now, finally, Rigathi said that yeye ni Mau Mau, hajui nani ni Mau Mau. Mau Mau kitu gani? Mau Mau people are older than my grandmother. My grandmother is 98 years old. So he's claiming sijui yeye ni mtoto wa Mau Mau. Me too, I'm the grandchild of a Mau Mau. So what? Everybody in this country has a right to live wherever they want. The Mau Mau people, if they were not, I mean, that's another story. It has nothing to do with Rigathi and what he's doing here. So if he was trying to instill fear to any Kenyan or to anybody, Rigathi should know to kona serikali. And I keep wondering, asking myself, what could we be feeling if today Uhuru was supporting William Samoei Ruto? But I want to thank William Samoei Ruto so much for being so foolish and disrespecting his boss so much that his boss changed his mind and decided not to support him for presidency. That is a plan from heavens, because everything works for good for those who love God and are called according to his purpose. So every foolish thing that William Samoei Ruto did has worked good for us. So after 9, we are going to celebrate. See Ruto going down to his destruction, either to Hague or to Kamiti, akifuatwa na kina Gachagua na kina Ndindi Nyoro, name them. I will be celebrating two things. I will be celebrating the success, the win, the victory of Raila Amolo Odinga and Mother Karua, and the big fall of William Samoei Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua, for it will be such a big fall. Asante Demba.
It will be such a big fall. That's a good way to finish. It will be such a big fall. And the higher the rise, the harder and the bigger and the louder the fall. So Spita, karibu. Ni nini? Ngoja kidogo Sospita. Big Julius, ni nini unataka kusema? Umeinua mikono mara mingi.
Na unaonekana unanilenga ni sawa tu, hata Sospita aendelee.
Nilikuwa nakulenga kwa sababu najua wewe ni mtu wa deep state hapa. Naona watu wengine wa deep state wako huko chini bwana.
Nilikuwa nataka contribute.
Yeah.
Unajua hizo utterances za Ruto, you know, they are not lighter things that we should take them kama mchezo. This is a very serious issue. And it's purely incitement. Unajua akisema watoto, that means anasema wakale. You see, anasema kwamba Uhuru usiwe wakale. That's actually the words. Although amesema watoto wake, but he doesn't mean ni watoto wake kina John na nani. Anamaanisha wakale, usiwe wakale. And kupoteza the whole story, akatuma kina Gachagua waende Central waseme don't kill me. You see, but purely the whole thing is incitement. Wamepanga incitement which is not funded. It's not something good for Kenya. We have to be very careful about the whole thing, because this, I mean, akisema watoto, like kwani Pendo ule mtoto alipigwa wakati wa 2017, alipigwa risasi akauawa, sio mtoto. Haya, Kenei aliuawa, Kenei sio mtoto. So if we count all those things, we understand that definitely they are talking about their supporters. Thank you, Demba.
Yeah, that's very important clarification. And Kale are part of Kenya, na kuna wanandi wengi sana wanavotia Raila Amolo Odinga wakiongozwa na Dr. Sally Kosgei na wengine. And Raila will be in Eldoret. Is it? Let me check the itinerary so that I tell you our itinerary. I mean, Ruto has no intention of going to Siaya County. He has no intention of going to Homa Bay County. He has never stepped there. He's never campaigned there. So is there other parts of Kenya that are more Kenya than others? So let me give you that schedule. Raila will be in Eldoret on tomorrow. Tomorrow 31st, right? Tomorrow is 31st. Yeah, so he'll be in Bukungu Stadium. He'll be in Kapsabet, and then Town, and then 64 Stadium, Eldoret. You know, and that means that he's acutely aware that every part of Kenya is Kenya. Remember Eldoret today. Today is already today. Today is we're already on 31st in Kenya. So he'll be there today.
Today is today.
Yeah, it's 31st today. So Kalenjins are Kenyans, and everybody is a Kenyan. Hakuna watoto wa Ruto. Kama we ni mtoto wa Kenya, we ni Mkenya. Ruto ni Mkenya. So mambo ya kusema ati bora usiue watoto wangu, that is hogwash, and I think it should be treated with the disdain it deserves. He should be told. And that's
I
why
wonder why is Julia saying that those are Kalenjins? Surely, it's not
there
fair.
are other people also who say, yeah, I mean, he's trying to mobilize like
It's not a good insinuation.
No, he's trying to say what Ruto said when he said
You want Kalenjins to turn against the president or what? You know, when you say the people to be killed are Kalenjin, you know, that I think that is, we are going overboard.
No, that's
not what Julia said, Kuseo. He said he was trying to incite the Kalenjins because when he was speaking that, he was in Kalenjin land. He was trying to tell them that someone is planning to kill you. That's how...
Basically, it was an incitement of the Kalenjin against the president.
That's how I got Julius.
That's what he meant, and that's what he was trying to say. And actually, even if you remember, I hope Big Julius could have been here to interpret that. Because they even spoke in Kalenjin, if you guys remember. And he was trying to, how come, like even Juniato was suggesting, that when he's in Kalenjin land is when he's talking about being killed, is when he's talking about shika watoto wangu, wachana na mimi president. But when he goes elsewhere, he's saying different. The same thing Uru was saying. You go to this place, you say a different thing. You go to another place, you say a different thing. But I agree with Julia, is the president should keep saying that so that this guy keeps getting offended. And it is, I think, Napoleon Bonaparte who says that an angry soldier is not worth for a fight. If you're always responding in anger and you are led by emotions, then you're not a good soldier. Now this one is not. He should be responding like that. Like you see, spend his time talking to the president. Achana na mimi, si ni ukweli. Anaambia watu si ni ukweli na wajui ukweli. Ukweli uko wapi? Can you imagine nakuja hapa nawaambia, wewe Julia, wachana na mimi, usinikujia, si ni ukweli. Sasa sisi tunajua huo ukweli wapi? Watu walikuwa nasema ati anataka waseme ndio, walijulia hiyo ukweli wapi? Wewe president, si uko na nini yako? Si ni ukweli bana? Muna agree? What are you agreeing to? What are you clapping to? Yes, so Peter.
Okay. Leo ninatumia gadget different, so it's a bit different. Yeah, interesting things going on. You just said he was talking to Nandis, but I'd like to tell you, I also roll behind the scenes a little bit, and some of the finest Baba operatives are Kalenjins. And there's like, among the bloggers, there's like a core of 20 bloggers, and about 6 of them are from Anandis, and they are doing a very excellent job. They're in production of content, they're in, tweeting. So they're doing an excellent job. The thing about Kalenjins, Baba might have even 10, but the few he has are very, very dedicated. So about Rigathi Gachagua and him talking about being a target. As you all know, Rigathi is from Nyeri. JM Karaoke was not chosen by an accident. JM Karaoke was originally from Nyeri, but then I think he ended up immigrating to Gilgil. So when he says they want to kill me, I mean, just like they killed JM, he didn't choose JM by accident. I mean, he could have chosen other names like Kemathi or stuff like that, but JM was a representation of the Kiambu versus Nyeri divides. And since the 60s, there's this adage among the Kikuyu folks that is like, the people from Kiambu were claiming that the motorbikes will never go past River Chania. So he was trying to revive those sentiments. I think I've talked about that earlier in this show, I guess, that, even though Kikuyus are a monolithic tribe, there's some socio-cultural variations, and folks from Nyeri and Murang'a Kiambu are slightly different, and so I think if you went back to the 1992 Kibaki versus Matiba, you will find that Matiba did very well in Kiambu and Murang'a, and then Kibaki did well everything north of River Chania. So that was not by accident. But that did. Are you guys hearing me? In Kiambu and Murang'a. Are you guys hearing me? Well, everything. Okay. So that did not happen by accident. It happened because of socio-cultural differences. Just like among Luos, we have those from South Nyanza and those from Siaya. Just like me and Christine, we are Luos, but we have our own differences. Even the dialect is different. Even
hold on, hold on. Stone PK, are you there?
Stone PK, can you hear me?
Stone PK is stuck. I don't know why.
He's attacked by the Venezuelans.
I go on, Sospita.
Okay. Yeah. So what I was saying is the reason why Gachagua chose that JM narrative was not by accident. And I also went on to say that there is sociocultural differences between the Kikuyus from Nyeri and those from Kiambu and Murang'a. And so as you go towards Nyeri, the sociocultural differences will manifest. About the Sonko, Mutua, and the Sonko defection. I wish to bring a different angle to this. When Sonko defected, within hours, Mutua endorsed Wavinya Ndeti. So we have Sonko doing going to Kenya Kwanza, which is likely to influence the Mombasa politics. And then you have Wavinya Ndeti being endorsed by Mutua. So it seems like a prison swap of sorts.
Wait, Sospita, that's news. When did Governor Mutua endorse Wavinya?
Correct.
When?
And this happened within hours of each other.
When?
Within hours. If you Google.
Yeah, I heard something like that then, that Governor Mutua endorsed Wavinya Ndeti.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now, okay. So it's kind of a prison swap of sorts. And, in politics, people may be in opposite sides, but there is always the confliction kind of things that go on behind the scenes. Just like US and Russia, there might be sanctions and everything, but behind the scenes things happen. Of course, Kalonzo and Ruto may be like even already starting to talk about who will be Speaker of Parliament and stuff like that. So a lot of things happen behind the scenes. So take a note of that, guys, that it was some sort of a prison swap. And I think in Machakos also, Mudhama is not liked by Kenya Kwanza, top brass. I think they can cut any deal just to undermine him. Mudhama is running for governor also. So a deal to elevate Wavinya Ndeti, and maybe there was some kind of swap that went on. About somebody had talked about sometimes somebody may be like, oh, somebody is following me, but it might be the UDA people or Ruto people trying to following behind Rigathi Gachagua. And I also would say that we need to be careful about that election day, that if Ruto realizes that he's losing, and with full knowledge that he has probably infiltrated IEBC, don't be surprised if they start, exaggerating Raila numbers deliberately, and as they leave the audit trail, as they go about it. Don't be surprised if they do that, just to make the election lack credibility and stuff like that. What else? Unless somebody has a question, I think I beg to step out from there.
Thank you, Sospita. Sospita, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Can you guys hear me? I don't know.
No, we can hear you. I heard you.
Okay.
Yeah, and you are very audible, clear, in spite of your new gadget. Kama uko na corona, tafadhali enda pimwa. Big Julius, iko nini?
Najua hii story ya Sonko tunachukulia ati mkisema defection, I think all of you are wrong. Sonko has never defected from UDA. So Sonko was in a mission, and though the mission was not successful, but Sonko was from the beginning UDA. So we are getting it wrong.
Okay. Stone PK, uko hapo? Stone, leo gadget yako iko na shida kibao. Christina Dika alienda wapi? Matunda haya ameshinda huko chini akisema nipe link. Sasa link tumetuma na yeye ametopotea.
Niko na hiyo nini ya clip penye alisema na Kikamba kwamba kura yake atapea Wavinya Ndeti.
Hebu play nisikie, hiyo ilinipita. Tafadhali.
Okay, wacha. Pia mtu mmoja ongee, then I try and download it.
Okay, sawa. Wacha tusikie. Big Julius, there's something you are saying, because sasa tumebaki hata wachache studio. We will have an open session, then we start taking our closing remarks. Big Julius, ulikuwa unasema nini?
Okay, now unajua mimi siwezi I would like to talk. I know you don't like us talk about Sonko, but I want to highlight a little bit, because I know the late father of Sonko. So sometimes I really wonder what kind of a rich man are you, or a rich person are you, when your family or your father, because the mother died, but your father lives in he doesn't have a home. Unajua baba yake, by the way, he used to live in Kitengela, in a hotel, a place called Tarino. Hata najua number plate ya gari yake, alikuwa na KZN Nissan Patrol, zile za unajua zile trupa za zamani. Hiyo gari asubuhi ilikuwa na asubuhi anaita watu kusukuma, kwa sababu hapo Tarino kuna kamteremko kana face down the other side. So I mean, at times it's very very difficult for someone to say that wewe unaenda kusaidia watu wa Mombasa, ama sijui kuna rescue, the Sonko rescues, a lot of big things, but at first hajapanga baba yake mzazi. It doesn't matter how bad was his father. Unajua mzazi wako hata kama ni mbaya, acha kusema ukweli, mzazi wako ni mzazi wako, hata kama ni wazimu, hata kama ni it doesn't matter how, lazima mzazi wako ni mzazi wako, and you try your best at least to put them in a good life, because it's like when ukiangalia maisha ile Sonko alikuwa anaishi na vile anasaidia watu, na baba yake anaishi maisha kama hiyo. For me, kusema ukweli, I don't think I could have voted him kama ningekuwa mtu wa vote where he was. So I really don't see, or Sonko is not a leader, even though he manipulated the minds of these people. Wale watu wanapenda vitu za bure. Unajua mostly the voters of Nairobi ni watu wanapendaga maisha ya, you know, at times Nairobi is a man eat man society. So they don't care where you get your money. They don't care where you live. They don't care anything about you. What they care is what they get from you. So at times, kusema kweli, Kenyan people, we have to open our eyes and know who we are electing to lead us, because sasa mtu kama huyu ambaye hawezi muangalia baba yake mzazi, hata kama ni mbaya namna gani, you know, and na sisi tunafikiria we elect him atakuwa how can I say, mkombozi, anatusaidia, anatulipia hospitali, anatulipia sijui shule, school fees, analipia, I mean all those things. But lazima inatakikana kama Kenya to put people in the kwa msasa, tunaangalia vile wanakaa, vile maisha yao. That's when we get good leaders. Tunakujaga kulia baadaye after we elected someone who is not supposed to be a leader, who is not supposed to lead us. But tunakuja ku complain, oh, he was like this, oh, he was like this. So I think that is where we go wrong, and we have to be very careful when electing our leaders. Thank you.
Julia, are you ready? Hebu cheza.
Governor nengumutia nendo mudabyo langutia nyekulela yakwa nithiukuna ngakunia Ruto na governor nyenga kunia wabitha ndeti nundu nuotona kwendesya ukamba bakwenu ini musindete na wenga kunia kula mwina kwa numakwa
Oh my goodness. I had not seen that one. That was the most funny moment that I've seen today. So, you know, Julia, what that is informed by, since the campaign started, chairman of UDA has not shared a stage with Governor Mutua, because he said he will never share with Mutua a stage. And he has never been seen near Ruto. Since Ruto took Mutua, I don't know, as his advisor or what, you've not seen Modama anywhere. So I think it's interesting. Oh, okay. So he's supporting Ruto, but he's not supporting.
Amelist down President Ruto, lakini governor gakunea Wavinya Ndeti.
So you don't trust the governor that is being sent that is being sent by Ruto, whom you are voting for as the president. You lost your governor because your governor went and supported Wavinya Ndeti. So you are also even now not supporting.
Watu, they are hypocrites. Mimi hata nashanga. Wewe unasikia ile story ya Mudavadi na Jeremiah. Nyinyi watu mmesahau aje? Ile story ya Mudavadi na Jeremiah kwamba even he didn't even get one vote in Jeremiah's constituency. What does that tell you?
That is very interesting. I had not seen that one. See, umenifurahisha Julia. Okay, Stone PK. I hope your gadget is now working, because umetutesa sana.
Pole bwana Temba, unajua lazima kwa Kikwetu tunasema ukishindwa kukoroga na mbele unakoroga na nyuma. You can paddle both sides.
Wacha kusema hivyo hapa kwa hii dini. Unajua we live in a liberal world.
hivyo ni kumaanisha hata Ruto hata akisema ataharibu elections, we have many ways of winning. So that's not a problem. Let me begin from Amjambo, all the panelists present, Julia, Daudi, Big Julius.
Mato. Ni Mato aliingia ama ni nini? Mato
Ako ndani.
Mbona unaingia alafu unapotea? Oh, okay. Wapi yeah. Girlfriend yako? Pigia girlfriend yako, ex wako, pigie simu akuje pia leo. Endelea Stone PK.
Yeah, thank you. Good to see you guys. Pole, tumekuwa tukitravel. That's why we are having problem with varied internet. Sasa mimi nitaanzia hapo kwa Julia ameonyesha hiyo kitu. When I saw that thing, I thought it was fake news. I was traveling, so I didn't manage to verify. But now Julia has confirmed. That confirms what we have, the characters we have in UDA. And you can escalate it to how Bwana Ruto is behaving. Yani mtaani, I was born and bred in Eastland. Mchezo kama hiyo ndio tulikuwa tunaita ufala kabisa. Yani wacha hii ufala, modern ufala is not painful. Our days when you are called fala, my friend, huyo mtu mungepigana for 3 days consecutive mpaka withdraw hiyo. Hata withdraw bado unamulima. Because ni ufala, ni beyond utoto. Mutua in Ukambani is called Kavaluko. Kavaluko, for those who may not have the privilege of knowing that foreign language called Kamba, Kavaluko is the rabbit, the hare. You know, it is jumpy. You can never trust it. It is, although they say it's tricky, yes, but sometimes those tricks become foolish. Yeah. So he has been given that name because he has been dancing up and down throughout his constituency. Maneno mingi, empty promises. Of course, he did 1, 2, 3, 4 things that worked well, and that was it. Now, this guy is in UDA, but he's not in UDA. You can imagine he's a chairman of Maendeleo Chapchok, and he's the only one who is running with Ruto. So the guy is totally confused. Amepigwa na ile inaitwa menopause mapema ya siasa. And there he is. So he wants to try and actually show, like, play double card. He still thinks there is a chance of Ruto government. So, and also he knows that if he goes to Baba making those funny jokes, Baba will welcome him. So Mutua is playing katikati, you know, ile na ujanja, na hiyo utoto, na hiyo ufala, yeah. But now, today he ridiculed himself totally. Totally. He has been a bitter rival with Wavinya, but of course, the most bitter with the chairman, Chairman Mudhama. So he had better go for Wavinya than Mudhama. We were with Mutua in Wiper before I joined CORD and ODM. And I can assure you there is no one time Mutua said anything that anybody would take him serious. He was a Secretary General, but always joker. In Ukambani, people say he has never grown up. He could be over 40 years, but he behaves like a 22-year-old or even below 21. Always cheeky na jokes za kijinga kabisa. Shenzi ile inaonwa na ile nani anasemanga. So that guy is just making a ridiculous comment. Let me go to Sonko. Sonko, Kenyans have elevated Sonko. And it's a section of Kenyans that does not care where money comes from. And we have that serious problem in Kenya, where we say mwizi ni wetu, pesa ni pesa, it doesn't matter where it comes from. And it's a big chunk of people. And these are the ones that have been glorifying Sonko, thinking Sonko is powerful politically. And of course, I don't want to mention on this TV the other strength that he has, because there is that group of people, and they are heavily loaded with money. They thought, and they've been working towards taking Kenya over. And that's why there is this bitter war. And Ruto has accepted to join that group. And when most of those people that mean well for this country, when they stand on a podium and say, this is an election not like any other that we have ever held, most people don't understand what that means. This is an election where you have to fight drug dealers from taking over this country. This I'm saying without reservation. This is an election where you have to block this country from going to the dogs. Yeah, because the scripture is there, the cartel is there, and they are very powerful. My friends, let's not undermine them. Yes, there is the government. Yes, there is the security. But my friends, this is a bruising battle. It's bruising battle, and this I've been saying on all the on all the meetings and all the TVs I've been participating. People thought I was kind of an alarmist, but the truth is they are ready and they don't care. I heard Matiangi reiterating that Ruto has to win whichever way. When elections go haywire, when chaos come in, it is a Ruto win. Okay, and for him and his cartel and his people, they don't care if they are chaos. In fact, if they are chaos, that is when they will celebrate. And that is what they are going to do. And you will see more in the next 4, 6, 7 days. It is not that one at nipige upande hii alafu unampatia hii ingine. This guy has to be stopped by hooks or crooks. In fact, if it was some other country, the best would be to arrest this guy under house arrest, period. Then kule atachoma achome, we quickly do our elections, and he goes to Hague or wherever he will go. But letting him lose, Kenyans, you are going to hear more than what he has. I mean, look at the bitterness. Look at the direct attack to the president. Really, where do you do that in this world? Yes, we say we have Sijui democratic country. Really, is that the democracy we were looking for? Is that the democracy where you go insulting? Thank you, Julius, for clarifying that statement. Watoto wangu, he is inciting Kalenjins. That is the rock bottom. Tuache kusugarcoat. I heard Kuseo trying to go round about it. Ruto is inciting Kalenjins. But we are so lucky that Kenyans don't hate Kalenjins. There is no tribe that hates the other. It is Ruto who is the problem. So Kenyans are not going to fight Kalenjins. Ruto should take that to wherever he wants. It is nonsense. Okay? But that is what he means. Telling his Kalenjin tribe that they are endangered, that him being cornered, it's them who are being planned to be killed. Okay? There is nobody who is very foolish to go. Why would you go killing Kalenjins? Kalenjins are Kenyans. Some of us worked in Kalenjin land for more than 10 years, lived with them, and so no leader should stand, and we should condemn this every day now up to Tarehe 9, Mutembei TV. We should say there is no Kenyan that hates the other Kenyan. Hiyo ni ujinga ya Ruto. Hiyo ni upuzi ya Ruto. Wakenya waambiwe, and we should start our program in Kiswahili, tuache kizungu mingi. Yeah, we should talk in Kiswahili, tuambie watu kwamba hakuna Mkenya anachukia mwingine. Personally, I've lived for quite some years in Kenya. I know Kenyans don't hate each other to the extent that you are going to kill one another because ati ule amesimama. No way. So Ruto should be told apeleke hiyo kule anaenda apeleke kwake Sugoi. Yeah, it is so annoying that he is now tagging Uhuru to that kind of a thing. Ati atauliwa. Anauliwa ndio tufanye nini? What we want to do is to arrest him. Na tumpeane aende Hague. Period. That we should do. He's a criminal. He's a thief. Yeah, he should even not have been given a chance to go for elections. Yeah, that is the truth. Hiyo tusimdanganye. He should be actually preparing kuenda Hague wakakae na Charles Taylor. That is all what I know. Then lastly, let me say, as I'm saying and calling Kenyans to take it easy, yeah, not to get kind of, incited, all right? They should read that everybody else, the bigger majority who is following Baba, want a transition to really save this country from where it is. Our country is on the rock bottom of, economic disaster. So we need sober minds. We need the team that Baba has assembled to be able to give us a fast tracking in order to salvage our kids and our families from the seriousness of the inflation and all what we have. Otherwise, we don't need conmen. Then we hear of people calling themselves my Mau, sons of my Mau. That is another nonsense I want us to deconstruct. You know, Mau, we are over 50 plus Kenyans. All right? So Gachagua is only one that is son of Mau. So what? Even if it was one tribe calling itself Mau, so what? Yeah? We value every tribe. We fought for that independence in whatever capacity we did. And it is water under the bridge. What we are supposed to do so that we don't have the curse is to protect our land and share equitably. Build one nation. We've never had a nation. What we have had is the fragmented kind of a system. So we want Azimio to come in, Baba to come in, is currently the only capable guy to build a nation. He has shown us where we will be talking of Kenyans without saying watoto wangu watauliwa, sijui, you know, we are praying that we end that kind of thinking, and that's why we need to preach. Wale ambao tuna nafasi kama hii ya television, tuzungumze na Kiswahili, tuambie Wakenya kwamba si mambo ya Ruto wetu. Ruto ni wenyu, lakini ni mwizi, ni mkora, ni muuaji, na anaingia biashara zile zingine. Sasa mjiulize kama mnataka nchi itawaliwe na mabepari kama hao ambao tunawaona katika nchi za kule ile inaitwa Mexico na huko. That is what you will have with the Ruto government. You can imagine Sonko having a senior position, imagine Gachagua, imagine Ruto the president, then you can now tell the kind of a country you are going to have. So is that what you want to have on the 9th? Kenyans, I'm sure you really want peace, you are hardworking, and you want an opportunity to prosper. Lastly, when you hear somebody saying that these Kalenjins na wale wanaitwa nini, the extremists, their numbers are very little. They are very few. Okay? This body that now talks of hate, they should even try to control what people are saying in meetings. But I don't know where that body is. I mean, I do not really imagine that when Ruto speaks for around 1 hour, insulting and inciting people, and you let it pass, and you say you are there watching what hate speech is, then if you can't summon Ruto for that kind of a thing, I don't know what they are looking. It should be disbanded. They are just earning money there for nothing. Indeed, Ruto should be arrested for that last speech he made. Thank you very much. Pole nimechukua dakika mingi. Thank you, Themba.
Thank you, Stone PK, for bringing that. Do we have Kenyans who are sons of Mau Mau and other Kenyans? So if you are not a son of a Mau Mau, then you are not more Kenyan than others. I think we also
that's a nonsense.
Yeah, we need to deconstruct that, because when they tell us, oh, those are some families, they are still progressing the same narrative. That because you are a son of a Mau Mau, are you a better Kenyan because you are a son of a Mau Mau? I think those are things that we need. All of us were born by parents who are in Kenya, and some of them are they were also soldiers and were heroes and heroines in their own capacity. So history yakuja kutuambia ati oh sijui I'm a son of a Mau Mau.
You didn't hear what he said. He said that Ruto tuachie mzee wa kitendawili, mimi Ndindi Nyoro sijui na nani, sisi ni watoto wa Mau Mau. Is that not a threat or a cry of war? How did you see that?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, if you're a son of a Mau Mau, I usually say that you cannot. There's no monopoly over violence. The only envisaged institution that is supposed to have monopoly over violence is the government. But you cannot start threatening people about violence. You can never tell someone ati ngoja tutapigana. You never know. You can start a war, but ending it is so difficult. They need to go back and read Kenyan National Human Rights, I think Kenya National Human Rights Commission, Kenya National Commission for Human Rights, that's the NGO that once was Sarai was working for it. There was a time it gave a report on the proliferation of militia groups around election time. And they brought proscribed almost over 400 proscribed groups in Kenya. That every part of this country, around the election time, there are almost 400 proscribed groups that come and mobilize. They are used. And so if you want to say I'm a son of a Mau Mau, there are others who will come and say they are sons. They are also sons and daughters of men and women. You cannot threaten, because even that Baba you're talking about, he also has people. So if everybody will say that I'm a son of somebody, we are sons of so and so, we are sons of so and so, you not have Kenya. You cannot use threats. So those people who are thinking being a son of a Mau Mau makes you a better Kenyan or a stronger soldier, you are not a Mau Mau. It is your grandson or your grandmother or grandfather who was a Mau Mau. And that was then. And being a Mau Mau does not make you have monopoly over fights. You can be fought. So this thing of coming and saying that we are sons of Mau Mau, it can only make sense when you're in central Kenya. It does not make sense when they go anywhere else. Mau Mau, and when you say I'm a son of a Mau Mau, you can only say it and it makes sense to someone who is in central Kenya. How come they have never talked about sons of Mau Mau when they go to Nyanza, when they go to Luyaland, when they go to Migori or Mombasa? They don't talk about sons of Mau Mau. They talk about it when they come to central, because that's where they think it makes sense. Other places, those people are also sons, and so if you go back and read Kenyan history, there were also other chiefs and soldiers who woke up around that time, and heroes and heroines of liberation, some of them who are not talked about. So this nonsense of every time telling us we are sons and daughters of Mau Mau, making us think that you are, because you are son and a daughter of a Mau Mau, you are a better Kenyan than others, or you are more, you have some sense of war than others. They should know that even in other places they were organizing war long before you were born. There were always Kipsigis and Luos wars taking place. The Kipsigis won over the Luos because they gave Luanda Magere a lady, and that lady went and cut the shadow of Luanda Magere. And that is when Kipsigis were able to kill some of the Luos. So there have been heroes and heroines across the tribes and the clans. So this thing of telling us we are sons of Mau Mau, I mean, they should find a better way of mobilizing themselves. Now, I want to bring in Martin Deto. Now, before I bring Martin Deto, Christine was here and then she dropped off. And normally she's brief. Allow her to, you know, Martin Deto, before he goes into motivational speaking and then comes back, then aanze kutushukuru sisi wote, you know, he will be giving vote of thanks, you know. Martin stands by. You know, this is how Martin starts his speeches. I thank you so much. I thank you, Stone PK. I thank you. 3 minutes inaisha bado anasema thank you. Christine, karibu.
Habari zenyu wote. Hi Temba, hi Julia, hi Makiadi, hi David.
Hi, Christine. Yeah.
Big Julius, how are you? Stone, mambo? Umetupotelea sana. Martin Deto, good to see you.
Nico.
Good. So, Peter, I'm glad you're back. How are you? I was worried, like, I'm going to stay in the cold by myself, and at least you're by my side. Just the way Temba said, I'm usually a woman of few words, but I have a lot of affection and actions. I know a lot has been said regarding both Rigathi and Ruto's previous statement about warning Uhuru to not to kill their children, and Rigathi even stating that his life is in danger. It is just sad what our leaders are, the seed they're planting in us for the remaining like 7 days, I can just say. I believe this is the time they should maximize on selling their manifesto. And even if Uhuru has offended them, they had 4 good years of throwing insult to Uhuru, despite Uhuru saying, let's focus, let's work. They threw insults left, right, and center. And nobody responded even in defense of Uhuru. But I don't know, they're coming with imagination, because I've been trying to follow news of an incident or any meeting or a rally that Uhuru threatened the DP, because the last meeting that I know prior to, before they started making all this accusation, I think Uhuru was in Nakuru trying to plead with these people to choose the right leadership, and the right leadership is in Raila Odinga. And I think prior to that is when Uhuru almost cried that he has been abused, including his mother being abused. And what I'm wondering, or what is just surprising me between Ruto and Rigathi, who are they competing with? I believe this is the time they should be talking negative of their opponent. Uhuru has said several times that is preparing to go to Ishaweri. I don't know whether it is Ishaweri or Ishawera. Yeah, so I'm just wondering, Ruto and Rigathi, who are they fighting with? But I think even the card they are pulling of threats of saying that they'll be killed, I think it's too late. Kenyans, just like I say, we are smarter than that. When we talk about deaths after election, we know the names that feature the most. So I just want to plead with UDA supporters, wherever they are. We've been at peace. And I think history has been made when Uhuru has tried his best for Luos and Kikuyus to vote together as, this is something that I've lived all these years and I've never seen it. So right now that I'm seeing it, I'm proud that it's gonna happen while I'm alive in my generation. War is not good. Sometimes I think, I don't know much about Ruto's dad, but sometimes I think I've gone to several funerals. I've even lost people that were close to me, but it never hit me hard the way it hit me when I lost my mom. I knew what death is the moment I lost my mom. So I believe some of these leaders who keeps uttering death things, death threats, I think it has never hit them home. Losing an uncle, losing an aunt, it's never the same as losing a mother or a child. So I just think Kenyans, we should rise above that. It's so painful when people are dying and not getting the freedom that they are dying for. It's so painful when we lose a younger generation that are just following leaders blindly just for 200 or 500. So I think right now, apart from spreading the message, let's vote for peace, let's vote for Raila, I think it's our time now for us who can reach our neighbors, because we always fight our neighbors, people that we've known. It's time also to spread a message of love. We can differ in principles, we can differ on what candidates we have, but at the end of the day, let us know we will still need each other. That is all I have to say for today. I don't want to talk about Sonko drama, because from the word go, I didn't trust Sonko's presence in Azimio. And I think Sonko has really tried so hard to blackmail Kalonzo. And I don't know, Kalonzo credentially is a bright man, but I don't know why he's falling for this trap. So politically, I think Kalonzo is just digging his political grave. He's gonna go into oblivion once we are done with these elections. So for now, I hope, Themba, I have not disapproved you by talking too much. That is all I had to say. Let us continue sharing, telling our neighbors, telling a friend, let's get out, let's vote Azimio. Yeah, we want a peaceful country. Thank you.
Mato.
Then, but Najua, you've already preempted what I was how I'm gonna start. Anyway, nilikuwa niseme kitu mbaya lakini si mbaya kwa ubaya.
Nisalimie Mato. Toa hiyo vote of thanks. Anza hapo bwana. Usibadilishe. Tushajua signature start ya Mato. Anzia hapo.
Wewe ni mchokozi.
Umesalimiwa huko chini na blessed na amesema nisi yake amekusalimia. So pokea hizo salamu. Sasa huyu nisi yake mara anasalimia Ndeto, mara ananisalimia. Sasa huyu nisi ya I'm blessed bana. Anatakaje?
Umeachwa, hiyo ndo nilikuwa nataka kusema. Si wewe ndo ulikuwa unasalimia kwa nani? Sasa kumeendaje? Kwani nimepita? Chelewa utapata mwanasi wako.
Kawaida yako ni kupita katikati. Naona sasa umepita katikati. I'm blessed. Mato amepita katikati.
All right, let me do the signature. Anyways, at the end of the day, yes, them are many preempt, but yeah, I will still do it with his, with his blessings. I always, every day of my life, celebrate and thank people that actually take their time to come here. Julia, Themba, Richie, you guys are doing a great job for every day availing yourselves and not going to sleep to just sit here and, do this happen, make this happen. Daudi, I don't think we've debate na wewe. Big Julius, wewe ni mwenyeji. Sospita, huyu ni wetu. Unaona, nilileta mtu bwana, my neighbor, siku hizi hata tuonanagi, yana ako huko kwa nyumba yake, mimi niko hapa na tunakaa kama tujuani. Christine, thank you so much. I know you are trying to fight hard for me to come in, even though I was like, I was doing my thing. Kasupu, sawa nitakutafutia. Stone PK, my brother from another mother. Kase, where's yata? Anyways,
ndio watu yuko ni wabinya kura.
Ndio kete ndwetele ni ukete ba unokete nikaetete uko kakitete kwetwa. Kokete katetwe etelo kwati ya ba kase. Anyway, so let me, kabla nikujoko kwa Wavinya kozuko najua Themba atanigonga. Guys, this Kenya ni yetu si wote. And I don't understand if some people that actually want to call themselves a vice president or a president of a Kenya, that Kenya extends all the way from Kisumu to Mombasa to Marsabit to Wajir and all that. If you come back and start telling us that you're the sons of Mau Mau, I think this was a conversation I actually spoke very dearly about here about 4 days ago. Na tulieka hiyo video mnasema, I sent it to Bernard na akaieka, because I was very mad about, not really mad, disappointed. Let me retract that. I was very disappointed to hear somebody still talking about Mama. Guys, do we understand when we got our independence? 1963. We had got our independence. And again, I think there's a misconception that it's only that the Mau Mau that fought for independence. It wasn't. There was who was this lady? Who was this person mwenye alikuwa anavaa viatu backwards? Ndio kama umtaki, kama unamfuata unaenda mbali na yeye. Na kama it was absolutely, psychologically. So kama unamfuata, because viatu wamevaa backwards, so akienda hivi, kama unamfuata, unataka kumpata, unaenda mbali na yeye. Na kama unamtoroko, unakuja karibu na yeye. I think it was Kinjeketile or something like that. people fought for independence, and it wasn't just Mau Mau. And this time in 2022, after independence and all those things, and barabara na magari, and not machetes nowadays, there's guns, there's, and all that. We have a good, somewhere where that we can. We're not going to let our Kenya go back to that BS. It will not happen. You start talking about Mau Mau. We already got our independence. Learn when we got our independence. Go find your books. If you don't know, read them. We became one Kenya. We don't care about your Kikuyu, your Kalenjin, your Maasai, your what. We don't care about that. We are Kenyans. And when you start seeing people starting talking like that, then you find the backwardness of our country and of some people who really don't understand that we are here and we are going to stay. And is the reason we came so close, and we even made the maps. Tulikuwa tumeamua tutafunga sections of Kenya, and we call it northern, southern, Kenya, or main Kenya. We don't care about your Mau Mau's BS. Your vita. Kwanza, you can't even handle your vita. Other tribes come against you. Utapotea, my friend. There was a fight of Kambas against Maasais. It's a well-known one in Emali. And they always make fun of it and say that, walikuwa wakitupa mishale juu, alafu wakishatupa wanasema hiyo ni ya jana, ya leo bado iko kwa njia. Cause ikienda inakuja kama inaanguka. Now, guys, is this what we want for our Kenya? Well, we have an opportunity to be the hub of Africa, to be the Washington, D.C. of Africa. We are there. East Africa is coming together, working together. Congo is in. Tanzania is in. Djibouti is in. And most of them, kuna wenye wako kwa waiting list. Guys, let's think of where we are going as Kenya and as Africa. Story ya ujinga kuambiwa hapa hivi Mau Mau, na mtoto wa Mau Mau ngani? That was 1963 bwana. Which one? Anyways, I think that's something I wanted to just put out there. 972. It's stupid. Let's just be Kenyans, understand where we're going, and know where we're going. Kenya ni yetu si wote. I don't care who you are, as long as you're a Kenyan. Hata kama unaishi US, ama unaishi kule unaishi, hata ukiishi Arab, I don't care. Ama ukiishi mbinguni, as long as you're a Kenyan, you're a Kenyan. In fact, kuna kitu moja nilisemaga hapa hivi nikagongwa sana. In fact, even mtoto wetu Miguna anafaa kukubaliwa kwenda Kenya. Ni kwake. Mwezi tupa mtu hivyo. Now, let me go to the one that I knew them but anigonga. Naona anaongea na mtu yuko hivyo, lakini sawa. Nilikuwa nataka asikize. Sijui kama unanisikia.
Ninakusikiza Mato, what I'm saying, I'm all ears.
Mato nakusikia kabisa. Kwa nataka nikugonge na kugonga tu. Nakusikiza Buda, sema.
Ulishanigonga juu ya hii story, lakini nikasema tu ishaweri sawa. Unajua siku yenye ulinigongane, nilikwambiaga kuna kijana kutokaga Azimio. Umemsikia leo? Na mulinichapa sana, nikawaambia ngojeni hapo mwisho mtajua ile kitu.
Wewe Mato, hapa hatuwezi kukuacha. You cannot go just like that. Hapa hatuwezi kubali Mato. Let me, unajua ile shida iko na nini, kwa sababu anachukia. There is a lot of hate between Mutua, Kalonzo and anaitwa nani governor, anatafuta governor, anaitwa nani? I forgot, is the chairman wa UDA.
Mudhama.
So the Mutua thing, Mutua is not in Azimio, Mutua is in UDA, because he cannot stay in Azimio as long as Kalonzo is there. That is the truth. Where ndeto wata kutudanganya.
I said it na nitasema na mutaona tu. Mutua is in Azimio. The problem of Ukambani is not hizo vitu munasema. The problem is Mudhama. Mudhama kwanza alimsimamisha, the Machakos city never worked. That was the problem. And again, tulikuwa tunaogopa because we wanted to come 99% of Ukambani all in. We wanted to, kama Mutua angekimbia tugemkimbiza ile side ingine, Kalonzo was easily going to go there. But the semantics of everything, we needed Kalonzo in Azimio. Mutua has a job in Azimio government. He will be there. The problem is kumrudisha nyumbani imekuwa ngumu, because kumuosha ni noma. But ndio maana unasikia saizi akisema wa vinyandeti. Okay? Hapo ndio unasikia akisema wa vinyandeti. It's a start kuosha. But the biggest thing that Ukambani wanted to do is to become a copycat of what Central is all about. Unajua Central, every time you talk about elections, you won't talk about elections before you talk about Central. So we want it also to be somewhere where we can be recognized that by the time you're going for an election, you also have to revere and talk to the Ukambani people, that they are somebody and they are people, especially with the proximity of the capital city. Mutua, if you ever, I mean, PK is here. PK will say it, or if Wekesa was here, there's no mtu wa maendeleo chap anavaga blue, yellow, anaka UDA, nothing. Even the MCAs, they don't do it. Nile tu ajeka piche ya Raila, lakini zote unapata ni blue. And they are working together. And if you think I'm lying, show me one maendeleo chap person mwenye amedeclare ako UDA. And if you do that, I will keep quiet. Nitanyamaza. Hakuna. They are working together. Mutua chap head is in Azimio. And that's why you find Raila, Kivutha, and Ngilu, they don't ever say so much about Mutua. They keep quiet. Wanaendelanga tu na siasa zao. Agongwi kama hao wengine. Why? It was a game. It's a game well played. And this last 10 days, I mean, the last days that we have, which is what I said that sometime, I think 3 months ago, I said, hapa hivi kikuja kuisha, you will see where Mutua stands. Umesikia? Anatafutia nani? Mtu wa Azimio. So basically, Themba, I know you have a comeback for that. I can see you waiting. Naona tu unasikia, naona unakaa kujikuna mahali hivi. I know you're coming, but I'm waiting for you. Come on, bring it on, brother.
Hata ni fake sana. Hata sikuwa nataka kurudi kwa sababu you have said I want to agree with you to that. Maendeleo chap was told by the courts that they are still in Azimio as per the arrangement. So yes, Maendeleo chap bado iko kwa ile nini Azimio. They wanted to get out of it, but they are still in Azimio. Number two, the political players wale walikuwa wameenda na kadi na tiketi ya Maendeleo chap when they were going to seek for votes and they were taking that, they had already agreed and told the electorate that they were supporting Azimio presidential candidate. Walikuwa wametengeza nini zao, bana zao zote, kila kitu. If you remember, there was a particular meeting that Mutua had with his party members. Matu umeenda wapi? Na hii ni wewe na kuongelelea. And you don't run away. You stay there and you
No,
hear.
niko nasikiza. Unasema ile yenye alipigiwa simu na baba akasema naenda. Nasikiza, niko.
No, kuna moja, the people came and said that usitupeleke Azimio kwa sababu tayari, usitupeleke UDA kwa sababu tumesha hata ukitupeleka UDA sijui tutaambia watu nini. Now Mutua goes to Machakos and then he has a gubernatorial candidate. This gubernatorial candidate stepped down and went and supported Wavinya. Now, what choice did Mutua have? He doesn't have a candidate in Machakos. He has to either keep quiet or support one of those who are still running. Now, one of those who are still running is Mudhama. Mudhama is in UDA. Mudhama told Mutua that for me to share a stage with you, you have to apologize to the people of Machakos and apologize to me. So I think someone said here that those two cannot see each other eye to eye. So Mutua would rather even go against that and support our Vinyandeti. I don't know how that is going to affect them politically. So as to Mutua being in Azimio, I think that's a good assertion. It's a good hypothesis. And I think that's the farthest it goes. It sounds as a good hype. It's a hypothetical to imagine that he's still in Azimio. I don't think so. He's just Mutua and Wavinya happen to have the same enemy right now. And their enemy is Mudhama. They say in politics, your enemy, if your enemy is my enemy, then we are friends. So if we share a common enemy, we are friends. So we are not friends because we want to be friends. We are friends because now we share a common enemy. And that is basically where Wavinya Ndeti and Mutua are. Now, there's someone who has said something down there, and this is the kind of thinking. Why are you coming back when I finished? And when I was talking, you were not here. Mato.
Internet ikicheza kama hiyo imecheza kaa hiyo, unajua sasa siwezi fanya
You are running. But anyway, we're done. Now, there's this person, I think these are the kind of thinking that we talked about some time back. And this kind of thinking, and you can find that probably this is a young man, educated, who has gone to school. If you have gone to school, you need to refund the school fees that was paid to educate you, if this is how you're thinking. And this person is saying, ati I want to be honest, there is a bitter taste tuliwekwa na hawa viongozi wetu about Raila. Who are those who are put for that? Then he goes ahead and says this, my bet is Raila akiondokea Kenya inashikana. So this kind of a person is still having the thought that Central Kenya is Kenya. Central Kenya is not Kenya. Central Kenya is within Kenya. And within Kenya, there are 42 tribes. My friend, Mount Kenya is in Kenya.
Arudishe fees.
Yeah, huyu kama alisoma arudishe fees kwa sababu yeye bado ako kwa ile kasumba nafikiria kwamba Mount Kenya is Kenya. Now Mount Kenya is in Central Kenya and Central Kenya is in Kenya and Kenya has 47 counties and we have more than 42, I think 43 tribes, communities. Hao waliwekwa kasumba ni akina nani? Kama uliambiwa ya kwamba something about Raila, what makes you think that the other Kenyans are not in Kenya and how hawajawekwa kasumba ati Kenya itashikana Raila akiondoka? What are you talking about? I think these are the kind of people that we don't need, and that's the more reason why Raila Baba should be the president, so that there's an imagination and a realization that Kenya is bigger than Central Kenya. Why should someone even come to a forum and say that tuliwekwa ati sasa Raila akiondoka Kenya itashikana? I think these are the kind of people that we should start civic education. And civic education should start from some villages, and they should be told that Kenya ilipopata uhuru, si Mount Kenya ilipata uhuru. And that's why some of the leaders now can come out and start telling us this ni watoto wa Mau Mau. As if walipoenda kupata uhuru, ilikuwa ni Mount Kenya ilipata uhuru. It is Kenya, and Kenya is not Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya is in Kenya, and Kenya has 42 tribes, 47 counties, and all of them have are shareholders in that Kenya. Such kind of people, wewe urudishiwe school fees kama ulienda shule. That is, I'm imagining ulienda. If you can access the internet, ulienda shule. Na kama ulienda, it means that you are still thinking like that, then your village is in trouble. You are out of the village, but you hujatoka kwa village. Your mind is still in the village. We cannot, in this century, year 2022, still be talking about Kenya as if Kenya is Central Kenya. That is not right. Kenya has 42 tribes, and we all belong to Kenya. No wonder you don't bring us this drama of sisi ni watoto wa Mau Mau. So what do you mean kama wewe ni mtoto wa Mau Mau? Hao wengine ni watoto wa nani? Are there better Kenyans? Are there watoto wa Mau Mau and then Kenyans? I think we need civic education, and NCIC, kindly stop giving us this issue of, oh, the leaders. Talk to Ruto. Tell him to talk to his people. Tell him to seek votes. Ule ambaye ako kwa ballot box is Raila Amolo Odinga, not Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Let him face his competitor. He needs to be clear. Now, we want to start closing, and I will give you guys closing remarks. That is how tunataka kuanza Ngoja Ndeto. Thank you so much. We've been here the whole day, and we believe that some guys do not need civic education. Some are idiots. Dani Darius, hata wewe. So we thank you so much, everyone, for coming on here. Can you imagine someone typing something like that? Na ni mtu sasa, huyo ni villager, ameenda shule. Hata yeye akiwa mahali anaambia watu amesoma. Mwalimu Julia ako hapa. Mtu kama huyo ati anaambia watu ati amesoma. Surely huyo ni mtu ambaye anapaswa hata kusema ati amesoma.
Remember, at the risk of being kicked out, that's the reason we need Raila to come in, so that it can happen. We see how these people are going to deal with it. Wenye wanasema hiyo kitu na umaumau na sijui nini iishe kwanza. We see how they are going to deal with the Raila presidency.
Thank you, Ndeto. You umesema kitu ya maana.
Wanaitwa Tugeges.
Wanaitwa Tugeges.
Yeah, Tugeges twa Mount Kenya. Uto ni Tugege, tumwachane tu natuo. In Kikuyu we say, tunasemanga kila soko iko na waenda wazimu. Wao ni wazimu wetu tu, msijali. Na Tugege twenye tumebaki huko.
That's a very close mind. I mean, these are the clear manifestation of he who doesn't travel thinks that their mother cooks the best food. That's a clear manifestation. That's that if you went to school in give me your village, Julia. Is it what's the name of your village?
My village, I come from Salient or Kalau. So
the name of the village?
Kasuku.
So you are born in Kasuku. You go to Kasuku Primary School, then you go to Kasuku Secondary, then you go to Kasuku Technical College, then you start working at Kasuku Shopping Center.
Shopping Center.
You will never know that any other place exists. And you
marry a Kasuku wife.
Yeah. And then you give birth kama Simon Makonde. And then you die on a Saturday.
That person, if you talk to, they imagine that other people don't exist in Kenya. So if that is where you are coming from, I mean, we need to have people who can interact with other Kenyans who have traveled. And you know, Kenya is not just Kasuku village. That's why they come back and they tell you, mimi ni mtoto wa Mau Mau. So my grandmother might not even understand what Mau Mau was. So when you're telling them mimi ni mtoto wa Mau Mau, they might not even know. Anyway.
So the question is, so what are you going to do to us, you mtoto wa Mau Mau? I mean, so in fact, Rigathi is a very primitive character. That is how I see it. He's barbaric and primitive.
My high school teacher told me, my high school English teacher told me that you do not use that word primitive against your fellow Africans. So I think she suggested that uncivilized would be more appropriate.
Oh, okay. So we should use uncivilized. So about barbaric.
There's nothing bad about your high school teacher. Your high school teacher had a problem. There's nothing bad about primitive.
At least I came out speaking English. Yeah?
High school teacher had issues and an issue with the primitive.
Because then Rigathi talks about tukule mshere na nyama. You people analyze how that man speaks. How can someone give me a good description about Rigathi?
Rigathi is stuck in time. He's stuck in time. You know the people who are stuck in time.
Julia, we've been warned against that name that I wanted to name him, but we've been warned.
So we use
I think I would say Rigathi Gachagua is unexposed. Yani hajakutana na
you are being so kind. Me, I would say for unexposed, I would say he's uncivilized, uncouth, uncatched, barbaric. Someone
when you see when you say uncivilized, you are meaning a different thing. What is being civil?
No, it's just foolish. Let us use foolish.
Yeah.
Okay, foolish.
Remember, Abuya amesema chokora.
Wewe Christine, nini nataka na village yangu? What's your problem with my village?
Chokora. Hapana, si chokora. Huyu jamaa, okay, he's foolish. Which is the stronger word for being foolish, togeges. So now
I think we just need to use what you have told us, tugege. And that one is, I think that is, since they are using Mau Mau, I think we need to stick with tugeges.
Yeah, it's another Kagege from Mount
And
Kenya.
even the people sent here to tell us that, you know, you even dare stand and say that you even accept ati tuli korogwa akili. Sasa Raila ni mbaya, sasa Raila atoke. Yaani wewe unakubali ulikorogwa akili, but sasa unasema huyo jamaa mwingine ndiye atoke. Unaona ujinga. Ujinga na wewe ni unasema kwamba I say you need to go back for your fees, man. But anyway, ni wa Kenya na tuko nao. Itabidi tumeendelea hapa kuongelesha mkubali ya kwamba Kenya ni kubwa.
But don't worry about those people then. But what's happening, I said something here that even, you see, the only people who have not moved to the government side is Rigathi, Didi Nyoro, and I think Kimani Ichung'wah. But all the other, especially the new MPs who come in with UDA in Mount Kenya region, nakwambia, as soon as we are done with the elections, watahama UDA, they'll be behaving like they have never heard about it. Okay, they may not announce wamehama UDA, but you'll see their behavior in parliament. You'll see how they'll be behaving in parliament. They'll be behaving like, did you say we are voting which side? They'll be on the side of the government. So I only know 3 people who will not support the government. That is Dindi Nyoro, Rigathi Gachagua, and Kimani Ichung'wah. Those are the big togeges in Mount Kenya region.
Wamatangi
is a confused fella because first he may lose that election, so he's just going to disappear into and the unknowns.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's always a pleasure to meet you guys here. You've become a family and more than a family. And like Martin was saying, we always feel good when we come and meet you guys here. And we are glad to share. Wanasema kwamba iron sharpens iron. We hear from you. We learn a lot from you. We get to know what we didn't know. And they say that the more you share, the more you know. They say you're getting it out so that you can get more, and that is very important. And also, we say we never stop learning. You keep learning every day, and this is where we also learn much more. We are learning about politics and governance in our country, Kenya, our beautiful country, Kenya. We want to believe that this election will come and it will pass. For lack of a better way of getting leaders, we have an election. If we did have a better way of getting leaders, I'm sure we wouldn't have had the election. But now we have an election, and campaigns are here, and they are fever pitch. We have to accommodate each other, and much more. We need to not allow ourselves to be used of violence and of hate. We may differ politically. We may not be on the same side, but we are all Kenyans. And all of us are protected within the constitution. Kenya still has a government in place, and the president is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. We have the security, and all of us know that you have a right to vote for the person that you want. So let's tell the leaders so when they come and they incite us. Let us be the masters this time. It is you with your vote that is the master. After 5 years, after you elect them on 9th, some of them you will not see them again. They might use you right now, but who is going to lose their life? They come and they shout about war. They say that old men call the wars, young people die in them. They will never come and fight. They come and incite you, and then they run away. So do not accept to be incited. Do not accept to be used. And call someone and tell someone else that 500 is not enough for you to go and hurt someone. And 500 or 200 is not enough for you to cause mayhem or destroy property. Just wake up, go and vote. And that is what we want to do. Vote for the right person. You know how to vote. In Azimio, we are saying we don't want spoiled votes. We want a vote. And a vote that is wise is a vote for Baba. So make sure that you are voting blue. Do not vote wisely. Vote blue. Baba will be in Azimio. Vote blue. Do not vote for leaders who are inciting you. Do not vote for leaders who are propelled by anger. Vote for leaders who care about the country and who don't think it's either them or nobody else. I think that is where we are right now. We call upon Ncic to address the problem where it is. It is the deputy president who is rising in anger and responding and insulting the president. Don't tell us about leaders. No, tell us about the deputy president and talk to him directly. Tell him to tone down his insults. He has a right to ask for his vote, but he has no right to insult or even insinuate that anybody wants to kill him. That is inciting violence, and we are not going to tolerate such. His competitor is Raila Amolo Odinga. I want to stop there for now and urge us to continue coming here every single day and let us have this discussion going. And call us to give our last moments. I'll give us 2 minutes, everybody. I'll start with Daudi O, Sospita, Christina Dika, Martin Deto, then I go up, Stone PK, Big Julius, Richie Makiadi. We finish with Julia, and Julia, today you'll sing for us the East African anthem. So kindly jiandae. So Daudi, tafadhali, dakika zako mbili. In the meantime, as they're giving their last comments, kindly subscribe to Mutembei channel. And also you read down there, there's some M-Pesa number that is passing. If you are sufficiently philanthropic and God has touched you, your pocket and your heart, kuna expansion project inakuja. That expansion ni kwamba huenda ikaemploy wengine kwa village yako, you can create an employment, and you never know, you can be a shareholder to that fledgling and growing TV station. Kindly, if you find it good in your heart, hakuna mtu anakusukuma, si lazima, but it is good for you to be part of the growth. So it is not a must. So siende kusema wanaanza kutuletea mchango ya M-Pesa, sijui nini. No. They say support, don't hate. Don't hate, appreciate. Unasikia? Usi hate. Sometimes they say if you don't like it, you can be quiet. Nyamaza to give it a pass. Don't even talk about it. Don't talk to anybody. Don't talk bad about it. Let those who want to support, let them support and let it help. Because we believe that if this digital TV grows, for every opportunity, your brother, your sister might get a place where they can get something. Wanaweza kupata kazi, unaweza kama we ni the major shareholder, wakati we ni major shareholder, sauti yako inakuwa kubwa. Unaweza sema sitaki kuona Themba hapa kila siku, and next time I'm not here, and someone else ambao unataka ataletwa hapa. Unaona hiyo sauti unakuwa nayo, yani unakuwa ni mtu unaongea. So jaribu kidogo you use fanya ongea na hizo laini hapo chini. And of course, as you subscribe, also subscribe. Themba utembea kupe my number. Nipewe namba yako hey. Sawa, nitatafuta namba yako. In the meantime, kindly also subscribe to Themba and Lulu Show. Please enda pale, piga subscribe. Nashukuru sana kwa wale ambao mmesubscribe na mnatusupport. God bless you so much. Let us grow together as Mutembe TV grows, also Themba and Lulu Show grows. Thank you so much. Tunashukuru sana. Usichoke kutusupport, usichoke kusubscribe kwa Themba and Lulu Show. Haya, Daudi, dakika 2 tafadhali.
Asante sana Themba. Mimi sina mengi leo. When DP Ruto was talking about not killing his children, I was really baffled. I didn't know where that was coming from. But I want to thank Big Julius because he's kind of made it clear. And what is coming out clear is that now we are going into what we call dog whistle politics, where we're using coded language to incite people. So I think as a country, we need to be on the watch out because now what we've seen Kenya Kwanza doing is they're shifting from issue-based politics to personal attacks and driving personal vendettas. So they're really cornered. And I mean, you can listen to what they've been saying in the past 2 or 3 days. It's been attacks. They have forgotten about the 100 billion or 100 million they used to talk about. But what is good is Baba and his team. They have been consistent, driving the message, and which is good. So we need to continue being consistent and make sure that the people see the better choice away from the party that drives pessimism, that drives hatred, that drives divisive politics, that drives just tribal issues to a party that is trying to bring unity to the country. So I urge everyone here and also those who are listening that let's drive the message of peace, unity, and that's what our country is all about. So thank you so much, Themba, and I'm hoping to hear what others have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you guys. Always glad to be together with you guys. Yeah, it was a week of spectacle, and we are hoping that next week will be better, especially as we head towards election day. It's 7 days to a Ruto presidency or 7 days to Ruto going back to Sugoi. So it's either of those. Yeah, so it's like the drumbeats of war is ongoing. I listened to some channel where Kongo Muigai was talking, and it also adds up into what Rigathi was talking about. So it's about reviving the demons of the 1960s. It's about reviving the demons of the old hatred between Kikuyus and Luos, which is not helpful. We cannot run a country by being angry about what happened in the past. If the United States was obsessed with what happened about Martin Luther King in the 60s, we wouldn't be going anywhere. I think from today onwards, people have to shed that whole past thing and put it behind them. And the nation has to go forward. We just can't keep being bogged down by the bitterness of the 60s, bitterness of the 70s. I don't know. It's not, Uhuru was not even born when some of this bitterness and anger was being brewed. So the nation has to move forward. And for Rigathi Gachagua to revive that whole nonsense is rather sad. About somebody saying that that Uhuru, that Ruto may take Bungoma. We will see on election day. It may seem like it, but I doubt that's gonna happen. I just lost my Twitter account. I think I shared something about Smartmatic about a week ago, and so I don't know what they are doing. I think Smartmatic is also probably trying to fight the narrative. So just know we are faced against some powerful force here. So just be careful out there. And of course, the Ruto guys may be trying to report a few people to Twitter. So be watchful out there. And I think unless somebody has a question, I think I beg to step out. Go ahead, Daudi.
Thank you. It is closing. We don't have questions on closing remarks. And you don't start asking questions again on closing remarks. Nini mbaya na Wakenya.
Information is power.
But on that. But on the loss of Twitter, even kuna bloggers wa Kenya Kwanza who lost their Twitter accounts walikuwa wamelipwa na Gachagua. Wote wakazipoteza. Yes. I think I don't know how many they were complaining the other day. So they did something, and then all of them lost. Gachagua had paid them to tweet some things. But on that.
I think the closing remarks. I want to first of all celebrate a lady that is called Joy Njoki. She's always out there. She's really a big supporter of this group. And Ashindanga Tuko, I see them, the people on the comment section. And again, the Baron has a question. The Baron, if you're here, kama unanisikia na pia ameuliza Julia. Yeah, if you can do the PayPal, if you cannot, you can also use Wave to Bernard. If you are having a problem with it, contact me. Umeniambia, you've told me that you always see me on the chat, the WhatsApp chat. Contact me. I'll help you how to do that. Other than that. Moving on, everybody on the comment section, we really appreciate you guys. We appreciate the people that come over here, and this is a good forum that we think is going to grow, and we're going to have a good time, seeing this 24/7. I do appreciate everybody. Then, but I think I think at this point, what I'm gonna say is that me personally, I'm done doing campaigns. I'm back to where I just want Kenyans to appreciate our Kenya and to be friends, to understand each other, and to move in together, and to understand where we're going and what we want to do. Again, for the last, it's gonna be dramatic. This ini kipindi inaitagwa kipindi ya lala salama, and if you've ever followed any kind of politics over the years, you'll realize that these last days, so many things happen, and that's when they tell you that one day in a political day is like a year. There's gonna be switches, moves, turns, and everything. Embrace yourself for some dramatic last 10 days. But again, I think as Kenya, we know where we are going. I think we are speaking as one nation today. There's no Mount Kenya, there's no Kalenjin, there's no whatever. And I think we know where we are going, and we know who's going to be the next president. Ishajulikana, tuko, na inaenda hivyo, na watu kama like Makiadi says, watu wapime suti. Mimi nitasema miti, Kipa endelee kukata miti, na dawa za mende zifichwe, because the celebration, we're thinking of Uhuru Gardens, lakini sijui kama itaeza. So it's gonna be a big celebration coming up here in about less than 2 weeks. When that time comes and say, ule jamaa asimame aseme mimi Raila, hiyo ingine hatutaki, hiyo tutamumalizia sisi. Yes, iseme. But I think we are heading a good place, to a good place in Kenya. I think this is a journey to not being what tunaangalia chini, being called third world countries. I think if we do the right choice, which I know we are going to do, it's inevitable. We're moving into a first world country. And I hope in my life as I live, that one day I see one day that we are not called a third world country and we don't have to export great minds like we have in this show to other places. Then, but that's my closing statement. Ntangoja umbea.
Thank you. Stone PK.
Thank you, Themba and all the other panelists. Yangu ya mwisho niseme kwamba Wakenya tuingie ile inaitwa we must take over, to take control. We take control by ensuring that tumetokelezea kabisa kuvote. Secondly, Wakenya, I want to tell you, anything you are told about Mau Mau. Mau Mau is, ukianalyze kabisa, it was misrepresented by people who had their personal interest. Ukweli ni kwamba Mau Mau, it was struggle, yes, but it was a struggle everywhere in the country. Only that Kikuyus or central people waliita Mau Mau. In other areas, akina wale wa Coast na wapi na Wanandi, they struggled against the Mzungu. They wanted self-governance. So hiyo narrative ya Mau Mau ilikuwa ni ya Central Kenya, kama Central haiko ni Kenya, hiyo tuite tu ni upuzi. Sorry to say this. Tuseme ni upumbavu, ile Kibaki alikuwa anasema, for Central to think that ni Kenya. Hiyo tusibembelezane, and those in Central who feel they still want to vote for Ruto, it's okay. As we say here, it's your right and all that. Yeah, enda tu kwa Ruto, mpigie kura. Wewe ambaye your conviction, you think Ruto is the one who will save you, aya we nenda huko. But ujue kwamba usituletee stories za Mau Mau. Indeed, if we were to analyze Mau Mau, we were just killing each other. We were protesting, but we were killing our fellow Africans. How many Mzungus did we kill? So let's not go there. Let's not use it to threaten people at you are showing as if you are so brave. Ukisema jina Maumau ati sasa umeinvoke kadi moja noma sana. Gachagua ni fala. In fact, wacha nani amesema, Matiangi ndiye amesema asiitwe Makiadi amesema ati asiitwe primitive. He is very primitive. Julia, that don't delete that vocabulary. You are not saying Africans are primitive, but this guy is backward, is primitive, is anything that is retrogressive. Hata ni vile hakuna vocabulary stronger than that. So Kenyans, just know, if you want to have that as your deputy president, it's up to you. Yeah. The other one is Kenyans, makosa ile Uhuru alifanya. All this bitterness, tunasikia, tuambiane ukweli. It's because Uhuru guided Kenyans properly. Just like what a good leader is supposed to do. Uhuru alijua huyu ni mwizi, huyu ni mkora, anasema Uhuru anavuta bangi, huyu anavuta bangi usiku na anavutia kwa choo. Bangi ile unavuta kwa choo is worse. Ukitaka vuta bangi, vuta ukionekana. Because kichwa ikiruka kaa tunakuona, tutakusaidia haraka sana, we will mitigate. Ruto anavuta yake kwa choo akiwa amebeba Bible. That's why he's crazy. The guy is mad. The guy is finished. So Kenyans, that's the truth. Tusibembelezane, tumwambie hivyo. Hiyo bangi anavuta akiwa amejifungia, imemulipua na amekwisha. It's only 7 days. We can't rehabilitate him. He's finished. And thank God that has happened, because those who still believe he can be a leader, ole wao. Okay? So Uhuru's major problem, major bitterness unaona now is because he went and looked for a Kenyan to help him guide the country. Had he relied on this bangi man, Kenya would be worse. But thank God he went and shook hands, and that's the bitterness ambayo unaona. Tusiambiwa ati betrayal. Central mnadanganywa ati unajua niahe Ruto. Was Ruto a baby aliambiliwa keki akanyimwa? Central, I'm so annoyed with you. Ati kwanza hiyo ingine Temba amesema also it's very very stupid of Mount Kenya. Ati we've been told, tuliambiwa Ruto ako hivi. You can't be talking of such a thing when everybody, most people have gone to school. So Central, tuache kupeana excuse. If you are in love with Ruto, you go to bed with him. Don't start giving those very lame excuses. Muliambua Raila ni mbaya, sijui nini. Don't let us down. In Central, we have people who are sharp, they are clever, and they will vote for Baba. Okay? And indeed, they have always voted for Baba, only that votes zilikuwa zinaibiwa. Baba has been voted in every polling station in this country. That one I can attest. Lastly, Themba, I know, let's downplay issues za wale watu you are defecting. You are defecting 7 days to election. For what impact? Kenyans, don't be cheated by those optics. Ati Sonko defect, sijui nani. Those are nonsense. Kenyans, tarehe 9 Baba. Asante sana bana Themba.
Thank you. Vigilance.
Thank you, Themba, for this wonderful discussion. I want to, at first, to appeal to all Mtembei, all of us who are enjoying the Mtembei TV. Let us support it, help it at this right time, so that during the election time we can also still enjoy, and we can still enjoy the the broadcast and with our local people at home there who were not able to have internet. And as I've said that, and again, I want to appeal to those who did not decide yet to vote for Baba and Martha. For that, when we vote Baba and Martha, we are voting for one Kenya, one people, one nation. So please let us remember to unite this nation as one Kenya, one nation. And again, Demba, I'm very happy about your what you said earlier. That even the Bible tells us that better those who are seeking for peace because they will be given peace. So for us as Mio, we are really into for peace, and we hope that and pray that peace will prevail in our country. Thank you, Themba.
Shukran. Naona Daudi hapa ameniambia tusemi it is teacher of English. See, English teacher. I don't know which one comes first. Julia utatusaidia hapa. Is it my English teacher or my teacher of English? Ndio Daudi, mimi nilisoma ile siku ya kitambo. Sikusoma enzi ya Matiangi, labda sisi tuliibiwa mtihani. I want to actually read my comments today because I think it is important that I try to capture what I've written down. One issue is that Kenyans are worried about a bungled election. I would urge Kenyans to vote. Enda upige kura, enda upige kura. Kura ni haki yako. Ukikaa nyumbani ukiwa na wasiwasi ya kwamba kura yako haitahesabiwa, utakuwa umemsaidia yule kiongozi ambaye haumpendi kuchaguliwa. So your absence is voting for the person you don't like or you think has no plan for Kenyans. William Ruto has the freedom to go to the Supreme Court of Kenya, and he said he will be going during the debate. So he knows that he's losing the election, and so he's getting ready to go to the Supreme Court of Kenya, and that is his right. Martha Karua and Raila Odinga are able leaders. They've been tested, they are capable, and they are up to the task. I think we have seen both Martha Karua and Raila Odinga in leadership before, and we have seen their performance, and we can judge them from what they did. You have given Gachagua the mic, and he has failed. I don't know why we should trust him with the flag. So Ruto also has spent half of his entire 10 years tenure doing nothing and getting a paycheck. Why should we trust him for another 5 years with a peak position? I don't think he's capable of doing it. I don't think he's fit. I don't think he's the right candidate now. I don't think he's the right candidate ever. When you vote, you're voting for your future. Vote for Arua. Vote for freedom. Vote against verbal outbursts and mood swings like you're seeing coming from Kenya Kwanza right now. Finally, fellow Kenyans, brothers and sisters, we are ready to swear in Baba. Hashtag PSS. Pimeni suti sasa. Thank you.
Julia.
Thank you, Demba. I want to repeat again that the derogatory statements are an outrageous outburst by William Samoei Ruto and Gachagua do not represent the communities from which they come from. So I want to urge fellow Kenyans, let's maintain peace. We need this country. We are here to say this is our motherland. Na waomba sana musisikize those kind of people. In fact, I need to say that I don't think that William Ruto and Gachagua are fit to live in places inhabited by human beings. And I think their place is an isolation in a maximum prison. So that is what I think about those two people. So please don't pay attention to them. It is not the Kalenjins, not the people from Mount Kenya region. It is just a few criminals who do not want us to live in peace. Now, the next 1 week is very critical. Those of us who believe in my faith, let us pray diligently for this country. Those statements, I think, if you do reverse psychology, these people would like to see us go into turmoil because of elections. And I think some of them have done this before. So we cannot exempt them from thinking like that. So I believe that the DCI, the security agents, and our cabinet secretary Matiangi, they are very alert, because we want to go into this election peacefully, irrespective who wins the presidency. However, for me, I know he's going to win the presidency, because I know Baba is going to win the presidency. Kwa hivyo nawaomba, I'm going to stop saying mvuke sakafu. Leo nataka kusema kama utaki kuvuka sakafu, kaa tu. Sisi gari la moshi lishaondoka. So if you want to stay there, like Akagenge, you stay there where you are.
Julia wewe, sasa dini imefanyika ati watu wakae kuloa.
Yes, I'm just tired of singing a song to people. So kama utaki ka gari la moshi lishaondoka. Makiadi, English teacher, I think is a native of English, like people from England. And that person happens to be a teacher. So the teacher who taught you English is a teacher of English. Right, Daudi? Sandy Demba.
Yeah, you know, Makiad didn't get me when I said you're English teacher.
No, you are actually right. You might have referred to something different from what I was speaking about. I was talking about the person who taught me English. So I did not actually mean that the person who taught me English was from England.
Yeah, you're a teacher of English. You're a teacher of English. Yeah,
Machiari, you know, when you overthink it, it's probably correct, but you want to remove the ambiguity that it brings. So it is more formal and correct to say teacher of English.
No, don't massage his ego. He was wrong.
No, I agree. I am wrong. I mean, I'm not a linguist. I'm not an expert in
Why is Daudi trying to massage?
Daudi is a good teacher, and that's why I wanted to confirm with Julia that Daudi is right, because I might.
Why is he massaging your ego now?
I might have been misled by Daudi.
You've got, you know, learning is something that one has to be willing to. Sometimes, because of ego, sometimes people become rebellious and refuse to learn. So you have to motivate people to learn.
There are many ways of motivation, even forcing someone to learn. Like here, we can force you to vote Azimio. And that is what we are trying to say here, that vote Azimio, you see the way Julia is even saying, kama utaki, ka. If all this time we have been English teacher of mine, remember, English teacher of mine. Sasa Kiadi kuna mwingine hata anaiharibu kabisa.
Nani huyo Ndusi? Ndusi ako na kizungu mzuri sana. Umemsikia akiongea hapo
Kizungu? Nathan anasumbua.
He's a very good.
Anajaribu tu kukuchota hapa juu.
He's a good speaker. Ako na kizungu mzuri sana. I might go with his. But
Andrew Mutai Chemerisi, akuwa mpole. Hakuna mtu anakuwa incited. Nyinyi ndio mnakuwa incited. Hapa tunasema kama unakubali Ruto, votia Ruto. Hakuna shida. Ruto ni Mkenya. Tumesema ni Mkenya kama wengine. Na uko na haki yako kupigia yeye kura kama unataka. Na wale ambao tunavota Azimio, pia tutavota Azimio. Hakuna wasiwasi. This will be very peaceful Kenya. Na what Julia said is, kama wewe bado unataka kuvotia Ruto, endelea kuvotia Ruto. That's what she's saying. So usiwe na shida. Pigia debe mtu wako, sisi tukipigia debe mtu wetu. Dennis Dianga anasema ninabuli watu. We are just saying with Julia, tumechoka kusema vuka sakafu. That's what we are saying. So kama unataka kuendelea kukaa huko, wewe endelea tu kukaa hapo. Najua hata kupe inakwamilia ng'ombe hata kama inaenda kichinjio. Ukiuliza hiyo kupe, kwa nini inakwamilia ng'ombe? Ati kwa sababu bado inapata damu. nafyonza damu. So unajua kupe nafyonza damu mpaka ng'ombe inakatwa shingo bado nafyonza damu. So huenda ikawa huko na vile umejishikilia huko. But for those people who are willing to think, because we said that if you are supporting UDA, you must suspend reasoning. For those people who are willing to reason, tafadhali, Azimio is voting wisely. And that is the direction we want to see you going. And we would like to celebrate with you, because here we will be celebrating. We'll,
Wycliffe anakuambia, Wycliffe Mashora anakuambia hii sura ya Themba inakaa ya furaha, inaonesha alama ya 60% win. Mimi nataka kuambia tufanyi 60, tunafanya 70 something.
Hizi tuko kwa 70, karibu tunafika 80. Sijui kwa nini unaiweka 60. Tunafika karibu 80 huko. So hii ingine vile tu Matiangi alikuja kwa ile press conference na Mutiambai na DCI, vile walijionyesha tu hapo hivi tulifika 80%. Walikuwa wanataka kujaribu kuikoroga kidogo, lakini tukasema hakuna kitu kama hiyo, kuna kukoroga. Venezuela tukawashika. Aya, Julia, jana tuliambiwa ati tulifanya ukora, tukaimba national anthem badala ya kuimba East African anthem.
Kuimba jana.
Lakini nikasema kwa sababu hii ni kitengo cha Julia na hayuko, wacha tummiss, ndio akikuja hivi ana feel ya kwamba alimisiwa.
Sasa jana. Yeah, it's nice to feel like that. Okay, let's sing. Mungu tuomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuamarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Amen.
Na jamaa pale chini amesema uko na sauti nzuri sana.
RMAK Media, asante.
And that is why kama hayupo tunaogopa kuimba huo wimbo, manake hiyo ni signature song ya Julia anatuimbia hapa. So we have to allow her to come and usher us into that prayer. It's a prayer if you listen to it very keenly, and it is tudumishe jumuiya yetu. Yeah, and I think she has sang it so well. And there's much love from Wandera ambaye yuko Kampala. Tumeni salamu kwa hawa panelists, at least dakika 5. Yule mnataka kusalimia chap kabla aende. Naona za Julia zimefika. Tuone salamu za Daudi hapa, kama kuna mtu anatuma salamu za Daudi hapo. Na kama kuna mtu anatuma salamu za Sospita, hebu tumeni salamu kwa hawa watu tuone. Ndio wasione tu yani nani pale. Nataka salamu 5 za Julia, alafu 5 za Makiadi.
Kuna mtu ako na birthday, Awino Rapemo.
Awino, Eunice, my birthday is today 35. Happy birthday.
Acha nimuimbie. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Rapemo. Happy birthday to you.
We umesahau I saw a monkey.
Haya, asante sana. Kuna salamu zimefika kwa teacher of English kutoka kwa Berea, hizo zimeenda kwa Julia. Julia, unapata salamu pale. Wapi salamu za Makiadi? Julia amepata huko na great voice Charles Jagi.
Julia na Makiadi hapa wana reign.
RMK Media amesema Makiadi my music star, eh?
Yeah, Makiadi umepata hapo.
Hizo zimefika tayari.
Acha tuone nani anashinda kwa hizi salamu. Tafadhali.
Hii ni Julia tu ndo zinakuja.
Julia rating zake ziko high.
Julia, kazi nzuri nyote. Julia, umeambiwa tumeni salamu tuone nani view zake
zinaenda. Julia, enda ulale wewe.
Hebu nitumeni salamu ndio mnasikia, kwani mnadhukua pia mimi nataka kujulikana bwana. Nimeanza kuomba yangu.
Hata ni wengine mnafahamu imbe siku moja.
Awino la pema ametuma kwa wote. So at least niko na moja hapo. Makiadi Shims ameleta zake.
Allah,
Makiadi, where is dedication? Nataka dedication. Where is it?
Dedication.
Leteni salamu kwanza tuone nani yako.
Imekuja bwana. Nyamaza hapa hujapata.
Oh, Berea ni kwa Mato.
Makiadi chambua Mario.
Mato anajitumia salamu mwenyewe bwana.
Julia Simba Omar ametuma kwako. Tafadhali uone nani atafika 5 wa mwanzo. Mato umepata ya pili kutoka kwa Joy.
Okay, sawa, niko number 2 sasa.
Hiyo ni pseudo account ya Mato.
4. Nimeanza kukuja sasa.
Miss Pendwi.
Hata Dennis amenipatia hapo.
So Peter uonekani.
Mimi sipendi.
You can only see the background.
Peter onekani.
So Peter, jina ngumu sana so Peter. Jina ni ngumu sana yako.
Hapana, usijali. Wewe watu
Peter na Daudi. Kuna Daudi pia kwa show bwana. Mwalimu Julia.
Problem.
Ati George Keri amelala.
Nishauma tano. Thank you guys.
Tumemaliza. At least Julia na Mato.
Umepata.
Julia na Mato mmeshinda kwa salamu. Asanteni sana.
Asanteni sana kwa salamu, naomba
tuonane kesho.
Salamini na tuonane kesho. Good night.
Makiadi.
Umepata moja.
Nimepata moja kutoka kwa Dennis.
Afadhali Peter, unajua hiyo jina ni majina mawili mbili, ni Sauce tena ni Peter. Sasa watu wanakuwa confused eh.
Hawajui kama wataandika kwa Sauce ama kwa Peter.
Unajua Ndemba, nilikuwa siku moja utaambia watu wa kushautia
wengine tena
wakusalimia shout out, ndio tujue tuko na watazamaji kutoka wapi. Shout out mahali unatazama show eh.
Tutaanza kupata salamu na watu wanatuambia mahali wapo, pia tuweze kupata shoutouts from where they are. Hizo unajua wa Kenya pia wameamka haya.
Lakini Makiadi bado unaulizwa uimbe bado.
Salams Club.
Ni sawa, wacha
niwaseme Salams Club yake.
Wacha niwatafutie
were those real Salams Club that they used to say on KBC?
Yes.
Like there used to be a club for salams.
Ningependa kutuma salamu kwa it was a big thing, you know.
Jamaa mmoja alikuwa anaitwa John Shoto Mnyololo. Huyo jamaa
Shoto Mnyololo.
Makiadi unaambiwa wimbo ya unaambiwa leo anataka wimbo ya Kikamba.
Wacha niwapatie ngoma yangu. Unajua mimi sijui Kikamba. Wacha niwapatie ile kitu ninajua. Mario siko nimejipanga. Tumepiga Mario mara mingi sana hapa. Leo tunawaletea ngoma moja maridadi kabisa, imetoka kwa mwanadada ambaye anajulikana kama Jolie Deta. Featuring Yondo, English translation yenyewe. Wimbo wenyewe ulikuwa unajulikana kama Masu. MASUSSU, Masu. Wimbo wenyewe ukisikiza pale kwa YouTube, ukienda utype pale Masu, utasikia wimbo wenyewe unaanza. Ndembo unajua hiyo beat tere 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 tere. Nasema Masu tozalaki kotambula tozalaki miso na gu toyeba maso ya mokili tokabwana kipo nanini matongi elekaki bisombeka, yani masu tozalaki kotambulae, masu tulikuwa tunashinda pamoja, we used to spend our time together. Tozalaki miso na gu, yani gu hiyo ni tulikuwa tunashinda kwa kikundi cha watu watatu. Toyebanaki maso ya mokili, we knew about each other's business. Tulikuwa tunashughulika, kila mmoja anashughulika na biashara ya mwingine. Tokobwana kipo na nini why did we split, yani tulikosania nini? Matongi elekaki biso mbeka yani ni gossiping ilikuwa enormous. Kulikuwa na a lot of gossiping, ndio ilifanya tukakosana pamoja sisi kwa ile group yetu ya watu watatu. Alafu wacha nisonge mbele kwa sababu inarudiwa hiyo stanza mara moja ama mara mbili, lakini nataka niwachapie korasi yake. Kuna mahali inasema eloko ebomakabo kamarade kaka songi songi, eloko ebomaki bo kamarade kaka songi songi, soki na zui ya ngai moto, akotuna ngai apesi ngai nini, akotuna ngai loba na lambaki nini, akotuna ngai lobi na lataki nini, akotuna ngai kulo ya mobali nini, masu talaka moto yo okotonga yani eloko bomaki na kamarade kaka songi songi, yani gossip is what separated our friendship, yani fitina ndio ilifanya tukatawanyika. Eloko ebomaki bokamarade kaka songi songi, fitina ndio ilifanya sisi tukawachana, tukaacha ule urafiki yetu. Soki na zui yangai moto, soki ni if, so soki na zui, if I met somebody today, akotuna ngai apesi ngai nini, she'll ask me what did he give me. Akotuna ngai lobi na lambaki nini, she'll ask me what did I cook yesterday. Akotuna ngai lobi na lataki nini, she'll ask me what did I do yesterday. Akotuna ngai kulo ya mobali nini, she'll ask me what is my favorite color. Masu talaka moto ya okotonga yani masu examine the person that you are insulting. Niachie hapo Ndemba hiyo ni mistari ya nguvu kabisa. Wale wanajua wimbo akichapa sentensi moja unasikia inawekwa kale ka gitaa ka titiriri masu tuzalaki nini titiriri so spita kama unajua kucheza gitaa.
Ulisema ina feature Yondo sister ama ni nani huyo?
Ya kuna mwanadada pale walikuwa wanaimba na Yondo, lakini the main singer wa hiyo wimbo anajulikana kama anaitwa Doliest. Kuna ni jina ambayo alikuwa Jolly Deta ni jina ambayo ya kubandikwa, lakini ukimtafuta sana pale kwa mitandao anajulikana kama Jolly, Jolie alafu Deta Detta. Na kuna baka pale ya Yondo sister pale ya Yondo pale nyuma, alafu kuna main maestro mwenyewe ni Franco Lonzo Makiadi.
Na Awino Rapema naifurahia sana. Lokaka sakamara maradingana songi.
Yeah, Makiadi unafaa kuanzisha tu blog ya kuchimbua hizi masongs za
iko nyingi sana. Watu wameharibu hiyo biashara, haina market bana.
Blog
imeharibika hii biashara, haina market bana.
Biashara ya blog za Lingala
ya Kilingala haina market bana.
Okay. Yeah.
Utakosana na watu wa copyright wa Shutdown station yako, kwa sababu pia watu wanataka kuunda pesa pale. Ndio tulikuwa kitambo tulikuwa tunawekea watu kwa background muziki hapa wanasikia ile gitaa peke yake, lakini tukapoteza show moja hapa masaa karibu 10 kazimwa yote. So siku hizi tunasema tu hatuwezi piga muziki yoyote hapa kwa show. Labda wimbo wa taifa.
Makiadi, nini ilifanyia hiyo show nini ilifanyika exactly? Nini ilifanyia hiyo show ikafungwa?
Unajua wako na YouTube, wako na algorithm ambayo inaweza detect any music yenye iko na copyrights So anytime hiyo music inakuwa detected, hiyo show utakuwa umefanya kazi ya unga. Hiyo masaa 10 tumekaa hapa itakuwa bure.
Okay, sasa tumeingia umbea, tunataka kuingia umbea dakika chache tulale, lakini leo wambea wametoroka wote.
Mlifanyia nini mise nyinyi? Aliingia Azimio na akapotea na bibi yake amepotea pia.
Alikuja Azimio.
Alisema
amekuwa Azimio, alichange,
alisema Christine amerudi back to sender.
Mimi niliacha akiwa anatetea William Ruto hapa kwa debate.
Alibadilika juzi hapa akasema yeye ameshaingia Azimio.
Huyo naye hajui mahali anaelekea huyo.
Ameingia Azimio kwa sababu ya Christine.
Huyo ndio Gachagua. Leo anaongea juu ya mchele, kesho anaongea juu ya rais.
If you are sane and you continue supporting Ruto, it's just very hard, you know. It's really hard.
Na mimi nikamwambia kwamba sitamuongelelea aseme chochote, mimi nitamwacha, manake mimi sasa nimechoka kurespond kwa watu ambao wanakuja kwa ajili.
I think Themba wendo ulifanya hata ndio najua ni Christine, lakini I think pia wewe ulichangia kwa hiyo kitu. Unajua ulikuwa umemwambia mimi sikuongeleshi tena story ya Ruto. Alafu Christine akaenda akamuongelesha kidogo, akakuja akasema sasa nimehama, niko Azimio.
Nilisema mimi sitamuongelesha, sitaanza kudebate na tunajadiliana mambo ya Ruto.
No, I agree with you. Saizi mahali imefika, tuko na siku ngapi? 7 zimebaki, sio?
Bana,
7 ni campaigns kuisha, si ndio?
No, the election is on 8th. Is it 8th of August?
It's 9th.
Tuesday, 9th, right? Yeah, itakuwa Tuesday. The second Tuesday of the month. What?
Na campaigns inaisha on the 6th.
It should be a week earlier. No, I think campaigns inaishanga. Is it a week earlier? I don't know. 5 days.
No, the last day of campaign is 6th.
Na rally ya baba ya mwisho ni wapi? Sijasikia mtu
Kasarani.
Kasarani.
Baba alikomboa Kasarani last year, hata kabla hajakuwa declared at run for president. Hawa jamaa wanagundua juzi wanataka uwanja.
Na si waende Uhuru Park. Sijasikia mtu
Uhuru Park iko under renovation.
Na wamenyimwa by the way, walijaribu.
Uhuru Park is a circle inaitangwa ni closed right now.
Leo wamenyimwa Bukungu.
Wamenyimwa Bukungu pia.
Ungeniambia nikuonyeshe hiyo video ya chief whip wa Jubilee, bwana ule anaongea na accent ya Washiali bwana. Wameshika Washiali vibaya bwana.
Lakini unajua nini Makiadi? Hiyo ndio mzuri, wakaribishwe kwa opposition. You don't just walk partying to opposition. You need to be taught how to be in opposition.
Hii serikali kuna bwana aki venye ukiona hao venye wanashikwa bwana. Hii serikali
that is waangalie, wacha hiyo, waangalie vile baba alisimamishwa na askari sijui maroli ngapi na tear gas na nini mpaka na live bullet.
Venye alilanda
opposition politics is gonna be.
Kuna jamaa nilikuwa nikiongea naye leo akaniambia, unajua hata hatuwezi ku opposition cause hata waje hiyo nje tear gas.
Unajua Ruto ashaiface tear gas lakini mara moja tu, ni kuyell tu alikuwa na yell. Hatajaipata ile kabisa.
Tear gas you learn as you go, Tear gas you learn as you go. Unanyoroshango ukizoea ukiendelea. Siku ya kwanza
hata hakuna kitu Washiali alifanyiwa. Hiyo kushikwa tu kidogo uwekwe kwa Land Rover ni kushikwa.
Nasema unanipika bwana. Unanipika. Unajua mtu anaitwa Chief Whip ni mtu mkubwa sana Kenya. Unajua hivyo kweli? Chief Whip wa serikali is a very powerful guy,
Hiyo ni kidogo. Hiyo Washiali hata hakuna kitu, hakuna mahali hata alikuwa ameshikwa. Baada alikuwa na manage kujipeleka hivi.
You should see the video. Ametoka kwa privilege ya Chief Whip. Unajua Chief Whip wako mpaka na security. Sasa ameenda kuvurutwa longi huko, na unajua polisi wa Kenya wanajuanga kukuaibisha. Unashikangwa longi hapa nyuma kwa mshipi inainuliwa juu, alafu unajua hizi vitu zingine zinaning'inia huku chini.
Unatembelea kwa hewa.
Mkipigwa jeki hizi vitu zingine huku chini zinaning'inia. Sitaki kuzitaja jina. Alafu sasa unajua unapelekwa kwa kamera speed ndio uende kuwekwa kwa gari, lakini juu ni mheshimiwa anataka kuwekwa mbele ndio abebwe kama senior passenger. Jamaa kafika kwa gari Land Rover akakanyaga gari. Unaonanga ile watu ya wrestling vile walikuwa wanarudi kutoka kwa kona ya ring. Akakanyaga hivyo na kurusha mapolisi yote nyuma. Wakaona hii mtu hatutasumbuana naye wakamwachilia. Sasa imekuwa ni wimbo.
Makiadi ungemwambia aulize Sonko, nakumbuka Sonko akilia.
Makiadi, unajua hiyo ungekuwa huku the US, resisting arrest is an offense.
Right.
Yeah, but I think they were really fair to him. Hawakumharass sana. That is just
in fact yeye ndio alikuwa na prolong hiyo fracas.
Yeah, it was supposed to be an easy arrest. Wewe ukiambiwa na polisi enda kuingia kwa gari, we ni mheshimiwa, enda utaingia kwa cell huko uende kupiga simu uachiliwe. Sasa yeye anataka kubishana na watu, polisi wamekuja hapo wanataka kubishana nao ati yako na nguvu kwa shinda.
Ati ameenda kuinspect Bukungu na Bukungu imefungwa. Wamefungiwa Bukungu, hakuna kuingia.
Alikuwa anataka kudelay ili supporters wake waswam hiyo place wa take on the police.
Aliona hata wakuji.
Afadhali Kalwale anabebanga mawe.
Iko jamaa anaitwa Kurgat hapa ameamka na matusi anasema you are talking nonsense.
Hata tumsaidie.
Hii makasiriko ya
tumsaidie.
Watu wana machungu bwana. Sisi hatukwenda kushika huyo jamaa bwana. Hii stadium walikuwa nataka kuenda kuwa na mkutano, si wangeenda Kamarin, which is historic. Waende wafanyie mkutano huko.
Wala namuka na fujo, tunawasaidia kwenda kurelax. Muende kurelax.
Wewe niwaulize by the way nini ya hawa wengine yao ya mwisho iko wapi? Kozi yetu tunajua iko Kasarani. Yao washapata?
Wameambiwa the only place available ni inaitwa nini? Ile kiwanja walipigiwa ile siku.
Jacaranda.
Hii Jacaranda bunge ya mwananchi. Bunge ya mwananchi itaenda wapi kama ni Jacaranda? Tutapeleka wapi bunge ya mwananchi? Unajua you already iko booked.
Na hao wanafanyanga kila siku. Bunge la wananchi wanafanyanga kila siku.
Wao wanataka kutoke vita ndio the last minute.
No,
wanasema wataenda Nyayo Stadium hata wakikatazwa. Si hata leo nani anaitwa huyu jamaa huyu Senator Malala amesema ati wataenda kufanya kampeni yao kwa barabara for 30 minutes. Wameshakatazwa Bukungu Stadium.
No, these guys can go to Kamarin, which is historic. Wafanyie nini yao huko. Ama kama inakuwa ngumu, wanaweza peleka Garissa. Pia kuna uwanja kubwa wa Garissa kule. They do not have to be in Nairobi, basically.
There are a lot of open fields in Naivasha also.
Naivasha is always open. They can go anywhere.
No.
As long as you can ferry your supporters, you don't need to be in Nairobi.
Kuna mtu hapa hivi
hawana pesa ilichukuliwa bwana, ilichukuliwa na koti, hawana pesa ya kuferi watu.
No, that was just one.
Si Machakos is not far
away. Hapana, tutaki watu Machakos, watu kama hiyo, we don't do yellow. Ingawa sini Wakamba, we don't do yellow anymore. Hata sisi hatufai yellow.
Emali has a very huge open field.
Wewe si nimekwambia Ukambani tuliacha kuvaa yellow. Unajua mlikuwa mkituambianga sini watu wa yellow. We not doing yellow anymore. Ushiniona nimevaa yellow anymore. Niliama sivagi yellow.
Okay.
You know life is sweet when you don't feel the law. When you start feeling the law, when you don't feel the power, life is so sweet. Unatembea tu. Lakini what UDA na Kenya Kwanza have been asking for is they want to feel the power. Now they are feeling it. Imegusa Washiali kidogo hivi akasikia tu yay.
Nembo wesi mzuri.
Kuna mtu ana suggest ati waende na Kivubo Stadium in Uganda. Juu ati Ruto ni rafiki kwa hii thread yenu hii.
But they do not have to be in Nairobi. I don't know. Wangekuwa walifikiria mapema. You know, they say they have experts and advisors. Wangekuwa wamefikiria mapema mahali ambapo kampeni yao ya nini rally ya mwisho itakuwa.
Muliona zile lori makubwa ya polisi imeanza kuenda kwa strategic places. Nakumbuka 2007, was it 2007 or 2013, one of them.
I think on envisage Eldoret is the new Kisumu, I guess.
Nakwambia walikuja wakafunga kwanza Kibera, zikafunga hiyo barabara. There was no movement. You are supposed to remain in Kibra.
Yeah, I think people should not be worried. Police are just our brothers and sisters. What they are doing is they are being redeployed. Ni transfer tu, wanatafutiwa mahali kunaweza kuwa na kazi ya ziada. Kwa hivyo watu wasikuwe na wasiwasi.
Nimesikia ile statement ya kwamba polisi wanalipwa na Matiangi na polisi wameriliziwa kwenda kusaidia IBC kuleta uchaguzi peaceful. And Matiangi alisema itakuwa peaceful.
Yeah.
Now I want to tell these people yapping here. Amka, piga kura, rudi nyumbani. Don't try anything.
Baba anasemanga usilete nyoko. That's what he said.
Just wake up, go vote, go back home.
Na Ruto atakuwa na how many days kwenda Supreme Court?
He has all the time to go to the Supreme Court, 14 days after the announcement.
Okay.
Yeah, but people are just worried for nothing. Anybody can go to this. Hata wewe Sospita unaweza enda Supreme Court. Si lazima Ruto aende. Kama unafikiria uchaguzi ijafanyika mzuri, you can go. So yeah, it is not just Ruto.
The budget here inafaa.
It's just 1 million. It's just 1 million.
Ukishindwa na 60%, utaenda koti gani?
No, sasa unataka supporters wako wajue hukuenda kotini. You can just go to the court for the sake of, because you need somebody to blame, Weke deposit ya 1 million, inakuwa milioni moja, 1 million, unaweka document na unakuja na boxes kama zile tulibebesha Kalonzo 2017. Unaweka hiyo boxes kwa Supreme Court hapo, na unajua serikali iko na njia ya kuzuia wewe kufika kwa Supreme Court. Naweza sema iko chaos town, hakuna kutembea, iko curfew.
Makiadi wewe unajua everything to dictator. I don't know whether
you know, the government, the minister of internal can assess the situation around the CBD and feel that if we release political players around this area, people's businesses might be affected. So tunaweka ring fence kuanzia Uhuru Highway namna hiyo, Haile Selassie nakuja namna hiyo, munafunga hiyo area.
All the exits and entries within the city
zinafungwa.
I feel there's going to be a lot of security around Hustler Mansion, you know. It's
kuhamishwa kwa sababu tunataka kuifanyia repair.
Yeah, a lot of free security for you.
Yani nyinyi sasa mnachorea mtu venye
No, so Peter, what we are telling you here is what was happening what happened in 2017. Wewe unajua hata evidence kufika kwa Supreme Court ilitumia ujanja gani? Because kuna time ya kufile hiyo petition. There's a stipulated time. Na ukipitisha hiyo hata na dakika moja, that's it, you are done. So the minister can assess, the cabinet secretary can assess mapema.
Richie, kuna Bill H anasema ati Ruto should have built those stadiums if he wanted to have options for the 6th.
But he did build 9 of them to make it better.
Which ones?
See, ulisikia alisema instead of 6 we built 9.
Amarini.
To make it look better.
Kipchoge Keino pia na take credit.
And he's also going to build the 2 dams that were politically something.
Sasa ile 200 million walikuwa alipe lawyers, ndio hiyo imerudishiwa serikali.
Yeah, but it is the government that actually realized that Gachagua cannot explain where this money came from, and so it took it back to where it came from. Hata government haijui pesa ilitoka wapi, lakini it believes it knows where it came from.
Lakini hurumieni kijana bwana, mnagonga sana bwana, atajinyonga.
I'll be so eager to kuona Ruto atakuwa natoa pesa kwa Harambee, how much? Kwa sababu nakumbuka he used to give 500,000 before, after they lost the presidency, through Kanu. So it will be very interesting kuona atakuwa natoa pesa ngapi. Ataenda hivyo kididimia, usikiange Ruto alitoa 10,000 shillings, unashtuka sana.
So Peter, you should reflect on what Mishuki said. Remember a statement ya Mishuki about the government. Nakumbuka alisema namna gani?
Hapana.
Rattle a snake.
Wachana ya kurattle a snake. There's another one. Ndemba sijui kama unakumbuka. You guys are good students of history. Alisema serikali inaweza kung'oa meno na ikuambie uende useme mahali unataka.
It's true, by the way. The government, there's nothing the government doesn't know.
Exactly.
So you don't want to be on the wrong side of the
serikali inaweza amua kukung'oa meno na ikuambie enda uripoti mahali unataka. So wakati unaona Raila has been there 4 times. What did he do? He was trying to fight a system.
But hizi Ruto anafikiri ndiye ataweza.
So Ruto anasema there is a system, kesho hakuna system. Mara ningejua system.
Honestly, Richie, I cannot wait to see if he's really kama yenyewe hands down ameshindwa, it's over. Nione hiyo concession speech, nione kama watasimama wote waseme yes, that concession speech is more than that. I just want to see it. Sijui, I don't know how they will do it.
Lakini
hakuna concession speech. Utaona wakikuja Mudavadi ndiye atasoma, atasema we ask our people to be calm as we are going to court tomorrow. We'll give a statement.
Wacha nikuambie Ndemba, mimi wakati nilikuwa nasikia Ruto atarani in 2022, I expected to see a campaign like no other, kwa sababu kila mtu alikuwa anasema this guy anajuaga, amekuaga amejipanga. Ile kitu ninaona saa hii, it's so inaitangwa underwhelming. It's so underwhelming.
I'm even disappointed.
Hata mimi niko disappointed.
Yeah.
You see a campaign like no other.
We na gari yao iliharibika leo, kile kigariwa na kile kigari kilivunjika miguu leo.
Toyota Tundra.
Hiyo ilikuwa gari ya jua kali.
Ruto is hot there, man.
Ilikuwa ya jua kali.
Unakumbuka Makiadi?
Hizi makaratasi zimetolewa tukaona the real car.
Nakumbuka Ruto akisema ati hawata nifukuza Jubilee. Akafukuza Jubilee.
I mean, I'm disappointed. I don't support Ruto, but I'm disappointed. I expected him to do better than this. Raila anagonga Coast, Masai Land, Central, Western. One day Ruto anashindwa nitaenda wapi? Kesho anarudi sasa anaanzia.
Alafu Makiadi, the problem niko na shida na Azimio na campaign team yao. It's a hard thing to follow them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You need a team.
You're dealing with 2 geniuses.
Wananichosha saa zingine. The campaign team is just crazy.
But you see, Ruto hana campaign schedule. Ruto campaign schedule yake ni baba alikuwa wapi jana. Hiyo ndio campaign schedule yake.
Alafu unaona what has happened to Ruto. Ruto ali overuse his energy kule mwanzo. So there's no new energy. Raila ndio sasa amefinya pedal number 2. Hajaingia hata number 3.
Ndemba 1 week to the election ni siku ya kuparade mtu kama Sonko. Ati this is the next big catch yenye nimekamata Sonko. I mean, people have to be serious. Kama hii ndio campaign, kama hii ndio campaign tulikuwa tunatishwa 258. Tuonaneni.
Haya, laleni salama.